Tuesday, May 30th, early today, starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera. After coming to a bipartisan agreement on raising the debt ceiling over the weekend, President Biden and Speaker McCarthy now face the tall task of selling their respective parties on the deal in order to avoid a potential debt default on June 5th. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. And Bree, good morning. Congress now had a couple of days to look the deal over. So what are they saying?
Good morning, Francis. Well, as you said, Congress now has a little under a week to act on the bipartisan agreement that was reached over the weekend by President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. It would raise the debt ceiling until 2025 in exchange for a number of spending cuts. The president remains optimistic.
You know, I never say I'm confident what the Congress is going to do, but I feel very good about it. I've spoken to a number of the members. I spoke to McConnell. I spoke to a whole bunch of people, and it feels good. We'll see when the vote starts.
NBC News reports that the White House spent much of Monday calling House Democrats in order to secure their support for the plan, which they will continue doing today. While the moderate New Democrat coalition endorsed the deal on Monday, there are members from all wings of the party who have yet to voice their support. Michigan Congresswoman Debbie Dingell told MSNBC that the deal contains things she would not vote for under normal circumstances and will keep asking questions before she decides how to vote on the bill. Meanwhile, some of the more hardline Republican House members have been more vocal about their feelings on this agreement. Ralph Norman of South Carolina tweeted that the deal was insanity, while Chip Roy of Texas on Twitter called it a, quote, turd sandwich. Despite this, party leaders have voiced their approval for the deal, with other Republicans touting a new CBO estimate that projects the deal would cut more spending than initially anticipated.
All right, so Brisa, what happens next? What are the next steps for the plan as it makes its way through Congress?
Well, so, Francis, the House Rules Committee is expected to vote on the bill later this afternoon. The Rules Committee consists of 9 Republicans and 4 Democrats and includes some hardline GOP members, such as Thomas Massie of Kentucky, and 2 of the aforementioned critics of the bill, Congressman Norman and Roy. Despite the possibility that these members could kill the plan if it also does not receive Democratic support, Speaker Kevin McCarthy told reporters on Monday that he's not worrying about the hypotheticals ahead of their meeting. Now, after this, the bill is expected to be introduced in the full House on Wednesday. So a lot to do before this deal becomes a done deal.
All right, watching every step of the way. Bree, thank you.
Prosecutors have shared new details about the man who crashed a U-Haul truck near the White House. In a new memo, they say Sai Varsit Kandula had a speech prepared announcing the end of U.S. democracy. It was in a journal prosecutors are using as evidence that the 19-year-old should stay behind bars before a trial. He's alleged to have threatened to kill the president to seize power. Prosecutors say Kandula is dangerous and a flight risk because he's visited India multiple times. He is a permanent resident and could be deported if convicted. Kandula is due in court today for a detention hearing.
One of the members of the overhauled panel that oversees Walt Disney World has stepped down just 3 months into the job. Florida Attorney Michael Sasso announced Friday that he was resigning from the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District following his appointment in late February. He is yet to provide an explanation for his departure. Sasso was one of 5 members appointed by Governor Ron DeSantis, who is responsible for the overhaul of the board that oversees government services for the Florida resort.
Hope amid devastation in Iowa as a woman was pulled from the rubble of a collapsed apartment building. 52-year-old Lisa Brooks was rescued last night uninjured after the complex fell Sunday night. She is now the 9th person to be rescued. The cause of the collapse is under investigation, and the Davenport fire chief said the area still poses a risk to the public.
At this time, the building is structurally unsound, is posing a risk to responders, and we are actively working for the best course of action for the building. We have a continued concern for the stability of the building, and we continue to ask the public to avoid the area.
The 116-year-old building was scheduled to be demolished today, but those plans were put on pause after Monday evening's rescue. A press conference is planned for later this morning.
The Coast Guard is investigating after one person was found dead following the disappearance of a fishing charter vessel in Alaska. Authorities say they found the vessel partially submerged after it was last seen near the city of Sitka on Sunday afternoon. The body of one person was recovered from the ship, with the Coast Guard now searching for the 4 others who were reported to be on board. Multiple vessels and aircraft are said to be involved in the search.
A new reactor at a nuclear power plant in Georgia has reached its full power output and is scheduled to start supplying customers sometime in June. Georgia Power Company announced that Unit 3 at Plant Vogel will be able to power 500,000 homes and businesses.
A 4th reactor is scheduled to enter commercial operation by March of next year. These are the first new nuclear reactors built from scratch in the U.S. in 30 years. The breakthrough, however, comes after years of delays and $17 billion in cost overruns.
At least 25 NATO peacekeepers have been injured in clashes with demonstrators in Kosovo. The troops were responding to ethnic unrest in the country's north when they were attacked. Let's bring in foreign correspondent Chapman Bell, who is following this story for us. Chapman, good morning. What's this most recent conflict all about?
Well, as you say, Philip, some serious clashes leading to some serious injuries, particularly those of Italian and Hungarian soldiers. Hungary's defense ministry saying 7 of the Hungarian soldiers injured were injured seriously enough that they needed to be taken to Hungary for treatment. His Italian counterpart also saying at least 3 Italians were also seriously injured in these latest clashes. Now, these clashes happened in the north of Kosovo, where ethnic Albanian mayors were taking office in town halls in elections that took place in April, but were boycotted by Serbs in Kosovo who don't recognize the government. They still see themselves as part of Serbia. Now, the soldiers were protecting these town halls, but as Kosovo police were forcibly trying to enter the town halls to put in these new mayors, they got into clashes with local Serbs, and as you see, it all escalated very quickly, Philip.
We know how NATO feels about this. How are Kosovo's neighbors reacting to these reports?
Well, there's been a lot of condemnation in the U.S., which has been very pro-Kosovo. Actually, the U.S. and EU very critical of Kosovo for using police to forcibly enter these buildings. Serbia has put their soldiers on the highest alert and even put some at the border. Now, many calling for de-escalation and a reduction in tensions, because as the war rages on in Ukraine after Russia's invasion, the last thing anybody wants is more conflict in Europe. And in fact, Russia's foreign minister Sergei Lavrov said a big explosion is brewing in the center of Europe, and he went to blame the U.S. and NATO for this. Now, there were some alarming signs of Serbians painting Zs on NATO vehicles in these areas of clashes in reference to Russia. So nobody wanting to see these scenes get any bigger and to quickly try to reduce these tensions, Philip.
Sure. All right. Chapman Bell for us this morning. Chapman, thank you.
Uganda's president has signed an anti-gay bill into law criminalizing same-sex relations with penalties including life in prison. It also imposes the death penalty for what it describes as, quote, aggravated homosexuality, cases of sexual relations involving people infected with HIV, as well as minors and other vulnerable people. The Biden administration is slamming the legislation, saying it undermines human rights and welfare of all Ugandans. President Biden announced that the State Department will develop mechanisms to support the rights of LGBTQ individuals in Uganda. And Republican Senator Ted Cruz also spoke out, tweeting that the law is horrific and wrong, adding that any law criminalizing homosexuality is grotesque and an abomination.
After a long holiday weekend, parts of the country could see some severe storms today. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the latest for us. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. Great to see you. Yeah, we're tracking those storms not just today, but also tomorrow. We have a cold front that's sort of parked across the middle of the country. That's going to bring the chance for strong to severe storms, especially this afternoon into this evening once that daytime heating gets started. So strong storms from New Mexico to Minnesota. We could see isolated flash flooding risks because we're going to see moderate to heavy rainfall along this front. And we're going to see repeated rounds of storms, not only today, but also tomorrow. That pattern does stay active tomorrow and into the middle of the week. Severe storms targeting Colorado to the Texas Panhandle. We could see some pretty heavy rain in some spots, even up to 4 inches in some places. We're looking at the chance for severe storms later on this afternoon, where you see the yellow from North Platte to Lamar, even just outside Dodge City, could see some strong storms. And we could see winds gusting up to 80 miles per hour. That's over hurricane force winds, damaging hail. It could be large, and also the chance for a few tornadoes, although that risk is on the lower side. Where you see these lines, this hatched area, we're looking at the chance for hurricane force winds possible. That's going to bring the chance of some damage across the area. So we're going to watch that very closely. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, really summer-like in the northern tier of the nation. We're looking at temperatures soaring into the 80s, the 90s, 10 to 25 degrees above what is average for this time of year. It's warm, too, in the south. We're looking at the chance for storms in Dallas and also Miami. All right, heating up in the northern tier of the nation. We'll talk more about that coming up.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. It's a great day to watch this yesterday. What's known as Manhattan Henge dazzled onlookers on the streets of New York City Monday evening. The solar phenomena happens when the setting sun aligns perfectly with a Manhattan street grid, giving that picture-perfect view. It takes place only twice a year, about 3 weeks before the summer solstice and about 3 weeks after. So if you missed last night, it's back again tonight and July 12th and 13th.
It's nice to see a little bit of nature in the city there. All right, coming up, what one Ohio bar is offering to prevent overdoses and how the state is helping the fight.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
With opioid overdoses on the rise, a bar in Ohio is teaming up with its local health department to combat the public health crisis. Rachel Hirshheimer from our Cincinnati affiliate heads to the watering holes offering fentanyl test strips to patrons.
La Ofrenda in Over the Rhine is more than just a bar. It's a popular night spot, consciously making an impact.
It's the best way we can contribute to community care.
For nearly 2 months, this establishment has been giving away these packets through a partnership with the Hamilton County Health Department that can be the difference between life and death.
I think that the strips could have been life-saving.
These simple blue boxes sit in the corner of both bathrooms, giving someone a private opportunity to detect a drug they may be using.
Knowledge is power, and I'm trying to get the power to the people.
Inside the bags are packets with a fentanyl testing strip and step-by-step instructions through a QR code with important disclaimers.
It would stop so many people from overdosing or, whatever. And I think it is life-saving.
In the past, the Hamilton County Health Department distributed more than 15,000 of these strips. Since January of this year, it's given away more than 16,000 through its 56 partnerships.
I think it's even more far-reaching than just like being in Cincinnati. You know, I think it's everywhere, and it'll travel a lot of places.
General Manager Lauren Herman tells us it's a way for the bar to confront the problem in an effort to save a life.
It's not advocating for drug use, but it's definitely saying, hey, this is available to keep yourself safe and your friends safe and your family safe.
Our thanks to Rachel Hirshheimer for that report.
The Vatican has issued an appeal to bishops and other Catholic leaders to refrain from stoking division on social media. The 20-page document is titled Towards Full Presence, a pastoral reflection on engagement with social media. It denounces what it calls digital tribalism and says Christians should employ a reflective rather than reactive style online. In the U.S., a number of influential bishops and commentators have slammed Pope Francis on Twitter. The statement ended with a warning against the future advances of AI, which called it machines that make our decisions for us.
A Medal of Honor recipient was laid to rest on Memorial Day nearly 73 years after his passing. DNA helped identify and finally bring home Corporal Luther Story, who was killed at the age of 18 while providing cover to his comrades during the Korean War.
He, along with the 1.275 million heroes that have given all of their tomorrows for our today.
His closest living relatives said, "I'm just glad he's home." It's still to come. From The Matrix to the main stage, Keanu Reeves in a role he hasn't had in 20 years.
But first, Queen's music catalog could be sold for an amount that will rock you.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
So So it looks like Queen could soon be crowned with having the most expensive music catalog. Sources tell CNN that the rights to the iconic glam rock band's music could go for over $1 billion as Universal Music Group is shopping to buy the catalog from Disney Music Group. If the deal goes through, Queen's music rights would become the most expensive ever sold. So to put that in perspective, this outranks Bruce Springsteen's catalog, which sold for around $500 million. That was back in 2021. And then you have others who've sold their catalog to Justin Timberlake and David Bowie around the $250 million range. Sting sold his, but that has not been disclosed. I'm curious to see how much that is.
I mean, it sounds like just a crazy amount of money for their work there. They make about $50–60 million a year on the royalties here. So if you think about it that way, it's about 20 years worth of royalties for whoever purchases it there.
Wow.
Yep. Wow. After a more than 20-year hiatus, Dogstar is back. No one's offering to purchase their catalog just yet, but Keanu Reeves is back. In his rock band, they reunited to perform a 2023 Bottle Rock Napa Valley Festival. And who knows, maybe someday. The Matrix star, he jammed out on the bass and he sang backup vocals. And according to Billboard, the band is working on a new album. Reeves told them that he missed playing, writing, and doing the shows with the band. Personally, I liked it better when he was with Wild Stallions back in Bill and Ted's, you know.
Yeah, I'm with you, because I don't think I could even name one Dogstar song, right? If you played it right now, I wouldn't even know it. All right, Michelle has your full Tuesday forecast. That's right after the break.
And still to come, we now know why Venice was seeing green in its famous canals.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, France. From Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. Another really nice day in the northeast parts of New England. We're looking at lots of sunshine, temperatures in the 60s in northern New England, 71 in New York City. Could see some showers in Minneapolis, also in Miami, Dallas. It's going to be warm in the northern tier of the nation. A little summer preview, temperatures well above normal for this time of year. Near 90 degrees in Chicago. That's 15 degrees above average. We're going to be warm again tomorrow. Places like Syracuse, 87 degrees. Back to you, Bo.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. This is the scary moment when a suspected drunk driver ended up on a Florida beach. When we come back.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
It was a terrifying Memorial Day weekend for Florida beachgoers after police say a woman recklessly drove her vehicle onto a beach, nearly running over several children. Rod Venegas has more details on this story.
You have your license on you?
Yes, I do. It's in my phone, but it's in the car.
This police video shows the aftermath of a young woman driving an SUV on a busy Florida beach. Witnesses say speeding through the sand.
And we were just trying to turn around.
According to the Volusia County Sheriff's Office, Sarah Ramsamy on the left plowed her SUV through the Smyrna Dunes Park right into the ocean, narrowly missing families enjoying a Memorial Day weekend in the sun.
Okay, what happened?
I'm not sure. I was the driver, and they kind of stopped us, and they said that we almost hit a child. I didn't think that we did. But that's what they told us.
According to authorities, Ramsamy's blood alcohol content nearly double Florida's legal limit.
She's gonna go to jail. Okay?
The sheriff's office charging Ramsamy with DUI, reckless driving, and failure to obey a traffic control device.
And why am I going to jail?
So right now, I think you're driving under the influence.
Okay.
All right? Then we got reckless with multiple people.
My little one was playing in sand, and all of a sudden this guy just starts shouting, "Hey, like, watch out."
Ashley Young says the vehicle zoomed right by where she was sitting with her 3-year-old son.
I was just like yelling at them from the window, like, "You almost hit my child, firstly, many other kids, dogs." And she was like, "Well, I didn't."
Other witnesses grateful that no one was hurt.
I went to bed last night just laying there thinking like she could have easily just ran over a kid. The only reason that she even stopped was because she got stuck.
Our thanks to Guad for that report. She said they were trying to turn around. I mean, at what point did they realize they're not in the parking lot anymore?
Parking lot, road, sand, water. Yeah.
All right.
Questions?
Lots to think about, though.
Now an update on the overseas mystery we brought you yesterday. Italian officials confirmed there were no toxins in the bright green water in Venice's Grand Canal. Environmental agency ARPAV said the culprit was an organic compound called fluorescein, which is used to test wastewater. The Grand Canal was actually dyed green once before, way back in 1968, as an environmental demonstration. While officials now know what caused the dye, they haven't said where it might have come from. Certainly not what we're used to seeing when it comes to St. Patrick's Day in Chicago, but at least we know the reason for it here in Venice.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to see there. Another reason to go visit the canals there. Oh, well, it's still green.
Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Have a great day. We hope to see you right back here tomorrow.
Memorial Day mass shooting. Gunfire erupts on a Florida beach, sending people running for cover.
The Celtics and the Heat played for their playoff lives in Game 7. Only one team can now call themselves Eastern Conference champions.
The remains of a missing American soldier laid to rest after 7 decades.
And revving up those engines, the new show that's roaring Hot Wheels to life. It's Tuesday, May 30th. Early Today starts right now.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. After coming to a bipartisan agreement on raising the debt ceiling over the weekend, President Biden and Speaker McCarthy now face the tall task of selling their respective parties on the deal in order to avoid a potential debt default on June 5th. For more on all this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. So Congress has now had a couple days to look this over. What are they saying?
Good morning, Philip. Well, Congress now has a little under 1 week to act on the bipartisan agreement that was reached by President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy over the weekend. It would raise the debt ceiling until 2025 in exchange for a number of spending cuts. The president remains optimistic.
You know, I never say I'm confident what the Congress is going to do, but I feel very good about it. I've spoken to a number of the members. I spoke to McConnell. I spoke to a whole bunch of people, and it feels good. We'll see when the vote starts.
NBC News reports that the White House spent much of Monday calling House Democrats in order to secure their support for the plan, which they will continue doing today. While the moderate New Democrat coalition endorsed the deal on Monday, there are members from all wings of the party who have yet to voice their support. Michigan Congresswoman Debbie Dingell told MSNBC that the deal contains things she would not vote for under normal circumstances and will continue asking questions before she decides how to vote on the bill. Meanwhile, some of the more hard-line Republican House members have been more vocal about their feelings on this agreement. Ralph Norman of South Carolina tweeted that the deal was insanity, while Chip Roy of Texas on Twitter called it a, quote, turd sandwich. Despite this, party leaders have voiced their approval for the deal, with other Republicans touting a new CBO estimate that projects that the deal will cut more spending than initially was anticipated.
And Bree, you just mentioned there are members on the extremes of both sides of the aisle here that aren't too thrilled with this. So what are the next steps here as it tries to make its way through Congress?
So, Philip, the House Rules Committee is expected to vote on the measure later on today. The Rules Committee consists of 9 Republicans and 4 Democrats and includes some hard-line GOP members, such as Thomas Massie of Kentucky, and 2 of the aforementioned critics of the bill, Congressman Norman and Roy. Despite the possibility that these members could kill the plan if it also does not receive Democratic support, Speaker Kevin McCarthy told reporters on Monday that he's not worrying about hypotheticals ahead of their meeting. Now, after this, the bill is expected to be introduced to the full House on Wednesday.
Still a tightrope to be walked. All right, Bree, thank you.
Lawmakers in Texas on Monday selected a start date for the impeachment trial of Attorney General Ken Paxton. The state Senate adopted a resolution setting the start of Paxton's trial for no later than August 28th.
At the end of the day, my colleagues and I will not stand for public corruption. And that's why we're proceeding to a trial in the Texas Senate.
The Republican AG was impeached by the Texas House over the weekend on charges of alleged bribery and abuse of public trust. If convicted, Paxton will be permanently removed from office.
One of the members of the overhauled panel that oversees Walt Disney World has stepped down just 3 months into the job. Florida attorney Michael Sasso announced on Friday that he was resigning from the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District following his appointment in late February. He is yet to provide an explanation for his departure. Sasso was one of 5 members appointed by Governor Ron DeSantis, who was responsible for the overhaul of the board that oversees government services for the Florida result.
The Memorial Day weekend was disrupted by gun violence in cities across the country. As the sun began to set in Hollywood, Florida, shots rang out on a busy boardwalk. The city's live feed of the beach appears to show people running for cover. Police say a fight between 2 groups led to gunfire, and at least 1 person of interest was taken into custody. 9 people were hurt, including 4 children, the youngest only 16-month-old. Overnight, 1 victim needed surgery while the rest were in stable condition. Over the holiday weekend, at least 16 people were killed and dozens more injured in gun violence across at least 9 states.
The Coast Guard is investigating after one person was found dead following the disappearance of a fishing charter vessel in Alaska. Authorities say they found the vessel partially submerged after it was last reported seen near the city of Sitka on Sunday afternoon. The body of one person was recovered from the ship, and the Coast Guard now searching for the 4 others who were reported to be on board. Multiple vessels and aircraft are said to be involved in the search.
Hope amid devastation in Iowa as a woman was pulled from the rubble of a collapsed apartment building. 52-year-old Lisa Brooks was rescued unhurt yesterday night after the complex fell Sunday. She's now the 9th person to be rescued. The cause of the collapse is under investigation, and the Davenport fire chief said the area still poses a risk to the public.
At this time, the building is structurally unsound, is posing a risk to responders, and we are actively working for the best course of action for the building. We have a continued concern for the stability of the building, and we continue to ask the public to avoid the area.
The 16-year-old building was scheduled to be demolished today, but those plans were put on pause after Monday evening's rescue. A press conference is planned for later this morning.
China says it plans to put astronauts on the moon by 2030. During the announcement, officials introduced 3 astronauts on their way to China's orbiting space station. And late last night, those same 3 blasted off into orbit to replace a crew that's been on the station for 6 months. China's space agency also announced they will expand the space station and bring on foreign partners. The U.S. is currently set to reach the moon again in 2025 in a joint venture that includes SpaceX. As of now, only Americans have set foot on the moon.
At least 25 NATO peacekeepers have been injured in clashes with demonstrators in Kosovo. The troops were responding to ethnic unrest in the country's north when they were attacked. Let's bring in foreign correspondent Chapman Bell, who's following the story for us. Chapman, good morning. What's driving this most recent conflict?
Well, Francis, as you said, some serious clashes leading to what some describe as serious injuries, particularly Italian and Hungarian soldiers involved in these clashes. They're part of the NATO-led peacekeeping mission. The defense minister of Hungary saying 7 Hungarian troops were seriously injured and had to be brought back to Hungary for treatment. At least 3 Italian soldiers as well were removed and brought back to Italy for treatment. These soldiers were protecting town halls in the north of Kosovo. The north of Kosovo is a predominantly Serb area, and the ethnic Albanian mayors were taking office in elections that took place in April that were boycotted by Serbs. Serbia, of course, does not recognize Kosovo as its own country, and many Serbs within the country don't as well. Now, the EU and the U.S. took a rare step in criticizing Kosovo for going ahead with these elections and to forcibly enter these town halls with police. So these tensions quickly escalated as NATO peacekeeping mission soldiers tried to separate police from Serbian protesters, many of which were also injured in these clashes. NATO, of course, calling for more dialogue and saying that this is very unacceptable, but escalating very quickly, Francis.
And Chapman, talk about Kosovo's neighbors. How are they reacting to these tensions?
Well, Serbia has accused Kosovo of inflaming tensions. Of course, Kosovo blames Serbia. Now, Serbia's president is reportedly meant to meet with the U.S. ambassador to the country as well as the Chinese ambassador to the country to discuss this. The U.S. ambassador, along with several European ambassadors, met with the Kosovo's president to call for de-escalation of the situation and to reduce tensions. Serbia has put their soldiers on the highest alert possible, even amassing some at the border. But EU as well as U.S. representatives calling for de-escalation, as well as NATO, basically saying you need to take a step back before you can figure out how to move forward in this situation. Francis.
Okay. Chapman Bell for us. Chapman, thank you.
Parts of the country are gearing up for some potentially serious storms. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the latest for us. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, we're going to see storms with winds over 80 miles per hour, and at sometimes it's over hurricane force winds. So that's the big takeaway from these storms, some hail as well. This is the setup. We have a cold front that's sort of parked in the middle of the nation. That's going to bring the chance for those strong storms from New Mexico to Minnesota. Also the chance of some isolated flash flooding because we could see rainfall rates even up to 3 to 4 inches in some spots. It's going to be isolated, but still there's a chance for that. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to see that pattern staying very active, and that will continue over the next couple of days. That severe risk tomorrow targeting Colorado to the Texas Panhandle. Once again, could see some heavy rainfall with those storms. As far as the severe threat goes, we're watching this afternoon into this evening once the daytime heating gets going. Winds gusting up to 80 miles per hour. Could see some large hail. A tornado risk, that's low, but still it's not zero, so we're going to be watching that as well. Where you see the yellow, that is the greatest chance for the strongest storms. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it's summer-like in the northern tier of the nation. Temperatures into the mid-80s, upper 80s, some spots near 90 degrees. And it's warm, too, in the south, looking for the chance of some storms in Dallas. Also could see some storms in Charlotte, Raleigh, and Miami. All right, we're heating up in some parts of the country. We'll take a look at that coming up.
Okay, we'll see you in a bit. Thank you, Michelle. When we return, the Korean War vet identified and honored 7 decades after his death.
And the nationwide tributes for our fallen heroes on Memorial Day.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We're back with a look across the country from small-town ceremonies to the wreath laying at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier as Memorial Day commemorates and remembers our fallen heroes for their sacrifice. Tom Llamas has more.
From coast to coast, the flag and all it stands for, reminding us of the true meaning of Memorial Day. The stars and stripes stretching down streets across America, celebrating the spirit of the country, and memorializing the sacrifices of our brave men and women. Its impact spanning generations, like in D.C., a wall of red poppies on the National Mall.
Every one of those poppies are handmade by the veterans of foreign wars and the American Legion.
Red, white, and blue handprints filling up a wreath made by children, many of whom lost a loved one who served.
My dad was a major in the Air Force when he died, and at that time I was 1.5, so it's been 11 years.
The sounds of engines echoing across Virginia, raising awareness for veterans' mental health and those who served.
We come out, we remember those who passed away. There's camaraderie out here.
In Georgia, a soldier put to rest more than 70 years after his passing. DNA helped ID him and bring him home.
Today, we celebrate the life of an American hero.
The colors that tie our country together, lighting up the sky in Manhattan and cascading down the Boston Common. Small gestures and major acts of patriotism, celebrating the courage of so many.
And our thanks to Tom for that report.
And as Tom mentioned, a Medal of Honor recipient was laid to rest on Memorial Day nearly 73 years after his death. DNA helped identify and finally bring home Corporal Luther Story, who was killed at the age of 18 while providing cover to his comrades during the Korean War.
He, along with the 1.275 million heroes that have given all of their tomorrows for our today.
Police escorted Story's casket throughout his hometown of Americus, Georgia, before his burial with military honors. His closest living relative said, "I'm just glad he's home."
Still to come here on Early Today, we're revving up for a brand new show coming to NBC.
And we'll look back on 20 years of the film that taught us that fish are friends, not food.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hop along for a ride to some 60s nostalgia. There's a new television show that's revving up Hot Wheels and bringing them to life. NBC's Mark Barger goes behind Hot Wheels Ultimate Challenge on NBC.
They're the fastest metal cars you've ever seen.
55 years and 8 billion cars later, Hot Wheels remain one of the world's most popular toys for kids of all ages.
My earliest memories of playing with toys, they were always Hot Wheels.
And that lifelong connection to the die-cast cars fuels Rutledge Wood's excitement to host Hot Wheels Ultimate Challenge.
Watching people have their dreams come true is just the most special thing.
In this case, a competition to turn ordinary rides
My grandfather taught me how to drive in this car.
into the life-size Hot Wheels of the contestants' dreams.
Oh my God! What?
Each week, 2 Hot Wheels superfans are paired with automotive magicians.
This car is the buckaroo.
To execute their Hot Wheels vision over the course of a week.
If their dream was to turn their Corvette into an airplane, we give them that opportunity.
Resident experts and celebrity guests judge the final product.
There were a lot of laughs. There were a lot of tears. It's an incredible show.
Each week's winner takes home $25,000 and a spot in the season finale, where more money is on the line and a bonus.
Their design will get chosen and turned into an actual Hot Wheels diecast that you can buy. How cool is that?
So cool that it's actually Hot Wheels. Mark Barker, NBC News.
I like that. The audience gets a chance to get in on by buying something. If you love it, it could be yours.
I was just thinking about all those years ago, playing with Kit from Knight Rider on that. That was so much fun.
So fun. All right, one of Disney's and Pixar's biggest blockbuster hits turns 20 today.
Oh, you guys made me eat. What's that? I know what that is. Oh, Sandy Plankin saw one. He said it was called a butt.
Finding Nemo swam onto the big screen back in 2003, starring Alexander Gould as the beloved Nemo, Albert Brooks as Nemo's dad, and Dory, a forgetful blue tangfish played by Ellen DeGeneres. The underwater classic was a box office smash, grossing $380 million in the U.S. and over $900 million worldwide. Then, as a follow-up, you had Finding Dory, so it's about time, right? Maybe we'll see like a third installment.
Look, this is kind of new to me. 20 years ago, I was in college with no kids. I didn't see Finding Nemo till last year.
Oh, yeah. Enter the world, this entire world.
It's a banger.
The best.
Up next, Michelle has your coast-to-coast Tuesday forecast.
And which team secured their spot in the NBA Finals? Heat Celtics highlights coming up.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. We are watching a couple cold fronts that will bring some showers and storms to parts of the country, one being the Great Basin and to the plains, the upper Mississippi Valley, the southeast, the southern parts of the mid-Atlantic. We're looking at dry conditions in Los Angeles, 68 degrees, warm in Phoenix, 98. We're looking at the chance for storms in Dallas and also looking at the chance of storms in portions of the plains. It's heating up in the northern plains as well. Back to you both.
All right, Michelle, thank you. Coming up, the bear that tried to take a road trip in Nevada. Get him.
Good morning, please.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth.
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A shocking realization for residents in a Nevada cabin over the weekend. This video captured the moment patrol officers freed a bear from the back seat of their vehicle. It's an active time for bears in the Lake Tahoe region, so the deputies ended up attaching a rope to the handle of the car's back door, successfully opening it and freeing the animal. Look what they did to the car, though. But look at this amazing video. This massive bear jumping out of there. The question is how he got in there to begin with.
I'm impressed that he shut the door behind him. How about that? Well, it looks like Queen could soon be crowned with having the most expensive music catalog. Reminds you of Wayne's World, right? Sources tell CNN that the rights to the iconic glam rock band's music could go for over $1 billion, as Universal Music Group is shopping to buy the catalog from Disney Music Group. If the deal goes through, Queen's music rights would become the most expensive ever sold, outranking Bruce Springsteen's catalog, which sold for around $500 million. The movie Bohemian Rhapsody really bumped up the value.
Well, we'll see how far that'll go with the Universal versus Disney when it comes to getting those rights to that catalog. All right, while the COVID public health emergency ended earlier this month, many people are looking forward to a COVID-free summer. The Axios Ipsos American Health Index found that 62% of Americans say the pandemic has passed. These attitudes reflected as people are heading back towards more crowded activities. Theaters are nearing pre-pandemic levels. The U.S. box office this year already out-earning 2020. And OpenTable says dining numbers were up 12% 2 weeks ago. That's compared to the same time last year. It makes sense. Right about now, everybody's being able to make up for it and enjoy the things that we haven't done. Travel as well.
Yeah.
Seeing travel and all the traffic along with it.
3.5 years since I've seen a movie in the theaters. All right, the Heat and the Celtics battled it out in Boston for a spot in the NBA Finals. The Celtics were looking to become the first team ever to come back from a 3-0 series deficit, but Jaylen Brown went cold from three-point range, while Caleb Martin heated up. He finished with 26. Jimmy Butler had 28, and Miami got the Game 7 win, 103-84. They become just the second 8 seed in NBA history to reach the finals. The lowest seed in the East is now taking on the highest seed from the West. So the Heat and the Nuggets will meet in Game 1 of the NBA Finals on Thursday night. So it's going to be a coming out party for that guy, number 15, Nikola Jokic, for Denver. He's a 2-time MVP. And Jimmy Butler, he finds a way to win. This team should have never been in the playoffs. They were on the verge of not even making it, and here we are. They're almost champions, just 4 games away.
With a day off on Friday, so you can enjoy Game 1.
You noticed that, right?
Yeah, 100%. Thanks for watching early today. Have a great Tuesday.
I'll be here tomorrow.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Valerie Castro in for Savannah Sellers. Breaking news right now on Morning News Now. Moscow under fire. A rare attack on Russia's capital city. This morning, Russian officials are blaming Ukraine for a wave of overnight drone strikes. The first such attack on Moscow's residential areas since Russia invaded Ukraine. All this after several days of Russian airstrikes on Kyiv. We have team coverage with those newest developments this morning and how it could mark a turning point in the war. Also this morning, rescued from the rubble, an incredible story of survival in Iowa. One woman has been found alive inside that partially collapsed apartment building in downtown Davenport. Now there are new calls to keep demolition crews from tearing the rest of it down. We'll take you to the scene for the latest. Final push. This morning, the race is on to raise the debt ceiling, with the House committee set to vote on a tentative deal later today.
Look, you know I never say I'm confident what the Congress is going to do, but I feel very good about it. I'm confident that we'll get a vote in both houses, and we'll see.
But some lawmakers say they're going to vote against the agreement as the threat of a potentially catastrophic default grows. And chill out. A new trend on TikTok is helping people keep their cool literally. People using ice packs as a form of stress relief. But does it actually work? We'll get a professional to weigh in. A lot to get to this morning.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about the ice pack thing, like if I injure my shoulder, perhaps,
Right.
but we'll see if it works for stress.
I guess we'll find out more, right? Well, we start with breaking news this morning. Drone attacks on targets inside Russia, a sign that the war in Ukraine is heating up.
This morning, drones attacked buildings in the heart of Moscow. This was the first attack on residential buildings in the capital since the war started. But Ukraine officials say they had nothing to do with the attack. This follows a series of rare daytime airstrikes against Kyiv, including another deadly attack overnight. According to reports out of Ukraine, at least one person has been killed in those attacks. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald, who's following the latest developments from London, along with NBC News analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs. Megan, let's start with you. What's the latest we know about this attack, both in Moscow and also these ongoing airstrikes on Kyiv?
Well, Joe, good to be with you. We'll start in Moscow, where we know that some 8 drones were launched in the capital city of Moscow. And we know that several buildings received some damage. We know 2 people received some medical treatment. They were not hospitalized. There were no deaths associated with this. We understand that President Putin was briefed about this incident early this morning, and that they're saying that their air defense mechanisms that they have in place are working. They are calling this a terror attack. They are blaming Kyiv. Kyiv, of course, has not taken responsibility for this. But look, let's talk about Kyiv, because they have seen their 3rd attack on the capital city there in Ukraine in just the last 24 hours. And so what we saw early this morning is another barrage of these drones. There's some 31 drones that were launched, the majority of them targeted towards Kyiv. We know that several people were injured. We know that one person died. We're talking apartment buildings, houses, cars, shops, stores, all damaged in these attacks. And then, of course, course, we just have to back up a couple of days to Saturday when we saw the largest barrage of drone attacks in Kyiv since the war began. That, of course, one day before the city celebrated their founding day on Sunday. And then, of course, yesterday we saw a very rare incident of those in the middle of the day attack. We saw some missiles being launched at around 11 o'clock in the morning. Of course, we are seeing tensions continuing to rise with the drone attacks that we're seeing. Of course, Kyiv, again, not taking responsibility for that. But then, of course, the escalating violence that we're seeing in Kyiv, all of this as we know that Ukraine is preparing for this highly anticipated counteroffensive that we understand is getting ready to launch. Of course, no date has been set, but certainly all eyes are going to be on that. As we just saw 2 weeks ago, President Zelensky on his European tour asking for those weapons ahead of this counteroffensive, and that was largely a successful trip, getting the majority of what he asked for.
So, Colonel
Joe?
Jacobs, it's not clear who's behind the drone attacks on Moscow. As we've said, Ukraine is denying any involvement. But an attack like this on Moscow, it has huge significance, right?
Yeah, it does. Anytime you're going to take the war to Moscow, it's certainly an indication that Ukraine or people who are supporting Ukraine, even those inside Russia, are quite serious about trying to negate Russia's capability to defend itself, or at least demonstrate that Putin and the Kremlin and the Russian war machine are not invulnerable, despite the fact that the Russians claim, probably correctly, that all or most of the drones were intercepted in flight. But it's a relatively small number of drones. And there's no indication that if a large number of drones was launched against Russia, that the Russian air defenses would be able to cope with it. It certainly is raising tensions. And unless and until Ukraine says that they were behind it all, there'll always be speculation that it was a Russian homegrown attack, which is not beyond the realm of possibility, Joe.
So, Colonel Jacobs, I want to ask you, Ukraine has taken some major hits recently. Still, they have managed to fire back, make their presence known to Russia. Could this be the beginning of Ukraine trying to get some sort of upper hand, starting this counteroffensive we've been talking about?
A lot of people, and probably correctly, believe that the attacks on Russian soil are a sideshow. And the real exercise is going to be down in the Donbass, that the Ukrainians probably less interested in doing anything more than harassing Russia, because they want to keep their powder dry, save their attack capabilities for the counteroffensive that'll take place in the southeast. And these are just harassing attacks, even if Ukraine is directly behind it. So they're husbanding their ammunition. Don't forget that any kind of counteroffensive is going to include a very large number of direct and indirect fire weapons like drones. So it's important that Ukraine keep as many drones as possible for its counteroffensive.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald and Colonel Jacobs, thank you both for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it.
In Washington today, lawmakers will start the first step in the process of approving the debt ceiling deal in hopes of avoiding that June 5th default deadline. The House Rules Committee will take up the deal reached by the White House and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, and it's shaping up to be a heated session. There are still holdouts on both sides of the aisle, and there's no guarantee this deal will go through. But if it did, the bill would suspend the debt ceiling until early 2025 and tighten federal funding. President Biden says this deal would avoid a quote, catastrophic default by the federal government while keeping the economy fluid. But Biden and McCarthy still have their work cut out for them. They need to shore up enough votes in both the House and the Senate, and doing it all quickly, at least by Washington standards. We have NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale and White House correspondent Mike Memoli with us this morning. Good morning to you both. Ali, let's start with you. House leaders are trying to shore up support, but there are still several Republicans who just aren't on board. Talk about what their concerns are and where things stand this morning.
Look, some of these Republicans were never going to be on board with this deal. One of them, for example, is Texas Republican Chip Roy, who I spoke to even before the weekend negotiations actually bore fruit on a deal. And Roy was already saying that he didn't like the contours of what he was hearing. Certainly that hasn't changed now that the deal itself is in a more final form and now being sold to members. But Roy is one of those people who I even asked him at the time, were you ever going to vote for anything that was bipartisanly negotiated? He didn't answer either way, but he is someone who we were always skeptical of because of the hyper-conservative position that he has long held within his party. And with Roy come many others within the ultra-conservative House Freedom Caucus. Here, for example, is the way that Roy was talking about it over the weekend. Watch.
We are barreling towards unlimited debt in this country. We're just barreling towards an infinite amount of debt. And we've got to stop that.
This thing will absolutely pass. There's no question about that. I've talked to dozens of members, and listen, not every single member is on board, but when was the last time that every single member of Congress agreed on anything?
Dusty Johnson saying the quiet part out loud here about the other members of his conference. When was the last time everyone was on board? McCarthy doesn't need everyone, but he does need a sizable chunk of his conference, and that's what he's working on doing right now.
And Mike, on the Democrat side, President Biden has been making a final push for support over the last few days. But Michigan Congresswoman Debbie Dingell told MSNBC's Chris Jansen yesterday this bill contains things she would never vote for. Let's listen to what she had to say about it.
I've been angry for days for many reasons that we are being held hostage. We cannot default on our loan, our debts, and I know that. Yet at the same time, we cannot be rubber stamps.
Okay, Mike, so what is President Biden saying to Democrats like her who are on the fence over whether they'll support this deal?
Well, what the White House is really saying is that this is the reality of divided government. This is not what we saw in the first 2 years of the Biden administration, which was largely Democrats negotiating with other Democrats to try to get the president's agenda through. Now you have to accept some things that you would consider unpalatable because Republicans do have control of the House. That being said, the president's argument is also going to be it could have been far worse. You look at a side-by-side of what the House Republicans passed just a few weeks ago versus what this compromise looks like, and it results in things like a 2-year budget agreement versus one that you'd have to revisit next year in an election year. It includes the fact that non-defense spending, so the entire domestic spending budget is, as the White House is calling it, roughly flat. Republicans would have imposed some steep cuts to domestic programs. The hardest pill for Democrats to swallow are changes to essentially anti-poverty programs like food stamps. And what the White House is also saying there is that this is temporary changes, and that while the eligibility was restricted for some individuals, they also expanded it for others, including veterans and the homeless. And so this is a significant compromise that Democrats think that at least the White House is selling that they can live with. It reminds me of Joe Biden's political axiom, which is don't judge me against the almighty, judge me against the alternative. And this is the legislative equivalent of that.
Allie, of course, the focus in Congress has been getting this through the House. But if that happens, it, of course, still has to pass the Senate. Could that be just as difficult?
Yes, that funny thing called the Senate. I mean, we've managed to avoid it over the course of the last few weeks because most of the action has been on the House side and, frankly, on the House Republican side. That's because Minority Leader Mitch McConnell really farmed out the negotiating portion of this to Speaker McCarthy because of the realities within the House Republican conference. Those realities are still there, and we're going to spend the first part of this week working through the House Republican side of this. But then as soon as it passes the House, and I'm saying as soon as because it's expected to, though we don't know exactly how that's going to happen yet. Once it does that, then it moves over to the Senate side of this. And look, again, the Senate can decide either all 100 of them want to do this quickly or they can bog this down. We've already seen some key conservative senators saying they're not happy with this deal in the same way that House Freedom Caucus members are not. And they're willing to gum this process up and try to make it move as slowly as possible. Watching the votes come together on that side is going to be interesting too, just because of the way McConnell is usually able to leverage the members of his caucus as opposed to the more unruly way that the House tends to go. But look, never say never. This could still be interesting down to the last moment that we're in there, but they are still stretching for that June 5th deadline, and that's going to be the thing to watch too.
We will all be watching. Allie and Mike, thanks so much.
Now to a pretty incredible story of survival at that partially collapsed apartment building in Davenport, Iowa. A woman trapped inside for 24 hours suddenly waved out of a window hours after first responders had called off their search. The city had planned to start demolition on the 116-year-old building as soon as today, but residents are now demanding a delay. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more.
Hey, Joe, good morning from downtown Davenport. Amid this jaw-dropping wreckage last night, an incredible story of survival and of hope. 52-year-old Lisa Brooks, one of the people who family had said was missing amid this wreckage the entire time, last night waving from her window in that building. People on the ground started cheering and clapping, realizing she was still in there, she was still alive. Her family was here on the ground as that happened. Brooks, who her family says is disabled, basically telling her relatives later on that she had been largely in shock, hiding under her couch for most of the past 24 hours since that huge chunk of her 6-story historic apartment building collapsed on Sunday. Again, as we said, immediately people were cheering and clapping, but also pretty quickly they became angry, arguing that this is proof that there could be more survivors amid that rubble and demanding the city of Davenport postpone plans to basically demolish what's left of this building as soon as tomorrow. In light of this, the mayor overnight telling me those plans to demolish are now, quote, under evaluation. With the official cause of this wreckage still basically unknown, it's coming to light, officials confirming that residents have been complaining about the condition of this building for years, citing things like major cracks in their walls and foundation and recently falling bricks while kind of facade work was going on the front of this building. The owner, to that point, had recently, records show, taken out permits to kind of begin this improvement work. Obviously, people here arguing that this is proof that work wasn't done fast enough. NBC has reached out to the owner multiple times. We have yet to hear back at this point. Now, the big question on the ground is what will happen today? Will those demolition plans go forward this morning as expected? Again, as the city said they would yesterday. Officials had argued at the time that they had gone through this wreckage site thoroughly, including with search and rescue canines. They had said the search and rescue portion of this was finished, and they said we're ready indeed to demolish it. Obviously, those plans now, to say the least, up in the air. In the meantime, officials also warning people that this is obviously an unstable structure. They fear the rest of it could come down at any time, and they are begging people, including protesters, to stay as far back from this site, at least blocks, they say, as possible. Joe, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maggie Vespa, thank you.
Now to a series of Memorial Day weekend shootings and violence that are casting a dark shadow over a day of remembrance. The latest happening in Hollywood, Florida last night. So far, at least 9 are injured and at least 3 of them are children. This is part of a nationwide trend of occurrences just yesterday. I took a look at some of the several cities grappling with the aftermath of yet another encounter with gun violence.
Gun violence and bloodshed, a stain on the unofficial start to summer. At least 16 people killed in shootings across the country this Memorial Day weekend, including 3 at a motorcycle rally in Red River, New Mexico. 5 others injured when police say the event turned into a shootout between rival biker gangs.
All 8 individuals have been identified as outlaw motorcycle gangmen.
30-year-old Jacob David Castillo charged with an open count of murder, according to state police. In Massachusetts, chaos Sunday night. 2 shootings on Revere Beach, just an hour apart. Boston police attributing the violence to 2 massive fights that escalated.
And all of a sudden there were 3 shots, and a bunch of guys started running. And then some cops was running, chasing them, and then all hell broke loose after that.
Ohio and Wisconsin not spared by the violence. Columbus police say 7 were injured after a shooting during a party in the southeast area of the city. 3 killed and 9 injured in weekend shootings across Milwaukee, according to police. Mass shootings across the country, defined by the Gun Violence Archive as 4 or more people injured or killed, reaching 257 incidents so far, just 150 days into the year. In Chicago, newly elected Mayor Brandon Johnson, hoping to get in front of any issues, announced public safety measures ahead of the weekend.
Our public safety agencies have plans in place for the weekend and summer months to ensure that everyone can enjoy our city in peace.
But just one day later, Telemundo's Chicago cameras capturing shots fired between beachgoers at the city's North Avenue beach on opening day.
We looked up and we couldn't even grab all of our stuff before we went and hid behind the lifeguard stand. When it happened in the first minute, it was definitely just like adrenaline, like instinct run away, and it was scary.
North Avenue Beach is now closed. I need everybody to exit the sand and the water.
Chicago police say at least 37 people were injured across the city and 8 killed, including 35-year-old William Hare.
He was my older brother and also my best friend. He was caring about everybody he met, very friendly, very talkative, and a great listener.
Investigators say Hare was found shot in the chest on the sidewalk in the Lakeview neighborhood.
The car pulled up, 2 people came out, there were 2 gunshots, 1 from each person. They did not ask for money, they did not ask for anything. They shot at him for no reason. 1 bullet struck him in the chest, and his best friend tried to save his life, and he died.
The holiday meant as a time to reflect on those who served, now forever marked as a time of tragedy for some families.
And the numbers are still on the rise in places like Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Houston. According to the Gun Violence Archive, as of this morning, there have been more than 17,000 gun violence deaths in the U.S. this year alone. We'll have more updates on that Hollywood, Florida shooting later on Morning News Now.
Disgraced Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes is heading to prison today. She's set to surrender in Texas to start serving her 11-year sentence. Last year, Holmes was convicted of fraud for lying to investors. She exaggerated her company's blood testing technology and its financial health. Earlier this month, a federal judge ordered her to pay nearly $500 million to the victims of her crimes.
Now let's take a look at some rainy weather that could be heading your way.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with the latest on your Morning News Now forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. And yeah, some of us will see some rain today. The Northeast, the Great Lakes, still looking at gorgeous weather. We had a beautiful Memorial Day yesterday. We're going to continue that today. But some spots are seeing some rain because we have a couple fronts that are moving throughout the country. The first one being in the middle of the country. We have a cold front that's sort of draped across the area. It's going to bring rounds of showers and storms. Could bring some pretty heavy rainfall as well. We'll get into that. Also throughout the Great Basin, portions of the Southeast could see some showers, and also just the southern portions of the Mid-Atlantic. We'll see those lingering showers from that coastal low that is finally moving over the Atlantic. So that will start to improve as we go throughout the day. But let's start with that front in the middle of the country because it's sort of a rinse and repeat forecast. We're going to see it today. We're going to see it tomorrow, sort of staying in place and bringing those showers over and over again. So strong storms are likely from New Mexico to Minnesota. We could see some really gusty winds, some hail, the chance of a tornado or two, although that risk is on the lower side. But we're worried about isolated flash flooding because we could see up to 3, even 5 inches of rain with those really heavy downpours. Then tomorrow, the pattern's going to stay active, and we're going to see that severe risk now targeting Colorado to the Texas Panhandle. So pretty much the same areas, not moving very far as we go throughout the next 24 hours. And you can see on this future radar, we're looking at some really gusty storms and also some heavy rain tomorrow. This is what it looks like this afternoon and evening. We sort of need that daytime heat to get things started. So we're looking anywhere from North Platte down to Lamar, even just west of Dodge City. Where you see the yellow, that is the likeliest spot for seeing some storms. Winds gusting up to 80 miles per hour. That's hurricane force winds. Damaging hail, the chance of a few tornadoes as well. And again, we're concerned about those really gusty winds. So where you see that hatched areas, those blue lines, that's where we're expecting the likelihood for some really gusty winds. I mentioned the rainfall anywhere from 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch, but isolated amounts of 3 to 5 inches. It's really hard to pinpoint where we could see these downpours, but where you see those brighter colors, those are the likeliest spots of seeing the heaviest downpours. And flash flood risk, that's not only in the central and southern plains, we're also looking at portions of the Great Basin as well. So we're looking at Billings, Du Boise, and also Reno could see some flash flooding today. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, we'll end on a high note, and I'll just thank you for the lovely Memorial Day weather we had here in the Northeast. I have something resembling sun on my face, which is a minor miracle.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Michelle.
Same.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a silent struggle. More new fathers are experiencing depression after their children are born. Later this hour, how you can spot the signs and offer support.
First, though, after the break, it was the biggest anti-Semitic attack in American history. Now the man charged in the mass shooting at a Pittsburgh synagogue is getting his day in court. We'll bring you the latest next.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it.
Today, the trial of the man accused of the biggest anti-Semitic attack in American history begins.
The alleged mass shooter, Robert Bauer, is accused of targeting and killing 11 Jewish worshipers at a Pittsburgh synagogue in 2018. He faces 63 counts, including hate crime charges.
Joining us now from outside the courthouse in Pittsburgh is NBC News correspondent George Solis. George, good morning. Tell us, what can we expect in the courtroom today?
Hey, good morning, Valerie and Joe. We can expect an emotional start to this trial. It's been 4.5 years since this massacre took place. We're expecting to see witnesses from the on the prosecution side to testify in this case. It took a while to get this case going. The jury selection alone took about a month. And right now, as you mentioned, 63 charges that Robert Bauer faces. 22 of those are punishable by death. He has pled not guilty. There's been a lot of back and forth between the prosecution and the defense. The defense hoping that a deal could have been reached before this ever got to trial to basically give him life in prison, because this case centers basically in two phases. First, on the guilt, following by the sentencing. And there is a lot of debate on whether or not Robert Bauer should get the death penalty. So again, if he is convicted during this first part of the phase, then the trial will move towards the sentencing. Overall, though, we are expecting prosecutors to present witnesses for this case. The defense, though, at this point is unclear if they will bring anyone up to the stand today, guys.
So, George, I mean, it took about a month already to sit this jury. What was that process like?
Yeah, the jury is made up of 12 jurors, 7 men and 11 women. It took a while because, again, in this case, there's so much controversy surrounding the death penalty. We understand that about 1,500 questionnaires were sent out to try and find an impartial jury, people that didn't feel strongly one way or another about this capital punishment. So it definitely took a while, but eventually the process was sorted out, and now we have this juror of 12 and 6 alternates. Overall, though, we are expecting, like I said, a pretty emotional day here. Day one of this trial expected to start sometime around 9. Joe and Valerie?
George, you touched on the emotion there. How is this trial and the reminder of the mass shooting impacting the community there?
Yeah, obviously, this pulls on a lot of heartstrings. A lot of people going to the synagogue there to pay their respects throughout this period of time of mourning, and to have to relive this today for many of the families, obviously, is a very daunting task. Many of them who we expect to be in the courthouse today. And again, some divisiveness here as well. Some congregants don't believe that Robert Bauer should get the death penalty. Others say the punishment fits the crime. So again, how this all shakes out over the course of the next 2 months as this trial is expected to take place is anyone's guess, guys.
Okay, George, outside the courthouse there in Pittsburgh, George Solis, thanks so much.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas with a look at what could happen inside the courtroom. So, Danny, tell us about the charges. 63 in all. 13 are hate crime charges. What do prosecutors need to do to prove that?
Yes, and as we heard, several of those are the ones that make this death penalty eligible. That's why you had such a long jury selection process. But here, the government's burden isn't going to be as difficult as it would be in other cases in which you have a whodunit. There doesn't appear to be much of a whodunit here, but with all of these different crimes, many of them have overlapping elements. You have the use of a firearm. You're going to see introduction of evidence of his hate, his intent, the fact that he had negative feelings towards other people, specifically Jewish people. So you're going to see all that introduced in order to prove the hate crimes. Then they're going to prove the use of the firearm. There doesn't seem to be much dispute there. The police responded to the scene. There were statements that he made to the police at the scene. So the government's burden, while it is beyond a reasonable doubt, they have a lot of evidence here. This is not a mystery. The government is going to be able to prove this case, which is probably why the defense from the beginning expressed their willingness to make this a non-trial resolution, a plea deal, which the government apparently is just not interested in.
Danny, to get to this point, a jury had to be selected and seated. How difficult would that have been in this community where this tragedy happened?
It's hard enough to seat a jury in a high-profile case. It is harder if the case involves the killing of innocents, and harder still if it is a federal death penalty eligible case, because you not only have to seat jurors in a high-profile case, a controversial case, but you also have to ask the additional questions that make them death penalty eligible. And that is really difficult because you have to ask questions like, could you vote to send somebody to their death? And when you think about it, all of us, no matter what your religion is, have been trained since birth almost about the sanctity of human life, to not harm others. So that goes against our thinking. When you think about it, it goes against our training to say, hey, I could vote to send someone to their death, a stranger, somebody else, irrespective of the reason. So that's why it's so difficult to get a death penalty jury. It's the only jury normally in the federal system. The judge decides the punishment. In a death penalty case, that's a reversal of the rule. The jury decides guilt, and they also decide the punishment, death penalty yes or death penalty no.
Bauer's lawyers filed a motion to try and get the death penalty off the table. What is their strategy here?
You got to try everything you can in a case like this. Sometimes you're just handed a very difficult case as a defense attorney, and that's the situation here. You try anything you can, and the argument here is, hey, there were other cases in which the federal government did not seek a death penalty. They were just as bad. Therefore, the government's choice to seek the death penalty here is arbitrary, and the death penalty cannot be meted out arbitrarily. Now, the judge denied it. It was an interesting motion, not likely to succeed. But again, when you have this set of bad facts against your client, you have to try anything you can. And remember, these are court-appointed counsel. These are people who are doing their duty. I'm a defense attorney, so I feel strongly for these folks. They are doing their duty. They're assigned to this case. They didn't choose this client. So they are doing what everybody, it's not a popular job, but it's something that our Constitution absolutely enshrines. So it's really important stuff.
All right, Danny Ceballos, appreciate you being here to break it down. Thank you so much.
International headlines now. Italian firefighters have recovered 4 bodies from an Italian lake after a tourist boat overturned over the weekend.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Well, on Sunday, more than 20 people were celebrating a birthday on board of a tourist boat on Lake Maggiore in the north of Italy when they're caught up in a sudden storm and their boat capsized. Now, most passengers managed to swim ashore or were rescued by other boats, but 4 of them, as you mentioned, died. On Monday, it was revealed that 2 of the victims were Italian intelligence agents and 1 was a retired member of the Israeli security forces. The 4th victim was the wife of the boat's owner. Let's go to Uganda, where the president approved a new anti-homosexuality legislation. Homosexuality was already illegal in Uganda, but the new law now imposes the death penalty for those who have sex with someone below the age of 18 or is infected with HIV. The United Nations and the US warned that this new crackdown will put the country's progress in tackling HIV in grave jeopardy, as people will be even more discouraged from seeking help for fear of punishment. And let's end this short tour of the world in China, where a university professor became the first civilian astronaut to be sent to space. He was part of a crew of 3 astronauts who took off this morning on board of a rocket that will take them to China's Tiangong space station orbiting the Earth. The choice of the university professor generated interest in China not only because he's the first civilian astronaut, but also because he wears eyeglasses. And many on social media wondered how someone without perfect vision could be physically cleared for a space mission. Well, it's a bit of a space oddity, guys.
I definitely would not have made it then if that was I'm totally blind.
Maybe it's a fashion statement.
Claudio, thank you so much.
Coming up, they are dangerous and potentially deadly. When we return, the new warning about popular products that could be putting babies at risk. What new parents need to know.
Also, yet another reason to eat your greens. Why researchers say vegetables could help treat symptoms of depression. You're watching Morning News Now.
Patty Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We're back now with our weekly mental health check-in. More men are experiencing symptoms of depression just weeks after their babies are born. We'll tell you how to spot those symptoms.
Plus, ever wonder what makes the body stressed? We have more on what some call the stress hormone. Let's bring in Dr. George James for more on this. He is a licensed marriage and family therapist. Doctor, good to have you with us. So let's start with postnatal depression in men. New research found up to 10% of men experience some sort of depression once their child's born. So walk us through why that is, what the symptoms are that some men are experiencing, and how they can be treated.
Yes, postnatal depression is something that we've heard that many women go through, but actually many men, many fathers go through it as well. And some of the symptoms are, sometimes feeling sad or detached or disconnected, feeling torn or guilty, or having to go back to work or not being able to support their child as much. And overall, that these men are going through so many different things. As you see, either they could be experiencing some weight loss, they could be dealing with some sleep troubles. And part of it is they feel sometimes they can't talk about what they're going through because their partner or mother is the high priority. So they do need some focus and attention as well.
And doctor, we talk a lot about stress in this series, so we want to take a look at what's going on inside the body when we are feeling stress. That starts with a hormone called cortisol. What does cortisol do to the body, and can we regulate it so we can better handle those stressful situations?
Yes, cortisol is one of those hormones in our body that is actually very helpful. It comes out during our fight or flight moments where we're in those stressful moments where we feel like we need to do something. It's actually pretty healthy and needed. But when we experience high levels of stress or ongoing stress or trauma, cortisol is constantly going, and that's where it can be very difficult and cause other situations for people. So to regulate it is you have to regulate how you respond to stressful situations. Have some go-to moves, get some support, talk to somebody to help you so that the cortisol is not at high levels all the time.
Let's talk a little bit about diet here. You're supposed to eat your greens, but if you're struggling to do that, hey, here's a study that might convince you to buckle down. Researchers in the UK and Australia found eating more vegetables could help lower depression and leave you feeling, this is interesting, more relaxed. So why is that?
Now, this is one of those studies that we're like, yes, of course. We've been hearing this for many years, right? Eating a healthier diet, eating more greens, it's just healthy all around for your body and for your emotions. And some of that is also when we eat non-healthy things, it actually can increase our levels of stress and anxiety. We're eating more sweets and other things like that. So just eating more greens can allow us to be in a more peaceful place. It can help us to be in a more mindful state. And most likely, those individuals are also still staying a little bit more active on average than maybe others, which also can help to lower your anxiety. So it's a good thing all around. Eat your greens. It will help you in the long run.
And finally, Dr. James, we have to turn to TikTok for this next trend. Users are putting ice packs on their faces for 15 minutes to help relieve symptoms of anxiety. Is this something we should all be doing?
I don't think that we all should be doing this, but there is something that is there, right? For a lot of folks, when we're anxious, we are not in our kind of present mind. We're sometimes in the future. Sometimes something that's a little bit cooler or a little bit warmer can bring us into the present moment and allow us to just relax. But we also need to practice other things. We need to think about, why are we anxious? We need to find ways to push through or fight through that anxiety. And then we also need to practice things like exercise or other things that can help us to regulate the anxiety and to manage it. So these things can be helpful, but I would actually want someone to seek out a medical provider and practice finding those things, breathing, exercise, maybe a little cool or warm, to be in the moment and practice mindfulness so that you can overcome the anxiety in that moment.
So a polar bear plunge alone won't cure your problems. You need a few other tools. All right, Dr. George James, as always, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
We have a new warning this morning for parents of newborns. An NBC News investigation on infant loungers found that there were more deaths caused by these baby products than the numbers initially reported by the government. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Wynn has more on what every parent needs to know.
It was a very special time for our family.
Kate and Brandon Movitz welcomed baby Pierce into their family in May of 2020.
He was just a little dream for us.
Yeah, the first time I held him, I just gushed at him and felt the unconditional love.
They didn't think twice about putting him to sleep in an infant lounger, a cushion pad or pillow for babies. Their 5-year-old son, Jude, slept in the same one when he was a newborn.
Everyone used them because they help babies sleep.
When Pierce was 10 weeks old, he went to sleep in his DockATot Deluxe Plus baby lounger. He didn't wake up. The autopsy revealed Pierce died accidentally from positional asphyxia.
After Pierce passed, I looked up the product and it said, not for infant sleep, which we didn't know.
2 years ago, after reports of 8 infant deaths, the Consumer Product Safety Commission recalled more than 3 million boppy newborn loungers. But an NBC News analysis found at least 26 baby deaths linked to various brands of infant loungers between 2015 and 2023. More than twice as many deaths cited by the CPSC in its recent warnings.
Had we known, we would have never put him in it.
NBC News asked DockATot about Pierce Movitz's death and others. The company says it is committed to safety, adding none of the reports have shown its products were the cause of those tragedies. Alex Hohen-Sarek is the CPSC chair.
There was some criticism that when CPSC initially reported the potential dangers, that you knew of more deaths than you made the public aware of. How do you respond to that?
So we have laws that restrict us, our ability to talk to the public about all the information we know about products. So if I knew about a danger about a product right now, I couldn't go and tell you about it without actually first going to the company itself and letting them know what we're going to say.
That seems backwards.
I agree.
He says restrictions on issuing recalls and warnings about products delay how quickly the CPSC can get safety information to the public. Industry representatives say infant loungers come with warnings and are safe if used as intended on the floor for babies who are awake and closely monitored.
Should these products be taken off the market? Yes or no?
So I can say this. I would never buy these products for myself or my family. I think it's dangerous.
If someone has this in their home right now, what should they do with it?
If it was me, I would take that product and I would get rid of it.
The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends babies sleep alone on their backs on a firm, flat mattress in a crib or bassinet with no loose blankets, pillows, crib bumpers, or other soft items.
We were all together as a family in the bed.
The Movitzes started the Pierced Forever Foundation to help other families who've lost babies.
If there's even an ounce of chance that these infant loungers can cause death or injuries, then people should know about it.
They hope sharing their story will help protect other babies.
If we can help other families learn so they don't have to go through the nightmare we've lived through, that would be incredible. And an honor to Pierce.
Vicki Wynn, NBC News, Detroit.
Coming up, sounding the alarm, concerns growing over the safety of some electric cars being sold without AM radio.
When we come back, why some say it's a matter of public safety. This is Morning News Now.
is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Welcome back. Concerns are growing over a decision by some electric car companies to pull AM radio from some models. Those companies say AM radio frequencies are messing with their electric models, but the decision is creating new fears that people could be at risk in emergencies because they'll miss life-saving radio alerts. The debate is raising new questions about how we'll all access critical info as technology keeps evolving. NBC's Katie Beck has the story.
You see it in the movies and in video games.
This is an emergency broadcast transmission. If you are hearing this broadcast, seek shelter immediately.
Emergency warnings mainly transmitting on AM radio stations. The alert saving countless lives in real life, too.
This is a Clear Channel emergency response team.
This is your signal. This is your distress signal out there. We'll continue to try to help you find your loved ones.
You are going into an area that you know exactly what is happening.
Telling people what they need to know and do during emergencies. Road signs like this one directing people where to tune in during a disaster.
That's the story right now as the Coast Guard comes in.
Like KSCO, an AM radio station in Santa Cruz, California, which has been around since 1947.
Get up and go, it's today you know on KSCO Radio.
And reaches millions across Central California.
The radio station has always been here first to serve the community, and it's a community that needs a lot of service in times of storms and earthquakes and floods and power outages and any other kind of unusual local disaster that you can think about.
Now those alerts are getting harder for people to actually hear. Why? Because electric vehicles are becoming more popular around the country. Sales were up 65% last year, and the car companies that make them are ditching AM radios in their new models. Automakers say it's because the motors on electric cars interfere with AM frequencies. The automakers say the alerts should keep up with the changing tech, saying people should use phones instead of radios in emergencies. But officials say that presents a clear challenge.
The fact of the matter is broadcast radio and television are free mediums to push emergency information to people.
While AM radio is on the decline, 47 million people still listen to it, according to Nielsen, including those who may not have the money to buy things like smartphones or satellite radio. And this has Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey and Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts calling automakers out.
How are people supposed to get this information on their phone when they're driving through a climate-induced catastrophic storm?
What do you do when there's a power outage, or when there's an earthquake, or when there's a fire? The internet, 99 out of 100 times during a disaster, ain't there. It just doesn't work. But radio is there.
Lawmakers and radio hosts on the same wavelength about why AM radio is so important to so many across the U.S. Katie Beck, NBC News.
Some more financial headlines now. A popular Android screen recording app has been accused of secretly spying on its users.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, Valerie, good morning. Yes, so listen to this. A cybersecurity firm says a popular Android screen recording app has spied on its users, stealing microphone recordings and other documents from phones. The firm found the app called iRecorder Screen Recorder introduced malicious code as an app update almost a year after it was listed in the Google Play Store. Now, the code allowed it to upload a minute of audio from a device's microphone every 15 minutes and access documents, web pages, and media files. Now, the app is no longer listed in Google Play, but users are being advised to delete it. iRecorder had racked up more than 50,000 downloads. Kohl's is the latest company to receive backlash from conservatives for support of the LGBTQ+ community. Forbes reports the retailer is in focus from the right over a Pride Month display that included children's clothing and a number of Disney-themed items. Kohl's annual ESG report shows the company is clearly supportive of LGBTQ+ causes. Now, it's unclear whether that's what has drawn the ire of conservatives, as Kohl's has participated in Pride Month since at least 2017. Apple, Fox, and Netflix have emerged as potential bidders for future NBA media rights, with the price tag expected to top $5 billion a year. Now, currently, Disney, that's the parent of ABC and ESPN, and Warner Brothers Discovery, that's the parent of TNT, are in an exclusive negotiating window to renew their contracts with the league, which expire in 2025. And Bloomberg reports some tech giants have expressed interest in bidding once that window ends next spring. The NBA is expected to sell the rights to more than 2 companies and may carve out a games for streaming service, guys.
I bet interest is high in Miami this morning for anything related to the NBA. So, all right.
Silvana, thank you so much.
Coming up, celebrating the spotlight, a new show with a predominantly AAPI cast is getting a lot of attention.
Up next, we've got a look at the series and how it's breaking barriers in Hollywood and beyond. This is Morning News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Most parents have been known to show off their kids' accomplishments on social media, and not even incredibly famous parents like Beyonce can avoid it. The Cuff It singer shared the sweetest Instagram post with this video of Blue Ivy killing it on stage during her Renaissance World Tour. Blue Ivy was wearing almost the exact same outfit as her mom. You can see she was flawlessly dancing along with the rest of the backup dancers. Beyonce captioned the post, writing, "I'm so proud to be your mama. You bring us so much joy, my sweet angel." A reminder, Blue Ivy, just 11 years old, and this made me realize we have so many more generations of Beyonce-ness ahead of us, which makes me very happy.
And looking forward to that. And who else is she going to learn to dance from better than Beyonce?
No kidding,
right?
yeah, the queen.
Finally, this hour, we're almost at the end of AAPI month, and the celebration continues. Today, we're looking at a Disney Plus show that has everyone talking. MSNBC's Richard Louie got to chat with the cast of American-Born Chinese about the show's major impact both within the community and beyond.
A mashup, fantasy and teen turmoil, angst, martial arts, drama and comedy. A game changer.
So freaking unbelievable.
The lead in the series American-Born Chinese, a high schooler.
I just want to be a regular guy who does regular stuff.
To some, actor Ben Wong is unexpected, like his character's ponderings of race and the metaverse.
He's a new student and he's Chinese, like you.
I'm not from this world.
It is a spectacular stew, you could say, of everything, everywhere, all at once. It does include Oscar winner Michelle Yeoh.
These are important stories to be told about people who look like us.
Audiences, I feel like right now, are ready for it. You know, especially young audiences, they're more sophisticated now, like me.
And like President Biden.
We see the possibilities of the community and all the young people here.
He hosted the show at the White House, the largest Asian American gathering there ever.
We grew up watching and understanding media from all sorts of different places, watching anime, right? Watching things with subtitles, which used to be a thing, right?
You know, I think I do remember you. I mean, you kind of stand out, obviously.
There's also a bit of rom-com. Sydney Taylor plays the love interest.
I wanted them to have a good friendship.
Maybe not.
And we didn't know, actually, how it would end.
No, we got script to script, so
as we were shooting the episode,
keep it open.
We'd find out what happens next.
Open, like the story of this phantasmagorical feast, the son of a god, a goddess, and a 90s sitcom caricature of Asian racial tropes.
What could go wrong?
Enjoy, but beware. Activist actor Daniel Wu plays the mythological Monkey King.
You know, when I watched 16 Candles and saw Long Duk Dong on screen and go, oh my God. You know, to where we are now and seeing what an accurate representation of our culture and our family life it is happening on screen. But I was telling my daughter, like this morning, actually, that this is not normal. This doesn't always happen, so don't think that it is.
This cast does not.
We can't explain how we got here, but...
Yeah, been a lot of this.
A lot of hands wringing, sure. But also a lot of hands clapping for this bellwether of a new time. Richard Louie, Los Angeles.
All right, our thanks to Richard Louie for that story.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Valerie Castro in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, unprecedented attack. Far from the front lines, a drone attack overnight on residential buildings in Moscow, forcing people there to evacuate. This attack comes after a new wave of powerful explosions hit Kyiv again. We're on the ground with the latest from the Ukrainian capital. Debt deadline. With the clock ticking, leaders in both parties are trying to sell the debt ceiling deal. All the while, the nation's financial fate hangs in the balance. But with just days left before a default and potential economic catastrophe, time is running out. We'll take a look at the sticking points as a key group of lawmakers is set to make a first vote to pass the deal. Scare at sea. A Carnival cruise ship battered by a storm with massive swells. Water sent rushing into the ocean liner and leaving hallways flooded. This morning, there are new questions about why the captain chose to sail through the storm. And flipping the script, this morning I've got a one-on-one conversation with one of the hottest names on Broadway who just made history by becoming one of the first openly non-binary performers to be nominated for a Tony. How they're working to shine a spotlight on diversity and blaze a trail for others to follow. This is one of the biggest hits of the Tony season. Some like it hot. Looking forward to bringing you that conversation a little later this hour. We're going to start with breaking news this morning. Drone attacks targeting the city of Moscow.
These attacks are the first time residential buildings in Russia's capital have been hit since the war started. But Ukraine denying any responsibility for the attack. Meanwhile, the city of Kyiv marching on after facing a barrage of back-to-back attacks in broad daylight, including another deadly strike overnight. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the latest from Kyiv.
Joe, Valerie, good morning to both of you. Now, the Kremlin says President Putin has been briefed about those drone attacks in Moscow. But I just want to step out of frame and have my cameraman zoom up to the top floor of this residential apartment building, a high-rise apartment building in Kyiv. And you can see that massive destruction up on the top floor. The sounds that you might hear there, throwing debris and cleaning up this area, windows literally coming out of windows. Residents we spoke with say they heard a massive explosion around 3 a.m. Unclear, though, whether it was debris from a downed drone or whether this building took a direct hit.
Overnight in Moscow, a rare drone attack. City officials say several buildings sustained minor damage. Some residents were evacuated, but no serious injuries. The Russian Ministry of Defense says 8 aircraft-type unmanned aerial vehicles were involved in the attack and were destroyed. NBC News has not independently verified that information. Earlier this month, Russian officials said at least 2 drones targeted the Kremlin, but there's been no claim of responsibility. It comes just hours after the 3rd wave of Russian aerial attacks on Ukrainian cities in just 24 hours. Explosions lighting up the sky in Kyiv. Ukraine's Air Force says they destroyed nearly 30 drones. But debris from the interceptions causing serious damage on the ground, killing at least 1 person in the capital, injuring more than 10 in the region. A fire breaking out in a Kyiv high-rise building, forcing residents to evacuate. When the drone is flying, it is fear, this woman says. You are happy to be alive and just thinking about what will happen next. The unrelenting middle-of-the-night attacks come after a rare broad daylight assault on Monday. Kids seen screaming, terrified, running through the streets. Just after 1 p.m., air raid sirens sent residents scrambling for cover. Fragments of missiles landing in busy Kyiv streets.
Take a look. Kyiv is coming back to life just hours after that attack. Everyone is back outside. But earlier on Monday, during that rare daytime attack, city officials say 41,000 people sheltered in the subway.
But these are scenes we haven't seen in months. The defiance still here, this young man says. This is certainly not enough to break us.
Now Moscow points the finger directly at Kyiv for those drone attacks inside Moscow. A senior Ukrainian official, though, this morning is saying that we are watching from Kyiv, but the Ukraine had nothing to do with it. I'll send it back to you guys.
Molly, thank you so much.
Let's bring in retired Lieutenant Colonel Danny Davis. He is a senior fellow and military expert at Defense Priorities. Lieutenant Colonel, good morning. Good to have you with us. So we've got drone attacks on Moscow, a daytime missile strike in Kyiv. These are new scenarios that are different from what we've seen so far. What's the significance here? Are we seeing a turning point in this war?
You're seeing an evolution in the war, without question, because the drones were seen as very effective from the very outset. But it took time to ramp up the production of them into acquisition or for whatever methods they can get it. Now that you're starting to see Russia has actually for many months have been trying to ramp up domestic production, and it now appears that they're starting to have production online. And so I suspect that you're going to see more of these come up. And then, of course, Kiev, as some of their leaders said yesterday, they said, why should Moscow be safe while our capital is not? And now you're seeing it being expanded to Moscow, and I expect this will continue, if not expand.
So Ukraine says it was not behind this drone attack on Moscow, but whoever it was, help us understand how significant a development this is.
Well, so far, it's basically a public relations hit because it didn't even attack any military installations. In fact, apparently, the air defense systems of any drones that were moving towards high-value targets were, in fact, knocked down, but they didn't have any coverage for the residential buildings, and those were hit. So I think that Moscow is now going to do what it can to improve its air defense capability. But I expect that Ukraine will do whatever it can to add. And, of course, I don't really think that, that Ukraine had nothing to do with this because they said that it was going to happen about 12 hours before it did. And that's just how war is.
Is it surprising Moscow wasn't better prepared for that?
It is, actually, because many of their commentators have been talking about this for months, that they expected it. And how could they not? Because if you're attacking your opponent's capital city, you have to expect that it's going to come in the other direction. And I think that now that they've had it exposed that their air defense has some capacity, but it's not bulletproof.
So as things escalate here, do we think we might see any Russian allies ramp up efforts to help after these latest attacks? We know Russian ally Belarus has stepped really directly into the conflict, promising nuclear weapons to any ally that joins in the war. What's going on here?
Yeah, Lukashenko has a history of making some really odd statements throughout his tenure there, and this is certainly one of them. And no, I don't think anybody's going to be taking that seriously because you're not going to join an alliance unless you feel threatened and you feel like there's security in numbers. And nobody outside of Russia and Belarus are threatened at all. And in fact, you had the president of Kazakhstan say, "Oh yeah, Lukashenko, that was a funny joke." So he's made pretty clear that he's interested in economic union, but he wants nothing to do with any conflict.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel Danny Davis, thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
In Washington today, lawmakers will take the first step towards approving the deal to end the debt ceiling standoff. But with opposition from both sides, its future is far from certain. And President Biden and House Speaker McCarthy are racing to shore up votes to get it passed before the June 5th default deadline. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake joins us now from Capitol Hill.
Hey, Valerie, good morning. Look, there's a new deadline, June 5th, just 6 days away. That means the pressure's on for leaders in both parties to whip their votes and make sure this bipartisan deal can get across the finish line by that deadline or risk an economic collapse potentially just a few days away.
With 6 days until the U.S. runs out of money to pay its bills, President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy are racing to shore up support for their bipartisan budget deal that would suspend the nation's borrowing limit through early 2025 while cutting federal spending.
But I feel very good about it.
With the House back in session today, the president appears optimistic the bill will reach his desk by next Monday's deadline, averting a disastrous default.
There is no reason why it shouldn't get done by the 5th.
But some House Democrats say they have concerns about the 99-page bill, including new work requirements for some recipients of the SNAP food assistance program.
We are being held hostage. That is a very real word for where we are right now. There are things I would never vote for under normal circumstances.
I'm saying I'm still undecided because we are still reviewing the bill.
The president asked what he would say to those skeptical Democrats.
Talk to me.
Mr. Biden and senior White House staffers working the phones to sell the deal to fellow Democrats. Meanwhile, some conservative Republicans argue that the bill's spending cuts aren't deep enough.
We're just barreling towards an infinite amount of debt, and we've got to stop that.
Echoed by GOP presidential candidate Ron DeSantis.
Our country was careening towards bankruptcy. And after this deal, our country will still be careening towards bankruptcy.
But House Republican leaders disagree, calling the bill an important step forward.
It's time for the big boys and the big girls to step up and realize that we can't let perfect be the enemy of the good and that we've got to get this done.
Here's how this is going to play out. We will see a first procedural vote in the Rules Committee today. Then the full House will take this bill up tomorrow night. Expect to see a lot of behind-the-scenes arm twisting and horse trading to try to get the votes necessary just to pass the House. Then, of course, the Senate has to take up this bill, and I expect them to work on it all the way through the weekend, Valerie, putting us right up against that Monday deadline.
Lots more to come, Garrett. Thanks so much.
The Memorial Day holiday turned violent in Florida when a mass shooting in Hollywood Beach left 9 people injured. It was part of a spike in gun violence across the country during the Memorial Day holiday weekend. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now with the latest. Guad, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. It was supposed to be a weekend of holiday celebrations across the country for many, but of course it ended in tragedy with a string of gun violence taking place. Here in South Florida, police say there was an altercation just behind me in this area in Hollywood Beach that resulted in gunfire exchange, leaving the victims behind to pick up the pieces. Overnight, gun violence shattering Memorial Day holiday in Hollywood Beach, Florida. 9 people injured, including a 1-year-old child. This video appears to show the moments after the shooting. Beachgoers on the boardwalk seen running to take cover from gunfire.
We keep getting calls. It's like an active scene, apparently. I don't know if it's an active shooter, but I hear the calls coming in.
The chaotic aftermath also captured in this video, appearing to show first responders frantically helping victims, with all 9 victims hospitalized, 5 adults and 4 minors.
We have 4 juveniles. Their ages are between 1 and 17.
Police say an altercation between 2 groups led to the violence. Authorities now asking for the public's help with their investigation.
If there is anybody who has pictures, who has videos of this incident, if they could please send it to PD.
The mayor condemning the violence.
I'm saddened and angered that we've had an incident on Hollywood Beach today. People come to a holiday, enjoy a holiday weekend on the beach, to have an altercation with guns in a public setting with thousands of people around them is beyond reckless.
It was part of a deadly weekend of shootings across the country, leaving at least 16 people dead and dozens more injured. A reminder of the deadly toll of gun violence in America. Now, authorities say thousands were present when this took place. As you saw, they are asking for the public for help, any videos or photos that can help with that investigation. They have detained one person of interest, and as of last night, they were still searching for one suspect. Joe?
All right, Guad, thank you.
Now to Iowa, where a 9th person was rescued from that partially collapsed apartment building in Davenport.
Take a look at this. 52-year-old Lisa Brooks. She was seen waving out of her window 24 hours after being trapped by debris. She was pulled to safety by first responders. Now city officials want to move forward with demolishing the rest of the building, saying it's not structurally sound and could collapse even more. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us from Davenport with more on the amazing rescue. Maggie, good morning.
Hey guys, it was absolutely incredible. And by the way, Lisa Brooks's family was here on the ground last night when she started waving out her window. They were in the crowd cheering with everyone else, and they told us they had come here to, in their words, stop the bulldozers, knowing that at least as of yesterday, the city of Davenport was planning to begin demolition on what's left of this building as soon as this morning. And Brooks, the family noted, was one of many who over the last few years has raised a lot of concerns about the condition of this building, prompting the owner to recently take out permits and start repairs. And basically now people who were angry that process, they say, didn't happen fast enough, believe the city is moving too quickly to tear down what's left. In Davenport, Iowa, amid jaw-dropping wreckage, an incredible display of survival and hope. 52-year-old Lisa Brooks waving out her own window, later telling her family, who says Brooks is disabled, she'd been hiding under her couch in shock for 24 hours after a large chunk of her historic 6-story apartment building collapsed Sunday. Brooks, Monday night, carried out by first responders. What happened when everybody saw her?
They started screaming, they were running around.
Her nephew in total disbelief.
It's like a fight or flight motion, so she took flight and went under there and hid.
But quickly, awe
Find our people! Find our people!
turned to anger, with people arguing more survivors could still be trapped and demanding the city postpone plans to demolish the building as soon as this morning. Officials saying Monday search crews with canines had thoroughly combed the site, adding,
"The building is structurally unsound, is posing a risk to responders."
Overnight, Davenport's mayor telling NBC News demolition plans are now under evaluation.
The frickin' building just collapsed.
At least 9 people have now been pulled from the rubble. Lexis Berry says her wife, Quanisha, was among them.
The ground just caved in, and then above us caved in on top of us.
For days, the couple had noticed cracks in their unit, snapping this photo just minutes before the collapse. Quanisha was trapped under debris for 8 hours with her legs pinned down. She's currently recovering in the ICU.
Her injuries are going to be life-changing for her.
And of course, we should note the official cause of this collapse is still under investigation. In the meantime, we've heard from city officials, including in a press release overnight, that they believe, basically, of course, this building is unstable and they worry the rest of it could come down at any moment. So they're asking people, including protesters who have already started gathering about a block away here at City Hall, to basically keep a safe distance. And we should also note NBC News has reached out to the owner of this building multiple times. So far, no response. So a lot of frustration here on the ground, guys, but also renewed hope in light of that incredible rescue last night. Joe?
Yeah, no kidding. All right, Maggie, thank you so much. The man accused of carrying out the worst anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history goes on trial later today. Robert Bowers is accused of opening fire on a group of worshipers at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh back in 2018. Bowers faces 63 charges, including some hate crime charges. 11 people were killed, 6 others were hurt, including 4 police officers who responded to stop the attack.
Now let's bring back meteorologist Michelle Grossman for a check at your morning News Now weather.
Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And we're tracking some showers today, some scattered showers across the country. We have several fronts that will be moving across the country. That's going to bring opportunities for showers, even some storms. The Northeast, another gorgeous day. We had a beautiful day yesterday. We'll see that once again today. Parts of New England into the Great Lakes looking really good as well. We have a front that will be taking hold over Florida. That's going to bring some heavy rain by Wednesday into Thursday. The big story in terms of rainfall today will be in the middle of the country. We are watching a long cold front that's sort of parked over the area area. You can see some rain falling in portions of the Midwest right now. Where you see the yellow, that's where the heavier rain is falling. And we do have the chance for seeing some pretty heavy rainfall in spots. It will be isolated, but still could see 3, even 4 inches of rain in some spots. That's going to lead to the chance for some flooding. So this is what it looks like for today, starting out in the west. Some storms in the Great Basin. You see some west storms where you see the green. The southwest looking good. Los Angeles looking really nice today. Hot in Phoenix, temperatures near 100 degrees. It's the middle of the country where we're watching the chance for scattered showers, stretching all the way from the northern plains into the central and southern plains. And the southern plains, we could see some strong storms. I'll show you that in just a minute. And then we have that coastal low. We've been talking about it since last week. It is finally moving away, but the last hurrah this morning being some scattered showers in portions of the southern mid-Atlantic into the Carolinas. That will finally pull off, and then we're going to see some storms tomorrow into portions of the southeast. Another winter, though, in the northeast. A really beautiful day with temperatures in the mid-70s in the northeast, and New England could see temperatures in the 60s. We're going to start to warm up there, though, as we head towards the later part of the week. This is what Wednesday looks like. This is tomorrow, PM storms in the Intermountain West. We're looking at storms still in the middle of the country, severe storms. So notice that cold front doesn't go very far. So we're looking at the same spot, seeing showers once again tomorrow. Warm still in the Midwest. Temperatures soaring 20, 25 degrees above what is average for this time of year. That warmth is going to swing to the east. So we're going to be into the 90s in New York City by later on this week. This is what it looks like on Friday. Speaking of that warmth in the east, record highs possibly in portions of the Northeast. Otherwise, it's a wet day for many on Friday. From the Rockies into the Intermountain West, portions of the central and southern plains, the upper Midwest, and heavy rain falling in parts of Florida, Miami. You could see lots of rain over Wednesday, Thursday. We're looking at heavy rainfall up to 5 inches in some spots. Let's talk about that summer preview, though, because we're going to bring out the shorts and also the short sleeves in many spots. We're looking at temperatures near 90 degrees in Minneapolis. That is 14 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Near 90 in Chicago. That's 15 degrees above average as well. In St. Louis, 90 degrees today. And notice what happens tomorrow. It kind of just swings a little bit to the east. So we're really warm in Grand Rapids, 88 degrees. Pittsburgh, you're warm too. Near 90 degrees in Syracuse. That's 14 degrees above average. And then look at New York City, 91 on Friday. It's not going to last long, but we're warm Thursday. We're even warmer on Friday, and then back to the 70s as a front comes through later Friday into Saturday. And speaking of fronts, we're watching those strong storms from New Mexico to Minnesota today. We could see isolated flash flooding. We could see some flooding as well. We could see winds gusting up to 80 miles per hour. That's hurricane force winds. And also the chance for some hail. Tornado risk, it's low, but it's not zero. And guys, we're going to keep this in place for Wednesday as well, so that front kind of lingers over the next couple of days. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, we'll get that sunscreen ready for later this week.
Yeah.
Speaking of heat, this morning Miami is celebrating after their beloved Heat clinched a spot in the NBA Finals. They beat the Boston Celtics in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals last night.
Now it's on to the finals where the Heat will take on my hometown team, the Denver Nuggets. And for both teams, this will be a very special championship. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson joins us now from what has to be a heartbroken city of Boston. Ann, good morning.
Oh, good morning. This is my hometown team, the Boston Celtics, and I can tell you this city was primed to make history last night to see the Celtics become the first team that was down 3 games to none and come back and win a series in the NBA. It had never happened before, and you know what? It didn't happen last night either. Instead, this morning, it is the Miami Heat making history as the second 8th seed to go all the way to the NBA Finals.
In a crazy series which saw both the Miami Heat and Boston Celtics on the ropes, it was the Heat who came up big in last night's deciding Game 7, blocking a historic comeback from the Celtics in their own house. Boston attempting to become the first team in NBA history to win a 7-game series after losing the first 3 games. The Heat bouncing back from a devastating Game 6 loss after an incredible Celtics buzzer beater Saturday. The 8th-seeded Heat finally overcoming their underdog status, led by star Jimmy Butler. Butler scoring 28 points to send the Heat to the NBA Finals, named the Eastern Conference Finals MVP.
My teammates give me so much confidence and belief to go out there and just hoop at a high level.
As a deflated TD Garden cleared out, in Miami, fans were going crazy. The Heat now looking to win their 4th championship trophy. Standing in their way now, a hungry and talented Denver Nuggets squad. eager to win that franchise's first ever title. Game 1 of the finals will be 10 days after Denver stunned LeBron and the Los Angeles Lakers in a Western Conference sweep. Denver's coach says his team is ready to return to the court.
I give our guys credit. They have been locked in. The energy has been very good.
Now, this morning, it is the Celtics' turn to take a look and try to figure out what went wrong and how to fix it, while Miami goes on to play for yet another championship ring. But I can tell you here in Boston, there are a lot of long faces this morning.
Oh, that's heartbreaking, but go Denver Nuggets.
But I was about to say, I think we have someone who doesn't care sitting here because they have another team on their mind.
And thanks so much.
Coming up, the man accused of driving a U-Haul truck into a barrier near the White House is set to appear before a judge.
We'll have more on the new information we've learned about him ahead of today's appearance next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Later today, the man accused of ramming a U-Haul truck into a barrier near the White House last week will appear before a judge in court. Prosecutors say the suspect, Cy Kandula, wanted to end U.S. democracy and take over the government. Kandula reportedly told officers on the scene he was on a mission to kill President Biden and that he admired Nazis. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now from Washington with more. Ken, I know you've done extensive reporting on what prosecutors are going to say about the U-Haul driver's intentions. What can you tell us about how the suspect apparently wanted to give a speech after taking power?
Yeah, that's right, Joe. But I first should tell you, and good morning, by the way, that a document popped up in the docket this morning. The suspect's lawyer is asking for a continuance of this hearing, saying she has not had enough time to prepare. So the detention hearing may well not happen today. But in preparation for it, prosecutors filed a memo in which they said they seized a diary, a so-called green book, from among Kandula's possessions in that U-Haul truck. And included in that green book was a draft speech that he intended to give once he seized power in the White House, and he was announcing an end to U.S. democracy and the death penalty for any resistors. Remember that we've already reported that he said he intended to kill the president if need be and seize power. He also told Secret Service agents that even though he didn't make it into the White House, he felt he was successful because he sent a message to the Secret Service and other organizations. Remember, he had a Nazi flag, expressed admiration for Hitler. So not a well person, obviously. Prosecutors asking to keep him behind bars pending trial.
Yeah, so Ken, if the hearing happens today or when it does happen down the road, what exactly can we expect? What will prosecutors argue to try and keep the suspect in jail until a possible trial?
They're arguing that the big ones, that he's a danger to the community and a flight risk. Well, you know, he flew here from St. Louis. That's where he lives. So they're saying he has no ties to the Washington, D.C. community. There's no place they can release him to be sure that he would appear. But they're also saying because of his dangerous rhetoric and his violent actions that he poses a continuing danger to the community, and so they are asking a judge to hold him in jail. Remember, he's charged with one count of depredation of property, destroying federal property. He's not charged with trying to kill the president as of now.
So, Ken, what is it we are learning about the suspect in the days after this attack, and what has been his defense so far?
Well, he really hasn't had a chance to mount a defense. His lawyer, his public defender, is just now getting up to speed on the case. We don't know very much about him other than that the government said that he is a lawful permanent resident, so subject to deportation if he's convicted of this charge. And the government mentioned that he had visited family in India. And that's about it, really. But clearly from the rhetoric that he's espousing, again, not a well person, Joe.
All right, Ken Delanian, thank you so much.
International headlines now starting with violent clashes between Serb protesters and NATO forces in northern Kosovo.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other international headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, on Monday, 25 troops from a NATO-led peacekeeping force were injured after clashes with protesters in Kosovo. Now, the troops were trying to stop a crowd of ethnic Serbs from entering a government building in which Albanian mayors took up their post this week. The soldiers tried to disperse the protesters with tear gas and stun grenades, while demonstrators responded by throwing rocks at them. Tension among ethnic Albanians and Serbs living in Kosovo has been high ever since the country declared independence from Serbia, but has recently worsened. Let's go to Nova Scotia, where raging wildfires have forced at least 16,000 people to evacuate their homes. Officials in the Canadian region say the fires have now spread to 25,000 acres and have been deemed out of control. Nova Scotia is experiencing a record-breaking heat wave, and wind gusts of up to 40 miles per hour are causing the fires to spread quickly. Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau called the wildfires incredibly serious. And here's the proof that if a sport is cheesy, it doesn't mean it's not dangerous. Hundreds of people in Gloucester, England, as they do every year for some reason, roll down a steep hill to chase a 7-pound cheese wheel. The winner of the women's race was knocked unconscious after she bumped her head, but still managed to roll through the finishing line and won. She said she realized she won only after she woke up in a medical tent. Sorry, this is so funny. I now wonder whether... I'm so sorry. This is really funny. But I wonder whether the photographer who took the picture of the winners asked her to say cheese, guys.
I hope he did.
We can laugh because we think she's okay, although we don't know.
She won, though, right?
She did win. And that's nothing. You should see what they do for the bottle of wine that goes with that cheese. Wow.
Claudio, thank you so much.
Coming up, we are still more than a year away from the elections, but the 2024 campaign season is already heating up.
Up next, we'll take you to Iowa, where Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is holding his first big campaign event since officially kicking off his run. This is Morning News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest on the 2024 presidential campaign. Republican presidential candidate Ron DeSantis is set to have his first official campaign event in Des Moines, Iowa later today.
Comes just days after DeSantis kicked off his campaign on Twitter with Elon Musk.
NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Des Moines with the details. Dasha, good morning. Let's start with what we can expect to see from today's event. They're calling it a campaign kickoff instead of a traditional launch. Is there a difference?
Hey guys, good morning. Well, look, the official launch happened on the internet. You saw it on Twitter Spaces, or you heard it at least, with Elon Musk. So that was the official launch of the campaign. Now, this is when the game really begins. This is, I think, the third time I'm talking to you guys from Des Moines, Iowa, about a DeSantis event, but this is the first time that he is an actual presidential candidate. So now the pressure is on. Now he has to prove himself in the very important retail politics that is so critical to voters here in Iowa and in the other states he'll be visiting next week, New Hampshire and South Carolina. These are the early states that can make or break a presidential candidacy. Of course, they are not kingmakers, but they can really build that momentum and show voters whether or not somebody really has legs in these races. And so this is going to be an important moment for him on the ground as a presidential candidate, looking voters in the eyes and making his case now as a candidate, guys.
So, Dasha, this comes after the glitchy Twitter announcement alongside Elon Musk. Any indication that hurt DeSantis at all?
Well, look, you saw both President Biden and former President Trump sort of memifying that moment and using it to their own advantage. The DeSantis team, though, saying that they broke the internet and using that to sort of propel their message that he has a lot of enthusiasm behind him. So a bit of a Rorschach test. If you're a fan of DeSantis, he broke the internet. If you're not, it was a failure. But meanwhile, the campaign itself is moving forward with the message that he is the alternative to the former president, that he is the guy who can beat Joe Biden. You heard him talking about that just over the last few days, and that he can serve 2 terms, which is something that the former president cannot do. And I think that's something that you're going to hear a lot on the campaign trail as part of the case that he's making for why he is the guy to elect.
DeSantis is speaking out about why he is choosing to run for president in 2024. He had this to say on Fox News.
Why is right now the time for Ron DeSantis to run for president?
Because everyone knows if I'm the nominee, I will beat Biden and I will serve 2 terms, and I will be able to destroy leftism in this country and leave woke ideology on the dustbin of history.
Recent polling shows DeSantis is still trailing former President Trump by a considerable amount. So, Dasha, how does he plan to differentiate himself during this early campaign tour? And can we expect to see him touting his recent legislation that was passed in Florida?
Yeah, well, look, I think what you just heard from him there is going to be a big part of the case he's making here in Iowa and beyond. But yeah, his policies in Florida, the massive amount of legislation that he just passed, that is going to be critical. He's going to make the case that he is not just talk, but action. He does have policy platforms to stand on, so he will be absolutely touting those. That was a big part of his strategy to announce after legislative session was over, so that he would be able to point to some of of those victories in Florida and say, hey, look at what we got done, and that's what I'll be able to do nationwide as well. The thing that I'm going to be watching for, though, is how does he walk that line when it comes to former President Trump? He's got to find his footing really quickly here. How directly is he going to go after him, or is he going to do that sort of subtle, jab without actually naming him? What is going to be his tack when it comes to going after the former president? That's going to be really critical, as a lot of people have a whole lot of opinions on how he should handle that, and excuse the early morning to morning traffic here. But look, that's going to be important, and that is going to be a big part of creating the sort of permission structure for voters who are maybe looking for an alternative to former President Trump but aren't ready to jump just yet. They need to see evidence that whatever alternative they pick actually has a path forward. They need to prove that to those voters now so that they can jump and, by the way, look to their friends and say, oh, hey, the water's fine. Come on in. We can do this, and we can go hitch our bandwagon to another candidate here.
All right, Dasha Burns in Iowa, thank you so much. Coming up, carnival chaos.
A cruise turned into a nightmare after a storm sent water pouring into the ocean liner. The terrifying video and the questions now swirling about how this even happened. That's next.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back with a story that may make you a little seasick. That's because a Carnival cruise ship was hit by a major storm. Passengers were forced to take higher ground after the hallways became flooded with water. Other parts of the ship were also left damaged. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Miami with more on this scary situation. Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Valerie, good morning. There were more than 3,000 passengers on board the ship as they were experiencing this ordeal. And Valerie, the National Hurricane Center had been keeping tabs on the storm, which was sitting off the coast of the East Coast here for about a week with 12 to 17-foot swells. That is what this ship ran into off of South Carolina's coast on Friday. Those rough seas really flooding hallways and staterooms as many passengers were concerned about the level of communication.
For some 3,000 passengers cruising on the Carnival Sunshine this past week. A coastal storm turned their Caribbean dreams into a very scary nightmare.
I just prayed over and over and over for those waters to calm down.
After 5 days of nearly perfect weather, the 100,000-ton ship was slammed by wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour as it approached South Carolina's coast. Swells of nearly 20 feet tilting the ship, flooding corridors, unhinging doors, and terrifying passengers.
I recently went through cancer treatment, and this trip was about 3 times scarier than that.
Sharon Tutrone, a college professor, was celebrating with her 73-year-old mom, her caregiver, during those cancer treatments. Both women couldn't believe what they were witnessing.
The ship took a hit from a massive wave. It scared the heck out of me. It sounded like the ship split in two.
To make matters worse, frustrated passengers say the only communication coming from the captain Friday was just as the storm started.
We are expecting adverse weather condition as we sail back to Charleston and maybe arrive later than scheduled. We will continue to monitor the situation and provide you with an update early tomorrow morning.
The captain also telling passengers to be cautious when walking around the ship and that the vessel might move a little more than usual. Over 12 hours, the ship was pounded by fierce winds and rough seas. Several passengers we spoke with said they didn't receive any further information from the captain or crew until well into the next morning. And a screen displaying wind speeds and their velocity was replaced with a standby slate.
There was a crew door there, and they said they have seen the crew in there wearing life jackets. And at that point, I'm like, okay, they're wearing life jackets, but they're not telling us to do anything.
Daniel Taylor's cabin was on deck 2 in the front of the ship.
It sounded like a wrecking ball was hitting the ship, and it honestly sounded like it was tearing the ship apart.
Carnival later releasing a statement writing in part, Carnival Sunshine's return to Charleston was impacted by the weather and rough seas on Saturday. The weather's prolonged impact on the Charleston area delayed the ship's arrival. We appreciate the patience and understanding of all of our guests. The unsettling sequence, leaving thousands of passengers shaken, but thankfully there were no reports of any injuries.
I don't wish this on my worst enemy. It was awful.
So the ship came back about 12 hours late on Saturday. By the next morning, the Sunshine was back out on a different voyage at sea. So far, Carnival has not said why they didn't wait or sort of try to reorient around the storm, but rather appears to have approached it directly. Valerie, back to you.
All right, Sam Brock, thanks so much.
Now to some financial headlines. Disgraced Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes is expected to begin serving an 11-year prison term today.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning, Valerie. Good morning, Joe. Yep, the day has arrived for Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes to report to federal prison in Texas. She will begin serving an 11-year sentence for defrauding investors. And this closes a chapter in the downfall of one of Silicon Valley's most high-profile entrepreneurs after it was revealed that the company's blood testing technology was unreliable. Holmes leaves behind 2 children who were born during the hoopla surrounding her trial and conviction on 4 counts of fraud and conspiracy. Tesla CEO Elon Musk has reportedly touched down in China, and it's his first visit to the country in 3 years. Reuters says Musk's private jet landed earlier today in Beijing. Musk is expected to visit with top Chinese government officials and Tesla's factory in Shanghai. China is the company's second largest market after the United States. A group of top researchers, engineers, and CEOs are issuing a new warning about the threat they believe artificial intelligence poses to humanity. In a brief 22-word statement, the group says mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority alongside other societal-scale risks such as pandemics and nuclear war. The statement is co-signed by people including the CEO of OpenAI, that's the company behind the popular app ChatGPT. Earlier this year, an open letter was signed by many of the same individuals calling for a 6-month pause in AI development, guys. I could have told you that.
Yeah, the warnings keep coming. All right.
I'm scared.
Silvana, thank you so much.
Sure thing.
Let's head to Venice, a popular summertime vacation destination, but it seems the famous Grand Canal there is taking on a new color. It's turning green. Gondolas and water taxis have been rowing with a new view since the weekend, sending authorities on the move to solve the mystery. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons got the tough assignment this morning. Joins us now from Venice on a boat. Keir, good morning.
Yeah, the assignment of the year, right, Joe?
You're right, this water was green. It's not green any longer. You can see from the shot on the bridge above there, the water is now the colour that it should be. That's the Rialto Bridge from the 12th century. But now an investigation, a forensic investigation is underway. They're searching CCTV in what you could compare with the setting and the mystery, like something from an Agatha Christie whodunit.
The fluorescent green appeared suddenly on Sunday in Venice's world-renowned Grand Canal. Soon, images began appearing on social media, filmed by tourists here to enjoy the picture postcard views of a city famed for its beauty, stunned by the unexplained, brightly coloured stain in the water. We arrived early this morning.
Yes, it's green all in this area.
Our water taxi captain, Niccolo, had seen the strange green wash.
You like Hulk, the Avengers, the superhero.
It was the colour of
It's
the Incredible Hulk.
Yes, yes.
Have you ever seen the water in Venice, that colour?
Never, never.
Now there's a police investigation and wild speculation.
We just came under the Rialto Bridge. This is where that green stain was. It's disappeared. Its appearance in the water, still a mystery.
Officials say the green colour was caused by a harmless chemical, fluorescein.
It seemed like there was so much of it. Does that suggest someone did it deliberately?
The investigations are looking everywhere. The head of Venice's prefecture told us all hypotheses are open. In 1968, an artist with an environmental message threw green dye into the canal. And this month, climate activists turned Rome's Trevi Fountain black. In Milan, they threw paint at a statue. And in 2022, oil activists threw soup at a Van Gogh masterpiece.
For me, is the activist.
Jonathan and Whitney from Seattle are in Venice for their 10th wedding anniversary.
Well, in Chicago, they pour green in the river purposely to celebrate St. Patrick's Day.
But it's not St. Patrick's Day?
It's not, no.
For years, Venice has been assaulted by floods, while during COVID, it was a ghost town. The water so clean, jellyfish appeared. But nothing like this has been seen for decades. And so far, there's no explanation.
And Joe, the chemical that was used, they've now confirmed, is a chemical that can be used to look for holes in pipes. It seems like more was used in this case than you would use for that. So, again, it just adds to the mystery. But if we just show you that wide shot again from the bridge of this picturesque scene, I can confidently report, Joe, that life is as good as ever here in Venice.
Looks rough. And Kier, no word yet if the Chicago River has an alibi. We're checking with our sources on that one. All right, Kier, thank you so much. Enjoy your time there in Venice. Coming up, from church choir to Broadway.
Up next, we're sitting down with one of the hottest names in theater who's flipping the script and making history in the progress.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Welcome back. Is this real life or is this just fantasy? Following in the recent trend of rock stars selling their music catalog for big bucks, the entire catalog for the band Queen could soon be up for sale. And some estimates say it could go for more than $1 billion. The reason for that high price point? Well, the 2018 Oscar-winning film Bohemian Rhapsody about late frontman Freddie Mercury has renewed interest in the band. That or Bohemian Rhapsody is just about the best karaoke song ever, although that's debatable. The last music catalog to go for big bucks was Bruce Springsteen's for $500 million. Joe, I don't know about you, but I always think of Wayne's World when I hear that song.
Yeah, no kidding. We were literally listening to Bohemian Rhapsody over the holiday weekend, so I guess that proves the point right there.
Great song.
Thanks, Valerie. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. Enter J. Harrison G., now a Tony-nominated performer, breaking barriers and gender stereotypes on Broadway. Such a good show. G plays the role of Jerry/Daphne in the musical Some Like It Hot. The role earned them a Tony nomination for Best Actor in a Musical, making them one of the first non-binary actors to be nominated for a Tony. The show scored 13 nominations, more than any other this year. We are lucky to have J. Harrison G. on set with us. Good morning. Congratulations on all the Tony nominations, including yours.
Thank you.
This is, I mean, a movie that folks remember from 1959. It's fair to say it's been updated a little bit for I guess, more modern times. Yeah. Talk to us about your character and how much you love playing this character.
I play Jerry Daphne, and it's a fun journey I get to take every night, 8 times a week. A journey of freedom, of expansion, of growth, of newness, and it's something I'm excited to share with audiences, to be a mirror of how to break ourselves of limits, of labels, of boundaries, and allowing life to really expand us.
You and Alex Newell made history this year, the first non-binary performers nominated for Tonys. What did that mean to you, that making history that way?
It means everything. It's not something I take lightly. The work is being honored, the humanity is being honored, and we're making moves and strides to shape society and our industry in a different way.
That has sparked discussion about gendered awards in the Tonys. You had to make a decision into what category to enter. There was another performer who's non-binary who decided, I'm not going to enter because I don't want to have to pick.
Yeah.
How did you make that decision, and do you think things do need to change when it comes to how we give awards out to folks?
There's always room for growth. And what helped make it easy for me is I'm always going to show up in my fullness no matter where I am, and somebody else's compartmentalization of me doesn't bound me to being what they want me to be. So it was easy for me to say that I am going to show up in my fullness and be who I am no matter what, regardless of where you put me. So it was quite easy for me.
Because you show up in your fullness, I think after every show, every night, or maybe during the day, you have a lot of fans who gather outside the stage door. Many of them are there for you. What do you hear from people who love the show and love you?
I hear so many things, and I hear so many queer people who say thank you for the representation, thank you for allowing them to be seen, for their humanity, for parts of their journey and their experience to be experienced on stage, and for audiences to really receive a bit of life in a clear way and in a fresh way.
What does it mean to you when you hear people say that?
It means everything. I try to do everything in life with intention, with purpose, but most importantly with love. And so the way that people are receiving our show and really receiving the journey that I take every night, Jerry Daphne, queer people, cisgender people, such a range of people really responding in such a beautiful way.
Do you hear from people who maybe go into the show not knowing what to expect, and it changes something or makes them see things in a new way?
Oh, absolutely. Those people who are so in love with the original movie, those baby boomers who come and see the show and are like, wow, this fluid journey you take, and how their eyes are open, they're expanded, they really don't expect it. And that's how I know my job has been done effectively. If I can make one person leave the theater and think a little differently than when they came in, my job is done.
I understand you grew up singing in the church choir. Yeah. Your dad was a pastor.
Yeah.
How did that shape you?
Oh, that's my foundation. My foundation is faith, always. And it's not something that I take lightly. It is something I carry with me. I'm walking in my ministry. It just looks a little differently than what I was told it was supposed to look like.
How does your father feel about everything?
He is learning how much purpose my life has and is seeing how effective I'm being in the world using the gifts God gave me. So it's a journey for both of us.
We have a little less than a minute left here, but the Tonys are what, 12 days away? Not that anyone's counting. Are you nervous? Are you anxious? Are you excited? How are you feeling?
I'm all of the things, but mostly grounded and excited. It's a wonderful experience, and my mother's going to be my date for the Tonys. And she's nervous to see the show. Things I do still surprise her. She's like, when did you learn how to do all of this? So I'm excited to just show her what I've learned, how I'm continuing to grow and expand.
Well, we are excited for you. Congratulations. It is a well-deserved nomination.
Thank you so
much. We appreciate everything you are doing. Jay Harrison G., thank you so much for being here. Of course, the show running on Broadway now. You must check it out. It is fantastic. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Valerie Castro in for Savannah Sellers. Breaking news right now on Morning News Now. Moscow under fire. A rare attack on Russia's capital city. This morning, Russian officials are blaming Ukraine for a wave of overnight drone strikes. The first such attack on Moscow's residential areas since Russia invaded Ukraine. All this after several days of Russian airstrikes on Kyiv. We have team coverage with those newest developments this morning and how it could mark a turning point in the war. Also this morning, rescued from the rubble, an incredible story of survival in Iowa. One woman has been found alive inside that partially collapsed apartment building in downtown Davenport. Now there are new calls to keep demolition crews from tearing the rest of it down. We'll take you to the scene for the latest. Final push. This morning, the race is on to raise the debt ceiling, with the House committee set to vote on a tentative deal later today.
Look, you know I never say I'm confident what the Congress is going to do, but I feel very good about it. I'm confident that we'll get a vote in both houses, and we'll see.
But some lawmakers say they're going to vote against the agreement as the threat of a potentially catastrophic default grows. And chill out. A new trend on TikTok is helping people keep their cool literally. People using ice packs as a form of stress relief. But does it actually work? We'll get a professional to weigh in. A lot to get to this morning.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about the ice pack thing, like if I injure my shoulder, perhaps,
right.
But we'll see if it works for stress.
We'll find out more, right? Well, we start with breaking news this morning. Drone attacks on targets inside Russia, a sign that the war in Ukraine is heating up.
This morning, drones attacked buildings in the heart of Moscow. This was the first attack on residential buildings in the capital since the war started. But Ukraine officials say they had nothing to do with the attack. This follows a series of rare daytime airstrikes against Kyiv, including another deadly attack overnight. According to reports out of Ukraine, at least one person has been killed in those attacks. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald, who's following the latest developments from London, along with NBC News analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs. Megan, let's start with you. What's the latest we know about this attack, both in Moscow and also these ongoing airstrikes on Kyiv?
Well, Joe, good to be with you. We'll start in Moscow, where we know that some 8 drones were launched in the capital city of Moscow. And we know that several buildings received some damage. We know 2 people received some medical treatment. They were not hospitalized. There were no deaths associated with this. We understand that President Putin was briefed about this incident early this morning, and that they're saying that their air defense mechanisms that they have in place are working. They are calling this a terror attack. They are blaming Kyiv. Kyiv, of course, has not taken responsibility for this, But look, let's talk about Kyiv, because they have seen their third attack on the capital city there in Ukraine in just the last 24 hours. And so what we saw early this morning is another barrage of these drones. There's some 31 drones that were launched, the majority of them targeted towards Kyiv. We know that several people were injured. We know that one person died. We're talking apartment buildings, houses, cars, shops, stores, all damaged in these attacks. And then, of course, we just have to back up a couple of days to Saturday, when we saw the largest barrage of drone attacks in Kyiv since the war began. That, of course, one day before the city celebrated their founding day on Sunday. And then, of course, yesterday we saw a very rare incident of those in the middle of the day attack. We saw some missiles being launched at around 11 o'clock in the morning. Of course, we are seeing tensions continuing to rise with the drone attacks that we're seeing. Of course, Kyiv, again, not taking responsibility for that. But then, of course, the escalating violence that we're seeing in Kyiv, all of this as we know that Ukraine is preparing for this highly anticipated counteroffensive that we understand is getting ready to launch. Of course, no date has been set, but certainly all eyes are going to be on that. As we just saw 2 weeks ago, President Zelensky on his European tour asking for those weapons ahead of this counteroffensive, and that was largely a successful trip, getting the majority of what he asked for.
So, Colonel Jacobs, it's not clear who's behind the drone attacks on Moscow. As we've said, Ukraine is denying any involvement. But an attack like this on Moscow, it has huge significance, right?
Yeah, it does. Anytime you're going to take the war to Moscow, it's certainly an indication that Ukraine, or people who are supporting Ukraine, even those inside Russia, are quite serious about trying to negate Russia's capability to defend itself, or at least demonstrate that Putin and the Kremlin and the Russian war machine are not invulnerable, despite the fact that the Russians claim, probably correctly, that all or most of the drones were intercepted in flight. But it's a relatively small number of drones. And there's no indication that if a large number of drones was launched against Russia, that the Russian air defenses would be able to cope with it. It certainly is raising tensions. And unless and until Ukraine says that they were behind it all, there'll always be speculation that it was a Russian homegrown attack, which is not beyond the realm of possibility, Joe.
So, Colonel Jacobs, I want to ask you, Ukraine has taken some major hits recently. Still, they have managed to fire back, make their presence known to Russia. Could this be the beginning of Ukraine trying to get some sort of upper hand, starting this counteroffensive we've been talking about?
A lot of people, and probably correctly, believe that the attacks on Russian soil are a sideshow. And the real exercise is going to be down in the Donbass, that the Ukrainians probably less interested in doing anything more than harassing Russia, because they want to keep their powder dry, save their attack capabilities for the counteroffensive that'll take place in the southeast. And these are just harassing attacks, even if Ukraine is directly behind it. So they're husbanding their ammunition. Don't forget that any kind of counteroffensive is going to include a very large number of direct and indirect fire weapons like drones. So it's important that Ukraine keep as many drones as possible for its counteroffensive.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald and Colonel Jacobs, thank you both for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it.
In Washington today, lawmakers will start the first step in the process of approving the debt ceiling deal in hopes of avoiding that June 5th default deadline. The House Rules Committee will take up the deal reached by the White House and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, and it's shaping up to be a heated session. There are still holdouts on both sides of the aisle, and there's no guarantee this deal will go through. But if it did, the bill would suspend the debt ceiling until early 2025 and tighten federal funding. President Biden says this deal would avoid a quote, catastrophic default by the federal government while keeping the economy fluid. But Biden and McCarthy still have their work cut out for them. They need to shore up enough votes in both the House and the Senate, and doing it all quickly, at least by Washington standards. We have NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale and White House correspondent Mike Memoli with us this morning. Good morning to you both. Ali, let's start with you. House leaders are trying to shore up support, but there are still several Republicans who just aren't on board. Talk about what their concerns are and where things stand this morning.
Look, some of these Republicans were never going to be on board with this deal. One of them, for example, is Texas Republican Chip Roy, who I spoke to even before the weekend negotiations actually bore fruit on a deal. And Roy was already saying that he didn't like the contours of what he was hearing. Certainly that hasn't changed now that the deal itself is in a more final form and now being sold to members. But Roy is one of those people who I even asked him at the time, were you ever going to vote for anything that was bipartisanly negotiated? He didn't answer either way, but he is someone who we were always skeptical of because of the hyper-conservative position that he has long held within his party. And with Roy come many others within the ultra-conservative House Freedom Caucus. Here, for example, is the way that Roy was talking about it over the weekend. Watch.
We are barreling towards unlimited debt in this country. We're just barreling towards an infinite amount of debt. And we've got to stop that.
This thing will absolutely pass. There's no question about that. I've talked to dozens of members, and listen, not every single member is on board, but when was the last time that every single member of Congress agreed on anything?
Dusty Johnson saying the quiet part out loud here about the other members of his conference. When was the last time everyone was on board? McCarthy doesn't need everyone, but he does need a sizable chunk of his conference, and that's what he's working on doing right now.
And Mike, on the Democrat side, President Biden has been making a final push for support over the last few days. But Michigan Congresswoman Debbie Dingell told MSNBC's Chris Jansen yesterday this bill contains things she would never vote for. Let's listen to what she had to say about it.
I've been angry for days for many reasons that we are being held hostage. We cannot default on our loan, our debts, and I know that. Yet at the same time, we cannot be rubber stamps.
Okay, Mike, so what is President Biden saying to Democrats like her who are on the fence over whether they'll support this deal?
Well, what the White House is really saying is that this is the reality of divided government. This is not what we saw in the first 2 years of the Biden administration, which was largely Democrats negotiating with other Democrats to try to get the president's agenda through. Now you have to accept some things that you would consider unpalatable because Republicans do have control of the House. That being said, the president's argument is also going to be it could have been far worse. You look at a side-by-side of what the House Republicans passed just a few weeks ago versus what this compromise looks like, and it results in things like a 2-year budget agreement versus one that you'd have to revisit next year in an election year. It includes the fact that non-defense spending, so the entire domestic spending budget is, as the White House is calling it, roughly flat. Republicans would have imposed some steep cuts to domestic programs. The hardest pill for Democrats to swallow are changes to essentially anti-poverty programs like food stamps. And what the White House is also saying there is that this is temporary changes, and that while the eligibility was restricted for some individuals, they also expanded it for others, including veterans and the homeless. And so this is a significant compromise that Democrats think that at least the White House is selling that they can live with. It reminds me of Joe Biden's political axiom, which is don't judge me against the almighty, judge me against the alternative. And this is the legislative equivalent of that.
Ali, of course, the focus in Congress has been getting this through the House. But if that happens, it, of course, still has to pass the Senate. Could that be just as difficult?
Yes, that funny thing called the Senate. I mean, we've managed to avoid it over the course of the last few weeks because most of the action has been on the House side and, frankly, on the House Republican side. That's because Minority Leader Mitch McConnell really farmed out the negotiating portion of this to Speaker McCarthy because of the realities within the House Republican conference. Those realities are still there, and we're going to spend the first part of this week working through the House Republican side of this. But then as soon as it passes the House, and I'm saying saying as soon as, because it's expected to, though we don't know exactly how that's going to happen yet. Once it does that, then it moves over to the Senate side of this. And look, again, the Senate can decide either all 100 of them want to do this quickly or they can bog this down. We've already seen some key conservative senators saying they're not happy with this deal in the same way that House Freedom Caucus members are not, and they're willing to gum this process up and try to make it move as slowly as possible. Watching the votes come together on that side is going to be interesting too, just because of the way McConnell is usually able to leverage the members of his caucus as opposed to the more unruly way that the House tends to go. But look, never say never. This could still be interesting down to the last moment that we're in there, but they are still stretching for that June 5th deadline, and that's going to be the thing to watch too.
We will all be watching. Allie and Mike, thanks so much.
Now to a pretty incredible story of survival at that partially collapsed apartment building in Davenport, Iowa. A woman trapped inside for 24 hours suddenly waved out of a window hours after first responders had called off their search. The city had planned to start demolition on the 116-year-old building as soon as today, but residents are now demanding a delay. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more.
Hey, Joe, good morning from downtown Davenport. Amid this jaw-dropping wreckage last night, an incredible story of survival and of hope. 52-year-old Lisa Brooks, one of the people who family had said was missing amid this wreckage the entire time, last night waving from her window in that building. People on the ground started cheering and clapping, realizing she was still in there, she was still alive. Her family was here on the ground as that happened. Brooks, who her family says is disabled, basically telling her relatives later on that she had been largely in shock, hiding under her couch for most of the past 24 hours since that huge chunk of her 6-story historic apartment building collapsed on Sunday. Again, as we said, immediately people were cheering and clapping, but also pretty quickly they became angry, arguing that this is proof that there could be more survivors amid that rubble and demanding the city of Davenport postpone plans to basically demolish what's left of this building as soon as tomorrow. In light of this, the mayor overnight telling me those plans to demolish are now, quote, under evaluation. With the official cause of this wreckage still basically unknown, it's coming to light, officials confirming that residents have been complaining about the condition of this building for years, citing things like major cracks in their walls and foundation and recently falling bricks while kind of facade work was going on the front of this building. The owner, to that point, had recently, records show, taken out permits to kind of begin this improvement work. Obviously, people here arguing that this is proof that work wasn't done fast enough. NBC has reached out to the owner multiple times. We have yet to hear back at this point. Now the big question on the ground is what will happen today? Will those demolition plans go forward this morning as expected? Again, as the city said they would yesterday. Officials had argued at the time that they had gone through this wreckage site thoroughly, including with search and rescue canines. They had said the search and rescue portion of this was finished, and they said we're ready indeed to demolish it. Obviously, those plans now, to say the least, up in the air. In the meantime, officials also warning people that this is obviously an unstable structure. They fear the rest of it could come down at any time, and they are begging people, including protesters, to stay as far back from this site, at least blocks, they say, as possible. Joe, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maggie Vespa, thank you.
Now to a series of Memorial Day weekend shootings and violence that are casting a dark shadow over a day of remembrance. The latest happening in Hollywood, Florida last night. So far, at least 9 are injured and at least 3 of them are children. This is part of a nationwide trend of occurrences just yesterday. I took a look at some of the several cities grappling with the aftermath of yet another encounter with gun violence.
Gun violence and bloodshed, a stain on the unofficial start to summer. At least 16 people killed in shootings across the country this Memorial Day weekend, including 3 at a motorcycle rally in Red River, New Mexico. 5 others injured when police say the event turned into a shootout between rival biker gangs.
All 8 individuals have been identified as outlaw motorcycle gangmen.
30-year-old Jacob David Castillo charged with an open count of murder, according to state police. In Massachusetts, chaos Sunday night. 2 shootings on Revere Beach, just an hour apart. Boston police attributing the violence to 2 massive fights that escalated.
And all of a sudden there were 3 shots and a bunch of guys started running. And then some cops running, chasing them. And then all hell broke loose after that.
Ohio and Wisconsin not spared by the violence. Columbus police say 7 were injured after a shooting during a party in the southeast area of the city. 3 killed and 9 injured in weekend shootings across Milwaukee, according to police. Mass shootings across the country, defined by the Gun Violence Archive as 4 or more people injured or killed, reaching 257 incidents so far, just 150 days into the year. In Chicago, newly elected Mayor Brandon Johnson, hoping to get in front of any issues, announced public safety measures ahead of the weekend.
Our public safety agencies have plans in place for the weekend and summer months to ensure that everyone can enjoy our city in peace.
But just one day later, Telemundo's Chicago cameras capturing shots fired between beachgoers at the city's North Avenue beach on opening day.
We looked up and we couldn't even grab all of our stuff before we went and hid behind the lifeguard stand. When it happened in the first minute, it was definitely just like adrenaline, like instinct run away, and it was scary.
North Avenue Beach is now closed. I need everybody to exit the sand and the water.
Chicago police say at least 37 people were injured across the city and 8 killed, including 35-year-old William Hare.
He was my older brother and also my best friend. He was caring about everybody he met. Very friendly, very talkative, and a great listener.
Investigators say Hare was found shot in the chest on the sidewalk in the Lakeview neighborhood.
The car pulled up, 2 people came out. There were 2 gunshots, 1 from each person. They did not ask for money, they did not ask for anything. They shot at him for no reason. 1 bullet struck him in the chest, and his best friend tried to save his life, and he died.
The holiday meant as a time to reflect on those who served, now forever marked as a time of tragedy for some families.
And the numbers are still on the rise in places like Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Houston. According to the Gun Violence Archive, as of this morning, there have been more than 17,000 gun violence deaths in the U.S. this year alone. We'll have more updates on that Hollywood, Florida shooting later on Morning News Now.
Disgraced Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes is heading to prison today. She's set to surrender in Texas to start serving her 11-year sentence. Last year, Holmes was convicted of fraud for lying to investors. She exaggerated her company's blood testing technology and its financial health. Earlier this month, a federal judge ordered her to pay nearly $500 million to the victims of her crimes.
Now let's take a look at some rainy weather that could be heading your way.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with the latest on your Morning News Now forecast. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. And yeah, some of us will see some rain today. The Northeast, the Great Lakes, still looking at gorgeous weather. We had a beautiful Memorial Day yesterday. We're going to continue that today. But some spots are seeing some rain because we have a couple fronts that are moving throughout the country. The first one being in the middle of the country. We have a cold front that's sort of draped across the area. It's going to bring rounds of showers and storms. Could bring some pretty heavy rainfall as well. We'll get into that. Also throughout the Great Basin, portions of the Southeast could see some showers, and also just the southern portions of the Mid-Atlantic. We'll see those lingering showers on that coastal low that is finally moving over the Atlantic. So that will start to improve as we go throughout the day. But let's start with that front in the middle of the country because it's sort of a rinse and repeat forecast. We're going to see it today. We're going to see it tomorrow, sort of staying in place and bringing those showers over and over again. So strong storms are likely from New Mexico to Minnesota. We could see some really gusty winds, some hail, the chance of a tornado or two, although that risk is on the lower side. But we're worried about isolated flash flooding because we could see up to 3, even 5 inches of rain with those really heavy downpours. Then tomorrow, the pattern's going to stay active, and we're going to see that severe risk now targeting Colorado to the Texas Panhandle. So pretty much the same areas, not moving very far as we go throughout the next 24 hours. And you can see on this future radar, we're looking at some really gusty storms and also some heavy rain tomorrow. This is what it looks like this afternoon and evening. We sort of need that daytime heat to get things started. So we're looking anywhere from North Platte down to Lamar, even just west of Dodge City, where you see the yellow. That is the likeliest spot for seeing some storms. Winds gusting up to 80 miles per hour. That's hurricane force winds. Damaging hail, the chance of a few tornadoes as well. And again, we're concerned about those really gusty winds. So where you see that hatched areas, those blue lines, that's where we're expecting the likelihood for some really gusty winds. I mentioned the rainfall anywhere from 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch, but isolated amounts of 3 to 5 inches. It's really hard to pinpoint where we could see these downpours, but Where you see those brighter colors, those are the likeliest spots of seeing the heaviest downpours. And flash flood risk, that's not only in the central and southern plains, we're also looking at portions of the Great Basin as well. So we're looking at Billings, Boise, and also Reno could see some flash flooding today. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, we'll end on a high note, and I'll just thank you for the lovely Memorial Day weather we had here in the Northeast. I have something resembling sun on my face, which is a minor miracle.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Michelle.
Same.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a silent struggle. More new fathers are experiencing depression after their children are born. Later this hour, how you can spot the signs and offer support.
First, though, after the break, it was the biggest anti-Semitic attack in American history. Now the man charged in the mass shooting at a Pittsburgh synagogue is getting his day in court. We'll bring you the latest next.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Today, the trial of the man accused of the biggest anti-Semitic attack in American history begins.
The alleged mass shooter, Robert Bauer, is accused of targeting and killing 11 Jewish worshipers at a Pittsburgh synagogue in 2018. He faces 63 counts, including hate crime charges.
Joining us now from outside the courthouse in Pittsburgh is NBC News correspondent George Solis. George, good morning. Tell us, what can we expect in the courtroom today?
Hey, good morning, Valerie and Joe. We can expect an emotional start to this trial. It's been 4.5 years since this massacre took place. We're expecting to see witnesses from the on the prosecution side to testify in this case. it took a while to get this case going. The jury selection alone took about a month. And right now, as you mentioned, 63 charges that Robert Bowers faces. 22 of those are punishable by death. He has pled not guilty. There has been a lot of back and forth between the prosecution and the defense hoping that a deal could have been reached before this ever got to trial to basically give him life in prison, because this case centers basically in two phases. First, on the guilt, following by the sentencing. And there is a lot of debate on whether or not Robert Bowers should get the death penalty. So again, if he is convicted during this first part of the phase, then the trial will move towards the sentencing. Overall, though, we are expecting prosecutors to present witnesses for this case. The defense, though, at this point is unclear if they will bring anyone up to the stand today, guys.
So, George, I mean, it took about a month already to sit this jury. What was that process like?
Yeah, the jury is made up of 12 jurors, 7 men and 11 women. It took a while because, again, in this case, there's so much controversy surrounding the death penalty. We understand that about 1,500 questionnaires were sent out to try and find an impartial jury, people that didn't feel strongly one way or another about this capital punishment. So it definitely took a while, but eventually the process was sorted out, and now we have this juror of 12 and 6 alternates. Overall, though, we are expecting, like I said, a pretty emotional day here. Day one of this trial expected to start sometime around 9. Joe and Valerie?
George, you touched on the emotion there. How is this trial and the reminder of the mass shooting impacting the community there?
Yeah, obviously, this pulls on a lot of heartstrings. A lot of people going to the synagogue there to pay their respects throughout this period of time of mourning, and to have to relive this today for many of the families, obviously, is a very daunting task. Many of them who we expect to be in the courthouse today. And again, some divisiveness here as well. Some congregants don't believe that Robert Bowers should get the death penalty. Others say the punishment fits the crime. So again, how this all shakes out over the course of the next 2 months as this trial is expected to take place is anyone's guess, guys.
Okay, George, outside the courthouse there in Pittsburgh, George Solis, thanks so much.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas with a look at what could happen inside the courtroom. So, Danny, tell us about the charges. 63 in all. 13 are hate crime charges. What do prosecutors need to do to prove that?
Yes, and as we heard, several of those are the ones that make this death penalty eligible. That's why you had such a long jury selection process. But here, the government's burden isn't going to be as difficult as it would be in other cases in which you have a whodunit. There doesn't appear to be much of a whodunit here, but with all of these different crimes, many of them have overlapping elements. You have the use of a firearm. You're going to see introduction of evidence of his hate, his intent, the fact that he had negative feelings towards other people, specifically Jewish people. So you're going to see all that introduced in order to prove the hate crimes. Then they're going to prove the use of the firearm. There doesn't seem to be much dispute there. The police responded to the scene. There were statements that he made to the police at the scene. So the government's burden, while it is beyond a reasonable doubt, they have a lot of evidence here. This is not a mystery. The government is going to be able to prove this case, which is probably why the defense from the beginning expressed their willingness to make this a non-trial resolution, a plea deal, which the government apparently is just not interested in.
Danny, to get to this point, a jury had to be selected and seated. How difficult would that have been in this community where this tragedy happened?
It's hard enough to seat a jury in a high-profile case. It is harder if the case involves the killing of innocents, and harder still if it is a federal death penalty eligible case, because you not only have to seat jurors in a high-profile case, a controversial case, but you also have to ask the additional questions that make them death penalty eligible. And that is really difficult because you have to ask questions like, could you vote to send somebody to their death? And when you think about it, all of us, no matter what your religion is, have been trained since birth almost about the sanctity of human life, to not harm others. So that goes against our thinking. When you think about it, it goes against our training to say, hey, I could vote to send someone to their death, a stranger, somebody else, irrespective of the reason. So that's why it's so difficult to get a death penalty jury. It's the only jury normally in the federal system. The judge decides the punishment. In a death penalty case, that's a reversal of the rule. The jury decides guilt, and they also decide the punishment. Death penalty, yes, or death penalty, no.
Bauer's lawyers filed a motion to try and get the death penalty off the table. What is their strategy here?
You got to try everything you can in a case like this. Sometimes you're just handed a very difficult case as a defense attorney, and that's the situation here. You try anything you can, and the argument here is, hey, there were other cases in which the federal government did not seek a death penalty. They were just as bad. Therefore, the government's choice to seek the death penalty here is arbitrary, and the death penalty cannot be meted out arbitrarily. Now, the judge denied it. It was an interesting motion, not likely to succeed. But again, when you have this set of bad facts against your client, you have to try anything you can. And remember, these are court-appointed counsel. These are people who are doing their duty. I'm a defense attorney, so I feel strongly for these folks. They are doing their duty. They're assigned to this case. They didn't choose this client, so they are doing what everybody. It's not a popular job, but it's something that our Constitution absolutely enshrines. So it's really important stuff.
All right, Danny Savalos, appreciate you being here to break it down. Thank you so much.
International headlines now. Italian firefighters have recovered 4 bodies from an Italian lake after a tourist boat overturned over the weekend.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Well, on Sunday, more than 20 people were celebrating a birthday on board of a tourist boat on Lake Maggiore in the north of Italy when they're caught up in a sudden storm and their boat capsized. Now, most passengers managed to swim ashore or were rescued by other boats, but 4 of them, as you mentioned, died. On Monday, it was revealed that 2 of the victims were Italian intelligence agents and 1 was a retired member of the Israeli security forces. The 4th victim was the wife of the boat's owner. Let's go to Uganda, where the president approved a new anti-homosexuality legislation. Homosexuality was already illegal in Uganda, but the new law now imposes the death penalty for those who have sex with someone below the age of 18 or is infected with HIV. The United Nations and the US warned that this new crackdown will put the country's progress in tackling HIV in grave jeopardy, as people will be even more discouraged from seeking help for fear of punishment. And let's end this short tour of the world in China, where a university professor became the first civilian astronaut to be sent to space. He was part of a crew of 3 astronauts who took off this morning on board of a rocket that will take them to China's Tiangong space station orbiting the Earth. The choice of the university professor generated interest in China not only because he's the first civilian astronaut, but also because he wears eyeglasses. And many on social media wondered how someone without perfect vision could be physically cleared for a space mission. Well, it's a bit of a space oddity, guys.
I definitely would not have made it then if that was. I'm totally blind.
Maybe it's a fashion statement.
Claudio, thank you so much.
Coming up, they are dangerous and potentially deadly. When we return, the new warning about popular products that could be putting babies at risk. What new parents need to know.
Also, yet another reason to eat your greens. Why researchers say vegetables could help treat symptoms of depression. You're watching Morning News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now with our weekly mental health check-in. More men are experiencing symptoms of depression just weeks after their babies are born. We'll tell you how to spot those symptoms.
Plus, ever wonder what makes the body stressed? We have more on what some call the stress hormone. Let's bring in Dr. George James for more on this. He's a licensed marriage and family therapist. Doctor, good to have you with us. So let's start with postnatal depression in men. New research found up to 10% of men experience some sort of depression once their child's born. So walk us through why that is, what the symptoms are that some men are experiencing, and how they can be treated.
Yes, postnatal depression is something that we've heard that many women go through, but actually many men, many fathers go through it as well. And some of the symptoms are, sometimes feeling sad or detached or disconnected, feeling torn or guilty, or having to go back to work, or not being able to support their child as much. And overall, that these men are going through so many different things. As you see, they could be experiencing some weight loss, they could be dealing with some sleep troubles. And part of it is they feel sometimes they can't talk about what they're going through because their partner or mother is the high priority. So they do need some focus and attention as well.
And doctor, we talk a lot about stress in this series, so we want to take a look at what's going on inside the body when we are feeling stress. That starts with a hormone called cortisol. What does cortisol do to the body, and can we regulate it so we can better handle those stressful situations?
Yes, cortisol is one of those hormones in our body that is actually very helpful. It comes out during our fight or flight moments, where we're in those stressful moments where we feel like we need to do something. It's actually pretty healthy and needed. But when we experience high levels of stress or ongoing stress or trauma, cortisol is constantly going, and that's where it can be very difficult and cause other situations for people. So to regulate it is you have to regulate how you respond to stressful situations. Have some go-to moves, get some support, talk to somebody to help you so that the cortisol is not at high levels all the time.
Let's talk a little bit about diet here. You're supposed to eat your greens, but if you're struggling to do that, hey, here's a study that might convince you to buckle down. Researchers in the UK and Australia found eating more vegetables could help lower depression and leave you feeling, this is interesting, more relaxed. So why is that?
Now, this is one of those studies that we're like, yes, of course. We've been hearing this for many years, right? Eating a healthier diet, eating more greens, it's just healthy all around for your body and for your emotions. And some of that is also when we eat non-healthy things, it actually can increase our levels of stress and anxiety. We're eating more sweets and other things like that. So just eating more greens can allow us to be in a more peaceful place. It can help us to be in a more mindful state. And most likely, those individuals are also still staying a little bit more active on average than maybe others, which also can help to lower your anxiety. So it's a good thing all around. Eat your greens. It will help you in the long run.
And finally, Dr. James, we have to turn to TikTok for this next trend. Users are putting ice packs on their faces for 15 minutes to help relieve symptoms of anxiety. Is this something we should all be doing?
I don't think that we all should be doing this, but there is something that is there, right? For a lot of folks, when we're anxious, we are not in our kind of present mind. We're sometimes in the future. Sometimes something that's a little bit cooler or a little bit warmer can bring us into the present moment and allow us to just relax. But we also need to practice other things. We need to think about, why are we anxious? We need to find ways to push through or fight through that anxiety. And then we also need to practice things like exercise or other things that can help us to regulate the anxiety and to manage it. So these things can be helpful, but I would actually want someone to seek out a medical provider and practice finding those things, breathing, exercise, maybe a little cool or warm, to be in the moment and practice mindfulness so that you can overcome the anxiety in that moment.
So a polar bear plunge alone won't cure your problems. You need a few other tools. All right, Dr. George James, as always, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
We have a new warning this morning for parents of newborns. An NBC News investigation on infant loungers found that there were more deaths caused by these baby products than the numbers initially reported by the government. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Wynn has more on what every parent needs to know.
It was a very special time for our family.
Kate and Brandon Movitz welcomed baby Pierce into their family in May of 2020.
He was just a little dream for us.
Yeah, the first time I held him, I just gushed at him and felt the unconditional love.
They didn't think twice about putting him to sleep in an infant lounger, a cushion pad or pillow for babies. Their 5-year-old son, Jude, slept in the same one when he was a newborn.
Everyone used them because they work. They help babies sleep.
When Pierce was 10 weeks old, he went to sleep in his DockATot Deluxe Plus baby lounger. He didn't wake up. The autopsy revealed Pierce died accidentally from positional asphyxia.
After Pierce passed, I looked up the product and it said, not for infant sleep, which we didn't know.
2 years ago, after reports of 8 infant deaths, the Consumer Product Safety Commission recalled more than 3 million boppy newborn loungers. But an NBC News analysis found at least 26 baby deaths linked to various brands of infant loungers between 2015 and 2023. More than twice as many deaths cited by the CPSC in its recent warnings.
Had we known, we would have never put him in it.
NBC News asked DockATot about Pierce Movitz's death and others. The company says it is committed to safety, adding none of the reports have shown its products were the cause of those tragedies. Alex Hohen-Sarek is the CPSC chair.
There was some criticism that when CPSC initially reported the potential dangers, that you knew of more deaths than you made the public aware of. How do you respond to that?
So we have laws that restrict us, our ability to talk to the public about all the information we know about products. So if I knew about a danger about a product right now, I couldn't go and tell you about it without actually first going to the company itself and letting them know what we're going to say.
That seems backwards.
I agree.
He says restrictions on issuing recalls and warnings about products delay how quickly the CPSC can get safety information to the public. Industry representatives say infant loungers come with warnings and are safe if used as intended on the floor for babies who are awake and closely monitored.
Should these products be taken off the market? Yes or no?
So I can say this. I would never buy these products for myself or my family. I think it's dangerous.
If someone has this in their home right now, what should they do with it?
If it was me, I would take that product and I would get rid of it.
The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends babies sleep alone on their backs on a firm, flat mattress in a crib or bassinet with no loose blankets, pillows, crib bumpers, or other soft items.
We were all together as a family in the back.
The Movitzes started the Pierced Forever Foundation to help other families who've lost babies.
If there's even an ounce of chance that these infant loungers can cause death or injuries, then people should know about it.
They hope sharing their story will help protect other babies.
If we can help other families learn so they don't have to go through the nightmare we've lived through, that would be incredible. And an honor to Pierce.
Vicki Wynn, NBC News, Detroit.
Coming up, sounding the alarm, concerns growing over the safety of some electric cars being sold without AM radio.
When we come back, why some say it's a matter of public safety. This is Morning News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Concerns are growing over a decision by some electric car companies to pull AM radio from some models. Those companies say AM radio frequencies are messing with their electric models, but the decision is creating new fears that people could be at risk in emergencies because they'll miss life-saving radio alerts. The debate is raising new questions about how we'll all access critical info as technology keeps evolving. NBC's Katie Beck has the story.
You see it in the movies and in video games.
This is an emergency broadcast transmission. If you are hearing this broadcast, seek shelter immediately.
Emergency warnings mainly transmitting on AM radio stations. The alert saving countless lives in real life, too.
This is a Clear Channel emergency response team.
This is your signal. This is a distress signal out there. We'll continue to try to help you find your loved ones.
You are going into an area that you know exactly what is happening.
Telling people what they need to know and do during emergencies. Road signs like this one directing people where to tune in during a disaster.
That's the story right now as the Coast Guard comes in.
Like KSCO, an AM radio station in Santa Cruz, California, which has been around since 1947.
Get up and go, it's Today You Know on KSCO Radio.
And reaches millions across Central California.
The radio station has always been here first to serve the community, and it's a community that needs a lot of service in times of storms and earthquakes and floods and power outages and any other kind of unusual local disaster that you can think about.
Now those alerts are getting harder for people to actually hear. Why? Because electric vehicles are becoming more popular around the country. Sales were up 65% last year, and the car companies that make them are ditching AM radios in their new models. Automakers say it's because the motors on electric cars interfere with AM frequencies. The automakers say the alerts should keep up with the changing tech, saying people should use phones instead of radios in emergencies. But officials say that presents a clear challenge.
The fact of the matter is broadcast radio and television are free mediums to push emergency information to people.
While AM radio is on the decline, 47 million people still listen to it, according to Nielsen, including those who may not have the money to buy things like smartphones or satellite radio. And this has Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey and Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts calling automakers out.
How are people supposed to get this information on their phone when they're driving through a climate-induced catastrophic storm?
What do you do when there's a power outage, or when there's an earthquake, or when there's a fire? The internet, 99 out of 100 times during a disaster, ain't there. It just doesn't work. But radio is there.
Lawmakers and radio hosts on the same wavelength about why AM radio is so important to so many across the U.S. Katie Beck, NBC News.
Some more financial headlines now. A popular Android screen recording app has been accused of secretly spying on its users.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money news. Silvana, good morning.
Joe, Valerie, good morning. Yeah, so listen to this. A cybersecurity firm says a popular Android screen recording app has spied on its users, stealing microphone recordings and other documents from phones. The firm found the app called iRecorder Screen Recorder introduced malicious code as an app update almost a year after it was listed in the Google Play Store. Now, the code allowed it to upload a minute of audio from a device's microphone every 15 minutes and access documents, web pages, and media files. Now, the app is no longer listed in Google Play, but users are being advised to delete it. iRecorder had racked up more than 50,000 downloads. Kohl's is the latest company to receive backlash from conservatives for support of the LGBTQ+ community. Forbes reports the retailer is in focus from the right over a Pride Month display that included children's clothing and a number of Disney-themed items. Kohl's annual ESG report shows the company is clearly supportive of LGBTQ+ causes. Now, it's unclear whether that's what has drawn the ire of conservatives, as Kohl's has participated in Pride Month since at least 2017. Apple, Fox, and Netflix have emerged as potential bidders for future NBA media rights, with the price tag expected to top $5 billion a year. Now, currently, Disney, that's the parent of ABC and ESPN, and Warner Brothers Discovery, that's the parent of TNT, are in an exclusive negotiating window to renew their contracts with the league, which expire in 2025. And Bloomberg reports some tech giants have expressed interest in bidding once that window ends next spring. The NBA is expected to sell the rights to more than 2 companies and may carve out a games for streaming service, guys.
I bet interest is high in Miami this morning for anything related to the NBA. So, all right.
Silvana, thank you so much.
Coming up, celebrating the spotlight, a new show with a predominantly AAPI cast is getting a lot of attention.
Up next, we've got a look at the series and how it's breaking barriers in Hollywood and beyond. This is Morning News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Most parents have been known to show off their kids' accomplishments on social media, and not even incredibly famous parents like Beyonce can avoid it. The Cuff It singer shared the sweetest Instagram post with this video of Blue Ivy killing it on stage during her Renaissance World Tour. Blue Ivy was wearing almost the exact same outfit as her mom. You can see she was flawlessly dancing along with the rest of the backup dancers. Beyonce captioned the post writing, "I'm so proud to be your mama. You bring us so much joy, my sweet angel." A reminder, Blue Ivy, just 11 years old. And this made me realize we have so many more generations of Beyonce-ness ahead of us, which makes me very happy.
And looking forward to that. And who else is she going to learn to dance from better than Beyonce?
No kidding,
right?
yeah, the queen.
Finally, this hour, we're almost at the end of AAPI month, and the celebration continues. Today, we're looking at a Disney Plus show that has everyone talking. MSNBC's Richard Louie got to chat with the cast of American Born Chinese about the show's major impact both within the community and beyond.
A mashup, fantasy and teen turmoil, angst, martial arts, drama and comedy. A game changer.
So freaking unbelievable.
The lead in the series American Born Chinese, a high schooler.
I just want to be a regular guy who does regular stuff.
To some, actor Ben Wong is unexpected, like his character's ponderings of race and the metaverse.
He's a new student and he's Chinese, like you.
I'm not from this world.
It is a spectacular stew, you could say, of everything, everywhere, all at once. It does include Oscar winner Michelle Yeoh.
These are important stories to be told about people who look like us.
Audiences, I feel like right now, are ready for it. You know, especially young audiences, they're more sophisticated now, like me.
And like President Biden.
We see the possibilities of the community and all the young people here.
He hosted the show at the White House, the largest Asian American gathering there ever.
We grew up watching and understanding media from all sorts of different places, watching anime, right? Watching things with subtitles, which used to be a thing, right?
You know, I think I do remember you. I mean, you kind of stand out, obviously.
There's also a bit of rom-com. Sydney Taylor plays the love interest.
I wanted them to have a good friendship.
Maybe not.
And we didn't know, actually, how it would end.
No, we got script to script, so
as we were shooting the episode,
keep it open.
We'd find out what happens next.
Open like the story of this phantasmagorical feast, the son of a god, a goddess, and a 90s sitcom caricature of Asian racial tropes.
What could go wrong?
Enjoy, but beware. Activist actor Daniel Wu plays the mythological Monkey King.
You know, when I watched 16 Candles and saw Long Duk Dong on screen and go, oh my God. You know, to where we are now and seeing what an accurate representation of our culture and our family life it is happening on screen. But I was telling my daughter, like this morning, actually, that this is not normal. This doesn't always happen, so don't think that it is.
This cast does not.
We can explain how we got here, but...
Yeah, been a lot of this.
A lot of hands wringing, sure. But also a lot of hands clapping for this bellwether of a new time. Richard Louie, Los Angeles.
All right, our thanks to Richard Louie for that story.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Valerie Castro in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, unprecedented attack far from the front lines, a drone attack overnight on residential buildings in Moscow, forcing people there to evacuate. This attack comes after a new wave of powerful explosions hit Kyiv again. We're on the ground with the latest from the Ukrainian capital. Debt deadline. With the clock ticking, leaders in both parties are trying to sell the debt ceiling deal. All the while, the nation's financial fate hangs in the balance. But with just days left before a default and potential economic catastrophe, time is running out. We'll take a look at the sticking points as a key group of lawmakers is set to make a first vote to pass the deal. Scare at sea. A Carnival cruise ship battered by a storm with massive swells. Water sent rushing into the ocean liner and leaving hallways flooded. This morning, there are new questions about why the captain chose to sail through the storm. And flipping the script, this morning I've got a one-on-one conversation with one of the hottest names on Broadway who just made history by becoming one of the first openly non-binary performers to be nominated for a Tony. How they're working to shine a spotlight on diversity and blaze a trail for others to follow. This is one of the biggest hits of the Tony season, Some Like It Hot. Looking forward to bringing you that conversation a little later this hour. We're going to start with breaking news this morning. Drone attacks targeting the city of Moscow.
These attacks are the first time residential buildings in Russia's capital have been hit since the war started. But Ukraine denying any responsibility for the attack. Meanwhile, the city of Kyiv marching on after facing a barrage of back-to-back attacks in broad daylight, including another deadly strike overnight. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the latest from Kyiv.
Joe, Valerie, good morning to both of you. Now, the Kremlin says President Putin has been briefed about those drone attacks in Moscow. But I just want to step out of frame and have my cameraman zoom up to the top floor of this residential apartment building, a high-rise apartment building in Kyiv. And you can see that massive destruction up on the top floor. The sounds that you might hear there, throwing debris and cleaning up this area, windows literally coming out of windows. Residents we spoke with say they heard a massive explosion around 3 a.m. Unclear, though, whether it was debris from a downed drone or whether this building took a direct hit.
Overnight in Moscow, a rare drone attack. City officials say several buildings sustained minor damage. Some residents were evacuated, but no serious injuries. The Russian Ministry of Defense says 8 aircraft-type unmanned aerial vehicles were involved in the attack and were destroyed. NBC News has not independently verified that information. Earlier this month, Russian officials said at least 2 drones targeted the Kremlin, but there's been no claim of responsibility. It comes just hours after the third wave of Russian aerial attacks on Ukrainian cities in just 24 hours. Explosions lighting up the sky in Kyiv. Ukraine's Air Force says they destroyed nearly 30 drones. But debris from the interceptions causing serious damage on the ground, killing at least 1 person in the capital, injuring more than 10 in the region. A fire breaking out in a Kyiv high-rise building, forcing residents to evacuate. When the drone is flying, it is fear, this woman says. You are happy to be alive and just thinking about what will happen next. The unrelenting middle-of-the-night attacks come after a rare broad daylight assault on Monday. Kids seen screaming, terrified, running through the streets. Just after 1 p.m., air raid sirens sent residents scrambling for cover. Fragments of missiles landing in busy Kyiv streets.
Take a look. Kyiv is coming back to life just hours after that attack. Everyone is back outside. But earlier on Monday, during that rare daytime attack, city officials say 41,000 people sheltered in the subway.
But these are scenes we haven't seen in months. The defiance still here, this young man says. This is certainly not enough to break us.
Now Moscow points the finger directly at Kyiv for those drone attacks inside Moscow. A senior Ukrainian official, though, this morning is saying that we are watching from Kyiv, but the Ukraine had nothing to do with it. I'll send it back to you guys.
Molly, thank you so much.
Let's bring in retired Lieutenant Colonel Danny Davis. He is a senior fellow and military expert at Defense Priorities. Lieutenant Colonel, good morning. Good to have you with us. So we've got drone attacks on Moscow, a daytime missile strike in Kyiv. These are new scenarios that are different from what we've seen so far. What's the significance here? Are we seeing a turning point in this war?
You're seeing an evolution in the war, without question, because the drones were seen as very effective from the very outset. But it took time to ramp up the production of them into acquisition or for whatever methods they can get it. Now that you're starting to see Russia has actually for many months have been trying to ramp up domestic production, and it now appears that they're starting to have production online. And so I suspect that you're going to see more of these come up. And then, of course, Kiev, as some of their leaders said yesterday, they said, why should Moscow be safe while our capital is not? And now you're seeing it being expanded to Moscow. And I expect this will continue, if not expand.
So Ukraine says it was not behind this drone attack on Moscow. But whoever it was, help us understand how significant a development this is.
Well, so far, it's basically a public relations hit because it didn't even attack any military installations. In fact, apparently, the air defense systems of any drones that were moving towards high-value targets were, in fact, knocked down, but they didn't have any coverage for the residential buildings, and those were hit. So I think that Moscow is now going to do what it can to improve its air defense capability But again, I expect that Ukraine will do whatever it can to add. And of course, I don't really think that, that Ukraine had nothing to do with this, because they said that it was going to happen about 12 hours before it did. And that's just how war is.
Is it surprising Moscow wasn't better prepared for that?
It is, actually, because many of their commentators have been talking about this for months, that they expected it. And how could they not? Because if you're attacking your opponent's capital city, you have to expect that it's going to come in the other direction. And I think that now that they've had it exposed, that their air defense has some capacity, but it's not bulletproof.
So as things escalate here, do we think we might see any Russian allies ramp up efforts to help after these latest attacks? We know Russian ally Belarus has stepped really directly into the conflict, promising nuclear weapons to any ally that joins in the war. What's going on here?
Yeah, Lukashenko has a history of making some really odd statements throughout his tenure there, and this is certainly one of them. And no, I don't think anybody's going to be taking that seriously, because you're not going to join an alliance unless you feel threatened and you feel like there's security in numbers. And nobody outside of Russia and Belarus are threatened at all. And in fact, you had the president of Kazakhstan say, "Oh yeah, Lukashenko, that was a funny joke." So he's made pretty clear that he's interested in economic union, but he wants nothing to do with any conflict.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel Danny Davis, thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
In Washington today, lawmakers will take the first step towards approving the deal to end the debt ceiling standoff. But with opposition from both sides, its future is far from certain. And President Biden and House Speaker McCarthy are racing to shore up votes to get it passed before the June 5th default deadline. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake joins us now from Capitol Hill.
Hey, Valerie, good morning. Look, there's a new deadline, June 5th, just 6 days away. That means the pressure's on for leaders in both parties to whip their votes and make sure this bipartisan deal can get across the finish line by that deadline, or risk an economic collapse potentially just a few days away. With 6 days until the U.S. runs out of money to pay its bills, President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy are racing to shore up support for their bipartisan budget deal that would suspend the nation's borrowing limit through early 2025 while cutting federal spending.
But I feel very good about it.
With the House back in session today, the president appears optimistic the bill will reach his desk by next Monday's deadline, averting a disastrous default.
There is no reason why it shouldn't get done by the 5th.
But some House Democrats say they have concerns about the 99-page bill, including new work requirements for some recipients of the SNAP food assistance program.
We are being held hostage. That is a very real word for where we are right now. There are things I would never vote for under normal circumstances.
I'm saying I'm still undecided because we are still reviewing the bill.
The president asked what he would say to those skeptical Democrats.
Talk to me.
Mr. Biden and senior White House staffers working the phones to sell the deal to fellow Democrats. Meanwhile, some conservative Republicans argue that the bill's spending cuts aren't deep enough.
We're just barreling towards an infinite amount of debt, and we've got to stop that.
Echoed by GOP presidential candidate Ron DeSantis.
Our country was careening towards bankruptcy. And after this deal, our country will still be careening towards bankruptcy.
But House Republican leaders disagree, calling the bill an important step forward.
It's time for the big boys and the big girls to step up and realize that we can't let perfect be the enemy of the good, and that we've got to get this done.
Here's how this is going to play out. We will see a first procedural vote in the Rules Committee today. Then the full House will take this bill up tomorrow night. Expect to see a lot of behind-the-scenes arm twisting and horse trading to try to get the votes necessary just to pass the House. Then, of course, the Senate has to take up this bill, and I expect them to work on it all the way through the weekend, Valerie, putting us right up against that Monday deadline.
Lots more to come, Garrett. Thanks so much.
The Memorial Day holiday turned violent in Florida when a mass shooting in Hollywood Beach left 9 people injured. It was part of a spike in gun violence across the country during the Memorial Day holiday weekend. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now with the latest. Guad, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. It was supposed to be a weekend of holiday celebrations across the country for many, but of course it ended in tragedy with a string of gun violence taking place. Here in South Florida, police say there was an altercation just behind me in this area in Hollywood Beach that resulted in gunfire exchange, leaving the victims behind to pick up the pieces.
Overnight gun violence shattering Memorial Day holiday in Hollywood Beach, Florida. 9 people injured, including a 1-year-old child. This video appears to show the moments after the shooting. Beachgoers seen running to take cover from gunfire.
We keep getting calls. It's like an active scene apparently. I don't know if it's an active shooter, but I hear the calls coming in.
The chaotic aftermath also captured in this video, appearing to show first responders frantically helping victims, with all 9 victims hospitalized, 5 adults and 4 minors.
We have 4 juveniles. Their ages are between 1 and 17.
Police say an altercation between 2 groups led to the violence. Authorities now asking for the public's help with their investigation.
If there is anybody who has pictures, who has videos of this incident, if they could please send it to PD.
The mayor condemning the violence.
I'm saddened and angered that we've had an incident on Hollywood Beach today. People come to a holiday, enjoy a holiday weekend on the beach, to have an altercation with guns in a public setting with thousands of people around them is beyond reckless.
It was part of a deadly weekend of shootings across the country, leaving at least 16 people dead and dozens more injured. A reminder of the deadly toll of gun violence in America.
Now, authorities say thousands were present when this took place. As you saw, they are asking for the public for help, any videos or photos that can help with that investigation. They have detained 1 person of interest, and as of last night, they were still searching for 1 suspect. Joe?
All right, Guad, thank you.
Now to Iowa, where a 9th person was rescued from that partially collapsed apartment building in Davenport.
Take a look at this. 52-year-old Lisa Brooks. She was seen waving out of her window 24 hours after being trapped by debris. She was pulled to safety by first responders. Now city officials want to move forward with demolishing the rest of the building, saying it's not structurally sound and could collapse even more. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us from Davenport with more on the amazing rescue. Maggie, good morning.
Hey guys, it was absolutely incredible. And by the way, Lisa Brooks's family was here on the ground last night when she started waving out her window. They were in the crowd cheering with everyone else, and they told us they had come here to, in their words, stop the bulldozers, knowing that at least as of yesterday, the city of Davenport was planning to begin demolition on what's left of this building as soon as this morning. And Brooks, the family noted, was one of many who over the last few years has raised a lot of concerns about the condition of this building, prompting the owner to recently take out permits and start repairs. And basically now people who were angry that process, they say, didn't happen fast enough, believe the city is moving too quickly to tear down what's left. In Davenport, Iowa, amid jaw-dropping wreckage, an incredible display of survival and hope. 52-year-old Lisa Brooks waving out her own window, later telling her family, who says Brooks is disabled, she'd been hiding under her couch in shock for 24 hours after a large chunk of her historic 6-story apartment building collapsed Sunday. Brooks, Monday night, carried out by first responders. What happened when everybody saw her?
They started screaming, they were running around.
Her nephew in total disbelief.
It's like a fight or flight motion, so she took flight and went under there and hid.
But quickly, awe
Find our people! Find our people!
Turned to anger, with people arguing more survivors could still be trapped and demanding the city postpone plans to demolish the building as soon as this morning. Officials saying Monday search crews with canines had thoroughly combed the site, adding,
"The building is structurally unsound, is posing a risk to responders."
Overnight, Davenport's mayor telling NBC News demolition plans are now under evaluation.
The frickin' building just collapsed.
At least 9 people have now been pulled from the rubble. Lexis Berry says her wife, Quanisha, was among them.
The ground just caved in, and then above us caved in on top of us.
For days, the couple had noticed cracks in their unit, snapping this photo just minutes before the collapse. Quanisha was trapped under debris for 8 hours with her legs pinned down. She's currently recovering in the ICU.
Her injuries are going to be life-changing for her.
And of course, we should note the official cause of this collapse is still under investigation. In the meantime, we've heard from city officials, including in a press release overnight, that they believe basically, of course, this building is unstable and they worry the rest of it could come down at any moment. So they're asking people, including protesters who have already started gathering about a block away here at City Hall, to basically keep a safe distance. And we should also note NBC News has reached out to the owner of this building multiple times. So far, no response. So a lot of frustration here on the ground, guys, but also renewed hope in light of that incredible rescue last night. Joe?
Yeah, no kidding. All right, Maggie, thank you so much. The man accused of carrying out the worst anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history goes on trial later today. Robert Bowers is accused of opening fire on a group of worshipers at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh back in 2018. Bowers faces 63 charges, including some hate crime charges. 11 people were killed, 6 others were hurt, including 4 police officers who responded to stop the attack.
Now let's bring back meteorologist Michelle Grossman for a check at your morning News Now weather.
Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And we're tracking some showers today, some scattered showers across the country. We have several fronts that will be moving across the country. That's going to bring opportunities for showers, even some storms. The Northeast, another gorgeous day. We had a beautiful day yesterday. We'll see that once again today. Parts of New England into the Great Lakes looking really good as well. We have a front that will be taking hold over Florida. That's going to bring some heavy rain by Wednesday into Thursday. The big story in terms of rainfall today will be in the middle of the country. We are watching a long cold front that's sort of parked over the area. You can see some rain falling in portions of the Midwest right now. Where you see the yellow, that's where the heavier rain is falling. And we do have the chance for seeing some pretty heavy rainfall in spots. It will be isolated, but still could see 3, even 4 inches of rain in some spots. That's going to lead to the chance for some flooding. So this is what it looks like for today, starting out in the west. Some storms in the Great Basin. You see some west storms where you see the green. The southwest looking good. Los Angeles looking really nice today. Hot in Phoenix, temperatures near 100 degrees. It's the middle of the country where we're watching the chance for scattered showers, stretching all the way from the northern plains into the central and southern plains. And the southern plains, we could see some strong storms. I'll show you that in just a minute. And then we have that coastal low. We've been talking about it since last week. It is finally moving away, but the last hurrah this morning being some scattered showers in portions of the southern mid-Atlantic into the Carolinas. That will finally pull off, and then we're going to see some storms tomorrow into portions of the southeast. Another winter, though, in the northeast. A really beautiful day with temperatures in the mid-70s in the northeast, and New England could see temperatures in the 60s. We're going to start to warm it up there, though, as we head towards the later part of the week. This is what Wednesday looks like. This is tomorrow, PM storms in the Intermountain West. We're looking at storms still in the middle of the country, severe storms. So notice that cold front doesn't go very far. So we're looking at the same spot, seeing showers once again tomorrow. Warm still in the Midwest. Temperatures soaring 20, 25 degrees above what is average for this time of year. That warmth is going to swing to the east. So we're going to be into the 90s in New York City by later on this week. This is what it looks like on Friday. Speaking of that warmth in the east, record highs possibly in portions of the Northeast. Otherwise, it's a wet day for many on Friday. From the Rockies into the Intermountain West, portions of the central and southern plains, the upper Midwest, and heavy rain falling in parts of Florida, Miami. You could see lots of rain over Wednesday, Thursday. We're looking at heavy rainfall up to 5 inches in some spots. Let's talk about that summer preview, though, because we're going to bring out the shorts and also the short sleeves in many spots. We're looking at temperatures near 90 degrees in Minneapolis. That is 14 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Near 90 in Chicago. That's 15 degrees above average as well. In St. Louis, 90 degrees today. And notice what happens tomorrow. Kind of just swings a little bit to the east. So we're really warm in Grand Rapids, 88 degrees. Pittsburgh, you're warm too. Near 90 degrees in Syracuse. That's 14 degrees above average. And then look at New York City, 91 on Friday. It's not going to last long, but we're warm Thursday. We're even warmer on Friday, and then back to the 70s as a front comes through later Friday into Saturday. And speaking of fronts, we're watching those strong storms from New Mexico to Minnesota today. We could see isolated flash flooding. We could see some flooding as well. We could see winds gusting up to 80 miles per hour. That's hurricane force winds. And also the chance for some hail. Tornado risk, it's low, but it's not zero. And guys, we're going to keep this in place for Wednesday as well, so that front kind of lingers over the next couple of days. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, we'll get that sunscreen ready for later this week.
Yes.
Speaking of heat, this morning Miami is celebrating after their beloved Heat clinched a spot in the NBA Finals. They beat the Boston Celtics in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals last night.
Now it's on to the finals, where the Heat will take on my hometown team, the Denver Nuggets. And for both teams, this will be a very special championship. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson joins us now from what has to be a heartbroken city of Boston. Ann, good morning.
Oh, good morning. This is my hometown team, the Boston Celtics, and I can tell you this city was primed to make history last night to see the Celtics become the first team that was down 3-0 and come back and win a series in the NBA. It had never happened before, and you know what? It didn't happen last night either. Instead, this morning, it is the Miami Heat making history as the second 8th seed to go all the way to the NBA Finals.
In a crazy series which saw both the Miami Heat and Boston Celtics on the ropes, it was the Heat who came up big in last night's deciding Game 7, blocking a historic comeback from the Celtics in their own house. Boston attempting to become the first team in NBA history to win a 7-game series after losing the first 3 games. The Heat bouncing back from a devastating Game 6 loss after an incredible Celtics buzzer beater Saturday. The 8th-seeded Heat finally overcoming their underdog status, led by star Jimmy Butler. Butler scoring 28 points to send the Heat to the NBA Finals, named the Eastern Conference Finals MVP.
My teammates give me so much confidence and belief to go out there and just hoop at a high level.
As a deflated TD Garden cleared out, in Miami, fans were going crazy. The Heat now looking to win their 4th championship trophy. Standing in their way now, a hungry and talented Denver Nuggets squad, eager to win that franchise's first ever title. Game 1 of the finals will be 10 days after Denver stunned LeBron and the Los Angeles Lakers in a Western Conference sweep. Denver's coach says his team is ready to return to the court.
I give our guys credit. They have been locked in. The energy has been very good.
Now, this morning, it is the Celtics' turn to take a look and try to figure out what went wrong and how to fix it, while Miami goes on to play for yet another championship ring. But I can tell you here in Boston, there are a lot of long faces this morning.
Oh, that's heartbreaking, but go Denver Nuggets.
But I was about to say, I think we have someone who doesn't care sitting here because they have another team on their mind.
And thanks so much.
Coming up, the man accused of driving a U-Haul truck into a barrier near the White House is set to appear before a judge.
We'll have more on the new information we've learned about him ahead of today's appearance next.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Later today, the man accused of ramming a U-Haul truck into a barrier near the White House last week will appear before a judge in court. Prosecutors say the suspect, Cy Kandula, wanted to end U.S. democracy and take over the government. Kandula reportedly told officers on the scene he was on a mission to kill President Biden and that he admired Nazis. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now from Washington with more. Ken, I know you've done extensive reporting on what prosecutors are going to say about the U-Haul driver's intentions. What can you tell us about how the suspect apparently wanted to give a speech after taking power?
Yeah, that's right, Joe. But I first should tell you, and good morning, by the way, that a document popped up in the docket this morning. The suspect's lawyer is asking for a continuance of this hearing, saying she has not had enough time to prepare. So the detention hearing may well not happen today. But in preparation for it, prosecutors filed a memo in which they said they seized a diary, a so-called green book, from among Kandula's possessions in that U-Haul truck. And included in that green book was a draft speech that he intended to give once he seized power in the White House, and he was announcing an end to U.S. democracy and the death penalty for any resistors. Remember that we've already reported that he said he intended to kill the president if need be and seize power. He also told Secret Service agents that even though he didn't make it into the White House, he felt he was successful because he sent a message to the Secret Service and other organizations. Remember, he had a Nazi flag, expressed admiration for Hitler. So not a well person, obviously. Prosecutors asking to keep him behind bars pending trial.
Yeah, so Ken, if the hearing happens today or when it does happen down the road, what exactly can we expect? What will prosecutors argue to try and keep the suspect in jail until a possible trial?
They're arguing that the big ones, that he's a danger to the community and a flight risk. Well, you know, he flew here from St. Louis. That's where he lives. So they're saying he has no ties to the Washington, D.C. community. There's no place they can release him to be sure that he would appear. But they're also saying because of his dangerous rhetoric and his violent actions that he poses a continuing danger to the community, and so they are asking a judge to hold him in jail. Remember, he's charged with one count of depredation of property, destroying federal property. He's not charged with trying to kill the president as of now.
So, Ken, what is it we are learning about the suspect in the days after this attack, and what has been his defense so far?
Well, he really hasn't had a chance to mount a defense. His lawyer, his public defender, is just now getting up to speed on the case. We don't know very much about him other than that the government said that he is a lawful permanent resident, so subject to deportation if he's convicted of this charge. And the government mentioned that he had visited family in India. And that's about it, really. But clearly from the rhetoric that he's espousing, again, not a well person, Joe.
All right, Ken Delaney, thank you so much.
International headlines now starting with violent clashes between Serb protesters and NATO forces in northern Kosovo.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other international headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, on Monday, 25 troops from a NATO-led peacekeeping force were injured after clashes with protesters in Kosovo. Now, the troops were trying to stop a crowd of ethnic Serbs from entering a government building in which Albanian mayors took up their post this week. The soldiers tried to disperse the protesters with tear gas and stun grenades, while demonstrators responded by throwing rocks at them. Tension among ethnic Albanians and Serbs living in Kosovo has been high ever since the country declared independence from Serbia, but has recently worsened. Let's go to Nova Scotia, where raging wildfires have forced at least 16,000 people to evacuate their homes. Officials in the Canadian region say the fires have now spread to 25,000 acres and have been deemed out of control. Nova Scotia is experiencing a record-breaking heat wave, and wind gusts of up to 40 miles per hour are causing the fires to spread quickly. Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau called the wildfires incredibly serious. And here's the proof that if a sport is cheesy, it doesn't mean it's not dangerous. Hundreds of people in Gloucester, England, as they do every year for some reason, rolled down a steep hill to chase a 7-pound cheese wheel. The winner of the women's race was knocked unconscious after she bumped her head, but still managed to roll through the finishing line and won. She said she realized she won only after she woke up in a medical tent. Sorry, this is so funny. I now wonder what. I'm so sorry. This is really funny, but I wonder whether the photographer who took the picture of the winners asked her to say cheese, guys.
I hope he did.
We can laugh because we think she's okay, although we don't know.
She won, though, right?
She did win, and that's nothing. You should see what they do for the bottle of wine that goes with that cheese. Wow.
Claudio, thank you so much.
Coming up, we are still more than a year away from the elections, but the 2024 campaign season is already heating up.
Up next, we'll take you to Iowa, where Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is holding his first big campaign event since officially kicking off his run. This is Morning News Now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
How I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now with the latest on the 2024 presidential campaign. Republican presidential candidate Ron DeSantis is set to have his first official campaign event in Des Moines, Iowa later today.
Comes just days after DeSantis kicked off his campaign on Twitter with Elon Musk.
NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Des Moines with the details. Dasha, good morning. Let's start with what we can expect to see from today's event. They're calling it a campaign kickoff instead of a traditional launch. Is there a difference?
Hey guys, good morning. Well, look, the official launch happened on the internet. You saw it on Twitter Spaces, or you heard it at least, with Elon Musk. So that was the official launch of the campaign. Now, this is when the game really begins. This is, I think, the third time I'm talking to you guys from Des Moines, Iowa, about a DeSantis event, but this is the first time that he is an actual presidential candidate. So now the pressure is on. Now he has to prove himself in the very important retail politics that is
so critical to voters here in Iowa and in the other states he'll be visiting next week, New Hampshire and South Carolina. These are the early states that can make or break a presidential candidacy. Of course, they are not kingmakers, but they can really build that momentum and show voters whether or not somebody really has legs in these races. And so this is going to be an important moment for him on the ground as a presidential candidate, looking voters in the eyes and making his case now as a candidate, guys.
So, Dasha, this comes after the glitchy Twitter announcement alongside Elon Musk. Any indication that hurt DeSantis at all?
Well, look, you saw both President Biden and former President Trump sort of memifying that moment and using it to their own advantage. The DeSantis team, though, saying that they broke the internet and using that to sort of propel their message that he has a lot of enthusiasm behind him. So a bit of a Rorschach test. If you're a fan of DeSantis, he broke the internet. If you're not, it was a failure. But meanwhile, the campaign itself is moving forward with the message that he is the alternative to the former president, that he is the guy who can beat Joe Biden. You heard him talking about that just over the last few days, and that he can serve 2 terms, which is something that the former president cannot do. And I think that's something that you're going to hear a lot on the campaign trail as part of the case that he's making for why he is the guy to elect.
DeSantis is speaking out about why he is choosing to run for president in 2024. He had this to say on Fox News.
Why is right now the time for Ron DeSantis to run for president?
Because everyone knows if I'm the nominee, I will beat Biden and I will serve 2 terms, and I will be able to destroy leftism in this country and leave woke ideology on the dustbin of history.
Recent polling shows DeSantis is still trailing former President Trump by a considerable amount. So, Dasha, how does he plan to differentiate himself during this early campaign tour? And can we expect to see him touting his recent legislation that was passed in Florida?
Yeah, well, look, I think what you just heard from him there is going to be a big part of the case he's making here in Iowa and beyond. But yeah, his policies in Florida, the massive amount of legislation that he just passed, that is going to be critical. He's going to make the case that he is not just talk, but action. He does have policy platforms to stand on, so he will be absolutely touting those. That was a big part of his strategy to announce after legislative session was over, so that he would be able to point to some of those victories in Florida and say, hey, look at what we got done, and that's what I'll be able to do nationwide as well. The thing that I'm going to be watching for, though, is how does he walk that line when it comes to former President Trump? He's got to find his footing really quickly here. How directly is he going to go after him, or is he going to do that sort of subtle, jab without actually naming him? What is going to be his tack when it comes to going after the former president? That's going to be really critical, as a lot of people have a whole lot of opinions on how he should handle that, and excuse the early morning to morning traffic here. But look, that's going to be important, and that is going to be a big part of creating the sort of permission structure for voters who are maybe looking for an alternative to former President Trump but aren't ready to jump just yet. They need to see evidence that whatever alternative they pick actually has a path forward. They need to prove that to those voters now so that they can jump and, by the way, look to their friends and say, oh, hey, the water's fine. Come on in. We can do this, and we can go hitch our bandwagon to another candidate here.
All right, Dasha Burns in Iowa, thank you so much. Coming up, carnival chaos.
A cruise turned into a nightmare after a storm sent water pouring into the ocean liner. The terrifying video and the questions now swirling about how this even happened. That's next.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worked coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. there.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back with a story that may make you a little seasick. That's because a Carnival cruise ship was hit by a major storm. Passengers were forced to take higher ground after the hallways became flooded with water. Other parts of the ship were also left damaged. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Miami with more on this scary situation. Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Valerie, good morning. There were more than 3,000 passengers on board the ship as they were experiencing this ordeal. And Valerie, the National Hurricane Center had been keeping tabs on the storm, which was sitting off the coast of the East Coast here for about a week with 12 to 17-foot swells. That is what this ship ran into off of South Carolina's coast on Friday. Those rough seas really flooding hallways and staterooms as many passengers were concerned about the level of communication.
For some 3,000 passengers cruising on the Carnival Sunshine this past week. A coastal storm turned their Caribbean dreams into a very scary nightmare.
I just prayed over and over and over for those waters to calm down.
After 5 days of nearly perfect weather, the 100,000-ton ship was slammed by wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour as it approached South Carolina's coast. Swells of nearly 20 feet tilting the ship, flooding corridors, unhinging doors, and terrifying passengers.
I recently went through cancer treatment, and this trip was about 3 times scarier than that.
Sharon Tutrone, a college professor, was celebrating with her 73-year-old mom, her caregiver, during those cancer treatments. Both women couldn't believe what they were witnessing.
The ship took a hit from a massive wave. It scared the heck out of me. It sounded like the ship split in two.
To make matters worse, frustrated passengers say the only communication coming from the captain Friday was just as the storm started.
We are expecting adverse weather condition as we sail back to Charleston and maybe arrive later than scheduled. We will continue to monitor the situation and provide you with an update early tomorrow morning.
The captain also telling passengers to be cautious when walking around the ship and that the vessel might move a little more than usual. Over 12 hours, the ship was pounded by fierce winds and rough seas. Several passengers we spoke with said they didn't receive any further information from the captain or crew until well into the next morning. And a screen displaying wind speeds and their velocity was replaced with a standby slate.
There was a crew door there, and they said they have seen the crew in there wearing life jackets. And at that point, I'm like, okay, they're wearing life jackets, but they're not telling us to do anything.
Daniel Taylor's cabin was on deck 2 in the front of the ship.
It sounded like a wrecking ball was hitting the ship, and it honestly sounded like it was tearing the ship apart.
Carnival later releasing a statement writing in part, Carnival Sunshine's return to Charleston was impacted by the weather and rough seas on Saturday. The weather's prolonged impact on the Charleston area delayed the ship's arrival. We appreciate the patience and understanding of all of our guests. The unsettling sequence, leaving thousands of passengers shaken. But thankfully, there were no reports of any injuries.
I don't wish this on my worst enemy. It was awful.
So the ship came back about 12 hours late on Saturday. By the next morning, the Sunshine was back out on a different voyage at sea. So far, Carnival has not said why they didn't wait or sort of try to reorient around the storm, but rather appears to have approached it directly. Valerie, back to you.
All right, Sam Brock, thanks so much.
Now to some financial headlines. Disgraced Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes is expected to begin serving an 11-year prison term today.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning, Valerie. Good morning, Joe. Yep, the day has arrived for Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes to report to federal prison in Texas. She will begin serving an 11-year sentence for defrauding investors. And this closes a chapter in the downfall of one of Silicon Valley's most high-profile entrepreneurs after it was revealed that the company's blood testing technology was unreliable. Holmes leaves behind 2 children who were born during the hoopla surrounding her trial and conviction on 4 counts of fraud and conspiracy. Tesla CEO Elon Musk has reportedly touched down in China, and it's his first visit to the country in 3 years. Reuters says Musk's private jet landed earlier today in Beijing. Musk is expected to visit with top Chinese government officials and Tesla's factory in Shanghai. China is the company's second largest market after the United States. A group of top researchers, engineers, and CEOs are issuing a new warning about the threat they believe artificial intelligence poses to humanity. In a brief 22-word statement, the group says mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority alongside other societal-scale risks such as pandemics and nuclear war. The statement is co-signed by people including the CEO of OpenAI, that's the company behind the popular app ChatGPT. Earlier this year, an open letter was signed by many of the same individuals calling for a 6-month pause in AI development, guys. I could have told you that.
Yeah, the warnings keep coming. All
I'm
right.
scared.
Silvana, thank you so much.
Sure thing.
Let's head to Venice, a popular summertime vacation destination. But it seems the famous Grand Canal there is taking on a new color. It's turning green. Gondolas and water taxis have been rowing with a new view since the weekend, sending authorities on the move to solve the mystery. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons got the tough assignment this morning. Joins us now from Venice on a boat. Keir, good morning.
Yeah, the assignment of the year, right, Joe? You're right, this water was green. It's not green any longer. You can see from the shot on the bridge above there, the water is now the color that it should be. That's the Rialto Bridge from the 12th century. But now an investigation, a forensic investigation is underway. They're searching CCTV in what you could compare with the setting and the mystery, like something from an Agatha Christie whodunit.
The fluorescent green appeared suddenly on Sunday in Venice's world-renowned Grand Canal. Soon, images began appearing on social media, filmed by tourists here to enjoy the picture postcard views of a city famed for its beauty, stunned by the unexplained, brightly coloured stain in the water. We arrived early this morning.
Yes, it's green all in this area.
Our water taxi captain, Niccolo, had seen the strange green wash.
You like Hulk, the Avengers, the superhero.
It was the colour of the Incredible Hulk.
Yes.
Have you ever seen the water in Venice, that colour?
Never.
Now there's a police investigation and wild speculation.
We just came under the Rialto Bridge. This is where that green stain was. It's disappeared. Its appearance in the water, still a mystery.
Officials say the green colour was caused by a harmless chemical, fluorescein.
It seemed like there was so much of it. Does that suggest someone did it deliberately?
The investigations are looking everywhere. The head of Venice's prefecture told us all hypotheses are open. In 1968, an artist with an environmental message threw green dye into the canal. And this month, climate activists turned Rome's Trevi Fountain black. In Milan, they threw paint at a statue. And in 2022, oil activists threw soup at a Van Gogh masterpiece.
For me, is the activists.
Jonathan and Whitney from Seattle are in Venice for their 10th wedding anniversary.
Well, in Chicago, they pour green in the river purposely to celebrate St. Patrick's Day.
But it's not St. Patrick's Day?
It's not, no.
For years, Venice has been assaulted by floods, while during COVID, it was a ghost town. The water so clean, jellyfish appeared. But nothing like this has been seen for decades. And so far, there's no explanation.
And Joe, the chemical that was used, they've now confirmed, is a chemical that can be used to look for holes in pipes. It seems like more was used in this case than you would use for that. So again, it just adds to the mystery. But if we just show you that wide shot again from the bridge of this picturesque scene, I can confidently report, Joe, that life is as good as ever here in Venice.
Looks rough. And Kier, no word yet if the Chicago River has an alibi. We're checking with our sources on that one. All right, Kier, thank you so much. Enjoy your time there in Venice. Coming up, from church choir to Broadway.
Up next, we're sitting down with one of the hottest names in theater who's flipping the script and making history in the progress.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester
Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
How I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Welcome back. Is this real life or is this just fantasy? Following in the recent trend of rock stars selling their music catalog for big bucks, the entire catalog for the band Queen could soon be up for sale. And some estimates say it could go for more than $1 billion. The reason for that high price point? Well, the 2018 Oscar-winning film Bohemian Rhapsody about late frontman Freddie Mercury has renewed interest in the band. That or Bohemian Rhapsody is just about the best karaoke song ever, although that's debatable. The last music catalog to go for big bucks was Bruce Springsteen's for $500 million. Joe, I don't know about you, but I always think of Wayne's World when I hear that song.
Yeah, no kidding. We were literally listening to Bohemian Rhapsody over the holiday weekend, so I guess that proves the point right there.
Great song.
Thanks, Valerie. Now to our series Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes shining a spotlight on diversity. Enter J. Harrison G., now a Tony-nominated performer breaking barriers and gender stereotypes on Broadway. Such a good show. G plays the role of Jerry/Daphne in the musical Some Like It Hot. The role earned them a Tony nomination for Best Actor in a Musical, making them one of the first non-binary actors to be nominated for a Tony. The show scored 13 nominations, more than any other this year. We are lucky to have J. Harrison G. on set with us. Good morning. Congratulations on all the Tony nominations, including yours.
Thank you.
This is, I mean, a movie that folks remember from 1959. It's fair to say it's been updated a little bit for I guess, more modern times. Yeah. Talk to us about your character and how much you love playing this character.
I play Jerry Daphne, and it's a fun journey I get to take every night, 8 times a week. A journey of freedom, of expansion, of growth, of newness, and it's something I'm excited to share with audiences, to be a mirror of how to break ourselves of limits, of labels, of boundaries, and allowing life to really expand us.
You and Alex Newell made history this year, the first non-binary performers nominated for Tonys. What did that mean to you, that making history in that way?
It means everything. It's not something I take lightly. The work is being honored, the humanity is being honored, and we're making moves and strides to shape society and our industry in a different way.
That has sparked discussion about gendered awards in the Tonys. You had to make a decision into what category to enter. There was another performer who's non-binary who decided, I'm not going to enter because I don't want to have to pick.
Yeah.
How did you make that decision, and do you think things do need to change when it comes to how we give awards out to folks?
There's always room for growth. And what helped make it easy for me is I'm always going to show up in my fullness no matter where I am, and somebody else's compartmentalization of me doesn't bound me to being what they want me to be. So it was easy for me to say that I am going to show up in my fullness and be who I am no matter what, regardless of where you put me. So it was quite easy for me.
Because you show up in your fullness, I think after every show, every night, or maybe during the day, you have a lot of fans who gather outside the stage door. Many of them are there for you. What do you hear from people who love the show and love you?
I hear so many things, and I hear so many queer people who say thank you for the representation, thank you for allowing them to be seen, for their humanity, for parts of their journey and their experience to be experienced on stage, and for audiences to really receive a bit of life in a clear way and in a fresh way.
What does it mean to you when you hear people say that?
It means everything. I try to do everything in life with intention, with purpose, but most importantly with love. And so the way that people are receiving our show and really receiving the journey that I take every night, Jerry Daphne, queer people, cisgender people, so such a range of people really responding in such a beautiful way.
Do you hear from people who maybe go into the show not knowing what to expect, and it changes something or makes them see things in a new way?
Oh, absolutely. Those people who are so in love with the original movie, those baby boomers who come and see the show and are like, wow, this fluid journey you take, and how their eyes are open, they're expanded, they really don't expect it. And that's how I know my job has been done effectively. If I can make one person leave the theater and think a little differently than when they came in, my job is done.
I understand you grew up singing in the church choir. Yeah. Your dad was a pastor.
Yeah.
How did that shape you?
Oh, that's my foundation. My foundation is faith, always. And it's not something that I take lightly. It is something I carry with me. I'm walking in my ministry. It just looks a little differently than what I was told it was supposed to look like.
How does your father feel about everything?
He is learning how much purpose my life has, and is seeing how effective I'm being in the world using the gifts God gave me. So it's a journey for both of us.
We have a little less than a minute left here, but the Tonys are what, 12 days away? Not that anyone's counting. Are you nervous? Are you anxious? Are you excited? How are you feeling?
I'm all of the things, but mostly grounded and excited. It's a wonderful experience, and my mother's going to be my date for the Tonys. And she's nervous to see the show. Things I do still surprise her. She's like, when did you learn how to do all of this? So I'm excited to just show her what I've learned, how I'm continuing to grow and expand.
Well, we are excited for you. Congratulations. It is a well-deserved nomination.
Thank you so
much. We appreciate everything you are doing. Jay Harrison G., thank you so much for being here. Of course, the show running on Broadway now. You must check it out. It is fantastic. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Valerie Castro in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, unprecedented attack. Far from the front lines, a drone attack overnight on residential buildings in Moscow, forcing people there to evacuate. This attack comes after a new wave of powerful explosions hit Kyiv again. We're on the ground with the latest from the Ukrainian capital. Debt deadline. With the clock ticking, leaders in both parties are trying to sell the debt ceiling deal. All the while, the nation's financial fate hangs in the balance. But with just days left before a default and potential economic catastrophe, time is running out. We'll take a look at the sticking points as a key group of lawmakers is set to make a first vote to pass the deal. Scare at sea. A Carnival cruise ship battered by a storm with massive swells. Water sent rushing into the ocean liner and leaving hallways flooded. This morning, there are new questions about why the captain chose to sail through the storm. And flipping the script, this morning I've got a one-on-one conversation with one of the hottest names on Broadway who just made history by becoming one of the first openly non-binary performers to be nominated for a Tony. How they're working to shine a spotlight on diversity and blaze a trail for others to follow. This is one of the biggest hits of the Tony season. Some like it hot. Looking forward to bringing you that conversation a little later this hour. We're going to start with breaking news this morning. Drone attacks targeting the city of Moscow.
These attacks are the first time residential buildings in Russia's capital have been hit since the war started. But Ukraine denying any responsibility for the attack. Meanwhile, the city of Kyiv marching on after facing a barrage of back-to-back attacks in broad daylight, including another deadly strike overnight. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the latest from Kyiv.
Joe, Valerie, good morning to both of you. Now, the Kremlin says President Putin has been briefed about those drone attacks in Moscow. But I just want to step out of frame and have my cameraman zoom up to the top floor of this residential apartment building, a high-rise apartment building in Kyiv. And you can see that massive destruction up on the top floor. The sounds that you might hear, they are throwing debris and cleaning up this area. Windows literally coming out of windows. Residents we spoke with say they heard a massive explosion around 3 a.m. Unclear, though, whether it was debris from a downed drone or whether this building took a direct hit.
Overnight in Moscow, a rare drone attack. City officials say several buildings sustained minor damage. Some residents were evacuated, but no serious injuries. The Russian Ministry of Defense says 8 aircraft-type unmanned aerial vehicles were involved in the attack and were destroyed. NBC News has not independently verified that information. Earlier this month, Russian officials said at least 2 drones targeted the Kremlin, but there's been no claim of responsibility. It comes just hours after the third wave of Russian aerial attacks on Ukrainian cities in just 24 hours. Explosions lighting up the sky in Kyiv. Ukraine's Air Force says they destroyed nearly 30 drones. But debris from the interceptions causing serious damage on the ground, killing at least 1 person in the capital, injuring more than 10 in the region. A fire breaking out in a Kyiv high-rise building, forcing residents to evacuate. When the drone is flying, it is fear, this woman says. You are happy to be alive and just thinking about what will happen next. The unrelenting middle-of-the-night attacks come after a rare broad daylight assault on Monday. Kids seen screaming, terrified, running through the streets. Just after 1 p.m., air raid sirens sent residents scrambling for cover. Fragments of missiles landing in busy Kyiv streets.
Take a look. Kyiv is coming back to life just hours after that attack. Everyone is back outside. But earlier on Monday, during that rare daytime attack, city officials say 41,000 people sheltered in the subway.
But these are scenes we haven't seen in months. The defiance still here, this young man says. This is certainly not enough to break us.
Now Moscow points the finger directly at Kyiv for those drone attacks inside Moscow. A senior Ukrainian official, though, this morning is saying that we are watching from Kyiv, but the Ukraine had nothing to do with it. I'll send it back to you guys.
Molly, thank you so much.
Let's bring in retired Lieutenant Colonel Danny Davis. He is a senior fellow and military expert at Defense Priorities. Lieutenant Colonel, good morning. Good to have you with us. So we've got drone attacks on Moscow, a daytime missile strike in Kyiv. These are new scenarios that are different from what we've seen so far. What's the significance here? Are we seeing a turning point in this war?
You're seeing an evolution in the war, without question, because the drones were seen as very effective from the very outset. But it took time to ramp up the production of them into acquisition or for whatever methods they can get it. Now that you're starting to see Russia has actually for many months have been trying to ramp up domestic production, and it now appears that they're starting to have production online. And so I suspect that you're going to see more of these come up. And then, of course, Kiev, as some of their leaders said yesterday, they said, why should Moscow be safe while our capital is not? And now you're seeing it being expanded to Moscow. And I expect this will continue, if not expand.
So Ukraine says it was not behind this drone attack on Moscow. But whoever it was, help us understand how significant a development this is.
Well, so far, it's basically a public relations hit because it didn't even attack any military installations. In fact, apparently, the air defense systems of any drones that were moving towards high-value targets were, in fact, knocked down, but they didn't have any coverage for the residential buildings, and those were hit. So I think that Moscow is now going to do what it can to improve its air defense capability. But I expect that Ukraine will do whatever it can to add. And, of course, I don't really think that, that Ukraine had nothing to do with this because they said that it was going to happen about 12 hours before it did. And that's just how war is.
Is it surprising Moscow wasn't better prepared for that?
It is, actually, because many of their commentators have been talking about this for months, that they expected it. And how could they not? Because if you're attacking your opponent's capital city, you have to expect that it's going to come in the other direction. And I think that now that they've had it exposed that their air defense has some capacity, but it's not bulletproof.
So as things escalate here, do we think we might see any Russian allies ramp up efforts to help after these latest attacks? We know Russian ally Belarus has stepped really directly into the conflict, promising nuclear weapons to any ally that joins in the war. What's going on here?
Yeah, Lukashenko has a history of making some really odd statements throughout his tenure there, and this is certainly one of them. And no, I don't think anybody's going to be taking that seriously because you're not going to join an alliance unless you feel threatened and you feel like there's security in numbers. And nobody outside of Russia and Belarus are threatened at all. And in fact, you had the president of Kazakhstan say, oh, yeah, Lukashenko, that was a funny joke. So he's made pretty clear that he's interested in economic union, but he wants nothing to do with any conflict.
All right. Lieutenant Colonel Danny Davis, thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
In Washington today, lawmakers will take the first step towards approving the deal to end the debt ceiling standoff. But with opposition from both sides, its future is far from certain. And President Biden and House Speaker McCarthy are racing to shore up votes to get it passed before the June 5th default deadline. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake joins us now from Capitol Hill.
Hey, Valerie, good morning. Look, there's a new deadline, June 5th, just 6 days away. That means the pressure's on for leaders in both parties to whip their votes and make sure this bipartisan deal can get across the finish line by that deadline or risk an economic collapse potentially just a few days away. With 6 days until the U.S. runs out of money to pay its bills, President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy are racing to shore up support for their bipartisan budget deal that would suspend the nation's borrowing limit through early 2025 while cutting federal spending.
But I feel very good about it.
With the House back in session today, the president appears optimistic the bill will reach his desk by next Monday's deadline, averting a disastrous default.
There is no reason why it shouldn't get done by the 5th.
But some House Democrats say they have concerns about the 99-page bill, including new work requirements for some recipients of the SNAP food assistance program.
We are being held hostage. That is a very real word for where we are right now. There are things I would never vote for under normal circumstances.
I'm saying I'm still undecided because we are still reviewing the bill.
The president asked what he would say to those skeptical Democrats.
Talk to me.
Mr. Biden and senior White House staffers working the phones to sell the deal to fellow Democrats. Meanwhile, some conservative Republicans argue that the bill's spending cuts aren't deep enough.
We're just barreling towards an infinite amount of debt, and we've got to stop that.
Echoed by GOP presidential candidate Ron DeSantis.
Our country was careening towards bankruptcy, and after this deal, our country will still be careening towards bankruptcy.
But House Republican leaders disagree, calling the bill an important step forward.
It's time for the big boys and the big girls to step up and realize that we can't let perfect be the enemy of the good and that we've got to get this done.
Here's how this is going to play out. We will see a first procedural vote in the Rules Committee today. Then the full House will take this bill up tomorrow night. Expect to see a lot of behind-the-scenes arm twisting and horse trading to try to get the votes necessary just to pass the House. Then, of course, the Senate has to take up this bill, and I expect them to work on it all the way through the weekend, Valerie, putting us right up against that Monday deadline.
Lots more to come, Garrett. Thanks so much.
The Memorial Day holiday turned violent in Florida when a mass shooting in Hollywood Beach left 9 people injured. It was part of a spike in gun violence across the country during the Memorial Day holiday weekend. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now with the latest. Guad, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. It was supposed to be a weekend of holiday celebrations across the country for many, but of course it ended in tragedy with a string of gun violence taking place. Here in South Florida, police say there was an altercation just behind me in this area in Hollywood Beach that resulted in gunfire exchange, leaving the victims behind to pick up the pieces. Overnight, gun violence shattering Memorial Day holiday in Hollywood Beach, Florida. 9 people injured, including a 1-year-old child. This video appears to show the moments after the shooting. Beachgoers seen running to take cover from gunfire.
We keep getting calls. It's like an active scene, apparently. I don't know if it's an active shooter, but I hear the calls coming in.
The chaotic aftermath also captured in this video, appearing to show first responders frantically helping victims, with all 9 victims hospitalized, 5 adults and 4 minors.
We have 4 juveniles. Their ages are between 1 and 17.
Police say an altercation between 2 groups led to the violence. Authorities now asking for the public's help with their investigation.
If there is anybody who has pictures, who has videos of this incident, if they could please send it to PD.
The mayor condemning the violence.
I'm saddened and angered that we've had an incident on Hollywood Beach today. People come to a holiday, enjoy a holiday weekend on the beach. To have an altercation with guns in a public setting with thousands of people around them is beyond reckless.
It was part of a deadly weekend of shootings across the country, leaving at least 16 people dead and dozens more injured. A reminder of the deadly toll of gun violence in America. Now, authorities say thousands were present when this took place. As you saw, they are asking for the public for help, any videos or photos that can help with that investigation. They have detained 1 person of interest, and as of last night, they were still searching for 1 suspect. Joe?
All right, Guad, thank you.
Now to Iowa, where a 9th person was rescued from that partially collapsed apartment building in Davenport.
Take a look at this. 52-year-old Lisa Brooks. She was seen waving out of her window 24 hours after being trapped by debris. She was pulled to safety by first responders. Now city officials want to move forward with demolishing the rest of the building, saying it's not structurally sound and could collapse even more. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us from Davenport with more on the amazing rescue. Maggie, good morning.
Hey guys, it was absolutely incredible. And by the way, Lisa Brooks's family was here on the ground last night when she started waving out her window. They were in the crowd cheering with everyone else, and they told us they had come here to, in their words, stop the bulldozers, knowing that at least as of yesterday, the city of Davenport was planning to begin demolition on what's left of this building as soon as this morning. And Brooks, the family noted, was one of many who over the last few years has raised a lot of concerns about the condition of this building, prompting the owner to recently take out permits and start repairs. And basically now people who were angry that process, they say, didn't happen fast enough, believe the city is moving too quickly to tear down what's left. In Davenport, Iowa, amid jaw-dropping wreckage, an incredible display of survival and hope. 52-year-old Lisa Brooks waving out her own window, later telling her family, who says Brooks is disabled, she'd been hiding under her couch in shock for 24 hours after a large chunk of her historic 6-story apartment building collapsed Sunday. Brooks, Monday night, carried out by first responders. What happened when everybody saw her?
They started screaming, they were running around.
Her nephew in total disbelief.
It's like a fight or flight motion, so she took flight and went under there and hid.
But quickly, awe
Find our people! Find our people!
turned to anger, with people arguing more survivors could still be trapped and demanding the city postpone plans to demolish the building as soon as this morning. Officials saying Monday search crews with canines had thoroughly combed the site, adding,
"The building is structurally unsound, is posing a risk to responders."
Overnight, Davenport's mayor telling NBC News demolition plans are now under evaluation.
The frickin' building just collapsed.
At least 9 people have now been pulled from the rubble. Lexis Berry says her wife, Quanisha, was among them.
The ground just caved in, and then above us caved in on top of us.
For days, the couple had noticed cracks in their unit, snapping this photo just minutes before the collapse. Quanisha was trapped under debris for 8 hours with her legs pinned down. She's currently recovering in the ICU.
Her injuries are going to be life-changing for her.
And of course, we should note the official cause of this collapse is still under investigation. In the meantime, we've heard from city officials, including in a press release overnight, that they believe, basically, of course, this building is unstable and they worry the rest of it could come down at any moment. So they're asking people, including protesters who have already started gathering about a block away here at City Hall, to basically keep a safe distance. And we should also note NBC News has reached out to the owner of this building multiple times. So far, no response. So a lot of frustration here on the ground, guys, but also renewed hope in light of that incredible rescue last night. Joe?
Yeah, no kidding. All right, Maggie, thank you so much. The man accused of carrying out the worst anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history goes on trial later today. Robert Bowers is accused of opening fire on a group of worshipers at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh back in 2018. Bowers faces 63 charges, including some hate crime charges. 11 people were killed, 6 others were hurt, including 4 police officers who responded to stop the attack.
Now let's bring back meteorologist Michelle Grossman for a check at your morning News Now weather.
Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And we're tracking some showers today, some scattered showers across the country. We have several fronts that will be moving across the country. That's going to bring opportunities for showers, even some storms. The Northeast, another gorgeous day. We had a beautiful day yesterday. We'll see that once again today. Parts of New England into the Great Lakes looking really good as well. We have a front that will be taking hold over Florida. That's going to bring some heavy rain by Wednesday into Thursday. The big story in terms of rainfall today will be in the middle of the country. We are watching a long cold front that's sort of parked over the area. You can see some rain falling in portions of the Midwest right now. Where you see the yellow, that's where the heavier rain is falling. And we do have the chance for seeing some pretty heavy rainfall in spots. It will be isolated, but still could see 3, even 4 inches of rain in some spots. That's going to lead to the chance for some flooding. So this is what it looks like for today, starting out in the west. Some storms in the Great Basin. You see some west storms where you see the green. The southwest looking good. Los Angeles looking really nice today. Hot in Phoenix, temperatures near 100 degrees. It's the middle of the country where we're watching the chance for scattered showers, stretching all the way from the northern plains into the central and southern plains. And the southern plains, we could see some strong storms. I'll show you that in just a minute. And then we have that coastal low. We've been talking about it since last week. It is finally moving away, but the last hurrah this morning being some scattered showers in portions of the southern mid-Atlantic into the Carolinas. That will finally pull off, and then we're going to see some storms tomorrow into portions of the southeast. Another winter, though, in the northeast. A really beautiful day with temperatures in the mid-70s in the northeast, and New England could see temperatures in the 60s. We're going to start to warm up there, though, as we head towards the later part of the week. This is what Wednesday looks like. This is tomorrow. PM storms in the Intermountain West. We're looking at storms still in the middle of the country, severe storms. So notice that cold front doesn't go very far. So we're looking at the same spot, seeing showers once again tomorrow. Warm still in the Midwest. Temperatures soaring 25 degrees above what is average for this time of year. That warmth is going to swing to the east. So we're going to be into the 90s in New York City by later on this week. This is what it looks like on Friday. Speaking of that warmth in the east, record highs possibly in portions of the Northeast. Otherwise, it's a wet day for many on Friday. From the Rockies into the Intermountain West, portions of the central and southern plains, the upper Midwest, and heavy rain falling in parts of Florida, Miami. You could see lots of rain over Wednesday, Thursday. We're looking at heavy rainfall up to 5 inches in some spots. Let's talk about that summer preview, though, because we're going to bring out the shorts and also the short sleeves in many spots. We're looking at temperatures near 90 degrees in Minneapolis. That is 14 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. Near 90 in Chicago. That's 15 degrees above average as well. In St. Louis, 90 degrees today. And notice what happens tomorrow. It kind of just swings a little bit to the east. So we're really warm in Grand Rapids, 88 degrees. Pittsburgh, you're warm too. Near 90 degrees in Syracuse. That's 14 degrees above average. And then look at New York City, 91 on Friday. It's not going to last long, but we're warm Thursday. We're even warmer on Friday, and then back to the 70s as a front comes through later Friday into Saturday. And speaking of fronts, we're watching those strong storms from New Mexico to Minnesota today. We could see isolated flash flooding. We could see some flooding as well. We could see winds gusting up to 80 miles per hour. That's hurricane force winds. And also the chance for some hail. Tornado risk, it's low, but it's not zero. And guys, we're going to keep this in place for Wednesday as well, so that front kind of lingers over the next couple of days. Back to you.
All right, Michelle, we'll get that sunscreen ready for later this week.
Yes.
Speaking of heat, this morning Miami is celebrating after their beloved Heat clinched a spot in the NBA Finals. They beat the Boston Celtics in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals last night.
Now it's on to the finals, where the Heat will take on my hometown team, the Denver Nuggets. And for both teams, this will be a very special championship. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson joins us now from what has to be a heartbroken city of Boston. Ann, good morning.
Oh, good morning. This is my hometown team, the Boston Celtics, and I can tell you this city was primed to make history last night to see the Celtics become the first team that was down 3-0 and come back and win a series in the NBA. It had never happened before, and you know what? It didn't happen last night either. Instead, this morning, it is the Miami Heat making history as the second 8th seed to go all the way to the NBA Finals.
In a crazy series which saw both the Miami Heat and Boston Celtics on the ropes, it was the Heat who came up big in last night's deciding Game 7, blocking a historic comeback from the Celtics in their own house. Boston attempting to become the first team in NBA history to win a 7-game series after losing the first 3 games. The Heat bouncing back from a devastating Game 6 loss after an incredible Celtics buzzer beater Saturday. The 8th-seeded Heat finally overcoming their underdog status, led by star Jimmy Butler. Butler scoring 28 points to send the Heat to the NBA Finals, named the Eastern Conference Finals MVP.
My teammates give me so much confidence and belief to go out there and just hoop at a high level.
As a deflated TD Garden cleared out, in Miami, fans were going crazy. The Heat now looking to win their 4th championship trophy. Standing in their way now, a hungry and talented Denver Nuggets squad, eager to win that franchise's first ever title. Game 1 of the finals will be 10 days after Denver stunned LeBron and the Los Angeles Lakers in a Western Conference sweep. Denver's coach says his team is ready to return to the court.
I give our guys credit. They have been locked in. The energy has been very good.
Now, this morning, it is the Celtics' turn to take a look and try to figure out what went wrong and how to fix it, while Miami goes on to play for yet another championship ring. But I can tell you here in Boston, there are a lot of long faces this morning.
Oh, that's heartbreaking, but go Denver Nuggets.
But I was about to say, I think we have someone who doesn't care sitting here because they have another team on their mind.
And thanks so much.
Coming up, the man accused of driving a U-Haul truck into a barrier near the White House is set to appear before a judge.
We'll have more on the new information we've learned about him ahead of today's appearance next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Later today, the man accused of ramming a U-Haul truck into a barrier near the White House last week will appear before a judge in court. Prosecutors say the suspect, Cy Kandula, wanted to end U.S. democracy and take over the government. Kandula reportedly told officers on the scene he was on a mission to kill President Biden and that he admired Nazis. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now from Washington with more. Ken, I know you've done extensive reporting on what prosecutors are going to say about the U-Haul driver's intentions. What can you tell us about how the suspect apparently wanted to give a speech after taking power?
Yeah, that's right, Joe. But I first should tell you, and good morning, by the way, that a document popped up in the docket this morning. The suspect's lawyer is asking for a continuance of this hearing, saying she has not had enough time to prepare. So the detention hearing may well not happen today. But in preparation for it, prosecutors filed a memo in which they said they seized a diary, a so-called green book, from among Kandula's possessions in that U-Haul truck. And included in that green book was a draft speech that he intended to give once he seized power in the White House, and he was announcing an end to U.S. democracy and the death penalty for any resistors. Remember that we've already reported that he said he intended to kill the president if need be and seize power. He also told Secret Service agents that even though he didn't make it into the White House, he felt he was successful because he sent a message to the Secret Service and other organizations. Remember, he had a Nazi flag, expressed admiration for Hitler. So not a well person, obviously. Prosecutors asking to keep him behind bars pending trial.
Yeah, so Ken, if the hearing happens today or when it does happen down the road, what exactly can we expect? What will prosecutors argue to try and keep the suspect in jail until a possible trial?
They're arguing that the big ones, that he's a danger to the community and a flight risk. Well, you know, he flew here from St. Louis. That's where he lives. So they're saying he has no ties to the Washington, D.C. community. There's no place they can release him to be sure that he would appear. But they're also saying because of his dangerous rhetoric and his violent actions that he poses a continuing danger to the community, and so they are asking a judge to hold him in jail. Remember, he's charged with one count of depredation of property, destroying federal property. He's not charged with trying to kill the president as of now.
So, Ken, what is it we are learning about the suspect in the days after this attack, and what has been his defense so far?
Well, he really hasn't had a chance to mount a defense. His lawyer, his public defender, is just now getting up to speed on the case. We don't know very much about him other than that the government said that he is a lawful permanent resident, so subject to deportation if he's convicted of this charge. And the government mentioned that he had visited family in India. And that's about it, really. But clearly from the rhetoric that he's espousing, again, not a well person, Joe.
All right, Ken Delanian, thank you so much.
International headlines now starting with violent clashes between Serb protesters and NATO forces in northern Kosovo.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other international headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yes, on Monday, 25 troops from a NATO-led peacekeeping force were injured after clashes with protesters in Kosovo. Now, the troops were trying to stop a crowd of ethnic Serbs from entering a government building in which Albanian mayors took up their posts this week. The soldiers tried to disperse the protesters with tear gas and stun grenades, while demonstrators responded by throwing rocks at them. Tension among ethnic Albanians and Serbs living in Kosovo has been high ever since the country declared independence from Serbia, but it has recently worsened. Let's go to Nova Scotia, where raging wildfires have forced at least 16,000 people to evacuate their homes. Officials in the Canadian region say the fires have now spread to 25,000 acres and have been deemed out of control. Nova Scotia is experiencing a record-breaking heat wave, and wind gusts of up to 40 miles per hour are causing the fires to spread quickly. Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau called the wildfires incredibly serious. And here's the proof that if a sport is cheesy, it doesn't mean it's not dangerous. Hundreds of people in Gloucester, England, as they do every year for some reason, roll down a steep hill to chase a 7-pound cheese wheel. The winner of the women's race was knocked unconscious after she bumped her head, but still managed to roll through the finishing line and won. She said she realized she won only after she woke up in a medical tent. Sorry, this is so funny. I know. I now wonder what. I'm so sorry. This is really funny, but I wonder whether the photographer who took the picture of the winners asked her to say cheese, guys.
I hope he did.
We can laugh because we think she's okay, although we don't know.
She won, though, right?
She did win, and you. That's nothing. You should see what they do for the bottle of wine that goes with that cheese. Wow.
Claudio, thank you so much.
Coming up, we are still more than a year away from the elections, but the 2024 campaign season is already heating up.
Up next, we'll take you to Iowa, where Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is holding his first big campaign event since officially kicking off his run. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery?
Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery?
Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back now with the latest on the 2024 presidential campaign. Republican presidential candidate Ron DeSantis is set to have his first official campaign event in Des Moines, Iowa later today.
Comes just days after DeSantis kicked off his campaign on Twitter with Elon Musk.
NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Des Moines with the details. Dasha, good morning. Let's start with what we can expect to see from today's event. They're calling it a campaign kickoff instead of a traditional launch. Is there a difference?
Hey guys, good morning. Well, look, the official launch happened on the internet. You saw it on Twitter Spaces, or you heard it at least, with Elon Musk. So that was the official launch of the campaign. Now, this is when the game really begins. This is, I think, the third time I'm talking to you guys from Des Moines, Iowa, about a DeSantis event, but this is the first time that he is an actual presidential candidate. So now the pressure is on. Now he has to prove himself in the very important retail politics that is so critical to voters here in Iowa and in the other states he'll be visiting next week, New Hampshire and South Carolina. These are the early states that can make or break a presidential candidacy. Of course, they are not kingmakers, but they can really build that momentum and show voters whether or not somebody really has legs in these races. And so this is going to be an important moment for him on the ground as a presidential candidate, looking voters in the eyes and making his case now as a candidate, guys.
So, Dasha, this comes after the glitchy Twitter announcement alongside Elon Musk. Any indication that hurt DeSantis at all?
Well, look, you saw both President Biden and former President Trump sort of memifying that moment and using it to their own advantage. The DeSantis team, though, saying that they broke the internet and using that to sort of propel their message that he has a lot of enthusiasm behind him. So a bit of a Rorschach test. If you're a fan of DeSantis, he broke the internet. If you're not, it was a failure. But meanwhile, the campaign itself is moving forward with the message that he is the alternative to the former president, that he is the guy who can beat Joe Biden. You heard him talking about that just over the last few days, and that he can serve 2 terms, which is something that the former president cannot do. And I think that's something that you're going to hear a lot on the campaign trail as part of the case that he's making for why he is the guy to elect.
DeSantis is speaking out about why he is choosing to run for president in 2024. He had this to say on Fox News.
Why is right now the time for Ron DeSantis to run for president?
Because everyone knows if I'm the nominee, I will beat Biden and I will serve 2 terms, and I will be able to destroy leftism in this country and leave woke ideology on the dustbin of history.
Recent polling shows DeSantis is still trailing former President Trump by a considerable amount. So, Dasha, how does he plan to differentiate himself during this early campaign tour? And can we expect to see him touting his recent legislation that was passed in Florida?
Yeah, well, look, I think what you just heard from him there is going to be a big part of the case he's making here in Iowa and beyond. But yeah, his policies in Florida, the massive amount of legislation that he just passed, that is going to be critical. He's going to make the case that he is not just talk, but action. He does have policy platforms to stand on, so he will be absolutely touting those. That was a big part of his strategy to announce after legislative session was over, so that he would be able to point to some of those victories in Florida and say, hey, look at what we got done, and that's what I'll be able to do nationwide as well. The thing that I'm going to be watching for, though, is how does he walk that line when it comes to former President Trump? He's got to find his footing really quickly here. How directly is he going to go after him, or is he going to do that sort of subtle, jab without actually naming him? What is going to be his tack when it comes to going after the former president? That's going to be really critical, as a lot of people have a whole lot of opinions on how he should handle that, and excuse the early morning to morning traffic here. But look, that's going to be important, and that is going to be a big part of creating the sort of permission structure for voters who are maybe looking for an alternative to former President Trump but aren't ready to jump just yet. They need to see evidence that whatever alternative they pick actually has a path forward. They need to prove that to those voters now, so that they can jump and, by the way, look to their friends and say, oh, hey, the water's fine, come on in, we can do this, and we can go hitch our bandwagon to another candidate here.
All right, Dasha Burns in Iowa, thank you so much. Coming up, carnival chaos.
A cruise turned into a nightmare after a storm sent water pouring into the ocean liner. The terrifying video and the questions now swirling about how this even happened. That's next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We're back with a story that may make you a little seasick. That's because a Carnival cruise ship was hit by a major storm. Passengers were forced to take higher ground after the hallways became flooded with water. Other parts of the ship were also left damaged. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Miami with more on this scary situation. Sam, good morning.
Yeah, Valerie, good morning. There were more than 3,000 passengers on board the ship as they were experiencing this ordeal. And Valerie, the National Hurricane Center had been keeping tabs on the storm, which was sitting off the coast of the East Coast here for about a week with 12 to 17-foot swells. That is what this ship ran into off of South Carolina's coast on Friday. Those rough seas really flooding hallways and staterooms as many passengers were concerned about the level of communication.
For some 3,000 passengers cruising on the Carnival Sunshine this past week, a coastal storm turned their Caribbean dreams into a very scary nightmare.
I just prayed over and over and over for those waters to calm down.
After 5 days of nearly perfect weather, the 100,000-ton ship was slammed by wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour as it approached South Carolina's coast. Swells of nearly 20 feet tilting the ship, flooding corridors, unhinging doors, and terrifying passengers.
I recently went through cancer treatment, and this trip was about 3 times scarier than that.
Sharon Tutrone, a college professor, was celebrating with her 73-year-old mom, her caregiver during those cancer treatments. Both women couldn't believe what they were witnessing.
The ship took a hit from a massive wave. It scared the heck out of me. It sounded like the ship split in two.
To make matters worse, frustrated passengers say the only communication coming from the captain Friday was just as the storm started.
We are expecting adverse weather condition as we sail back to Charleston and maybe arrive later than scheduled. We will continue to monitor the situation and provide you with an update early tomorrow morning.
The captain also telling passengers to be cautious when walking around the ship and that the vessel might move a little more than usual. Over 12 hours, the ship was pounded by fierce winds and rough seas. Several passengers we spoke with said they didn't receive any further information from the captain or crew until well into the next morning. And a screen displaying wind speeds and their velocity was replaced with a standby slate.
There was a crew door there, and they said they have seen the crew in there wearing life jackets. And at that point, I'm like, okay, they're wearing life jackets, but they're not telling us to do anything.
Daniel Taylor's cabin was on deck 2 in the front of the ship.
It sounded like a wrecking ball was hitting the ship, and it honestly sounded like it was tearing the ship apart.
Carnival later releasing a statement writing in part, Carnival Sunshine's return to Charleston was impacted by the weather and rough seas on Saturday. The weather's prolonged impact on the Charleston area delayed the ship's arrival. We appreciate the patience and understanding of all of our guests. The unsettling sequence, leaving thousands of passengers shaken, but thankfully there were no reports of any injuries.
I don't wish this on my worst enemy. It was awful.
So the ship came back about 12 hours late on Saturday. By the next morning, the Sunshine was back out on a different voyage at sea. So far, Carnival has not said why they didn't wait or sort of try to reorient around the storm, but rather appears to have approached it directly. Valerie, back to you.
All right, Sam Brock, thanks so much.
Now to some financial headlines. Disgraced Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes is expected to begin serving an 11-year prison term today.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with that and other news. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning, Valerie. Good morning, Joe. Yep, the day has arrived for Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes to report to federal prison in Texas. She will begin serving an 11-year sentence for defrauding investors. And this closes a chapter in the downfall of one of Silicon Valley's most high-profile entrepreneurs after it was revealed that the company's blood testing technology was unreliable. Holmes leaves behind 2 children who were born during the hoopla surrounding her trial and conviction on 4 counts of fraud and conspiracy. Tesla CEO Elon Musk has reportedly touched down in China, and it's his first visit to the country in 3 years. Reuters says Musk's private jet landed earlier today in Beijing. Musk is expected to visit with top Chinese government officials and Tesla's factory in Shanghai. China is the company's second largest market after the United States. A group of top researchers, engineers, and CEOs are issuing a new warning about the threat they believe artificial intelligence poses to humanity. In a brief 22-word statement, the group says mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority alongside other societal scale risks such as pandemics and nuclear war. The statement is co-signed by people including the CEO of OpenAI, that's the company behind the popular app ChatGPT. Earlier this year, an open letter was signed by many of the same individuals calling for a 6-month pause in AI development, guys. I could have told you that.
Yeah, the warnings keep coming. All
I'm
right.
scared.
Silvana, thank you so much.
Sure thing.
Let's head to Venice, a popular summertime vacation destination. But it seems the famous Grand Canal there is taking on a new color. It's turning green. Gondolas and water taxis have been rowing with a new view since the weekend, sending authorities on the move to solve the mystery. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons got the tough assignment this morning. Joins us now from Venice on a boat. Keir, good morning.
Yeah, the assignment of the year, right, Joe? You're right, this water was green. It's not green any longer. You can see from the shot on the bridge above there, the water is now the color that it should be. That's the Rialto Bridge from the 12th century. But now an investigation, a forensic investigation is underway. They're searching CCTV in what you could compare with the setting and the mystery, like something from an Agatha Christie whodunit.
The fluorescent green appeared suddenly on Sunday in Venice's world-renowned Grand Canal. Soon, images began appearing on social media, filmed by tourists here to enjoy the picture postcard views of a city famed for its beauty, stunned by the unexplained, brightly coloured stain in the water. We arrived early this morning.
Yes, it's green all in this area.
Our water taxi captain, Niccolo, had seen the strange green wash.
You like Hulk, the Avengers, the superhero.
It was the colour of the Incredible Hulk.
Yes.
Have you ever seen the water in Venice, that colour?
Never.
Now there's a police investigation and wild speculation.
We just came under the Rialto Bridge. This is where that green stain was. It's disappeared. Its appearance in the water, still a mystery.
Officials say the green colour was caused by a harmless chemical, fluorescein.
It seemed like there was so much of it. Does that suggest someone did it deliberately?
The investigations are looking everywhere. The head of Venice's prefecture told us all hypotheses are open. In 1968, an artist with an environmental message threw green dye into the canal. And this month, climate activists turned Rome's Trevi Fountain black. In Milan, they threw paint at a statue. And in 2022, oil activists threw soup at a Van Gogh masterpiece.
For me, is the activist.
Jonathan and Whitney from Seattle are in Venice for their 10th wedding anniversary.
Well, in Chicago, they pour green in the river purposely to celebrate St. Patrick's Day.
But it's not St. Patrick's Day?
It's not, no.
For years, Venice has been assaulted by floods, while during COVID, it was a ghost town. The water so clean, jellyfish appeared. But nothing like this has been seen for decades. And so far, there's no explanation.
And Joe, the chemical that was used, they've now confirmed, is a chemical that can be used to look for holes in pipes. It seems like more was used in this case than you would use for that. So, again, it just adds to the mystery. But if we just show you that wide shot again from the bridge of this picturesque scene, I can confidently report, Joe, that life is as good as ever here in Venice.
Looks rough. And Keir, no word yet if the Chicago River has an alibi. We're checking with our sources on that one. All right, Keir, thank you so much. Enjoy your time there in Venice. Coming up, from church choir to Broadway.
Up next, we're sitting down with one of the hottest names in theater who's flipping the script and making history in the progress.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore. Let's break down what we know. You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore. Let's break down what we know. You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Is this real life or is this just fantasy? Following in the recent trend of rock stars selling their music catalog for big bucks, the entire catalog for the band Queen could soon be up for sale. And some estimates say it could go for more than $1 billion. The reason for that high price point? Well, the 2018 Oscar-winning film Bohemian Rhapsody about late frontman Freddie Mercury has renewed interest in the band. That or Bohemian Rhapsody is just about the best karaoke song ever, although that's debatable. The last music catalog to go for big bucks was Bruce Springsteen's for $500 million. Joe, I don't know about you, but I always think of Wayne's World when I hear that song.
Yeah, no kidding. We were literally listening to Bohemian Rhapsody over the holiday weekend, so I guess that proves the point right there.
Great song.
Thanks, Valerie. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. Enter J. Harrison G., now a Tony-nominated performer, breaking barriers and gender stereotypes on Broadway. Such a good show. G plays the role of Jerry/Daphne in the musical Some Like It Hot. The role earned them a Tony nomination for Best Actor in a Musical, making them one of the first non-binary actors to be nominated for a Tony. The show scored 13 nominations, more than any other this year. We are lucky to have J. Harrison G on set with us. Good morning. Congratulations on all the Tony nominations, including yours.
Thank you.
This is, I mean, a movie that folks remember from 1959. It's fair to say it's been updated a little bit for I guess, more modern times. Yeah. Talk to us about your character and how much you love playing this character.
I play Jerry Daphne, and it's a fun journey I get to take every night, 8 times a week. A journey of freedom, of expansion, of growth, of newness, and it's something I'm excited to share with audiences, to be a mirror of how to break ourselves of limits, of labels, of boundaries, and allowing life to really expand us.
You and Alex Newell made history this year, the first non-binary performers nominated for Tonys. What did that mean to you, that making history in that way?
It means everything. It's not something I take lightly. Of the work is being honored, the humanity is being honored, and we're making moves and strides to shape society and our industry in a different way.
That has sparked discussion about gendered awards in the Tonys. You had to make a decision into what category to enter. There was another performer who's non-binary who decided, I'm not going to enter because I don't want to have to pick.
Yeah.
How did you make that decision, and do you think things do need to change when it comes to how we give awards out to folks?
There's always room for growth. And what helped make it easy for me is I'm always going to show up in my fullness no matter where I am, and somebody else's compartmentalization of me doesn't bound me to being what they want me to be. So it was easy for me to say that I am going to show up in my fullness and be who I am no matter what, regardless of where you put me. So it was quite easy for me.
Because you show up in your fullness, I think after every show, every night, or maybe during the day, you have a lot of fans who gather outside the stage door. Many of them are there for you. What do you hear from people who love the show and love you?
I hear so many things, and I hear so many queer people who say thank you for the representation, thank you for allowing them to be seen, for their humanity, for parts of their journey and their experience to be experienced on stage, and for audiences to really receive a bit of life in a clear way and in a fresh way.
What does it mean to you when you hear people say that?
It means everything. I try to do everything in life with intention, with purpose, but most importantly with love. And so the way that people are receiving our show and really receiving the journey that I take every night, Jerry, Daphne, queer people, cisgender people, so such a range of people really responding in such a beautiful way.
Do you hear from people who maybe go into the show not knowing what to expect, and it changes something or makes them see things in a new way?
Oh, absolutely. Those people who are so in love with the original movie, those baby boomers who come and see the show and are like, wow, this fluid journey you take, and how their eyes are open, they're expanded, they really don't expect it. And that's how I know my job has been done effectively. If I can make one person leave the theater and think a little differently than when they came in, my job is done.
I understand you grew up singing in the church choir. Yeah. Your dad was a pastor.
Yeah.
How did that shape you?
Oh, that's my foundation. My foundation is faith, always. And it's not something that I take lightly. It is something I carry with me. I'm walking in my ministry. It just looks a little differently than what I was told it was supposed to look like.
How does your father feel about everything?
He is learning how much purpose my life has and is seeing how effective I'm being in the world using the gifts God gave me. So it's a journey for both of us.
We have a little less than a minute left here, but the Tonys are, what, 12 days away? Not that anyone's counting. Are you nervous? Are you anxious? Are you excited? How are you feeling?
I'm all of the things, but mostly grounded and excited. It's a wonderful experience, and my mother's going to be my date for the Tonys. And she's nervous to see the show. Things I do still surprise her. She's like, when did you learn how to do all of this? So I'm excited to just show her what I've learned, how I'm continuing to grow and expand.
Well, we are excited for you. Congratulations. It is a well-deserved nomination.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate everything you are doing. Jay Harrison G., thank you so much for being here. Of course, the show running on Broadway now. You must check it out. It is fantastic. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Good Tuesday. We're so happy you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Ellison Barber. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, May 30th. Horror in Hollywood Beach. 9 people were hurt, including a 1-year-old child, during a shooting near a beach in Florida. More on the spike in gun violence over this Memorial Day holiday.
Choppy waters. A violent storm flooded a Carnival cruise ship full of thousands of passengers taking a 6-day trip to the Caribbean. How the frightening situation unfolded on board.
Bon voyage. Memorial Day may be over, but the summer travel season has just begun. We have an expert here with tips on where to go and how to save on your next weekend getaway.
Family first. The U.S. foster care system plays an essential role in providing safe and nurturing homes for kids without parents. We'll talk to a psychiatrist about what to consider when deciding whether to become a state-certified caregiver.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're glad to have you with us. We're going to start with a mass shooting shattering Memorial Day for thousands of people in Florida.
9 people have been hospitalized, including 3 children, after gunshots rang out on Hollywood Beach, that's just north of Miami. An altercation between 2 groups on the beach promenade sparked the shooting, sending beachgoers running for their lives.
This scary scene was part of a spike in gun violence this holiday weekend that left 16 people dead across the country.
NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Hollywood. Guad, authorities are still investigating and trying to find people involved in this. We understand 1 person is currently in custody. What else do we know?
Ellison, Vicky, we know that they did have a suspect they were searching for as of last night. Now, just moments ago, the public information officer with local police told us they will have an update for us in the next hour or so. So we understand that this was the result of an altercation between two different groups on the beach late Monday afternoon. That, of course, resulted in the exchange of gunfire. We've been speaking to some of the workers that were here yesterday. Now, many of these workers who saw what happened did speak to police, but are hesitant to speak on camera or speak to the media. But they did tell me that they were able to see that fight between the two groups and multiple individuals involved with weapons as that gunfire began. We now know from authorities that thousands of people were at the beach because of that holiday. Here's the mayor speaking about the incident.
People come to a holiday, enjoy a holiday weekend on the beach with their families, and to have people in complete reckless disregard of the safety of the public and to have an altercation with guns in a public setting with thousands of people around them is beyond reckless.
We also understand that the police and first responders were nearby because of those large crowds, and they were able to attend to those that were wounded. The 9 people struck by gunfire right away, and all of them were taken to hospitals.
What more do we know about those 9 people who were hurt? Thankfully, no one killed in this particular mass shooting, but one of the victims just a year old.
Vicky, that is correct. So we know 9 people were struck by gunfire. 5 are adults, 4 are minors, including that 1-year-old. As of last night, we were told that 8 of them were in stable condition and 1 was undergoing a surgery. This morning, local hospital officials informed that 3 of the adults have been discharged to continue in the hospital, and the 4 minors are also hospitalized. Now, all 6 that remain in the hospital, the 4 minors and the 2 adults, are in stable condition. So that is good news. No dead, and all of them now in stable condition. Vicky.
All right, NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas. Guad, thank you so much.
Now to Washington, where party leaders are working to shore up support for the debt limit deal drafted by President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. The House Rules Committee is expected to vote on the bill this afternoon. 3 of the 9 Republicans on the panel, you see some of them there, are considered conservative hardliners. They are critical of the agreement. In other words, there's no guarantee that the deal will actually make it to the full House and Senate in time to avoid catastrophic default by the federal government. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now from Washington. Ryan, I want to start with the deal itself. If this is passed in its current form, how would it impact Americans?
Well, Ellison, both Republicans and Democrats involved in these negotiations say they did not get everything that they wanted, but they feel as though they've reached a compromise that will overall be good for the American people. And this is what's included in this deal. It's going to raise the debt ceiling for 2 years, getting it past the 2024 election. It increases both defense spending and funding for veterans, but it does include a 1% cap on non-defense spending and any increases for the 2025 fiscal year. It's also going to bring back some of the COVID-19 money that was allocated but then never actually spent. It does include some work requirements, new work requirements for certain adults on food stamps, and it also takes back some of the increased IRS funding that was put in a previous piece of legislation. So there are already many progressives that are unhappy with some of the provisions related to work requirements and things along those lines, and there are many conservatives that are very upset that it doesn't cut enough. The question, Ellison, is will leaders in the House and Senate be able to find that sweet spot of both Republicans and Democrats to get this legislation over the finish line ahead of that June 5th deadline?
Yeah, it is a delicate balance, to say the least. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, he was saying the other day that he expects at least 95% of his caucus to support the bill. Based on your reporting, that of our Capitol Hill team, it seems like that might be a bit of an overestimation. What do we know about how this deal is going to fare? What are you expecting when the House Rules Committee meets this afternoon?
Yeah, I do think that's a little ambitious, Allison, but we'll have to see what ultimately comes out of these negotiations. You know, the Rules Committee will at least inform our thinking on this. As you rightly point out, there are 3 members on that Rules Committee who are hardline conservatives, 2 of them specifically part of the Freedom Caucus. And they've said in the past that they are only going to move legislation to the floor that a majority of Republicans support. So the Rules Committee is kind of the first step along that process. And traditionally, on procedural votes like this, Democrats don't don't often help Republicans get something over the line. Now, maybe that's different because this is part of a White House negotiated deal, but the key member of the Rules Committee we're going to be watching is Thomas Massie of Kentucky. He has indicated that he may be inclined to allow this bill to go forward. If it gets over the Rules Committee, that's going to make it a lot easier to get through the House of Representatives as well, because that faction of conservative Republicans, while they are very loud, they do not represent a majority of the party. So that's going to be the first true test, and then we'll have to see if conservatives attempt to use any other legislative tricks to stop this from moving forward. But both the White House and House leadership here in Washington feel confident that this bill will get through. Allison?
All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles, a wealth of knowledge. Thank you.
Well, Ellison, Russian officials are accusing Ukraine of launching a wave of drone strikes on Moscow. They say the attack damaged some apartment buildings and forced people to evacuate their homes. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. A Ukrainian presidential advisor says Kyiv was not directly involved. This all comes as Ukraine's capital was just hit by another round of airstrikes. Officials there say the latest attack killed one person and left at least 7 others hurt. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi tracking it all for us. Ali, good to have you. So this appears to be the first attack on residential buildings in the Russian capital. Talk about the significance of these airstrikes, and today, how are Moscow and Kyiv responding?
Hi, Vicky. That's right. It was the first attack of its kind, a brazen daytime attack involving multiple drones that hit residential buildings. Now, in the grand scheme of things in this war, it wasn't a particularly large attack involving advanced weaponry, but it is a very significant attack. You have to remember that since the beginning of this war, Vladimir Putin was telling the Russian people that the Ukrainians were not going to be able to strike Russia with any depth. And here they are, a strike right in the capital of the city. Now, it hit a couple of residential buildings, and significantly, it also, 3 of the drones landed in a patchwork of gated, very expensive residential community where politicians and elite businessmen live. Now, Vladimir Putin has said that this was designed to frighten the Russian people. He played down the attack, the significance of the attack. He said that the Russian air defenses did what they needed to do. But whoever planned this attack, Vicky, obviously wanted to give Muscovites a taste of what people in Kyiv have been experiencing all too often, now 17 days in the month of May. So not a huge attack, but a significant attack, and it does underscore the vulnerabilities in Russians' defenses and their ability to stave off, or not to be able to stave off, Ukrainian attacks.
Well, Ali, Ukrainian officials say the war has now entered, quote, a new phase. Could this mark the beginning of Kyiv's long-awaited counteroffensive against Russia?
Well, this is probably a welcome distraction to everything that's actually going on in occupied territories in Ukraine. You have to remember that the Ukrainians have been hitting places like in Mariupol, ammunition dumps, so this could be the beginning of that long-expected offensive.
All right, NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi. Ali, thank you.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, Elon Musk met with China's foreign minister today to discuss expanding its business further into China. It comes as tensions between the U.S. and Beijing grow over tech, with Washington enacting restrictions on chip exports from China.
CNBC Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, what more do we know about this meeting and Musk's plans in China?
Vicky and Allison, Musk has a lot at stake in China, where Tesla has its largest manufacturing plant. According to the Chinese Foreign Ministry, Musk opposes decoupling the world's 2 largest economies, saying the 2 countries were inseparable, like, quote, conjoined twins. Tesla shares jumped 5% shortly after markets opened today. Meanwhile, chipmaker NVIDIA joined a select group today. The company's market value crossed the $1 trillion mark this morning, joining Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, and Amazon. NVIDIA's shares, they rocketed last week, driven in large part by the artificial intelligence frenzy. And finally, guys, Air New Zealand wants to add a new to-do item to your pre-flight checklist. The country's Civil Aviation Authority is asking its national airline to weigh all passengers departing on international flights from Auckland through July 2nd. The airline says it is part of a survey to gather data on the weight load and distribution for planes. I don't know how some are going to feel about that. Do they weigh you in line in front of the? Yeah,
and that's going to be a tough sell.
Yes.
I really wonder. Yeah, exactly. It's all going to be about execution and can you opt out or not?
Yes.
I don't think so. If they're trying to get a sense
of. Do you just step on the baggage weighing thing? That would make it easy, right? But not exactly pleasant.
My kids love to do it. I'm not sure about full-grown adults.
No.
All
right, CNBC tech anchor Deirdre Bosa, thank you so much.
All right, coming up, how the high-stakes Game 7 between the Miami Heat and the Boston Celtics played out, and what's next in the NBA Finals. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Over the weekend, a massive storm made passengers trip aboard a Carnival cruise ship anything but smooth sailing. As NBC News correspondent Sam Brock shows us, passengers were terrified as hallways and rooms flooded and rough waters battered the ship.
For some 3,000 passengers cruising on the Carnival Sunshine this past week, a coastal storm turned their Caribbean dreams into a very scary nightmare.
I just prayed over and over and over for those waters to calm down.
After 5 days of nearly perfect weather, the 100,000-ton ship was slammed by wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour as it approached South Carolina's coast. Swells of nearly 20 feet tilting the ship, flooding corridors, unhinging doors, and terrifying passengers.
I recently went through cancer treatment, and this trip was about 3 times scarier than that.
Sharon Tutrone, a college professor, was celebrating with her 73-year-old mom, her caregiver during those cancer treatments. Both women couldn't believe what they were witnessing.
The ship took a hit from a massive wave. It scared the heck out of me. It sounded like the ship split in two.
To make matters worse, frustrated passengers say the only communication coming from the captain Friday was just as the storm started.
We are expecting adverse weather condition as we sail back to Charleston and maybe arrive later than scheduled. We will continue to monitor the situation and provide you with an update early tomorrow morning.
The captain also telling passengers to be cautious when walking around the ship and that the vessel might move a little more than usual. Over 12 hours, the ship was pounded by fierce winds and rough seas. Several passengers we spoke with said they didn't receive any further information from the captain or crew until well into the next morning. And a screen displaying wind speeds and their velocity was replaced with a standby slate.
There was a crew door there, and they said they have seen the crew in there wearing life jackets. And at that point, I'm like, okay, they're wearing life jackets, but they're not telling us to do anything.
Daniel Taylor's cabin was on deck 2 in the front of the ship.
It sounded like a wrecking ball was hitting the ship, and it honestly sounded like it was tearing the ship apart.
Carnival later releasing a statement writing in part, Carnival Sunshine's return to Charleston was impacted by the weather and rough seas on Saturday. The weather's prolonged impact on the Charleston area delayed the ship's arrival. We appreciate the patience and understanding of all of our guests. The unsettling sequence, leaving thousands of passengers shaken, but thankfully there were no reports of any injuries.
I don't wish this on my worst enemy. It was awful.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
Oh my, tough ride. Well, the Miami Heat are headed back to the NBA Finals. They dominated the Boston Celtics last night, taking home the W in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Now, Miami is set to take on the Denver Nuggets. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has the latest.
In a crazy series which saw both the Miami Heat and Boston Celtics on the ropes, it was the Heat who came up big in last night's deciding Game 7, blocking a historic comeback from the Celtics in their own house. Boston attempting to become the first team in NBA history to win a 7-game series after losing the first 3 games. The Heat bouncing back from a devastating Game 6 loss after an incredible Celtics buzzer beater Saturday. The 8th-seeded Heat finally overcoming their underdog status, led by star Jimmy Butler. Butler scoring 28 points to send the Heat to the NBA Finals, named the Eastern Conference Finals MVP.
My teammates give me so much confidence and belief to go out there and just hoop at a high level.
As a deflated TD Garden cleared out, in Miami, fans were going crazy. The Heat now looking to win their 4th championship trophy. Standing in their way now, a hungry and talented Denver Nuggets squad, eager to win that franchise's first ever title. Game 1 of the finals will be 10 days after Denver stunned LeBron and the Los Angeles Lakers in a Western Conference sweep. Denver's coach says his team is ready to return to the court.
I give our guys credit. They have been locked in. The energy has been very good.
Ann Thompson, NBC News. Convicted Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes is set to report to federal prison today. How she tried to delay her fate and what her appeal looks like. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
In parts of rural America, doctors with small private offices are struggling to stay afloat.
NBC News daily anchor Kate Snow takes a closer look at how the trend toward corporate offices is impacting the American medical landscape.
For Jennifer Bacani McKenney, Fredonia has always been home. As a kid, she rode her bike around the small rural Kansas town, spending time at the small practice her dad ran for 31 years.
I saw that he was doing something special for people and connecting with people on a very personal level.
Anything for you, Doc?
Oh, I'm just going to keep you alive forever.
17 years after graduating from medical school, Dr. Jen, as some of her patients call her, is now running the family clinic and is one of the only doctors in town.
Thought about just being able to take care of people who took care of me when I was growing up, and that was really kind of what made the difference in deciding where to go.
Her patients more like family, and her practice a lifeline for many in her community.
Dr. Jen has been multi-generational for my family.
If you didn't have Dr. Jen, where would you go?
I was seeing someone in Tulsa, so that would mean 2 hours.
2 hour drive?
Yes.
For many private doctors across the country, that close personal bond with patients is what keeps their practice going. Dr. Niraj Sharma is a pain doctor in a small suburb in New York's Hudson Valley, north of New York City.
Any pain, you let me know.
She always asks about the kids, the wife, everything.
She knows about your family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like you're just a number going in and out.
Sharma sees anywhere from 10 to 20 patients a day, but the financial burden of running her own business is taking a toll.
I'm HR, I'm the office manager, I'm the administrator, and I'm the doctor.
And some insurance companies are paying her less.
You're not what people maybe think of when they think of a doctor driving a fancy car, making a lot of money.
Yeah, that's definitely not me. There's some injections I perform, and we get $54. You spend more on a mani-pedi than you do to see a double board certified interventional pain management doctor.
How do you make ends meet?
I don't take vacations. I'm the only doctor here because if I had to pay another provider, I might as well close shop.
Nationwide, the number of doctors who work in private practice is on the decline, now around 49%, down from 54% in 2018. And according to a recent analysis, nearly 70% of all doctors are either employed by a hospital or a corporation. Experts point to an uneven playing field. Compared to a big medical group, small practices have little to no bargaining power with insurance companies. Private doctors often make a fraction of the salary for the same kind of work at a hospital. But Sharma thinks joining a larger network could compromise patient care.
When you find a good doctor, it's kind of emotional because you place your trust in them.
I love my patients. I feel that when they leave here, they're happier than when they entered my office. And if I can do that, hey, I think I'm doing a great job.
Back in Kansas, Dr. Jen McKenney is pushing for more visibility. She's banded together with other private doctors in the area, sharing resources and bargaining with insurance providers as a group. McKenney also works at the University of Kansas, teaching and recruiting students into rural medicine, a job she says is incredibly rewarding.
You know, I have a long road ahead in Fredonia and no plans to go anywhere soon.
Great story. Yeah, amazing, important report. NBC News Daily anchor Kate Snow joins us now with more. Is there any hope here? What's being done to help
Yeah, well, it's a good question because structurally, this is the way the system works now. There is some work being done by Senator Elizabeth Warren, a Democrat. She feels that she's written letters in particular to say that the growing number of companies that are buying out small practices is a danger. She's worried. She wrote a letter to regulators saying, you got to take a closer look at these deals because patient care could be compromised in her view. But that's the reason these two doctors spoke to us in large part, especially Dr. Sharma, is to kind of sound an alarm and say somebody needs to look at the incentives that we've created in our overall system toward more corporate entities taking over and not having these small town doctors.
Well, it's good to see some of them joining these consortiums and kind of banding together because there is strength in numbers.
That's what Dr. Jen did.
All right, NBC News Daily anchor Kate Snow, thank you so much for shining a light on that for us.
Witness testimony in the federal trial against the Tree of Life synagogue mass shooter has begun. We'll have more right after this. Stay with us. This is NBC News Daily.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Welcome back. I'm Ellison Barber.
I'm Vicki Nguyen, making news right now. North Korea says it is launching its first military spy satellite in June. In a statement, it described the move as crucial for monitoring U.S. military exercises in South Korea. The launch is expected to occur sometime between May 31st and June 11th. This all comes after South Korean and U.S. military troops conducted live fire drills near the border last week.
China is making moves in the race to space. It launched a 3-person crew today, which included the country's first civilian astronaut. They are on their way to China's space station, where they will stay for about 5 months to conduct experiments and maintenance. China says it has plans to put astronauts on the moon before 2030.
And Wyoming is welcoming a new ultra-rare white bison. Officials say it's the first white bison born at Bear River State Park. The calf has a rare genetic makeup, which gives it white fur. It's really cute there. How rare is a white bison? Well, the National Bison Association says the chances of one being born are 1 in 10 million.
All right, witness testimony has begun in the federal trial of the accused gunman in the Tree of Life synagogue mass shooting.
Almost 5 years ago, 11 people were killed. 6 others were hurt after police say Robert Bowers stormed into the synagogue during a morning prayer. and started shooting. It became the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in the United States. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from outside the courthouse in Pittsburgh, where they're on a lunch break. George, this case quickly moved through opening statements, already on to witness testimony at this point. Walk us through some of the highlights from the opening statements today and what witnesses have said so far.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ellison and Vicky. The facts of this case largely undisputed. What this case is really about is whether or not Robert Bowers, the accused shooter, will get the death penalty. The prosecution opening first with their arguments and basically recapping the events of that day, painting a pretty morbid picture of the event, saying that the accused shooter, Robert Bowers, went into the synagogue, knowingly pulled the trigger, massacring the 11 worshipers inside, saying he knowingly engaged with police officers and just carried out this nefarious act with his full sense. The defense, in contrast, not disputing the events of that day, but saying this is a complicated case, saying there's more to it. And they're trying to paint a picture of who Robert Bauer is, saying he was a man who drove a truck for disabled adults and saying he liked guns, but he never pointed them at anyone prior to this shooting. Fireworks already on both sides of the case as the prosecution presented their first witness, a dispatcher who responded and heard some of the gunshots allegedly that were being fired that day. So again, emotional testimony expected in this trial, expected to take several weeks, guys.
And George, the jury was seated on Friday, but the selection process actually began back in April. What do we know about the makeup of this jury?
Yeah, so we have 12 jurors and 6 alternates. All told, it took about a month to find a pool because, again, it's not the facts of the case that are being disputed. This trial essentially taking place in 2 phases, the guilt or so phase and then the sentencing, whether or not Robert Bowers will get the death penalty. And we're told about 1,500 questionnaires were sent out to find a suitable jury pool for this case. It took some time, but again, now you have the 12 jurors, the 6 alternates, the makeup of it, 7 men and 11 women, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent George Solis, thank you.
Well, Ellison, Elizabeth Holmes, the 39-year-old disgraced founder of biotech company Theranos, she's reporting to a federal prison in Texas today. She's about to start her 11-year sentence. Holmes was found guilty of wire fraud and conspiracy last year after defrauding investors out of hundreds of millions of dollars. CNBC reporter Yasmin Koram joins us now with more. Yasmin, good to have you. So Holmes, she was actually able to delay the start of her sentence for quite some time for multiple reasons. A judge finally said no more delays. So what is expected to happen today? And remind our viewers how she got here.
Yeah, Vicky, it's been a long journey getting here, and after multiple delays, Elizabeth Holmes expected to turn herself in within the next several hours. Holmes has made multiple attempts to stay out of prison since a jury found her guilty of defrauding investors in January of last year. She was sentenced in November, and a federal appeals court rejected her request to remain out of prison while she appeals her conviction. Should be noted, her ex-boyfriend and top executive Sunny Balwani is currently serving his 12-year sentence for the same fraud. Both Holmes and Balwani have also been ordered to pay more than $450 million back to investors impacted by her failed blood testing company.
Yasmin, what do we know about this Texas prison, the conditions that she's going to be living in, and the likelihood that she will have to serve that full 11-year sentence?
Well, she's expected to serve most of her 11 years at this minimum security prison in Bryan, Texas. It's about 100 miles outside of her hometown in Houston. It's nicknamed Club Fed. Martha Stewart served here 2 decades ago. Real housewife Jen Shaw is currently serving a fraud sentence at the same facility. It's a long way from her and her partner and her 2 children who live in California. At Bryan, she'll be confined among hundreds of other women. She'll have no privacy, making 12 to 40 cents an hour. And really, life as Holmes knows it is over. We all know she's used to living this privileged life. And just as a reminder, her and her partner, Billy, were living on a $120 million estate during her trial. Now, Holmes maintains her innocence, but she will soon be known as an inmate. And no matter what she argues, Vicky, she's going to be separated from her children for a very long time.
Yeah, they're very young. All right, CNBC reporter Yasmin Koram. Thank you so much, Yasmin.
Italian police are actively investigating a watery mystery. They're trying to find out what caused the famous Venice canals to turn a bright fluorescent green color. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has the story from Italy.
Hey there from beautiful Venice on what has to be the assignment of the year. Beneath this 12th century Rialto Bridge, they have a forensic investigation underway. They're looking at CCTV to try to figure out how come this water was turned green. As you can see, it's not green any longer, but the setting, the mystery, is like something from an Agatha Christie whodunit.
The fluorescent green appeared suddenly on Sunday in Venice's world-renowned Grand Canal. Soon, images began appearing on social media, filmed by tourists here to enjoy the picture postcard views of a city famed for its beauty, stunned by the unexplained, brightly colored stain in the water. We arrived early this morning.
Yes, it's green all in this area.
Our water taxi captain, Niccolo, had seen the strange green wash.
You like Hulk, the Avengers, the superhero.
It was the color of the Incredible Hulk.
Yes, yes.
Have you ever seen the water in Venice that color?
Never, never.
Now there's a police investigation and wild speculation.
We just came under the Rialto Bridge. This is where that green stain was. It's disappeared. Its appearance in the water, still a mystery.
Officials say the green color was caused by a harmless chemical, fluorescein.
It seemed like there was so much of it. Does that suggest someone did it deliberately?
The investigations are looking everywhere. The head of Venice's prefecture told us all hypotheses are open. In 1968, an artist with an environmental message threw green dye into the canal. And this month, climate activists turned Rome's Trevi Fountain black. In Milan, they threw paint at a statue. And in 2022, oil activists threw soup at a Van Gogh masterpiece.
For me, is the activist.
Jonathan and Whitney from Seattle are in Venice for their 10th wedding anniversary.
Well, in Chicago, they pour green in the river purposely to celebrate St. Patrick's Day.
But it's not St. Patrick's Day?
It's not, no.
For years, Venice has been assaulted by floods, while during COVID, it was a ghost town. The water so clean, jellyfish appeared. But nothing like this has been seen for decades. And so far, there's no explanation.
Now, some folks here, because it didn't do any harm, think it's kind of fun. Others think it was a form of vandalism. The chemical used is used normally to look for leaks in pipes, so it could have been an accident. So far, we simply don't know who did it.
Something to watch. That was NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons reporting.
All right, well, summer vacation is top of mind for a lot of people now that Memorial Day weekend is over. Some of the most popular destinations in the U.S. this year: Las Vegas, Hawaii, and Nashville. This is all according to Going.com.
Yeah, their data shows the top international vacation spot is Europe, to places like Spain and Italy. So the big question, how can you get the best deal on your summer travel? Joining us to help answer that is founder of Going.com, formerly Scott's Cheap Flights, Scott Keyes. He's here to give us some tips. So let's talk pricing to start on flights, because this year Memorial Day prices on airfare were crazy. It was some 40% by AAA's estimates, higher than it was a year ago. How can people find the best deals if they need to fly to their desired vacation?
Yeah, look, I come bearing good news and bad news.
Okay.
Bad news, last-minute summer flights are some of the priciest of the entire year. The good news, there are still ways to be able to get cheap flights, and that's by trying to travel in the very beginning of summer and the very end of summer. First 2 weeks of June, last 2 weeks of August, you often see airfare that's 40% cheaper than if you travel in July. Second, look to travel on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Middle of the week, you see far fewer business travelers, and so you see airfare that's oftentimes 50% cheaper than if you were to fly on a Monday and a Friday. Finally, the one great tip for travelers here is that if you've got points, traveling during the summer, using those points can be some of the best value of the entire year. I'll give you one quick example. Flights from New York to Paris right now, if you wanted to travel in July, $2,000. If you pay with points, just 36,000 points round trip available right now in premium economy on Air France.
Wow.
That is a stellar deal and something that's available right now.
Points from what card, though? How would you have had those points?
That's one of the great things is that, so not a whole lot of folks have Air France points, but a lot of folks do have Amex points. They might have Chase points, and these will transfer one-to-one to Air France. Transfer them over, get a free flight.
Okay, so what are some of the top spots for affordable weekend getaways this summer? Are there any?
Absolutely. Look, there's still deals to be had, even at this last-minute summer junction. So domestically, some of the best deals available are going to be to places like Miami and New Mexico, actually, under $200 round trip, or even into the Caribbean, talking Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, again, under $200 round trip from many cities. If you're looking to go international, I like to say ABC, Aruba, Bermuda, Canada.
Oh, I love
all
that.
fares under $300 round trip available right now.
Wow. All right, Scott.
That's amazing.
Yeah, thank you so much. And so it's not Scott's Cheap Flights anymore. It's going.com.
That's right. We went through a rebrand this past January. Look, I've got 75 coworkers not named Scott. I wanted to make sure they're getting credit too. We're now going.com.
Good for you. Great name. Thank you, Scott Keyes. Really appreciate it. Founder of going.com, Scott Keyes.
It's National Foster Care Month, so we're taking a look at what prospective parents need to keep in mind and how they can better prepare. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Every year in May, the U.S. Children's Bureau spotlights National Foster Care Month. The Bureau also provides resources to state and local communities to help educate people on the foster care system.
Yeah, and that information can also help improve the lives of the 391,000 children and young people currently in foster care. But becoming a foster parent is a big commitment. So experts say there are many things families should consider before taking that step. Board-certified psychiatrist Dr. Sue Varma is here to walk us through all of it. Doctor, thank you so much for being with us. First of all, can you explain to us what it takes from just a procedural standpoint to become a foster parent? How difficult are the steps to get there? And is it more challenging if you're a single person?
Yes. So, I think this is so great that you're shedding light on this because not a lot of people know what goes into it. So something as simple as a background check, criminal check, Do you have a history of domestic violence? Was there child abuse or neglect is something that you've been, on the hook for? Have you created problems in your community? Are you on the sex offender list? So these are sort of some basic requirements. And having an income, not considering the money that you're getting from foster care as an income, but you should be able to support yourself. You don't have to own your own place. You have to, you can be renting the place. And here's the thing, they say that you don't actually have to be married or even to be in a partnership, but any adult that's living in the home does need to have these background checks. They do say sometimes that 2 incomes are better than 1, and so that might help push you a little bit to the top of the list. But they also say that if you're willing to take older children or teenagers, which or even siblings or foster siblings, that also puts you to the top of the list because not a lot of people might be in the market for that.
Dr. Varma, it's great to hear that the screening is rigorous for foster parents, but let's talk about how rewarding it can really be and the things people want to think about and consider when they want to become foster parents. Dr. Varma, I think we lost Dr. Varma. We're going to try to get her back. This is such an important topic.
It really is, and you don't always think about just the procedural steps. As someone who is in her early 30s, I would not even think that I would be someone that maybe they would consider, right? In an apartment setting, you think about where you live and what can I feasibly be allowed to have.
Sure, but if you have a big heart, you have a steady income, and you think that, especially as she was saying, for the older children, right, that it is important. And these 400,000, almost 400,000 children and young people in foster care. Looking at the screen here, Ellison, these are some things that Dr. Varma has recommended people consider. Look, thinking about your own mental health and trauma history, right? You want to be consistent and provide care for a foster child, and give it time, right? Not everyone, any family connection takes time to develop.
Any relationship takes time, and you never know what anyone is coming into any setting with in terms of what they've dealt with in their past, and that's very true with children who are in the foster system. They're trying to navigate a lot of difficult things that would be hard for an adult to navigate, much less a child, and you have to have the space for that. But there are, in addition to the challenges, and you see some of them on the screen there, if you go into something like this, I imagine being aware of different potential hiccups or roadblocks or things that you might need to navigate to overcome. They can be navigated, and you can have a really rewarding relationship. And we have someone even better than us back to finish telling us about this. Dr. Varma is back with us here. We're glad to have you back. So jump in here. And we were talking about, and I think kind of processing together the ups and downs of taking on something like this. What do you recommend for someone who says, you know, I think I am in a financial space where I could do something like this. I think I have the openness in my self to want to help someone and take on a relationship with a foster child. What do you advise them to go through personally to make sure they're equipped to help deal with the needs of any child that comes into their home?
Yes. So the openness, the flexibility, and having some training or background in trauma treatment or care, like even if it's just a curiosity, reading books, and willingness to go to family therapy. Because look, you're doing an amazing service to the community and to this child's life. You are creating a bond relationship that they may never have had. They may have a history of trauma, of child abuse, of neglect in their own families. They may have witnessed violence, domestic violence. They may have been homes and substance abuse. They may have their own substance abuse issues. They could have been in, they could have had developmental delays. They could have been in residential treatment facilities. So you don't know what kind of a history and background that they're coming with, and you may have your own history of trauma. So I think it's important that everybody be on the same page and be able to get help and be willing to go to therapy if needed.
And look, we know people who have been foster families. It's incredibly rewarding. Lean into the support networks. Dr. Sue Varma, thank you, and you are watching NBC News Daily.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they
Oh, yeah, nice to see you.
And he still sends them cards. All right, practicing mindfulness is the art of being mentally present and free of self-judgment so that you can try and find peace and clarity.
Today, anchor Chanel Jones spoke with a motivational podcaster about how we can achieve that balance and the importance of projecting positive energy into the world.
I joke that I'm a man who shares his feelings for a living. That's my self-prescribed title.
For 35-year-old Chicago native Case Kinney, the key to mastering mindfulness is to talk about everything.
So how does one become a mindfulness author?
It was just kind of one of those points in life where I was like, it would be really unfortunate if I were to look back in 10, 20, 30 years and realize that I was doing things, dating people, working a career that really wasn't true to me in a sense.
So Case started the New Mindset Who Dis podcast in 2018, a place where he could challenge himself to work out his day-to-day problems.
I realized what I was doing, which was I was practicing mindfulness. It, kind of intimidated me, but it's basically just the art of being present and being judgment-free to yourself so that you could find clarity in some form.
As he kept posting, Case's listeners grew. And with the podcast now totaling over 30 million downloads, Case has since used his platform to challenge others to talk it out and put their own mental health at the top of the list.
I love the focus on mental health, conversations around mental health are having in culture. And I like seeing more men come around to it. So I'm excited a couple years from now just to see how many people are practicing their own form of mindfulness.
So the fact that it was so successful, did you expect that?
The fact that it resonated with so many people and continues to resonate with so many people really surprised me. But I think it speaks to the larger need in culture and society that I think a lot of people really want to do these things. They just don't necessarily know how to get started, and they need a relatable first step.
Wanting to provide folks with that first step, Case created guided journals with titles like Unbothered, But First Inner Peace, and even Single is Your Superpower.
Journaling is so powerful because it's bringing a thought from your mind into your hand, into a pen on paper.
Your latest book is called That's Bold of You, about letting go of what you're not.
It came from a lot of the feedback from people who listen to my podcast, who have said basically something to the extent of, I feel like I'm too much or I'm too difficult. So I called the book That's Bold of You because it's a bold thing to push back on the labels that have been given to us.
A few years ago, he also started posting his words of wisdom on Instagram.
I've kind of become known as the quote guy. So I've just realized that there's power in writing these silly little quotes, putting them up around Chicago or Miami or New York, and just reminding people of these things that we intuitively know, but maybe hearing it in a different way, maybe hearing it said in a slightly different version. That's what makes it click.
And they've clicked with more than 480,000 followers, including the likes of Lucy Hale, Hailey Bieber, and Viola Davis.
I'm also impressed with how creative you are. I'm like, oh, a coffee cup. That's a good place for a quote, just right there.
So I was like, what are things that we touch and feel? So I started writing on coffee cups. And then I was like, well, I've got more to say, so I need a little more surface area. So I started doing paper.
But for Case, the biggest reward is making a difference in the lives of others.
People have said that my words changed their life or helped them get out of an unhealthy relationship or find their soulmate or just be happier, which of course I can't take credit for. They're the ones doing it, but hearing things like that is just so powerful. I think that is just an amazing thing to witness.
Chanel Jones, NBC News.
All right, here's what's trending now. Martin Scorsese might have the subject for his next film. He was touring Italy and met with Pope Francis. The legendary director held a private meeting with the Pope. Not long after that meeting, he announced he plans to make a film about Jesus Christ.
Let's talk about inspiration right there. All right, the creator of the HBO hit show The White Lotus says he could see an all-star season in the show's future. In an interview with The Hollywood Reporter, Mike White expressed an interest in a future season of the anthology series stacked with all fan-favorite characters. He has currently paused his writing and pre-production, though, on season 3 because because of the ongoing writers' strike.
It's a funny show. All right, Queen's music catalog. If you're looking to spend a lot of money, it is reportedly on sale for over $1 billion. Discussions are currently underway for Universal Music Group to acquire the catalog from Disney Music Group. The deal is expected to close within 1 month. If it goes through, that price tag will be the highest ever for a music catalog.
Well, it's a good one. That movie that Rami Malek starred.
I love that movie.
So good. It made
So
me get
good.
like my Queen playlist on repeat for like
It's
weeks.
fantastic. We love it.
All right, I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Ellison Barber. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ellison Barber.
I'm Vicki Wynn. We're so glad you could be with us. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, May 30th. Story of survival. The family of a woman who was trapped inside the collapsed Iowa apartment building is speaking out about how she made it out alive. Plus, why residents are demanding the city wait to demolish that building.
Parental alert. An NBC News investigation found more deaths linked to infant loungers than the government initially reported. What you should know before using the popular product.
Behind bars, Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes is scheduled to start her 11-year prison sentence today for defrauding company investors. More on the women's camp where she's reporting and the life she's leaving behind.
Gut check. Many of us use our weight to determine how healthy we are, but what other metrics should we be watching? We have a dietitian and eating counselor here to talk about long-term wellness.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start in Iowa, where we've learned in the last hour that 5 people are still unaccounted for in that partial building collapse in Davenport. City officials say they believe 2 people are still trapped inside.
Yeah, this all comes after emergency responders rescued a 52-year-old woman from her apartment unscathed hours after search and rescue missions had been called off. City officials originally planned to prepare to tear this building down as early as today, but after that woman was rescued, impromptu protesters called on city officials to pause the demolition. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster is live in Davenport, Iowa for us. So Shaq, bring us up to speed. What's happening with this demolition at this point?
Well, it is effectively on pause. The mayor is still, I believe they're still in a press conference as we speak, and they said the staging will still take place, but in terms of the process of this building coming down, that is being reassessed in real time. You mentioned the new numbers that we just got. 5 people unaccounted for, including 2 people who are likely, according to officials, in that building. The mayor described it as a likely resting place for those 2 individuals who they believe are still left behind. But one thing that we continue to hear from officials is the true danger of this building still being held up. I want you to listen to what we heard from one of the engineers who essentially said this building could come crashing down any point now, and that's the urgency in trying to get that process started.
You can't run up to a pile of bricks and rocks and just start throwing things off. As much as we want to get everybody out, and we want to do it right now.
To that point, the officials there said that any demolition that begins whenever it begins, again, no timeline there, it will be done with dignity, with care for the fact that there are possibly people inside. But I'll tell you, here on the ground, there's still a lot of frustration that there was even talk of this demolition beginning this morning, especially when that rescue that is on your screen right now, I was there right in the aftermath of it, especially when so many people witnessed Lisa Brooks being rescued from the building just last night after the official search and recovery mission was over.
Yeah, Shaq, I mean, yesterday, as you were reporting from the ground, both you and our colleague Maggie Vespa were speaking with Lisa Brooks' family, and they were saying, why are officials saying this is now just a recovery effort, that they're done with this? We know she's still missing. And clearly, they were right. She was still inside that building. What else are you hearing from her family? How is Lisa doing?
Yeah. Well, Antoine, her nephew, is telling me that she is doing well. She's now out of the hospital. When she was hospitalized yesterday after being rescued, she was severely dehydrated, but she is now released and doing well. She's saying her example, her story is a reason why this building should not come down, is a reason why there should be another thorough search of the building. Officials are responding to that concept or that idea by saying they are going to try to do another search, but they're weighing it against the odds and the condition of the building. You see those pictures there on your screen right now. They're saying this building is getting worse. It's shifting every few minutes or so. So they want to make sure this comes down in an organized way, but they have a lot to balance as they make that decision.
All right. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster, amazing reporting in Iowa. Thank you.
Well, listen, a wave of gun violence over Memorial Day weekend peaked in Hollywood, Florida, where 9 people were hospitalized. Police say an altercation on the beach's promenade led to a shooting that sent hundreds of beachgoers running for their lives. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Hollywood, Florida. So, Guad, one person is now in custody linked to that shooting, but police are still looking for other suspects. What do we know? How much of this was caught on camera?
Vicky, that is correct. One person detained, a suspect, a person of interest, that is. They were looking for a suspect as of yesterday. But minutes ago, the Hollywood Police Department gave us an update on that investigation. So we now know that after the shooting happened late Monday afternoon, this was the result of an altercation between 2 groups. After the shooting happened, police were very quick to arrive, and they detained a group of individuals. Now, they have specified that that group of individuals were not identified as the shooters, but they did arrest 2 of them on gun-related charges. Ultimately, police say they've been able to recover 5 handguns. 2 of those handguns were reported stolen, one from Texas and one from Florida. Now, police have also shared those images you just saw of 3 suspects that they are still looking for. They are asking for the public for any videos or photos that they might have, as well as help identifying these 3 suspects that, again, the police are still looking for. Now, of the 9 people that were struck by the gunfire, we know that 3 have been released from local hospitals. 2 adults remain hospitalized, and the 4 minors that were struck also remain hospitalized, including that 1-year-old. Now, all 6 who remain in the hospital are in stable condition. Vicky?
Guad, did they say anything else about the suspect descriptions? You know, police who gave this update just a few minutes ago, and we're looking at video that does appear to capture some of this unfolding.
Right. So they first said they were looking for an individual. They had described what he was wearing. They did describe the hair, but we didn't really have a clear understanding until we saw these photos. Now, this is from the surveillance video, of course, so it is a little blurry, but it might help for individuals that could have been there. But they're also asking people for videos or photos who might have been present. But these are the 3 photos that were shared just minutes ago by the Hollywood Police Department, Vicky.
All right, NBC News correspondent Guad Benegas for us. Guad, thank you so much.
The bipartisan debt ceiling deal will face its first major test next hour when the House Rules Committee meets to vote on it. 3 of the 9 Republicans on the panel are considered conservative hardliners who could kill the bill before it reaches the full House. Meanwhile, party leaders on both sides of the aisle say they're working hard to shore up support. The Treasury Department has set a June 5th deadline for the U.S. to act or risk default. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now to break everything down. Ali, tell us more about this tentative deal that President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy have reached. What would that deal, if it is passed, mean for the average American?
Yeah, it's tentative, but hard fought. I mean, for the last few weeks here, we've been watching Speaker McCarthy, his top allies, going back and forth with key members of the White House negotiating staff. They, of course, came out with a deal over the weekend, members now coming back to town, and not everyone is happy with what they've seen here, but even just doing the math conservatively, it doesn't seem like the deal is going to fall apart, at least not yet. What's in it, though, is an agreement to raise the debt ceiling for the next 2 years. That means that we're not going back and doing this again a year from now in the middle of an election season. It increases defense spending as well as veteran funding, puts caps on non-defense spending, but progressives are still able to find some things in there that they don't absolutely hate. It also claws back some unspent COVID funds, rescinds some IRS funding, though certainly not enough for those on the ultra-right wing of the Republican conference. And it expands work requirements for certain adults on food stamps. That's not something that Democrats love in this, but it was able to expand those benefits for certain others, including veterans and some homeless. So there are things for everyone in this bill to both hate and also like. But if you're just doing the math here, the whip operation is really kicking into gear here today, Ellison. Even as we're hearing from people on the ultra-right who hate it, there are probably going to be enough Democrats on the moderate front who can get this through on the House side.
Interesting. So on the ultra-right, amongst those people who really don't like this, you have the Freedom Caucus. They spoke outside of the Capitol just in the last hour. I want to play a bit of what we heard from Congressman Chip Roy, who is a member of the House Rules Committee, and then we'll talk right after.
If you're out there watching this, every one of my colleagues, be very clear. Not one Republican should vote for this deal. It is a bad deal. That is why this group will oppose it. We will continue to fight it today, tomorrow, and no matter what happens, there's going to be a reckoning.
So, Ali, there's talk that this group is floating the idea of threatening McCarthy's speakership. What's happening there? What sort of obstacles does this bill face from this group as it moves through Congress?
The word that I latched onto there, Ellison, was his word reckoning. What does that mean? Because over this entire process, even if they don't need those 40 or so House Freedom Caucus votes to pass this thing in the House, the thing floating over all of this is the motion to vacate, one of the deals that Speaker McCarthy made to become Speaker McCarthy several months ago. In talking to Freedom Caucus members outside just a few minutes ago, it seems that some of them are leaving the door open to that. And all you really need is one. It would help to have more than one if they actually wanted to do this successfully. But this was the deal McCarthy made. One person could trigger a motion to vacate. The question that I have is, if they do that, who's the new speaker? And no one can fill in that name right now. That's going to be pretty important if they actually go down this road. But right now, it's only chatter, not real yet.
All right, we'll keep in touch with you as things move forward. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale, thank you.
It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. More students are choosing not to go to college. The college enrollment rate for recent high school grads in the U.S. dropped to 62% last year. That's according to new data from the Labor Department.
Surprising numbers. CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac joins us now with more. Steve, that is a big drop from 2019 when the enrollment rate was pretty high, more than 66%. What's pushing grads to skip college and head straight to the workforce?
Yeah, Allison, well, the Wall Street Journal says that's because we're seeing
seeing a historically strong labor market and better pay for blue-collar workers, combined with high college tuition costs. Just last month, the unemployment rate for workers between 16 and 19 fell to a 70-year low. Meanwhile, wages are up for restaurant waitstaff and low-level leisure and hospitality workers, and workers for those jobs don't need college degrees. Also, there could be changes soon to how you watch NBA games. Apple, Netflix, and Fox are reportedly vying for the league's future media rights. Disney and Warner Brothers Discovery are currently in an exclusive negotiating window to renew their contracts with the league. That expires in 2025. Bloomberg reports the NBA is expected to sell its rights to more than 2 companies this time around. And there's a reason some of your favorite streaming shows are on the chopping block. Wall Street is turning up the heat on media companies by now focusing on if and when streaming will be profitable. Services are removing library content as a result so they can cut costs by avoiding residual payments and licensing fees. Vicki, Ellison, I'll send things back over to you.
Less to watch. All right, CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac. Steve, thank you so much.
A warning for parents about a popular baby device being linked to the deaths of multiple children. What an NBC News investigation revealed about infant loungers. Stay with us. This is NBC News Daily.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We have an important warning about infant loungers and their potential danger to babies. An NBC News investigation found more deaths linked to these baby products than the government initially reported. Here's what you need to know.
It was a very special time for our family.
Kate and Brandon Movitz welcomed baby Pierce into their family in May of 2020.
He was just a little dream for us.
Yeah, the first time I held him, I just gushed at him and felt the unconditional love.
They didn't think twice about putting him to sleep in an infant lounger, a cushion pad or pillow for babies. Their 5-year-old son, Jude, slept in the same one when he was a newborn.
Everyone used them because they work. They help babies sleep.
When Pierce was 10 weeks old, he went to sleep in his DockATot Deluxe Plus baby lounger. He didn't wake up. The autopsy revealed Pierce died accidentally from positional asphyxia.
After Pierce passed, I looked up the product and it said, like, not for infant sleep, which we didn't know.
2 years ago, after reports of 8 infant deaths, the Consumer Product Safety Commission recalled more than 3 million Boppy newborn loungers. But an NBC News analysis found at least 26 baby deaths linked to various brands of infant loungers between 2015 and 2023. More than twice as many deaths cited by the CPSC in its recent warnings.
Had we known, we would have never put him in it.
NBC News asked Dakatot about Pierce Movitz's death and others. The company says it is committed to safety, adding none of the reports have shown its products were the cause of those tragedies. Alex Hohen-Sarek is the CPSC chair. There was some criticism that when CPSC initially reported the potential dangers, that you knew of more deaths than you made the public aware of. How do you respond to that?
So we have laws that restrict us, our ability to talk to the public about all the information we know about products. So if I knew about a danger about a product right now, I couldn't go and tell you about it without actually first going to the company itself and letting them know what we're going to say.
That seems backwards.
I agree.
He says restrictions on issuing recalls and warnings about products delay how quickly the CPSC can get safety information to the public. Industry representatives say infant loungers come with warnings and are safe if used as intended on the floor for babies who are awake and closely monitored. Should these products be taken off the market? Yes or no?
So I can say this, I would never buy these products for myself or my family. I think it's dangerous.
If someone has this in their home right now, what should they do with it?
If it was me, I would take that product and I would get rid of it.
The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends babies sleep alone on their backs on a firm, flat mattress in a crib or bassinet with no loose blankets, pillows, crib bumpers, or other soft items.
We were all together as a family in the back.
The Movitzes started the Pierced Forever Foundation to help other families who've lost babies.
If there's even an ounce of chance that these infant loungers can cause death or injuries, then people should know about it.
They hope sharing their story will help protect other babies.
If we can help other families learn so they don't have to go through the nightmare we've lived through, that would be incredible. And an honor to Pierce.
And we really thank the Movitz family. They did not think they would ever speak publicly and share that story, but no doubt they have helped people. And I think what it is, Ellison, is to have that discussion and be aware of the risks of these loungers. You were saying your sister has one,
yes,
right?
Yes, my sister has one. Every baby shower I have been to, this Dakatot, these types of things, it's like the gift to give people.
Right.
I had no idea about this. The fact that they're speaking, the first thing I did when I saw this the other day was Google it to try and find a link to share it with others, because it's incredibly important people know about this.
And we understand these are in millions of families' homes. They're being used properly. Babies are fine. And so I think it's up to every family to research the risks, to understand the proper way to use these products, just to make sure their babies are safe.
Yeah. Huge thank you to that family for speaking.
Truly.
All right, a shootout on a moving bus. Shocking new video coming up of an argument between a bus driver and a passenger that turned violent. You're watching NBC News Daily.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
In parts of rural America, doctors with small private offices are struggling to stay afloat.
NBC News daily anchor Kate Snow takes a closer look at how the trend toward corporate offices is impacting the American medical landscape.
For Jennifer Bacani McKenney, Fredonia has always been home. As a kid, she rode her bike around the small rural Kansas town, spending time at the small practice her dad ran for 31 years.
I saw that he was doing something special for people and connecting with people on a very personal level.
Anything for you, Doc?
Oh, I'm just going to keep you alive forever.
17 years after graduating from medical school, Dr. Jen, as some of her patients call her, is now running the family clinic and is one of the only doctors in town.
Thought about just being able to take care of people who took care of me when I was growing up, and that was really kind of what made the difference in deciding where to go.
Her patients more like family, and her practice a lifeline for many in her community.
Dr. Jen has been multi-generational for my family.
If you didn't have Dr. Jen, where would you go?
I was seeing someone in Tulsa, so that would mean 2 hours.
2-hour drive?
Yes.
For many private doctors across the country, that close personal bond with patients is what keeps their practice going. Dr. Niraj Sharma is a pain doctor in a small suburb in New York's Hudson Valley, north of New York City.
Any pain, you let me know.
She always asks about the kids, the wife, everything.
She knows about your family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like you're just a number going in and out.
Sharma sees anywhere from 10 to 20 patients a day, but the financial burden of running her own business is taking a toll.
I'm HR, I'm the office manager, I'm the administrator, and I'm the doctor.
And some insurance companies are paying her less.
You're not what people maybe think of when they think of a doctor driving a fancy car, making a lot of money.
Yeah, that's definitely not me. There are some injections I perform, and we get $54. You spend more on a mani-pedi than you do to see a double board certified interventional pain management doctor.
How do you make ends meet?
I don't take vacations. I'm the only doctor here because if I had to pay another provider, I might as well close shop.
Nationwide, the number of doctors who work in private practice is on the decline, now around 49%, down from 54% in 2018. And according to a recent analysis, nearly 70% of all doctors are either employed by a hospital or a corporation. Experts point to an uneven playing field. Compared to a big medical group, small practices have little to no bargaining power with insurance companies. Private doctors often make a fraction of the salary for the same kind of work at a hospital. But Sharma thinks joining a larger network could compromise patient care.
When you find a good doctor, it's kind of emotional because you place your trust in them.
I love my patients. I feel that when they leave here, they're happier than when they entered my office. And if I can do that, hey, I think I'm doing a great job.
Back in Kansas, Dr. Jen McKenney is pushing for more visibility. She's banded together with other private doctors in the area, sharing resources and bargaining with insurance providers as a group. McKenney also works at the University of Kansas, teaching and recruiting students into rural medicine, a job she says is incredibly rewarding.
You know, I have a long road ahead in Fredonia and yeah, no plans to go anywhere soon.
Great story. Yeah, amazing, important report. NBC News Daily anchor Kate Snow joins us now with more. Is there any hope here? What's being done to help?
Yeah, well, it's a good question because structurally, this is the way the system works now. There is some work being done by Senator Elizabeth Warren, a Democrat. She feels that she's written letters in particular to say that the growing number of companies that are buying out small practices is a danger. She's worried. She wrote a letter to regulators saying, you got to take a closer look at these deals because patient care could be compromised in her view. But that's the reason these two doctors spoke to us in large part, especially Dr. Sharma, is to kind of sound an alarm and say somebody needs to look at the incentives that we've created in our overall system toward more corporate entities taking over and not having these small town doctors.
Well, it's good to see some of them joining these consortiums and kind of banding together because there is strength in numbers.
That's what Dr. Jen did.
All right, NBC News Daily anchor Kate Snow, thank you so much for shining a light on that for us.
Witness testimony in the federal trial against the Tree of Life synagogue mass shooter has begun. We'll have more right after this. Stay with us. This is NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now, so glad you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Ellison Barber. Making news right now, former First Lady Rosalynn Carter has been diagnosed with dementia. The Carter Center made the announcement earlier this hour. According to a statement, the former First Lady is living happily at home in Georgia with her husband, former President Jimmy Carter. He's been receiving hospice care there for more than 3 months now.
China has rejected a request from the U.S. for a meeting between the country's two defense chiefs. This is coming now from the Pentagon. It wanted Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin to sit down with his Chinese counterpart later this week at a security forum in Singapore. Officials in Beijing say they denied the meeting because the U.S. has sanctioned China's defense minister.
The impeachment trial for Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton will start no later than August 28th. State lawmakers set the date yesterday. The GOP-controlled House voted overwhelmingly to impeach Paxton over the weekend. The Republican is facing charges including bribery and misuse of office funds. Paxton has denied any wrongdoing.
Well, right now, a Pittsburgh jury is listening to the second witness in the Tree of Life synagogue mass shooting federal trial. It has been almost 5 years since police say Robert Bowers stormed into the synagogue during morning prayer and opened fire.
11 people were killed and 6 others were hurt. It is the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in U.S. history. Bowers is now on trial for 63 hate crimes and gun-related charges. He is facing the death penalty. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from outside the courthouse in Pittsburgh. George, this trial is expected to last until July. What have we heard so far? What do we expect to hear from other witnesses as this trial progresses?
Yeah, Allison and Vicky, the trial resuming after a quick lunch break right now, and the prosecution is bringing up witnesses to the stand. So far, we have heard from a dispatcher there who heard some of the first calls that were made that day, on that fateful day. And some of the audio, we have to say, is very chilling as I read the transcript here, describing some of the shots being fired, some of the members who were claiming that they were shot at that moment. They weren't sure if there was one or multiple shooters at that time. We're also expecting to hear from the family members of the victims as well as that day. The full list of witnesses has not been made available, but we do know at this point they would probably bring a few experts all along as well. Important to note that at this point, it's unclear if the defense will bring up any witnesses or if they'll allow the accused shooter, Robert Bowers, to testify himself. Again, this is just starting. Opening arguments taking place this morning. 40 minutes for the prosecution and about 20 minutes for the defense, guys.
Hey, George, our affiliate WPXI is reporting a last-minute decision in this case regarding some of the evidence. What's happening there?
Yeah, the judge there essentially ruling with the government, saying that some of the images of the victims as well as some of the audio should not be rebroadcast outside of the courtroom. It's not sealed, so some of the members of the jury and people in the court will be able to view some of these images during the course of this trial, but essentially saying these images are not to be rebroadcast or shared outside of this court, presumably to, again, spare the families of the victims who, again, are reliving this horror almost 5 years after this incident took place, guys.
NBC News correspondent George Solis. George, thank you.
Newly released surveillance video catching the tense moments when a bus driver shot at a passenger after the passenger appeared to pull a gun on him first. This happened last month in Charlotte, North Carolina. The bus driver has now been fired and the passenger is facing criminal charges. We want to warn you, some of the footage is graphic. Shocking new video shows the dramatic shootout between a North Carolina bus driver and a passenger, leaving the driver out of a job and the passenger facing multiple felony charges. Officials from the Charlotte Area Transit System, or CATS, releasing the video and saying the shootout occurred earlier this month after the passenger, Omari Tobias, asked the driver to make an unscheduled stop. When the driver, David Fullard, refused, Tobias can be heard talking back. That's when Tobias is seen pulling a gun, and Fullard reveals his own. Shots are exchanged as the bus drives off the road.
Both individuals sustained life-threatening injuries. However, they are both now stable and expected to make full recoveries. 2
other passengers on the bus managed to escape the shootout without any injuries by running to the back of the bus, according to CATS. And now the driver has been fired after working for the bus system for nearly 2 decades.
Possession of a firearm or other weapon is prohibited by the company's workplace violence policy while on duty or on company property. We don't want anyone possessing weapons on our vehicles.
Drivers have been calling for heightened safety protocols within the system for many years now.
Fullard's attorney telling NBC News the driver felt the need to arm himself following other violent incidents involving bus drivers in the area, including the death of a bus driver named Ethan Rivera during a road rage incident last year. The suspect in that case arrested.
This has been an open call to the CAT system to make the necessary adjustments so that we don't continue to have these issues over and over again.
In a press conference, CATS officials acknowledging that their transit system is not immune to violent incidents, but they say 99% of trips happen without a problem and that the budget for security will increase by 50% starting in July.
What we are doing provides safety for the passengers and for the riders. I think that this random violence or senseless violence is pervasive throughout the community.
The passenger, Tobias, is now in custody with a $250,000 bond, facing 3 separate charges, including assault with a deadly weapon, inflicting serious injuries. Efforts to reach him were unsuccessful. As for the driver, Fullard, he has not been charged, and his attorney says he doesn't expect any to be brought against him. He says they will fight to make sure Fullard gets any benefits he's entitled to after his firing.
The key is that we hope for a good result for Mr. Fullard, but we also hope for changes within the system that will provide protection to these drivers.
Ellison, thank you for that report. Russian President Vladimir Putin says Ukraine is trying to intimidate people in Russia by launching drone strikes on Moscow. Officials there say today's attack damaged some apartment buildings. No one was seriously hurt. It appears this is the first strike from Ukraine on residential buildings in the Russian capital. A Ukrainian official insists Kyiv was not directly involved. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi following it all from London for us. So, Ali, this attack in Moscow came after Kyiv was hit with more deadly airstrikes. What is the situation today in both capital cities, and how is the United States responding?
Hey, Vicky, that's right. I mean, Kyiv has been pounded by airstrikes for the last 17 days. 17 days in May, every time they've been pounded. For Moscow, this is a new experience, getting multiple drone attacks, hitting residential buildings. And whoever planned this attack, Kyiv says it wasn't their planning, but whoever did plan it definitely wanted to give Muscovites a taste of what people in Kyiv have been experiencing throughout the beginning of this war. Now, the Ukrainians are saying that they had nothing to do with this, but they say they welcomed the attack and they were watching it with enjoyment, and they predicted that more attacks would come. The Russians have played down the attack. Putin said that their air defenses have worked, and he said that the Ukrainians were asking to be retaliated in kind. So probably a lot to come from Moscow after these attacks. And as for the U.S. State Department, they say that they don't support attacks in Russia proper, that their objective here is to train Ukrainian forces and provide them with weapons to defend their sovereignty, their territory. And that's saying that they've exactly done. Beyond that, they say they don't support these sort of attacks, but they are happening increasingly frequently by the Ukrainians, who we believe are trying to stage some sort of counteroffensive imminently. Vicky?
Well, Ali, for 15 months now, Russian forces have been fighting on the front lines in Ukraine. Now the war appears to be coming home somewhat to the Russians, at least to parts of Moscow. Explain the significance here. What does this potentially suggest about the trajectory of this war?
Well, that's right. I mean, the Russians have been told from the beginning of this war by their president that the Ukrainians cannot strike deep into Russian territory, that Russian citizens are safe. And clearly, that's not the case today. They hit the capital city, they hit residential buildings, they hit a residential area where politicians and well-to-do businessmen live. So this has clearly rattled the Russians, who are told that they are completely safe. It also exposes that Russia has vulnerabilities, that their air defenses don't always work. And what does this mean for the war? Well, it's not like Russia is going to make some big U-turn now and back off. They're probably going to double down and hit Ukraine even harder.
NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi. Ali, thank you so much.
After months of appeals, disgraced Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes turned herself in just moments ago to begin her 11-year sentence at a Texas prison.
The 39-year-old was found guilty last year of defrauding investors out of hundreds of millions of dollars after making false claims about her company's technology. CNBC reporter Yasmin Khorram is following the very latest for us. So, Yasmin, as we just mentioned, Holmes has now walked into that Texas prison. What is she going to encounter while she's there? Tell us about the conditions at this prison, and do we think she's going to serve the full 11-year sentence?
Yes, she was escorted into this federal prison in Bryan, Texas by two staff members. She appeared emotionless as she was checked in. She's going to have to go through screenings, orientation. She was accompanied by her partner, Billy Evans, and family members who stayed inside the car. She will serve most of her time here. Typically, at a federal prison, you serve about 85% of the time you were sentenced to. There's no parole, but she can earn about 15% of credit for good time. She's been sentenced to a little over 11 years, so she will be serving about close to 10 years of that time. What she'll encounter is absolutely no privacy. She'll be monitored all throughout the day. She'll spend the first 90 days there working in the kitchen, making 12 to 14 cents an hour, a far cry from the lavish lifestyle she lived out here. And, you know, as you guys said, Elizabeth Holmes, the one self-made female billionaire, is now, as of this hour, known as Elizabeth Holmes, the inmate.
Yasmin, why did it take so long for her sentence to start? The months of appeals delaying it here. We hear people appealing criminal cases, charges, convictions all the time, but they usually start their sentence right after it's handed. Why did she get to have this long wait for her appeal process before starting her sentence?
Since her conviction a year and a half ago, Holmes has managed to stay out of prison an extraordinarily long time. A federal judge rejected her bid to stay free while she appeals. So while those legal arguments play out in the 11th Circuit, she will be waiting inside this federal prison camp in Bryan, Texas. It's about 100 miles outside of where she grew up in Houston. And yeah, there is a chance that it could be overturned, but until that plays out in the Court of Appeals, she will be inside this prison wearing a khaki jumpsuit and being monitored 24/7.
All right, Elizabeth Holmes, officially an inmate in Texas, now serving an 11-year sentence. CNBC reporter Yasmin Quorum, thank you so much.
Well, it's a lot more than just diet and exercise that affect your health. What else you need to focus on to live your best life? That's coming up next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
All right, this is a good one for our daily health. You can eat well, you can exercise a few times a week, but how do you know if you're really healthy?
Yeah, experts say our health is impacted by a whole lot more than what we put in our body and our mouths and our individual behavior. Our social life and environment can have just as big of an impact as what you eat and how you exercise. Dietitian and intuitive eating counselor Sam Prevet joins us now. Did I get the last name right?
Prevet, but close enough.
Okay, Sam Prevet, thank you for joining us. Walk us through sort of your take on what actually impacts our health. If it's not in the kitchen alone or in the gym alone, what is it?
Yes, so the determinants of health out of the World Health Organization give a wonderful image to this, where there are so many factors that impact our health. So it's the medical care that we receive, our environment that we live in, our social circumstances, our genetics and biology, which we have no control over. And then 36% is our individual behaviors, but of that 36%, only 10% relates to nutrition, food, and movement, which of course is still really important, but I feel like we miss the mark sometimes sometimes when diet culture just hones in on this is what you need to eat, this is how you need to move, and it's like, yeah, that's important, but can we see the whole picture?
That is so interesting. And you actually talk about looking at your health from a weight neutral paradigm. And also you obviously talked about intuitive eating too. So walk us through that. When you say it's only 10% of that, bigger picture, what's the rest?
Yes. So in a weight neutral paradigm, we do not focus on weight loss. And I know that can sound crazy because most of diet culture, that's all we hear. But we're looking at how do we feel pleasant in our body physically, mentally, and emotionally.
And like how can you move your body, and also the mental component of it is really important.
Yes.
So are there any diets people should be looking at, or is it just something everybody should avoid at all costs?
So I used to be a chronic dieter, guilty as charged. I dieted most of my teens, all of my 20s, and that's really what led me to do what I do today, where when we look at the diet research, dieting doesn't work. So 95% of diets fail. 2/3 of dieters will gain back more weight than they originally lost. There's 0 randomized control trials that show sustained weight loss greater than 2 years for any diet. So when we look at the dieting research, we know that it actually harms our health more than it helps. But if we Google how to be healthy, every diet comes up. So this is where, when we support clients at Find Food Freedom, we're looking at what can we genuinely work on to impact your health. And there's so many other things other than restriction, which we know just doesn't work.
So it is eating whole foods, getting away from processed ingredients is what I'm guessing.
So
eating
definitely we can look at nutrition density and those things, but it's also our relationship with food. Removing morality from food is a huge part of what we do as well.
Explain to us what you mean by that. Morality being removed from food. What does that mean?
So health is not a moral obligation. I think in our elite wellness culture that we see all the time, people feel like they have to work on their health. If you want to pursue health, then yes, there's some things we can do. But guilt and shame should never be ingredients on the plate. And the clients that I support, the clients that I work with, we work on removing that guilt. And I invite people, if they're listening, if they're like, what are you talking about? I feel so guilty for existing in my body or eating food, to come on over to Find Food Freedom on Instagram and give us a look.
And before we let you go, how does like Wegovy and what's Ozempic, all these new weight loss drugs, how does that all fit into this?
It's a wonderful question. So working out of a weight neutral paradigm, we don't see weight loss as a measure of success. We see weight as neutral. So when it comes to these kind of drugs, we're not looking at intentionally shrinking the body. We're looking at what is your relationship with food? Like, how are you fueling your body? How are you nourishing your body? So unless you have type 2 diabetes and need this drug, I don't see a fit for it at this time.
All right, dietitian and intuitive eating counselor Sam Previtt. Thank you so much, Sam. Good to see you.
Thank you, ladies.
Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Some electric vehicle manufacturers are removing AM radio stations from new cars, and critics do not like the sound of that.
While they say it will put people at risk in emergency situations, car makers say they have another argument. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck is cutting through the noise for us.
You see it in the movies and in video games.
This is an emergency broadcast transmission. If you are hearing this broadcast, seek shelter immediately.
Emergency warnings mainly transmitting on AM radio stations. The alert saving countless lives in real life, too.
This is a Clear Channel emergency response team.
This is your signal. This is your distress signal out there. We'll continue to try to help you find your loved ones.
You are going into an area that you know exactly what is happening.
Telling people what they need to know and do during emergencies. Road signs like this one directing people where to tune in during a disaster.
That's the story right now as the Coast Guard comes in.
Like KSCO, an AM radio station in Santa Cruz, California, which has been around since 1947.
Get up and go, it's today you know on KSCO Radio.
And reaches millions across Central California.
The radio station has always been here first to serve the community, and it's a community that needs a lot of service in times of storms and earthquakes and floods and power outages and any other kind of unusual local disaster that you can think about.
Now those alerts are getting harder for people to actually hear. Why? Because electric vehicles are becoming more popular around the country. Sales were up 65% last year, and the car companies that make them are ditching AM radios in their new models. Automakers say it's because the motors on electric cars interfere with AM frequencies. The automakers say the alerts should keep up with the changing tech, saying people should use phones instead of radios in emergencies. But officials say that presents a clear challenge.
The fact of the matter is broadcast radio and television are free mediums to push emergency information to people.
While AM radio is on the decline, 47 million people still listen to it, according to Nielsen, including those who may not have the money to buy things like smartphones or satellite radio. And this has Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey and Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts calling automakers out.
How are people supposed to get this information on their phone when they're driving through a climate-induced catastrophic storm?
What do you do when there's a power outage, or when there's an earthquake, or when there's a fire? The internet, 99 out of 100 times during a disaster, ain't there. It just doesn't work. But radio is there.
Lawmakers and radio hosts on the same wavelength about why AM radio is so important to so many across the U.S. Katie Beck, NBC News.
An important debate there, Katie. Thank you. Here's what's trending right now. Beyonce paying tribute to Tina Turner on her Renaissance tour last night. Queen Bee covering a stripped-down version of the song River Deep, Mountain High to kick off her 5-night stand in London. She finished the song by telling the crowd, "We love you, Tina." Beyonce also paid tribute to the Queen of Rock and Roll last week after news of Turner's death was released.
One of our producers in London, Susan Archer, was at that show yesterday. She said it was amazing. I lived through all of her photos. Okay, Succession star Sarah Snook is a mom giving birth to her first child with husband Dave Lawson. Snook posted a picture with the newborn on Instagram after the series finale of the hit HBO show. Snook debuted her baby bump at the season 4 premiere back in March.
And Lionsgate is now confirming John Wick 5 is in early development. John Wick Chapter 4, that was released earlier this year. It topped just over $360 million at the global box office. An executive for Lionsgate says they are continuing to build out the John Wick world, which will include a TV series called The Continental and a spin-off film, Ballerina, starring Ana de Armas. Well, she is really having a moment. She recently hosted SNL.
Yes, she did a great job.
John Wick.
Yes, and I did not see Marilyn, but I heard she was fantastic in it.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
That does it. I'm Ellison Barber.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, all those places on your screen. Don't go anywhere. The news continues right after this.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, May 30th, 2023. Breaking news, a break in the case. 2 people arrested in connection to that Memorial Day shooting at a popular Florida beach. What authorities have just revealed about the investigation.
Closing the deal, lawmakers back in Washington rushing to pass a debt ceiling bill. The new deadline now facing Congress and how both sides are reacting.
Nightmare at sea, a Carnival cruise ship hit by a violent storm in the Atlantic. The stories of survival from passengers on board.
And brain drain with school in summer vacation mode, what parents can do to help prevent kids from suffering learning loss. It's 11 a.m. in San Diego, 1 p.m. in Tulsa, and 2 p.m. here in New York.
Welcome, everyone. We begin this hour with that breaking news. Police in Florida just announcing the arrest of 2 people in connection to a mass shooting on Memorial Day. Authorities are also searching for 3 others described as persons of interest.
Police say 9 people were shot in the popular beach destination of Hollywood, Florida. Among the victims, a 1-year-old child. Police say a fight broke out moments before shots were fired.
The Gun Violence Archive reports that this was one of at least 17 mass shootings over just the holiday weekend. Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas. He's in Hollywood, Florida, north of Miami. Guad, police just gave that update. What do we know about the arrests that were made and the people they're looking for?
Kate, we know that this happened late Monday afternoon when people were celebrating the holiday. Thousands were on the beach. In the images, we can see hundreds running away from the area where those gunshots happened. So this was the result of an altercation of two different groups of individuals. Police say they arrived just moments after that shooting happened. They attended the nine individuals that were struck by gunfire, 4 minors, and they also detained a group of individuals. Of that group, they arrested 2 of them. Now, they've made it clear that they are not identified as the shooters, but they have been arrested on gun-related charges. Police also say that they've recovered 5 handguns. Of those handguns, 2 are reported stolen, 1 from Florida and 1 from Texas. Additionally, they did inform us earlier today that they had detained a person of interest and they were looking for a suspect. So that's the latest on the investigation, as police also continue asking members of the public to turn in photos or videos. And they've also shared these 3 images that have been taken from the surveillance videos showing 3 individuals that they are still looking for, Kate.
And Guad, with all that said, what do we know about the victims' conditions at this point?
Sinclair, local hospital officials indicated this morning that 3 of them had been released from the hospital. They've been discharged. 2 adults continue to be hospitalized, and the 4 minors are also hospitalized, including that 1-year-old. Now, all 6 of those victims, the 4 minors and the 2 adults, are in stable condition, according to the latest updates, Sinclair.
All right. Guad Venegas, thank you so much.
Well, city officials in Davenport, Iowa say 5 people remain unaccounted for, including 2 believed to be inside an apartment building that partially collapsed over the weekend. Overnight, a 52-year-old was found alive in the rubble. You can see her poking her head outside a window right here in this video, and it all happened hours after crews switched from rescue to recovery efforts. There's now growing outrage over plans to tear down the building. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Davenport, Iowa. So, Shaq, officials just held an emotional press conference a short time ago on the status of the building and those who are still unaccounted for. Where do things stand right now?
Well, the latest numbers that we have is a total of 5 people who are now unaccounted for, 2 who officials believe to be still inside the building. You mentioned there was a lot of frustration here in the community about the fact that there were plans to demolish this building as early as this morning. I want you to just get a sense of the proximity to the building, because the building's there. This is where folks have been gathering. But on the left side there, that is where they rescued 52-year-old Lisa Brooks yesterday after the search and rescue was complete. I want you to listen to what we heard in terms of from the fire marshal responding to this idea that there should be another search there, that there is a rush almost, so to speak, to tear down this building. Listen how he responded to that point you've been hearing from protesters.
We want to get everybody out, and we want to do it right now. I apologize that I get upset, but there's a lot of things that we have to factor.
You hear the emotion in his voice there. The things that he's talking about factoring in is the structural integrity of the building. They say the building shifted even as rescue workers were in there on Sunday. They're also just a continuing concern that this building can come down at any point, and that's why there's some hesitancy to send another rescue team in there. That's something that the mayor said they're actively balancing and actively reassessing.
And Shaq, I know many residents, including former residents, are speaking out about the red flags surrounding this building. I know there's a lot of people out right now protesting, and a current resident even took this video that they say was just a moment before the building collapsed. I believe we have that. What are you hearing? And for those who lost their homes, what are they doing now for shelter?
I'll answer that last question first. They're getting assistance from the Red Cross. There's also assistance from the state in terms of cash. So the mayor's saying about $5,500 per resident to accompany and to assist with those shelter costs. But in terms of the red flags of this building, that is a big point of frustration here on the ground. We do know from officials that there were 2 reports put in recently connected to bricks falling from this building. But inside the apartments, you've been hearing folks complain about water leaking, complain about a lack of heating, complain about problems and cracks in the ceiling and in the wall. There were real problems and real frustration that residents and former residents have explained to us and to other outlets. We did reach out to the building owner and have not heard back despite our repeated requests.
And Shaq, I know many are protesting right now around you even. What are you hearing from them? What are they asking for?
The big thing, they want the demolition to be put on pause, and for the most part, they got that part of it. The mayor saying that they will send in a crews to stage the demolition to be able to start piece by piece that process. But in terms of the city's plans that they announced yesterday to begin demolition this morning has come and went, and that has not come to fruition here. So the building is still intact. The second thing, they want people to go back in and make sure that there's no one there left behind. That is the biggest ask that you get from protesters. They say that should be a priority for not only the individuals, but for pets involved. You heard the motion from the fire chief there. They're considering that. They're finding out how they can do that. But the concern is that with the lack of integrity that this building has, it can come down any point. With the lack of integrity, there's a concern that for doing that too quickly, while making sure it's still unsafe.
Yeah, totally understandable, and hopefully this all resolves soon. Shaq Brewster, thank you so much.
Lawmakers in Washington now facing a critical new deadline to pass that deal made over the weekend on the debt ceiling. That bipartisan agreement brokered by President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is facing scrutiny from some members of both parties now, with the U.S. just days away from a potential default. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen now says lawmakers have until June 5th before the nation would begin defaulting on its debts. The legislation that would be needed to pass faces its first major test later today in a House committee. A vote by the entire House could happen as soon as tomorrow. Let's bring in NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake, who's really watching all of this go down on Capitol Hill. Garrett, President Biden, Speaker McCarthy, they both have said that not everybody got what they wanted in this deal. It's a compromise, but there are some liberal Democrats, conservative Republicans who really seem not to like it. Could they stop it?
Well, Kate, they're going to try, but the reality is when you've got both the far left and far right complaining about a bill, you may have achieved a workable compromise, something that folks are probably going to have to get used to in this era of divided government. Now, with the House back in town, the Speaker back on the floor, the work of wrangling these votes together is going to begin in earnest. And here you'll have both Speaker McCarthy and President Biden working together to try to convince their parties that this deal is the best each could get. Here's some of what we've heard from Democrats and a bit of a reality check from one Republican in leadership.
We are being held hostage. That is a very real word for where we are right now. There are things I would never vote for under normal circumstances.
It's time for the big boys and the big girls to step up and realize that we can't let perfect be the enemy of the good, and that we've got to get this done.
That message from Dusty Johnson, a close ally of Speaker McCarthy, is what's been going out to House Republicans. You may not love this, but it's the best deal we could get. Let's get a win and keep moving.
Garrett, I'm going to get a little inside baseball here because things on Capitol Hill have to go through committees before they get to the full House, right? So that's what's happening today. How critical is this step, and do both Biden and McCarthy think no problem, they've got this going through?
Kate, you can jump in our congressional reporter group chat anytime you want. Look, this Rules Committee vote today may be more difficult than the rest of this process. On it, you have a couple of far-right members who Speaker McCarthy had to put onto this committee as part of the deal to make him Speaker. They don't like this bill, and getting tripped up in committee is the kind of procedural step that a lot of people don't pay attention to, but that could be more problematic than the floor vote itself. Expect that committee vote to go late tonight, but I do think this bill makes it to the floor okay by tomorrow. Okay.
Once a Capitol Hill correspondent, always a Capitol Hill correspondent. Garrett, I was there with you. Appreciate it. I'll join your group chat anytime.
Perfect.
All right, well, turning now to some financial news. Home prices are on the rise, and the NBA is looking to expand into streaming.
Christina Partsinevelos joins us with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Christina.
Hi, well, let's start with NVIDIA joining a select group today. The U.S. chipmaker's market cap briefly touching the $1 trillion mark. So NVIDIA now joins Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, parent company Alphabet, all of which are currently worth more than $1 trillion on the U.S. stock market. NVIDIA shares skyrocketed just over the last week or so after reporting earnings, driven in part by artificial intelligence and all of their product offerings. Home prices jumped for the second straight month in March as buyers confronted low inventory and a competitive market. Nationally, home prices in March were 0.7% higher compared to the previous year. The data suggests that the drop in home prices that began in June 2022 may be coming to an end. And Apple, Netflix, and Fox are reportedly vying for the NBA's future media rights. Disney and Warner Brothers Discovery are currently in an exclusive negotiation window to renew their contracts with the league, which expires in 2025. Bloomberg reports that the NBA is expected to sell its rights to more than 2 companies this time around. A lot riding on that deal and the game, right?
I'm sure. At least it's not going to affect this year's finals. So
Yeah.
good news
Yeah.
there.
Good.
Christina, thank you.
Thanks.
Coming up, what parents can do to keep their kids engaged in learning this summer.
Plus, the stories of survival after a nightmare at sea in the Atlantic. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The trial of the man accused in a deadly attack on the Jewish community in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, is now underway. You'll remember the shooting at the Tree of Life Synagogue back in 2018. Police say Robert Bowers entered and began shooting worshipers inside. 11 people died that day. Bowers faces 63 federal charges, including 11 hate-related counts, some of which are punishable by death. He has pleaded not guilty. NBC News correspondent George Solis is following this trial for us. He's live outside the courthouse in Pittsburgh. George, opening statements were this morning. Prosecutors have already started calling witnesses to the stand, as I understand. What have we heard so far in court?
Good afternoon, Kate. Yeah, the prosecution going first, about a 40-minute opening, detailing the events of that tragic day, going into some detail about the shooting from the minute that the accused shooter went to that church, went into the congregation, and began shooting. Also, the exchange with police. The defense also speaking to the jury, making their case, saying this is a complicated case, and also kind of explaining the character of the accused shooter, Robert Bowers, saying that he was a truck driver, he was a man from the community, that he liked guns but never pointed a gun at anyone before this shooting. And as you mentioned, yes, the prosecution has also now started to call witnesses. The first person we heard from was a dispatcher there who took the first 911 call, and some of the details in that call quite chilling from what we've been seeing from our team inside of the courtroom. It details one of the victims being shot. You could actually hear some of the gunshots, I'm told, on that recording. We also heard from an expert who processes these calls, and as of this moment, we're told a rabbi from the congregation is on the stand right now, and we're told that Robert Bowers is listening quite intently, Kate.
And George, it took about a month to seat a jury. Talk to us about the timeline for the rest of this trial.
Yeah, it took a month because, again, the facts of this case really not disputed. What this is really about is whether or not the accused shooter will get the death penalty. And so they had to find a suitable pool. Our understanding is that about 1,500 questionnaires were put out there to find a suitable pool. The timeline for this expected to take about 2 months, Kate.
All right, George Solis in Pittsburgh for us. George, thank you.
Turning now to the seas, it was a very rough holiday weekend for thousands of passengers on board a Carnival cruise. That 6-day trip to the Caribbean left a sunny port in South Carolina, but the sky soon turned dark and the ship was hit by a violent storm that flooded hallways and battered the boat. Here's NBC's Sam Brock.
For some 3,000 passengers cruising on the Carnival Sunshine this past week, a coastal storm turned their Caribbean dreams into a very scary nightmare.
I just prayed over and over and over for those waters to calm down.
After 5 days of nearly perfect weather, the 100,000-ton ship was slammed by wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour as it approached South Carolina's coast. Swells of nearly 20 feet tilting the ship, flooding corridors, unhinging doors, and terrifying passengers.
I recently went through cancer treatment, and this trip was about 3 times scarier than that.
Sharon Tutrone, a college professor, was celebrating with her 73-year-old mom, her caregiver, during those cancer treatments. Both women couldn't believe what they were witnessing.
The ship took a hit from a massive wave. It scared the heck out of me. It sounded like the ship split in two.
To make matters worse, frustrated passengers say the only communication coming from the captain Friday was just as the storm started.
We are expecting adverse weather condition as we sail back to Charleston and maybe arrive later than scheduled. We will continue to monitor the situation and provide you with an update early tomorrow morning.
The captain also telling passengers to be cautious when walking around the ship and that the vessel might move a little more than usual. Over 12 hours, the ship was pounded by fierce winds and rough seas. Several passengers we spoke with said they didn't receive any further information from the captain or crew until well into the next morning. And a screen displaying wind speeds and their velocity was replaced with a standby slate.
There was a crew door there, and they said they have seen the crew in there wearing life jackets. And at that point, I'm like, okay, they're wearing life jackets, but they're not telling us to do anything.
Daniel Taylor's cabin was on deck 2 in the front of the ship.
It sounded like a wrecking ball was hitting the ship, and it honestly sounded like it was tearing the ship apart.
Carnival later releasing a statement writing in part, Carnival Sunshine's return to Charleston was impacted by the weather and rough seas on Saturday. The weather's prolonged impact on the Charleston area delayed the ship's arrival. We appreciate the patience and understanding of all of our guests. The unsettling sequence, leaving thousands of passengers shaken, but thankfully there were no reports of any injuries.
I don't wish this on my worst enemy. It was awful.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
Coming up, the blame game between Russia and Ukraine after Moscow is hit by a drone strike. You're watching NBC News Daily.
is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back now with an important warning about infant loungers. An NBC News investigation found the baby products were tied to more infant deaths than the government previously disclosed. Here's NBC's Vicki Nguyen.
It was a very special time for our family.
Kate and Brandon Movitz welcomed baby Pierce into their family in May of 2020.
He was just a little dream for us.
Yeah, the first time I held him, I just gushed at him and felt the unconditional love.
They didn't think twice about putting him to sleep in an infant lounger, a cushioned pad or pillow for babies. Their 5-year-old son, Jude, slept in the same one when he was a newborn.
Everyone used them because they help babies sleep.
When Pierce was 10 weeks old, he went to sleep in his DockATot Deluxe Plus baby lounger. He didn't wake up. The autopsy revealed Pierce died accidentally from positional asphyxia.
After Pierce passed, I looked up the product and it said, not for infant sleep, which we didn't know.
2 years ago, after reports of 8 infant deaths, the Consumer Product Safety Commission recalled more than 3 million boppy newborn loungers. But an NBC News analysis found at least 26 baby deaths linked to various brands of infant loungers between 2015 and 2023. More than twice as many deaths cited by the CPSC in its recent warnings.
Had we known, we would have never put him in it.
NBC News asked DockATot about Pierce Movitz's death and others. The company says it is committed to safety, adding none of the reports have shown its products were the cause of those tragedies. Alex Hohen-Sarek is the CPSC chair. There was some criticism that when CPSC initially reported the potential dangers, that you knew of more deaths than you made the public aware of. How do you respond to that?
So we have laws that restrict us our ability to talk to the public about all the information we know about products. So if I knew about a danger about a product right now, I couldn't go and tell you about it without actually first going to the company itself and letting them know what we're going to say.
That seems backwards.
I agree.
He says restrictions on issuing recalls and warnings about products delay how quickly the CPSC can get safety information to the public. Industry representatives say infant loungers come with warnings and are safe if used as intended on the floor for babies who are awake and closely monitored. Should these products be taken off the market? Yes or no?
So I can say this. I would never buy these products for myself or my family. I think it's dangerous.
If someone has this in their home right now, what should they do with it?
If it was me, I would take that product and I would get rid of it.
The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends babies sleep alone on their backs on a firm, flat mattress in a crib or bassinet with no loose blankets, pillows, crib bumpers, or other soft items.
We were all together as a family in the bed.
The Movitzes started the Pierced Forever Foundation to help other families who've lost babies.
If there's even an ounce of chance that these infant loungers can cause death or injuries, then people should know about it.
They hope sharing their story will help protect other babies.
If we can help other families learn so they don't have to go through the nightmare we've lived through, that would be incredible. And an honor to Pierce.
Vicki Nguyen, NBC News, Detroit.
Ahead of the summer season, we wanted to take a closer look at a deadly, often unknown risk to swimmers. It's called shallow water blackout, or a sudden loss of consciousness underwater. It's often caused when swimmers hold their breath for too long. Exercise lowers a swimmer's carbon dioxide levels, so when their oxygen is used up, they sometimes pass out while submerged. NBC's Steve Patterson spoke to one woman who experienced the tragedy firsthand after her husband, who was an experienced swimmer, went free diving and never came back. It was only after his death that she found out about shallow water blackout.
Tell you firsthand, it's real, it happens, and it's horrific. He would talk about, how many times he touched the wall on one breath, and it's something he was very proud of, and he knew that he could push those limits. But, we didn't know about shallow water blackout, so you just can't push through that.
The family's hoping that their story now will spread awareness and save other families from what they went through. Experts say the solution really is education and ensuring that both swimmers and their coaches are aware of the risks. Zincle.
Well, coming up, the mystery in the waters of Venice that turned the famous canal green. We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The bail hearing for the man who crashed a U-Haul truck near the White House earlier this month has been postponed. According to prosecutors, 19-year-old Sai Kandula wanted to end democracy in the United States. In a court filing Friday, prosecutors wrote that Kandula kept a journal that contained a, quote, coup speech he planned to give had he taken over the government.
Elizabeth Holmes, the disgraced founder of Silicon Valley startup Theranos, has just reported to federal prison camp in Bryan, Texas. She faces an 11-year sentence following her conviction for defrauding investors after her company failed to make good on promises to revolutionize the blood test industry. Holmes, a 39-year-old mother of two, arrived at the all-female minimum security facility in Texas at 12:30 local time.
And the NBA Finals are ready to go after the Miami Heat beat the Boston Celtics 103-84 in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. The Heat series victory finally coming after nearly blowing a 3-game lead in the series. Miami will now face a very well-rested Denver Nuggets in the NBA Finals, which tip off on Thursday.
Well, major developments this hour in the war in Ukraine. For the first time, residential areas of Russia's capital, Moscow, were hit in a drone attack. People had to be evacuated from nearby buildings. Russia claims Ukraine was behind those attacks. Ukraine is denying any direct involvement. NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi joins me now. Ali, what more do we know about the attacks in Moscow? What's the damage like?
Hey, Kate. Well, it was a brazen attack in the early hours of this morning while daylight was breaking, making that very unusual in itself. And also the sheer number of drones that attacked Moscow hasn't been done before. But the damage wasn't particularly significant. You know, they hit a few buildings. There was fallen debris from some of the images we've seen. There's broken windows. Some of the facades of the buildings are blackened. But it's the psychological effect that's much more important. Don't forget, this war seemed very far away from many people in Russia, especially Muscovites. They've been told over and over again by Vladimir Putin that the Ukrainians can't strike deep into Russian territory and that they were safe. But they weren't safe this morning. Clearly, that attack rattled them. It hit several areas in Moscow. The Russian authorities are saying there were 8 drones. Russian media say there were many more. And rather interestingly, Kate, they also landed in a very affluent suburb of Moscow, where it's made up of a patchwork of gated communities where politicians and well-to-do businessmen live. So it really struck the heart of Russia, of the Russian capital, and rattled its residents. And they're all wondering what's more to come. Are the Ukrainians going to be even more emboldened and strike even more sensitive targets inside Russia?
Ali, we were showing video of Moscow, and then we were showing video of Kyiv, because Ukraine's capital was also targeted overnight. Are we looking at an escalation in the war as we head into summer? Did we lose Ali? Okay, I think we lost our connection to Ali. We'll get back to him later. Ali, thank you.
Well, in other news, there is an urgent multi-state search underway right now for a missing woman from Tennessee. And a warning, some viewers might find the images in this report tough to look at.
Yeah, her name is Nikki Alcaraz. She hasn't been seen in weeks, and police worry that she could be in danger. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now here on the set. Stephen, what more do we know about her and her disappearance?
Yeah, just so much concern for this young woman. Nikki Alcaraz, who also goes by Nikki Cunningham, has been missing for 3 weeks now. She was taking that trip from her home near Nashville with her boyfriend, Steven Stratton. He, too, is now missing. Family members tell us the pair were supposed to arrive at Nikki's uncle's home in California on May 12th, but they have not heard from them since May 8th. And more concerning, NBC LA reporting there was a domestic violence incident reported while the couple was in New Mexico. That report has photos that show Nikki with what looks like a black eye. That report also says Stratton was injured. He claims he, too, was hit in that incident. Now, they were both in a black 2013 Jeep Wrangler. And at last word, Nikki reportedly telling a family friend after that incident in New Mexico that she wanted to go find Stratton. Nikki's family is asking anyone with information on this to come forward. We also spoke to Stratton's relatives just a little bit ago, who didn't have much to say other than they, too, want him to be found. Now, one thing that just keeps getting brought up in this situation are similarities to the Gabby Petito case, of course, from 2 years ago, and more concern for her family whenever they hear this. Also, a domestic violence incident on the route to their destination, bringing so much more concern about this. Of course, everyone hoping this situation ends up much happier than that one did.
Of course, yeah. Yes. Stephen, thank you. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is taking his presidential campaign on the road, appearing in Iowa today. He's starting a busy week that'll take him to 12 cities across 3 early nominating states as he tries to draw a contrast between himself and former President Donald Trump. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is out in Des Moines for us. Dasha, what can we expect from DeSantis on the campaign trail today?
Well, look, Kate, I think this is the 3rd time that I am talking to you outside of a DeSantis event in Iowa, but it is the first time that he is an actual official presidential candidate, and that does change the game in a big way because, look, the last few months when Team DeSantis has been asked about the lagging poll numbers and some of the other controversies, they've been able to say, listen, he is not a candidate. Well, now that is different. He is a candidate, and he's now going to have to make the case to voters here on the ground. And here are the things that we're really going to be watching for. Number one, the retail politics are so important to voters here in Iowa. And this is the first caucus state. This is a state that can make or break a campaign. And there are a lot of skeptics that are wondering, can DeSantis really do this? Can he shake the hands, kiss the babies, do the retail politics thing? He's going to have to try to prove those skeptics wrong here and show that he can really get voters on to Team DeSantis. Number two, we're going to be watching watching for how he sort of threads the needle when it comes to his top rival, former President Trump. Is he going to take him head on, which is a high-risk gamble? Now, the question is, how big of a reward is there? How will he find his footing there? And he has to find his footing really quickly. And lastly, the really big uphill battle, Kate, he has to create a permission structure for those voters who maybe voted for Trump twice, but might be looking for an alternative. He has to get them over to their side to, you know, feel like it's safe to jump from Team Trump onto Team DeSantis, and that might be the biggest challenge they have coming for them right now, Kate.
Yeah, Dasha, the field is already getting a little crowded on the GOP side. How does he differentiate himself? You touched on former President Trump, not just from Trump, but how does he differentiate himself from all the other candidates?
Well, what we expect to hear tonight is some of his plan to really distinguish himself, to set up the contrast of what we've been hearing from the campaign, which is sort of the past versus the future, painting former President Trump as the past, himself as the future, and the talk versus action. He's going to point to what he has done with the Florida legislature, the historic number of bills that have come to his desk that he has signed as an example of what he's been able to do in his state and what he can take nationally now. And he's going to talk about how, look, he can actually serve 2 terms. Former President Trump can't do that. That's going to be one distinguishing factor from Trump. But it's really going to be his policy and his legislative achievements that he is going to tout as distinguishing himself, not just from former President Trump, but from the other slate of candidates as well. But it is a tough path ahead. Not only does he have the juggernaut of Trump to deal with, but these other candidates that are going to be throwing arrows his way as well. It's going to be a really critical week here as he kicks off his campaign tonight, Kate.
Yeah. All right. Dasha Burns out in Iowa for us. Thank you.
And we're following breaking news out of Georgia at this hour. The Carter Center says former First Lady Rosalind Carter has been diagnosed with dementia. Mrs. Carter has long worked to destigmatize issues surrounding mental health. She also advocates for caregivers, establishing the Rosalind Carter Institute for Caregivers in 1987. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is in Atlanta following all this for us. So, Blaine, what else do we know about her health, and why is this disclosure so important right now?
Well, I'll start with that point, Sinclair, and it gets exactly to what you mentioned. You know, of course, Rosalind Carter is known for her 4 years in the White House, but she has left really a true mark on the country when you talk about her work in the mental health space, her work right alongside her husband, the former president, with humanitarian efforts around the world. And to that point, that is, the family says, really one of the reasons that they wanted to publicly disclose her health condition now. They said that they wanted to do so, hoping that it would help kind of further those important conversations, in their words, around the kitchen tables or in doctors' offices about caregiving and about dementia. You know, one of the things that when we think about her, when we think about her health, of course, we talk about her right hand in hand with her husband, and we've been watching him very closely as well since news came that he entered hospice care about 3 months ago. What's interesting, though, when you talk about the former first couple, you can't talk about their legacy without talking about their love story. And we know that they're set to celebrate 77 years of marriage in July, Sinclair. They walk hand in hand through Plains, Georgia. They spend all of their time together down there. And their family says that that continues, that they're enjoying their time at home, enjoying spring in beautiful Plains and each other's company and visits. Sinclair.
I mean, quite a legacy. And Blaine, the family has said, as you stated, that Rosalind is living at home in Plains, Georgia with President Carter. He's 98 now and entered home hospice care back in February. So what's the latest on his health?
Well, we know that back in February, he announced that he's not going to undergo any further medical treatments, that he was really just choosing to live the remainder of his days, however long they may be, at his home in Plains, Georgia, the one that he's lived in now for decades. You know, recently his grandson, Jason Carter, spoke with the Associated Press and said that he is still very much aware of what's going on, that he's been watching, of course, the many tributes and the many conversations about his enduring legacy that have been taking place in the public setting since he announced his hospice care. He has certainly been having visitors, speaking with people. He's even been getting updates from the Carter Center. He's been getting updates on really what's become one of his truest missions, the eradication of the guinea worm. He's been getting regular updates on how that's going, on how his other humanitarian efforts are going. And it should be noted that he's even enjoying his favorite ice cream, peanut butter flavored ice cream, when he feels in the mood. So when you think about the fact that he's 98, the former First Lady is 95 years old, certainly it's hard to get these health updates on both of them But what an incredible life they've lived and continue to lead, and Clay.
Truly, wishing them both well, good health, and hopefully more ice cream. Blaine Alexander, thank you so much. Well, coming up, the concerned summer break could reverse some of the hard work done in the classroom during the school year.
But first, let's take a look at today's Daily Snapshot. Reigning American League MVP Aaron Judge, he's known for hitting home runs, but last night he made this picture-perfect home run robbery on a ball hit by Seattle Mariners outfielder Teoscar Hernandez.
But it wasn't all about the leather. Judge also blasted 2 home runs of his own, becoming the first player to hit multiple home runs and rob a homer in the same game. And it's not the first time he pulled off the same feat. July last year, the Yankees beat the Mariners 10-4. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. In today's Modern Parenting, we're talking about summer learning. In this season, many parents and educators have expressed concern over the impact of summer learning loss. That happens when kids forget what they learned during the school year.
Yeah, there's some academic debate over how much learning loss a child might experience over the summer months, but national data does show American children lagging behind in history, civics, reading, and math after the pandemic. Here with us to kind of get into this is child and adolescent psychiatrist and author Dr. Pam Cantor. It's great to see you again.
Great to see you, Kate.
Before we talk about summer, because we really want to talk about the summer, let's talk about where we are right now. I referenced those numbers. We've seen some rough numbers on what people call the nation's report card, right? U.S. history scores, I think we can show it, among 8th graders hit an all-time low last year, not to mention math declining as well. You and I have talked about this before, and I know you think we shouldn't fully focus on that, on the scores. Tell me why.
We should focus on what the scores mean. And those numbers mean that there is a lot that we're not doing right about teaching and about, in particular, engaging the interests and the passions of kids. So when you look at those numbers, there is tremendous disparity by race and other groups, with some groups doing much better than others. But even if you go back to 2019, we were not doing well. So
before the pandemic.
Before the pandemic. So we have to ask ourselves, what does this mean about our teaching and learning? What does this mean about environments that support teaching and learning and engagement? If we think about that, and there's a biology to all of this, then that's going to make us think differently about what we should do in the summer.
And you're talking about keeping kids engaged. When it comes to summer learning, how do parents keep kids interested? There's so many potential distractions.
Well, one of the things that would be the best of all is to combine activities that don't feel like drill and kill learning. Activities that feel like I am working on something to solve a problem. I am creating a project in which I'm going to learn, like writing a play. Okay, writing a play is writing.
Yeah, kids love to do that.
Writing a play is creativity. So it's not sitting and doing math facts.
Yes.
But one of the things I'd love to tell you about is just a tiny bit about the biology of engagement. Because what biology tells us is that kids will be engaged if they've got a powerful relationship or coach that helps shape their interests. And there's a hormone that is released when that happens. It's called oxytocin, the love hormone.
Yeah.
And then there's a neurotransmitter called dopamine. And dopamine rewards us with curiosity and exploration. So this is the curiosity cocktail. This is the cocktail for engagement. And we need to design environments that produce that.
You mentioned differences in communities earlier. Do all kids experience some amount of summer learning loss, do you think? And is it more prevalent in some places than others?
If there's less time, and the less time is coupled with less engagement, loss. And this is what accounts for the magnitude of COVID loss. But this produces summer learning loss every summer for the kids that are not involved in activities that are super engaging of their interests. And again, it doesn't have to be tutoring, and it doesn't have to be math facts. But what it has to be is something that engages their passions.
Can kids bounce back from summer learning loss, noting that it just happens sometimes?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know that kids can catch up, but we have to support them by putting them in environments where that's possible. So a summer spent disregarding any intellectual or academic activity that isn't engaging of kids' interests, yeah, you're going to see a drop in those numbers every time. Okay, but we can fix that if we understand how to drive the biology that wants to learn and wants to grow and wants to get good at stuff.
Being intentional about experiential learning.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Just quickly, though, for the parents that can't, they're working full time, they're not around to be that person to arrange the craft project or the play. What's to do? What do you do?
Well, there are an enormous amount of activities that are available to kids, and in the summertime. So there's no getting around the fact that schools and parents have a responsibility to get kids engaged with activities like that. And that's a must. But the other thing that is just so important is the relationship. It's a child having a connection to a person, someone that believes in them.
So good. Dr. Pamela Cantor, thank you so much for this, and thanks to everyone for watching NBC News Daily.
There's more news ahead. Sorry about that.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Welcome back. You've probably heard by now there's something in the water in Venice.
Yeah, over the weekend, the city's Grand Canal suddenly turned bright green. NBC's Keir Simmons has more.
The fluorescent green appeared suddenly on Sunday in Venice's world-renowned Grand Canal. Soon, images began appearing on social media, filmed by tourists here to enjoy the picture postcard views of a city famed for its beauty, stunned by the unexplained, brightly coloured stain in the water. We arrived early this morning.
Yes, it's green all in this area.
Our water taxi captain, Niccolo, had seen the strange green wash.
You like Hulk, the Avengers, the super.
It was the colour of
it's
the Incredible Hulk.
Yes, yes.
Have you ever seen the water in Venice that colour?
Never, never.
Now there's a police investigation and wild speculation. We just came under the Rialto Bridge. This is where that green stain was. It's disappeared. Its appearance in the water, still a mystery. Officials say the green colour was caused by a harmless chemical, fluorescein. It seemed like there was so much of it. Does that suggest someone did it deliberately? The investigations are looking everywhere. The head of Venice's prefecture told us all hypotheses are open. In 1968, an artist with an environmental message threw green dye into the canal, and this month, climate activists turned Rome's Trevi Fountain black. In Milan, they threw paint at a statue, and in 2022, oil activists threw soup at a Van Gogh masterpiece.
For me, is the activist.
Jonathan and Whitney from Seattle are in Venice for their 10th wedding anniversary.
Well, in Chicago, they pour green in the river purposely to celebrate St. Patrick's Day.
But it's not St. Patrick's Day?
It's not, no.
For years, Venice has been assaulted by floods, while during COVID, it was a ghost town. The water so clean, jellyfish appeared. But nothing like this has been seen for decades. And so far, there's no explanation. Keir Simmons, NBC News.
Keir, thank you. Well, who doesn't need a pep talk sometimes? Well, for a 5-year-old in North Dakota, those little daily affirmations had one big impact. Take a look.
I Yes, you are smart.
Every morning before heading off to school, 5-year-old Cohen Nordine and his nanny Eva Abfalter say these daily affirmations.
Say, I am handsome. Yes, you are handsome.
It's been their ritual nearly every day for the past year.
It's not just something he's repeating, but it's something he is actually affirming to himself and making himself believe and putting it out into the world that he is all of those things and so much more.
Eva says she got the idea from TikTok and immediately thought of Cohen, hoping it would support the North Dakota child through his journey with Down syndrome. Before the affirmations, Eva says he was nonverbal and had very limited speech. Eva encouraging him to practice affirmations, keeping the ritual a secret until Cohen felt ready.
Recently, he has just flourished in his speech, and he can say almost all of the words independently.
Now, a year since the practice began, Eva and Cohen surprised his mom, Sarah, with this video.
Good day. You're gonna have a good day. Yes, you are. What else? I am. You're important. Yes, you are.
Showing that consistency and care pay off.
She believes in Cohen as much as, my husband and I and his siblings do.
Eva has nannied for the Nordines just a year and a half. In that time, they say she's become family.
We just trust her so much.
Eva starts grad school in the fall, studying language and speech pathology, and hopes to work with more children like Cohen.
There's so much negativity out there and so many naysayers and people who look at a kid with a disability and think that they're not capable and that they're not smart. And it's really sad.
And Eva says the impact is reciprocal. Cohen's affirmation journey reminding her that anything is possible.
you almost need someone like Cohen in your life to show you that they are just as capable, if not more, of everything that I can do, everything that everyone else can do. They just have to work a little harder.
You're gonna have a good day. Good day.
Such a beautiful practice, and the Nordine family really believes Eva is like a member of the family at this point.
So it sure seems like it.
Yes, really beautiful
Beautiful
practice.
story. Thank you for that.
Thanks for watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Tuesday, May 30th, 2023, breaking news, break in the case. 2 people arrested in connection to that Memorial Day shooting at a popular Florida beach. What authorities just revealed about the investigation.
Closing the deal, lawmakers back in Washington rushing to pass a debt ceiling bill. The new deadline now facing Congress and how both sides are reacting.
Also breaking this hour, behind bars, Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes beginning an 11-year sentence for swindling investors, what she can expect inside the small Texas prison she's reporting to.
And private practice. What's at stake for some rural doctors who offer a crucial lifeline to communities that would otherwise go unserved?
Thanks so much for joining us. We begin this hour with breaking news.
Police in Florida announcing the arrest of 2 people in connection to a mass shooting on Memorial Day. Authorities are also searching for these 3 other people described as persons of interest. Police say 9 people were shot in the popular beach destination of Hollywood, Florida. Among the victims, a 1-year-old child. Police say a fight broke out moments before the shots were fired.
The Gun Violence Archive reports this was one of at least 17 mass shootings over the holiday weekend. Leading us off this hour is NBC News correspondent Guad Benenguez. He's in Hollywood, Florida, north of Miami for us. So, Guad, police did give an update earlier. What exactly do we know about the arrests that were made and the people they're still looking for?
St. Clay, we know that police arrived quickly after this altercation took place, and of course that gunfire erupted, and they were able to detain a group of individuals. Now, just earlier today, the mayor spoke about this. They said when they came and detained that group of individuals, 2 of them were arrested. These 2 individuals have been arrested because of gun-related charges. They have not been identified as the shooters as of now. We've also been informed that overall police recovered 5 handguns. Of those, 2 were reported stolen, 1 in Texas and 1 in Florida. Police also said they did detain a person of interest, and of course they have been speaking to numerous witnesses who were here yesterday. Authorities informed there were thousands of people at Hollywood Beach yesterday because of that holiday. We can see hundreds running away in those images from the surveillance video. We're going to hear from 2 witnesses who were here yesterday when it happened.
I heard like 3 gunshot sounds, and I just seen like a wave of people just running out, like screaming and running out.
I start here, 5, 6 shots, and everybody start running, and I touched down on the sand.
Now, police have shared those 3 images taken from the surveillance videos of 3 individuals that they are looking for. It's sort of blurry to see those images, but they are asking the public who was there if anybody knows them or recognizes those outfits to communicate that to authorities.
And Guad, can you tell us about the people who were shot? What are their conditions at this point?
Kate, the latest update indicates that 9 people were struck by gunfire. 3 have been discharged from the hospital. 2 other adults are still in the hospital, and the 4 minors are also in the hospital. Now, all 6 of them, the 4 minors and the 2 adults, are in stable condition. Kate?
Well, that's a little bit of good news. Guad Venegas, thank you.
Well, city officials in Davenport, Iowa say 5 people remain unaccounted for, including 2 believed to be inside an apartment building that partially collapsed over the weekend. Overnight, a 52-year-old woman was found alive in the building. You can see her here sticking her head outside a window. This all happened hours after crews switched from rescue to recovery efforts. There's now growing outrage over plans to tear down the building, fearing more may be inside. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Davenport, Iowa. So, Shaq, officials held an emotional press conference earlier on the status of the building and those unaccounted for. Right now, where do things stand?
Well, new numbers there from that press conference. 5 people who are unaccounted for, 2 people who officials say are likely inside. I spoke with the son of one of those 2 men, Brandon, and he told me, bottom line, he wants to know where his father is. And that's been a lot of the frustration that members of the community were airing based on the plans that the city had as recently as this morning to demolish this building. But officials explained the back and forth and the tension there. They're saying the concern is that, yes, they want to send another search and rescue team in. They want to do a more thorough search, but they're concerned about the condition of that building that they say could really topple at any time and in an uncontrolled way. I want you to listen to the emotion that you heard the fire chief, who is part of the team making this actual decision. Listen to the emotion and how he explained the factors all at play here.
We want to get everybody out, and we want to do it right now. I apologize that I get upset, but there's a lot of things that we have to factor.
There is currently no timeline for that planned demolition. They say that they're staging the equipment for whenever that can take place. We also know the Humane Society has been here trying to do what they can to make sure any pets that were inside have also been are also able to come out.
So, Shaq, first responders are emotional. Obviously, the community is as well. We're hearing from former residents who are speaking out about the red flags surrounding this specific building. A current resident actually took this video on the screen right now. They say that was just a moment before the building actually collapsed. And there have also been protests that you've been covering outside the fenced-off area in front of that very building. So what are you hearing from the community today?
Yeah, a lot of questions, a lot of frustration over how we got to this point in the first place. You saw some of that video of the cracks that residents talked about inside. There was also leaking, also concerns about heating, a lot of complaints that have been associated with this building. And that is also what you're hearing in terms of accountability. Folks asking what an investigation will look like. But you mentioned we heard in that press conference the family member of the other person who is unaccounted for at this point. likely inside. Listen to how she put it and what she's thinking about as city officials make this decision.
Ryan wouldn't want anyone else to put their lives at risk to, unfortunately, somebody who probably has not survived. I don't discount that he could be trapped under their miraculous, so we've seen some miraculous things, and our God is good, but you know, we don't want to see any more families lose their lives or anybody else be injured.
And that is what the officials are thinking about. Yes, they know that there are people likely inside. They say any demolition that will be done on whatever the new timeline is will be done with dignity to make sure that anyone who is inside is recovered in a dignified way.
Yeah, incredibly difficult circumstances there. Shaquille Brewster, thank you.
Lawmakers in Washington now facing a critical new deadline to pass that deal made over the weekend on the debt ceiling. That bipartisan agreement brokered by President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is facing some scrutiny from members of both parties, with the U.S. just days away from a potential default. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen now says lawmakers have until June 5th before the nation would begin defaulting on debts. The legislation that would need to pass faces its first major test later today. That's in a House committee. A vote by the entire House could come as soon as tomorrow. Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale, because she's tracking all of it for us. Ali, it's been hour to hour here. President Biden, Speaker McCarthy both have said they didn't get everything they want in this deal, but I know there are some liberal Democrats and some conservative Republicans who don't like it. I guess the question is, could they stop it from passing?
Well, look, that was always going to be true, that you saw the people on the far left and the far right going against what they see in this deal. Now, after the weekend deal was announced, we're watching lawmakers come back to town and both air their grievances while also watching leadership on both sides start to whip votes in the direction of this bill. What needs to happen first, though, is that Rules Committee vote that you mentioned. That's going to be happening in just the next few minutes, or at least we expect that to be the kickoff. In the meantime, though, I asked Speaker McCarthy about some of the venting that we've been hearing from members on the further right side of his conference, people who say they hate what's in this deal and they're not going to vote for it. When I asked him if he'd spoken to those people, this is part of what the Speaker told me. Watch.
I'm not sure what everybody wanted. We couldn't get everything we wanted. When the Freedom Caucus talks about wants the spending back to 2022, the non-defense is back lower than 2022. Veterans get more money and defense gets more money.
So there you see McCarthy trumpeting some of what he sees as the high points of this. I also think it is important for us to note at this point, Kate, McCarthy was probably always going to lose these 30 or 40 members in the House Freedom Caucus that make up the most conservative side of his conference, in the same way that they were also probably not going to get the most progressive members on the Democratic side. There's still a lot of room in the middle there, though, and that's likely how this is going to pass the House. Then, of course, we pivot our attention to the Senate, because they have to do their work here, too. Kate?
Right. It's not over till it's over. Ali Vitale. Ali, thank you.
Well, in financial news, The Little Mermaid scored big at the box office, and like a good neighbor, State Farm is no longer there, specifically for people in California.
Morgan Brennan joins us with more. Today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Morgan.
Hi, Kate and Sinclair. Well, State Farm will stop accepting new homeowners insurance applications in California. The company cited, quote, rapidly growing catastrophe risks like wildfires, quote, historic increases in construction costs, and a challenging reinsurance market. Tesla shares, meantime, are on the rise after CEO Elon Musk met with China's foreign minister today and reportedly signaled further expansion in that country. A statement from the Chinese Foreign Ministry said Tesla opposes decoupling and is willing to continue its work in China. This comes amid, of course, continued tensions between China and the U.S. over technology. And Disney's The Little Mermaid won the weekend box office, the 5th biggest domestic Memorial Day opening in history. The live-action remake took home $118 million across the U.S. However, the film hasn't turned a profit yet, as it cost Disney nearly $250 million to make. But guys, a strong start. And just to put this in perspective, 2 other animated remakes, or I should say live action remakes of animated Disney classics have actually fared better. Beauty and the Beast and The Lion King, both of those were before the pandemic, and we know things have really changed since then.
Absolutely, and I'm sure it'll get there. I contributed to that box office number. It was beautiful.
Was it good?
Did? Yes.
Did you like it?
It was so good. Her voice just brings tears.
There we go. There's your review.
There's the review. Go see it if you haven't.
Morgan Brennan, yeah, I look forward to it. Coming up, why some small-town doctors and doctors in private practice say they are struggling to stay in practice, and what closing shop could mean for their patients.
Plus, how one major city is planning to address safety concerns on its buses after a terrifying shootout between a driver and a passenger. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A trial is now underway for the man accused in a deadly attack on the Jewish community in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. You'll probably remember the shooting at the Tree of Life Synagogue back in 2018. Police say Robert Bowers entered and began shooting worshipers inside. 11 people died that day. Bowers faces 63 federal charges, including 11 hate-related counts, some of which are punishable by death. He has pleaded not guilty. NBC News correspondent George Solis is following the trial for us. He's outside the courthouse in Pittsburgh today. George, opening statements were this morning, and some witnesses were starting to be called. What have we heard so far?
Yeah, Kate, what we heard is some pretty emotional testimony. Probably among the most chilling would be from the dispatcher who took some of the first 911 calls from inside of the church. You actually hear some of the gunshots in some of those calls from what we're told from our team in the courthouse who was able to hear some of this. You hear some of the victims describing that they had been shot, trying to identify where the shots were coming from. We also heard from one of the rabbis there describing the layout of the church and how 3 different groups of worshipers make up the Tree of Life Synagogue. And all told, you really just have a number of people just keenly listening in, including the accused shooter, Robert Bowers, who we're told is listening to all of this testimony from the witnesses the prosecution has brought on. Prosecution during opening arguments laid out the case pretty pretty clearly. They basically took into account everything that led up to the shooting, including the moments leading up to it, basically saying that this man, the accused shooter, went in there fully knowing what he was going to do, went out there, shot the worshipers, and also engaged with police up to the moment he was detained. The defense, on the other hand, trying to paint a picture of a man who they say was a member of this community and was troubled. They aren't debating the facts of this case. As we know, the facts here are pretty cut and dry. What this case really ultimately becomes about, though, Kate, is whether or not the accused shooter will get the death penalty.
All right, George Solis for us. George, thank you.
Now to a bus shootout in North Carolina caught on camera. The newly released surveillance video showing a passenger pulling a gun on a bus driver. The bus driver then pulling out his own firearm, and the two exchanged gunfire. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber reports, and we want to warn you, the footage you're about to watch is graphic.
Shocking new video shows the dramatic shootout between a North Carolina bus driver and a passenger, leaving the driver out of a job and the passenger facing multiple felony charges. Officials from the Charlotte Area Transit System, or CATS, releasing the video and saying the shootout occurred earlier this month after the passenger, Omari Tobias, asked the driver to make an unscheduled stop. When the driver, David Fullard, refused, Tobias can be heard talking back. That's when Tobias is seen pulling a gun, and Fullard reveals his own. Shots are exchanged as the bus drives off the road. Two other passengers on the bus managed to escape the shootout without any injuries by running to the back of the bus, according to CATS. And now the driver has been fired after working for the bus system for nearly 2 decades.
Possession of a firearm or other weapon is prohibited by the company's workplace violence policy while on duty or on company property. We don't want anyone possessing weapons on our vehicles.
Drivers have been calling for heightened safety protocols within the system for many years now.
Fullard's attorney telling NBC News the driver felt the need to arm himself following other violent incidents involving bus drivers in the area, including the death of a bus driver named Ethan Rivera during a road rage incident last year. The suspect in that case arrested. In a press conference, CATS officials acknowledging that their transit system is not immune to violent incidents, but they say 99% of trips happen without a problem, and that the budget for security will increase by 50% starting in July.
What we are doing provides safety for the passengers and for the riders. I think that this random violence or senseless violence is pervasive throughout the community.
The passenger, Tobias, is now in custody with a $250,000 bond, facing 3 separate charges, including assault with a deadly weapon, inflicting serious injuries. Efforts to reach him were unsuccessful. As for the driver, Fullard, he has not been charged, and his attorney says he doesn't expect any to be brought against him. He says they will fight to make sure Fullard gets any benefits he's entitled to after his firing.
The key is that we hope for a good result for Mr. Fullard, but we also hope for changes within the system that will provide protection to these drivers.
Ellison Barber, NBC News.
Coming up, what we're learning about what life behind bars will look like for Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream. The news continues after this.
always so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The space race is on. China launched a crewed spaceship to their space station today, and the country hopes to get a crew to the moon before 2030. NBC News International correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has the story.
China launched its 11th crewed space mission into orbit today, marking another step in the country's ambitious space program. The Shenzhou 16 blasted off from a launch site at the edge of the Gobi Desert with 3 astronauts on board. About 7 hours later, it docked with the now completed space station called Tiangong. China is the only country with its own space station because it was excluded from the International Space Station back in 2011, largely over U.S. objections to the program's ties to China's military. Now, as the space race expands with commercial exploration, satellite networks, near space technologies, China has been investing heavily to become a space leader at a time when it's also in competition with the U.S. over sophisticated high-tech industries like semiconductors. China's progress and ambition has raised concerns in the U.S. over the possible militarization of space activities. Now, the launches here get a lot of attention in state media. They stir up national pride, but the program is struggling to get international support. Officials with the space agency here reiterated the goal of having Chinese taikonauts, as they're called, on the moon by 2030. They said, quote, "That's not a problem." NASA's Artemis missions are trying to do the same before the end of 2025. Both countries want to have a permanent research station on the moon. There haven't been humans on the moon since the Apollo missions. So for one country in this space race, it will mark a major milestone.
Janice, thank you. Growing concerns now over some electric car companies' plans to pull AM radio from new models. Some fear it could put people at risk in emergency situations. NBC's Katie Beck has that story.
You see it in the movies and in video games.
This is an emergency broadcast transmission.
Emergency warnings mainly transmitting on AM radio stations. The alert saving countless lives in real life, too.
You are going into an area that you know exactly what is happening.
Telling people what they need to know and do during emergencies.
The story right now is a Coast Guard comes in.
Like KSCO, an AM radio station in Santa Cruz, California.
The radio station has always been here first to serve the community, and it's a community that needs a lot of service in times of storms and earthquakes and floods and power outages and any other kind of unusual local disaster that you can think about.
Now those alerts are getting harder for people to actually hear. Why? Because electric vehicles are becoming more popular around the country. Sales were up 65% last year, and the car companies that make them are ditching AM radios in their new models. Automakers say it's because the motors on electric cars interfere with AM frequencies. The automakers say the alerts should keep up with the changing tech, saying people should use phones instead of radios in emergencies. But officials say that presents a clear challenge.
The fact of the matter is broadcast radio and television are free mediums to push emergency information to people.
While AM radio is on the decline, 47 million people still listen to it, according to Nielsen, including those who may not have the money to buy things like smartphones or satellite radio. And this has Josh Gottheimer of New Jersey and Senator Ed Markey of Massachusetts calling automakers out.
How are people supposed to get this information on their phone when they're driving through a climate-induced catastrophic storm?
What do you do when there's a power outage, or when there's an earthquake, or when there's a fire? The internet, 99 out of 100 times during a disaster, ain't there. It just doesn't work. But radio is there.
Lawmakers and radio hosts on the same wavelength about why AM radio is so important to so many across the U.S. Katie Beck, NBC News.
I'm kind of with that radio host that if
Me
your
too.
phones go out, what are you going to do but listen to the radio?
Absolutely. Don't take those things for granted. Thanks so much for that report, Katie. Well, coming up, the heat is on. How an NBA underdog thwarted a historic comeback, punching a ticket to this year's finals. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The bail hearing for the man who crashed a U-Haul truck near the White House earlier this month has been postponed. According to prosecutors, 19-year-old Sai Kandula wanted to end democracy in the United States. In a court filing Friday, prosecutors wrote that Kandula kept a journal that contained a, quote, coup speech he planned to give had he taken over the government.
Jury selection is set to begin Wednesday in the case of the sheriff's deputy charged with failing to confront the gunman in the 2018 school shooting in Parkland, Florida. Prosecutors allege that Scott Peterson could have prevented 6 murders had he gone into the building and confronted the killer. Peterson says he is, quote, looking forward to his trial because he wants, quote, the truth to come out so that the public and victims' families will know that he did everything he could during that mass shooting.
And take a look at this. Ralph Yarl, the black teenager who was shot in the head and arm after mistakenly ringing the wrong doorbell in April, walked at a brain injury awareness event just yesterday. In his first major public appearance since the shooting, Yarl walked with family, friends, and other brain injury survivors at a yearly Memorial Day race in Kansas City, Missouri. Well, there's an urgent multi-state search underway right now for a missing woman from Tennessee.
Her name is Nikki Alcaraz, and she hasn't been seen in weeks, and police worry that she might be in danger. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now here on the set. Stephen, what else do we know about her and her disappearance?
Yeah, a lot of growing concern about this, as you can imagine. Nikki Alcaraz, who also goes by Nikki Cunningham, has been missing for 3 weeks now. The 33-year-old was taking a trip from her home near Nashville with her boyfriend, Steven Tyler Stratton. He, too, is still missing right now. Family members tell us the pair were supposed to arrive to Nikki's uncle's home in California on May 12th, but they have not been heard from since May 8th. That, according to Nikki's family. And more concerning, there was a domestic violence incident reported while the couple were in New Mexico. A report with photos showing Nikki with what looks like a black eye. A truck driver told police he saw the couple fighting and called 911, saying he saw Nikki being punched in the face, allegedly by Stratton. That report says Stratton also claims he was hit and injured as well. They were driving a black 2013 Jeep Wrangler, and at last word, they are still not being heard from. Now, one thing that keeps getting brought up in this situation are the similarities to the Gabby Petito case, which of course included a police encounter as they made that fateful journey 2 years ago with Gabby with her boyfriend. Now, we've spoken with Nikki's family and Stratton's family, both of them saying right now they have not heard from them, and they just, both families, want the couple to be found.
Yeah. Just disturbing details there, but hopefully resolved soon.
Yeah. Stephen Romo, thank you.
Well, breaking news out of Texas. That's where Elizabeth Holmes, the disgraced founder of Silicon Valley startup Theranos, is now in a federal prison. Holmes was found guilty of fraud and conspiracy after she lied to investors about the work her company was doing. CNBC reporter Yasmin Khorram has been following the Theranos story from the beginning. So, Yasmin, Holmes obviously tried very hard to delay this day, right?
She really did. She fought this case from the very beginning. She was convicted a year and a half ago and has managed to stay out of prison for a very long time. A federal appeals court rejected her request to remain free while she appeals her conviction. Holmes, at one point, we all know, was the youngest self-made female billionaire. But today, as she walked through those doors at this minimum security prison in Bryan, Texas, she's now known as an inmate. This place is nicknamed Club Fed. Martha Stewart served here 2 decades ago. Real housewife Jen Shaw is currently serving her fraud sentence at the same facility.
And I know Holmes and her former business partner were also ordered to pay over $400 million to dozens of investors, yet Holmes says she does not even have money to pay her attorneys right now. So is there any hope that people will get some of their money back?
Legal experts tell me that there's very little chance any of that will be paid back. As you mentioned, her and her co-conspirator, Sunny Balwani, ordered to pay over $450 million in restitution. Her legal team is estimated to have cost over $30 million, and she has said repeatedly she just doesn't have the money. She's going to serve her full sentence. Typically at a federal prison, they serve about 85% of their time. She'll get about 15% of credit for good time. So she's been sentenced to 11 years. She'll serve close to 10 years of that.
All right, a big day. CNBC's Yasmin Khorram, thank you for this.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is taking his presidential campaign on the road now, appearing in Iowa today. He's starting a busy week that should take him to 12 cities across 3 early nominating states as he tries to draw a contrast between himself and former President Donald Trump. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard joins us now. Vaughn, what can we expect from DeSantis out on the campaign trail?
Right. This is stop number 1 for all intents and purposes. After that online launch last week, this for Ron DeSantis here tonight is going to be the first big indication of his message from a campaign stage. He has 8 months until the Iowa caucus to go and meet those Iowans who will get the first crack of selecting the GOP nominee. Tonight, he is going to a church where he will be holding this rally just outside of Des Moines. There is going to be a contingency of pastors on hand. This is for him not only to introduce himself and his own biography, but also begin to try to lay out some contrasts to the frontrunner Donald Trump, as well as this field that is ever growing. Kate.
Yeah, well, speaking of that, how does he differentiate? Because there are quite a few players in the field now already. How's he going to make himself appeal to voters?
Right, and he's in a sturdy second place right now, let's be clear. But when you look at the polling over the last months, including a new poll that came out just today, Donald Trump continues to have a grip among the Republican electorate. But Ron DeSantis is within striking distance. And this is where the contrast of how these two campaigns is going to be key. Donald Trump, for instance, he's flying into Iowa tomorrow. He'll be there for about 24 hours, focusing his time in Des Moines. This is sort of the way that Donald Trump campaigned in 2015, 2016 as well, where he goes in and stops in a city, flies back either to his club in New Jersey or in Florida. In the case of Ron DeSantis, you know, many of the folks around him, his campaign allies, are those that came from Ted Cruz's presidential campaign. You'll recall 8 years ago, Ted Cruz went to all 99 counties, really hitting the pavement. And as you saw from that list of cities he put out for Ron DeSantis here in his first trip to Iowa as a presidential candidate, he's going to be hitting 5 cities already. And so, you know, an ally of Ron DeSantis tells me that he's going to grind this out. He has 8 months to do it, and he's going to need to meet as many Iowans as he can to chip into that lead that Donald Trump presently holds.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard watching that. Thanks, Vaughn.
Thanks, Kate.
We're following breaking news out of Georgia at this hour. The Carter Center says former First Lady Rosalind Carter has been diagnosed with dementia. Mrs. Carter has long worked to destigmatize issues surrounding mental health. She also advocates for caregivers, establishing the Rosalind Carter Institute for Caregivers in 1987. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is in Atlanta for us. And Blaine, what else do we know right now about Mrs. Carter's health, and also why this disclosure is so important?
I think that's really what is remarkable about this, Zinkley, the fact that they are choosing to make this health condition public, essentially to further her work in trying to destigmatize mental health. You know, they said that they did this. They made this public because they were hoping that it would spark some of those important conversations around kitchen dinner tables or around doctors' offices, really talking about this and kind of putting it at the forefront of everyone's mind. You know, we know that she is 95 years old. We know that she is someone who, yes, of course, spent 4 years in the White House alongside her husband, took a very active role in that administration, sometimes attending cabinet meetings. But we also know that so much of her legacy is going to be looking at what has been important to her after the White House years, after those years in Washington. Of course, mental health, working alongside her husband on their humanitarian causes, and of course, their work at the Carter Center. We spoke with the CEO of the Carter Center, Paige Alexander, about what her legacy will be. Here's what she had to say just this past hour. Take a look.
His belief and her passion on mental health issues and making sure that people really, that their human rights were afforded the ability to have these issues addressed was part of the love story. The fact that the two of them did everything together in terms of their work after the White House was an enduring legacy.
They are truly each other's partners in life. I think it's really notable, Zinkley, that you can't talk about her legacy, the Carter legacy, the former first couple's legacy, without talking about their love story. They're two people who have known each other since kindergarten. There is somebody who are set to celebrate their 77th wedding anniversary in July. So certainly, truly a very compelling story when you talk about the former first couple.
Absolutely. 77 years, that's no small feat. And Blaine, I know the family says Rosalind is living at home in Plains, Georgia, with President Carter. He's now 98. Entered home hospice care back in February. What's the latest on his health?
We've been watching the Carters very closely since February, Zinkley, because of that announcement that came out where essentially, he said that he is not going to seek any more medical care, that he wants to live the remainder of his days, however long they may be, at his home in Plains, Georgia, the home where he and Rosalind have lived for decades. So we know, according to his grandson, who's spoken with the Associated Press, that he's still very much in touch with what's going on in the world, that he gets regular updates from the Carter Center, that they update him on really what's become one of his life-passionate missions to eradicate guinea worm. He has been watching all of the tributes that have been taking place in the public forum over the past few months. He's grateful for those. He even enjoys the occasional cup of peanut butter ice cream. So when we talk about the remainder of their days, about their legacy, yes, it's disheartening. It's troubling to hear about this health update. But when you look at just the span of their life, former President Carter is the longest living U.S. president in the country's history at 98 years old. So certainly just an incredible legacy on both of their parts.
Absolutely. Quite the legacy, and hopefully more ice cream to come. Blaine Alexander, thank you. Well, coming up, why some doctors with small practices say they're willing to make big sacrifices to care for their patients. You're watching NBC News Daily.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Love this one. Reigning American League MVP Aaron Judge. Look at him go. He's known for hitting home runs. Last night, he made this picture-perfect home run robbery on a ball hit by Seattle Mariners outfielder Teoscar Hernandez.
But it wasn't all about the leather. Judge also blasted 2 home runs of his own, becoming the first player to hit multiple home runs and rob a homer in the same game since he did it last year. The Yankees beat the Mariners 10-4. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. In today's Daily Health, some doctors are bucking the trend toward big corporate medical offices. We're talking about doctors with small private practices.
Yeah, a lot of folks count on them, right? Especially in rural areas, but some are struggling to stay afloat. We talked to 2 doctors who are doing all they can to be there for their patients. For Jennifer Bacani McKenney, Fredonia has always been home. As a kid, she rode her bike around the small rural Kansas town, spending time at the small practice her dad ran for 31 years.
I saw that he was doing something special for people and connecting with people on a very personal level.
Anything for you, Doc?
Oh, I'm just going to keep you alive forever.
17 years after graduating from medical school, Dr. Jen, as some of her patients call her, is now running the family clinic and is one of the only doctors in town.
Thought about just being able to take care of people who took care of me when I was growing up, and that was really kind of what made the difference in deciding where to go.
Her patients more like family, and her practice a lifeline for many in her community.
Dr. Jen has been multi-generational for my family.
If you didn't have Dr. Jen, where would you go?
I was seeing someone in Tulsa, so that would mean 2 hours.
2-hour drive?
Yes.
For many private doctors across the country, that close personal bond with patients is what keeps their practice going. Dr. Niraj Sharma is a pain doctor in a small suburb in New York's Hudson Valley, north of New York City.
Any pain, you let me know.
She always asks about the kids, the wife, everything.
She knows about your family?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like you're just a number going in and out.
Sharma sees anywhere from 10 to 20 patients a day, but the financial burden of running her own business is taking a toll.
I'm HR, I'm the office manager, I'm the administrator, and I'm the doctor.
And some insurance companies are paying her less.
You're not what people maybe think of when they think of a doctor driving a fancy car, making a lot of money.
Yeah, that's definitely not me. There's some injections I perform, and we get $54. You spend more on a mani-pedi than you do to see a double board certified interventional pain management doctor.
How do you make ends meet?
I don't take vacations. I'm the only doctor here because if I had to pay another provider, I might as well close shop.
Nationwide, the number of doctors who work in private practice is on the decline, now around 49%, down from 54% in 2018. And according to a recent analysis, nearly 70% of all doctors are either employed by a hospital or a corporation. Experts point to an uneven playing field. Compared to a big medical group, small practices have little to no bargaining power with insurance companies. Private doctors often make a fraction of the salary for the same kind of work at a hospital. But Sharma thinks joining a larger network could compromise patient care.
When you find a good doctor, it's kind of emotional because you place your trust in them.
I love my patients. I feel that when they leave here, they're happier than when they entered my office. And if I can do that, hey, I think I'm doing a great job.
Back in Kansas, Dr. Jen McKenney is pushing for more visibility. She's banded together with other private doctors in the area, sharing resources and bargaining with insurance providers as a group. McKenney also works at the University of Kansas, teaching and recruiting students into rural medicine, a job she says is incredibly rewarding.
You know, I have a long road ahead in Fredonia and yeah, no plans to go anywhere soon.
Dr. Sharma was saying to me that she really wants policymakers in Washington to think about this and try to make it a little easier to be in private practice. Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren has been really vocal about this issue about big companies buying out small practices. She recently wrote a letter saying that she's concerned they need to take a closer look at some of these deals because it could be putting, in her words, patient health at risk.
I mean, it's so relevant. So many of our doctors, I think, are taken for granted. So this was a good one. Thank you, Kate.
Yeah, I still remember, you know, our hometown doctor.
Yes. Can't take them for granted.
That's right.
Well, ahead of this summer season, we also wanted to take a closer look at a deadly and often unknown risk to swimmers.
Yeah, this is called shallow water blackout, or a sudden loss of consciousness underwater. It's often caused when swimmers hold their breath for too long. Exercise can lower a swimmer's carbon dioxide level, so when their oxygen is used up, sometimes they pass out while submerged.
NBC's Steve Patterson spoke to one woman who experienced the tragedy firsthand after her husband, an experienced swimmer, went free diving and never came back. It was only after his death that she found out about shallow water blackout.
I can tell you firsthand, it's real, it happens, and it's horrific. He would talk about, how many times he touched the wall on one breath, and it's something he was very proud of, and he knew that he could push those limits. But, we didn't know about shallow water blackout, so you just can't push through that.
The family speaking out, hoping their story will spread awareness and save other families from what they've been through. Experts do say the solution is education and ensuring that both swimmers and coaches are aware of the risks. I have to say, I have a swimmer, a kid who's a swimmer, and I did not know about this. So they just did their job by raising awareness for all of us.
Yes, knowledge is key, especially with something like this and in the summer season where so many people are going to be hitting the water.
Yeah, so I guess don't hold your breath for too long is the point, right?
Steve Patterson, thank you so much for that. There is much more news ahead.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Okay, it was a big game 7 last night in the NBA. The Miami Heat denying the Boston Celtics of a historic comeback.
Felt that one as a New Englander. Well, the Heat is advancing to the finals to take on the Denver Nuggets. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson breaks down one of the wildest series in history.
In a crazy series which saw both the Miami Heat and Boston Celtics on the ropes, it was the Heat who came up big in last night's deciding Game 7, blocking a historic comeback from the Celtics in their own house. Boston attempting to become the first team in NBA history to win a 7-game series after losing the first 3 games. The Heat bouncing back from a devastating Game 6 loss after an incredible Celtics buzzer beater Saturday. The 8th-seeded Heat finally overcoming their underdog status, led by star Jimmy Butler. Butler scoring 28 points to send the Heat to the NBA Finals, named the Eastern Conference Finals MVP.
My teammates give me so much confidence and belief to go out there and just hoop at a high level.
As a deflated TD Garden cleared out, in Miami, fans were going crazy. The Heat now looking to win their 4th championship trophy. Standing in their way now, a hungry and talented Denver Nuggets squad, eager to win that franchise's first ever title. Game 1 of the finals will be 10 days after Denver stunned LeBron and the Los Angeles Lakers in a Western Conference sweep. Denver's coach says his team is ready to return to the court.
I give our guys credit. They have been locked in. The energy has been very good.
Now the Boston Celtics try to figure out what went wrong and how to fix it, while Miami goes on to play for yet another championship ring. Back to you.
All right, feeling that Miami heat. Ann Thompson, thank you so much. Well, let's take a look at some other stories trending right now.
Yeah, the Scripps National Spelling Bee is back this week for the 98th time. The 3-day event starts today. This year's Spelling Bee will include 231 students from all over the U.S. and around the world. The final, you ready for it, will be Thursday night, where one lucky student will win more than $50,000, a trophy, and a whole lot of bragging rights.
Of course.
I love to watch the Spelling Bee.
Very impressive stuff. Well, the UK's cheesiest sport has returned. Dozens of racers chased a 7-pound wheel of double Gloucester cheese down Cooper's Hill in England yesterday. Yes, you heard that right.
What?
It's a cheese race. They're literally chasing cheese. The first racer to finish behind the cheese gets to keep it. But it's not as easy as making a box of Easy Mac, Kate. Don't get it twisted. One of this year's winners was actually briefly knocked unconscious trying to keep up with her prize, but she's all Gouda now.
Oh, stop it with the cheese puns. But she was knocked unconscious by the...
She
Gouda?
was. Not by the Gouda, but they rolled down the hill.
Oh, gotcha.
A little complicated.
All right. I did not know about that. Air New Zealand, this is interesting, is requesting that passengers step on a scale before stepping on their planes, asking flyers to weigh in at the check-in desk in an effort to get a more accurate average weight of passengers. The airline says they're taking every measure to make sure the information is anonymous and that there are no visible displays anywhere. And while it's voluntary, the airline said the survey is, quote, essential to the safe and efficient operation of the aircraft, which I get, but I bet this is going to be controversial.
I was going to say essential, but definitely controversial. Well, Wyoming is welcoming a new ultra-rare white bison to the state. Officials say it's the first white bison born at Bear River State Park. The calf has a rare genetic makeup which gives it that white fur you see. So just how rare is the white bison? Well, the National Bison Association says the chances of one being born is 1 in 10 million.
Wow, really cute, but don't get close.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Our beloved colleague today, weatherman and co-host Al Roker, is back in our neck of the woods. Roker returned this morning 3 weeks after a total knee replacement surgery. Here's what he had to say.
This was a much more involved operation because they were taking out a knee and then putting a knee back in, put some other stuff in. But that said, it's coming along well. And
what did you do with your old knee? Took it out.
I'm putting it on eBay.
Yeah.
Always a joke from that guy. We love Al. This is the second time that he's had his knee replaced, by the way. He said he's going to go to physical therapy 3 times a week so he can get back up to speed. He never stops.
He really never does, and always with a smile on his face. So glad he's recovering.
Glad he's doing well.
I'm Zinclea Simon.
I'm Kate Snow. You are watching NBC News Daily. We are also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. The news will continue right after this.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
If it's Tuesday, deal or no deal, President Biden and Speaker McCarthy's agreement to avoid a default faces its first big test amid growing tensions on the Hill and new efforts to kill the deal. Plus, Ron DeSantis kicks off his presidential campaign in Iowa as he looks to recover from last week's rocky rollout and gain ground on the Republican frontrunner, Donald Trump. And the war in Ukraine comes home to Russia. Everything we know and don't know about the rare strike on Moscow that is being criticized by the White House and has Kyiv bracing for potential fallout. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington, where the debt ceiling deal reached between President Biden and House Speaker McCarthy is facing its first major test right now on Capitol Hill, with less than a week to go until the government defaults. As we speak, the House Rules Committee is considering whether or not to send the deal to the floor for a vote, which House leadership wants to happen tomorrow without delay. But some Republicans on the committee have other ideas, including Ralph Norman, who called the deal insanity, and Chip Roy, who referred to it in far less glamorous terms. Both lawmakers are part of a group of ultra-conservatives called the Freedom Caucus, which held a press conference earlier today urging their House colleagues to break with Speaker McCarthy and kill the deal. Take a listen.
I want to be very clear. Not one Republican should vote for this deal. Yes. Not one. If you're out there watching this, every one of my colleagues, be very clear. Not one Republican should vote for this deal. It is a bad deal.
This bill is un-American. It defies conservatism. No Republican in good conscience should support this and go back to the drawing table.
So how far these members want to go is a question that could put McCarthy's speakership on the line. NBC News was first to report that some far-right members who are unhappy with the debt deal are floating a move to force a vote to try to oust McCarthy as Speaker unless changes are made. Sources tell NBC News Republican Congressman Ken Buck, who will join me later this hour, floated the idea in a call with members last night. And earlier today, a second Republican Congressman, Dan Bishop, told reporters he was considering the long shot maneuver as well. Whether they actually go through with it remains to be seen. NBC senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake joins me now from Capitol Hill, and congressional reporter for The Dispatch, Audrey Fahlberg, is with me on set. Garrett, I want to start with you. Who knew a Rules Committee meeting could be so exciting and draw so much attention, right? We know that the meeting is underway. We know this is a potential big hurdle. What are we expecting? What are you watching for?
Well, the testimony has gotten underway, mostly from Republican members who are in favor of this bill, kind of touting it as a compromise that does what Republicans set out to do, which was bend the spending curve in Washington. What I'm watching for, and what would relieve some of the drama around this hearing, is the opinion of Thomas Massie, the Republican member from Kentucky, who's one of those far-right House Freedom Caucus members, but who's a bit of a contrarian, really, in everything he does, and hasn't yet said what he thinks about this bill, at least not definitively. He told me earlier he'd be tweeting his thoughts about it at some point after he talked with his wife about it. If Massie decides he's going to vote in favor of this bill, that means it would pass with a majority of just Republicans, even if all 4 Democrats on the committee decided to sit on their hands and oppose it. I don't even think that's going to happen. Hakeem Jeffries told reporters a little while ago that he doesn't see this bill having a problem in rules, which I think is Jeffries' code for Democrats will vote for it if we have to. This is the first of what is ultimately going to be several kind of suspenseful votes for the future of this bill as it makes its way through both chambers. And this could perhaps not be solved until much later tonight if the past Rules Committee meetings of this Congress are any example.
Yeah, I think suspense is the word of the day, Garrett. You've characterized that so well. We were watching Congressman Neguse offer his opening remarks as you talk there, Garrett. Before I go to Audrey, give us a sense, take us inside the Democratic caucus, because we know we played some of the Republican pushback from the Freedom Caucus, but we know that some Democrats have expressed concerns about this bill as well. What are you hearing from them, Garrett? And we know that the goal is for a vote on Wednesday, but could that timeline be held up if there are some real stumbling blocks here today?
Well, look, Democrats are frustrated by this bill. It doesn't have any of their priorities in it. They were shut out of the negotiating process. They didn't have any hand in crafting it. But some of them, at least, are going to have to vote for it to prevent default. And that seems to be the recognition among Democrats. Hakeem Jeffries talked about this as well, making the argument that President Biden was able to negotiate down some of the Republicans' worst demands in the view of Democrats for what would be in this bill to lift the debt ceiling. You know, I think what you're going to see is perhaps as few as 70 or perhaps many more Democrats deciding that it's important to kind of hold their nose and vote for this bill because it is so important to get the debt ceiling suspended just for the country to move on. But they're not happy about it, and you'll likely lose a significant chunk of progressive members, perhaps even some from the more center left who just feel like there's nothing in this bill to support. It's only like the least bad option available to them. Now, as for the timeline, look, it could slip, but every time an element of this timeline slips, we get into much more dangerous territory, closer to that deadline, which itself could, of course, slip again. But with the Senate up next and all of their procedural morass that a bill can get stuck in, House members don't want to screw around with this. They want to get this hot potato out of their hands and over to the other chamber as quickly as they reasonably can.
I thought suspense was the word of the day, but maybe it's hot potato, Garrett. That was a good one, too. Audrey, let me turn to you on that point, because obviously you heard the fireworks there at the top from the House Freedom Caucus, essentially saying we are not going to back this bill. But even Dan Bishop seemed to acknowledge that they didn't have enough votes to actually hold this up in the end. What is your sense? What are you hearing when you talk to your sources?
I think that that's exactly right. You know, even though there is this opposition from a lot of members of the House Freedom Caucus, it's important to remember that, you know, a lot of them just weren't going to get on board with this in the first place. So I think it's really important to look back to where this conversation began several months ago. Shortly after McCarthy clinched that speaker's gavel, he made clear he wanted to negotiate with President Biden. Biden said he wouldn't come to the table, wanted that clean debt ceiling increase. Look where we are now. It's nearly June. Of course, the default deadline is coming up, but McCarthy can say, you know, look, we're clawing back some of that pandemic relief funding. We're freezing spending for the next 2 years, and we're imposing stricter work requirements for food aid programs. So I think that from that perspective, McCarthy's really touting this as a win for Republicans.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right to highlight that point, because as you say, Audrey, in the beginning of this, President Biden said he's not going to negotiate over the debt limit. He's still saying, look, I never negotiated over the debt limit. This was over the budget. But bottom line, these negotiations were taking place at a parallel moment and in a parallel way. What is your sense that these Freedom Caucus members really want to extract in this moment? And how seriously should we be taking this discussion about a potential motion to vacate? Do you think that's real? Or is that members of Congress sort of playing to their base?
I think that it's probably the latter. I mean, remember, they're working on these incentives where they have to get reelected, right? And I think that you're hearing some of this bravado from a couple of members. Dan Bishop, as you mentioned, Chip Roy kind of floated that idea as well. But, you know, they'd have to get other members. Of course, one member can bring that motion to the floor, but then you'd have to get a simple majority of people actually approving that measure. So I think that that's probably more bravado at this point. But I think, look, you know, McCarthy knows that he doesn't need every single Republican to get this across the finish line. He's got some Democrats who are going to vote for it as well. So I think from that perspective, he knew, you know, we tried our best, and we really did bring, from their perspective, Biden to the negotiating table. I mean, he got this deal. You know, it remains to be seen what happens in the Rules Committee right now. But he got this deal at this point without a Republican Senate and with a very, very narrow House Republican majority. So I think that he's touting this as a victory at this point.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Garrett, let me go back to you and get you to weigh in here, because McCarthy has signaled he's not concerned about all of this talk about a potential motion to vacate. Look, this is going to hang over his entire speakership. What are you hearing from your sources on the Hill about this? And is this deal basically in the clear if this passes the Rules Committee today?
I think the deal is in the clear if it gets through the Rules Committee in terms of getting through the full House. I don't think the numbers are there to stop this deal. As for McCarthy, I mean, look, we'll see. There are some conservatives who are really, really frustrated by this turn of events, not the least of whom is Chip Roy, who I'd been kind of impressed by the way that McCarthy had almost co-opted him as somebody who had been a critic, who had become an ally in recent weeks, and it seemed to be really on board. If conservatives truly feel like this is a betrayal, we could see the knives come out for McCarthy, but the same problem will exist in that scenario as existed through all 15 rounds of the speakership vote the first time. If not Kevin McCarthy, who? And the idea that House conservatives would take him down without some other agreed upon replacement in the wings, I think just throws the caucus into further chaos. And that's not something that even McCarthy skeptics in the party want to see.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. All right, well, it is a busy and big day on Capitol Hill. Garrett Haake, Audrey Fahlberg, thank you both so much for joining me. And joining me now is Michigan Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. Congresswoman Dingell, thank you so much for joining me on a very busy day there on Capitol Hill.
It's nice to be with you, and I love Meet the Press.
Oh, thank you. Well, it is so nice to have you, and we appreciate that very much. I want to take your temperature on where you stand right now as it relates to this deal. You have said just yesterday you felt like you were being held hostage over this deal. It includes provisions you would never support if the debt ceiling weren't at stake here. Let me ask you big picture. Have you decided yet, Congresswoman? Are you a yes or a no?
I'm still undecided. And those words are exactly how I still feel. We are being held hostage. We have been told that we could default on the debt ceiling by this weekend. We can't let that happen. The people that would be impacted by seniors, by veterans, by our children, people who need our help is real. And the recession that could come, the depression that could come, that's real. And I know I feel that responsibility. But I'm very angry that we should not be playing politics with this. I hope after this we get a process so we're never here again. And there are real things in these bills that aren't part of even budget negotiations, but things like permitting reform, which quite frankly for me, the more I read it, everybody focuses on transmission not being in there and Senator Manchin's project. I'm concerned language in there could gut the very heart of NEPA. I know it needs to be modernized. My husband wrote it 50 years ago, and it's the Magna Carta of environmental law, and it is seriously impacted.
So I hear your chief concerns with this. Let me ask you, though, because if you are a no vote, if there are enough no votes, the country potentially risks default. Would you be willing, and I know you're not decided yet, but would you be willing to vote no if ultimately you cannot get to yes, even if it means default, Congresswoman?
I'm going to say this to you point blank. We cannot default. I have been very clear about that from the beginning, and I know that. But quite frankly, you know, first of all, we shouldn't be talking about this bill about who wins, Republicans or Democrats. We're doing this for the American people. Compromise is not a dirty word. But, you know, one of my colleagues who's a good friend, Dusty Johnson, said there's nothing in here that Democrats got or would like. First of all, that's not how we should be negotiating. But I also believe that Republicans have got to get a very strong showing on their side before Democrats show their side. I know we can't default. I've been very clear about that for months, and that's a very serious responsibility. But what's my responsibility about protecting our environment, too?
Yeah, well, and I guess the question there is, what will it take for you to get to yes? President Biden has said to skeptical Democrats, call me. Have you been in touch with the president? Have you been in touch with the White House?
I have had multiple conversations. I participated in all the briefings yesterday, asked very pointed and direct questions, including how seniors are going to be impacted by the work requirements and caregivers who, you know, the definition of dependent is under 6 or totally incapacitated. There are a lot of women between 50 and 54 who've had to leave the workplace because they can't find anybody to caregive. Okay, am I going to get this all fixed this week? No. But am I going to give up on fighting for it? No, because it needs to be addressed. These are real problems. everyday Americans, working men and women, are facing across this country every single day.
And Congresswoman, have you spoken to President Biden about this, about your concerns directly? Have you put these concerns to the president, and what has he said to you, if so?
I have talked to very senior people at the White House. They know exactly how I feel. And I was very clear yesterday on the various briefings that we were having.
And what
by the way, nobody can totally reassure me. I mean, in explaining this bill, it's more about what didn't happen. And look, I get it. I'm a seasoned soul, unfortunately. I've watched this happen a lot. But I am going to keep asking questions and demand a plan for how we're going to address consequences that could come from this legislation. And I think that's a role that I have to do for the people of my district right now as well.
So it sounds like you will get to yes once you get some type of assurances from the White House, from the president, that your concerns will be addressed in some future legislation. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
I'm not going to commit to you one way or the other. I am undecided, and I'm going to keep working the issues that matter to the people I represent every single day.
Let me ask you, when you talk to your colleagues there on Capitol Hill, there are a number of other Democrats who have some real concerns about this legislation. You raised the issue with processing, with permitting, I should say, and NEPA. Obviously, you raised work requirements as well. Do you get the sense that there are enough Democrats to potentially block this bill?
I'm going to say this to you. We are all being very thoughtful. We are all communicating very directly. And we all know that we shouldn't have played games or been held hostage on this issue. And I think, to a colleague, we all know we cannot default. So, yeah, do all of us feel like we're being held hostage? Yes. But do we have a responsibility to make our voices heard and to fix this process? Yes, we do.
Do you think that President Biden made a strategic miscalculation by saying that he would not negotiate over the debt limit, only to start having talks around the budget in these weeks leading up to the potential X date for default? Should he have started talking to McCarthy sooner?
I'm going to answer this question differently. Hindsight is foresight, but if you look, I said I am always the person that says people should be at the table and talking, and I did happen to say that, and it got picked up on. But, you know, you don't solve problems by not talking to each other. And I want to make it really clear, compromise is not a dirty word, but people that are, you know, people have to be in the room, understand what is being impacted, and we do have to fight for the people that we represent.
I know you haven't spoken yet to President Biden directly. I anticipate you will in the coming days. What is your message going to be to him, Congresswoman?
I'm going to be very strong about, and he's not going to be surprised. He knows how strongly I feel about NEPA. It is the bedrock of environmental, Magna Carta, people refer to it, for environmental law around the world. And I'm not going to let something, I hear my husband in my ear saying, Deborah, don't let them gut it. And by the way, I do know it needs to be modernized, and everybody knows that I'm always going to advocate. I'm one of the strongest advocates in this Congress for caregivers, seniors, long-term care issues. He won't be surprised. And, you know, I'll tell him what I care about and what we have to fight for going forward.
And I know you have spent a lot of time working on the issue of caregiving. You and I have discussed it many a time. Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, really appreciate your perspective today. Thank you.
Thank you.
And as I said, Republican Congressman Ken Buck will be here later this hour. Coming up, DeSantis descends on Iowa as he tries to convince Republican primary voters to pick him over the field's frontrunner, Donald Trump. Plus, an incredible update from another developing story in Iowa where a woman was pulled from a collapsed building unscathed hours after authorities said there was no one left inside. That's ahead. You're watching Meet the Press now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning.
We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Welcome back. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is moving his presidential campaign off the internet and into Iowa today, kicking off his candidacy with a slate of in-person stops across the state that will hold the GOP's first 2024 contest. From Iowa, he will also travel to 2 other early primary states, South Carolina and New Hampshire, making more than 12 different campaign stops. The visit is the first true test of DeSantis' candidacy face-to-face with voters. This kickoff comes after DeSantis' botched campaign announcement on Twitter, which was mired with technical difficulties. It also comes as former President Trump, who has taken a commanding lead in the primary polls, is scheduled to be in the state later this week. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is in Des Moines, Iowa, ahead of DeSantis' event tonight. So, Gabe, how is the campaign approaching Iowa after last week's botched campaign rollout, where there were a bunch of glitches on his Twitter announcement?
Well, hi there, Kristen. Good afternoon. The campaign obviously doesn't see it that way. They are still trying to spin it as that this was a campaign rollout that, quote, broke the internet. But here in Iowa, the campaign is planning to court evangelical voters because as they see it, they see this as a key constituency that Governor DeSantis is poised to do very well with. They have internal polling suggesting that some 67% of GOP primary voters here in Iowa have an unfavorable view, for example, of Disney. And of course, Kristen, that is an ongoing feud between Governor DeSantis and Disney, a company that the governor and his team see as a, quote, woke corporation. And those are some of the culture war issues that they really plan to hammer home as he visits Iowa tonight for the first time as an official presidential candidate, Kristen.
And Gabe, he's going to be visiting a mega church. He's going to be talking to pastors. Talk a little bit about why he's, following up on the points that you're making, why that constituency he believes is so important.
Well, certainly, Kristen. As you know, the evangelical vote here in Iowa is critical. The Republican primary is really based on that, according to several people that I've talked to just this afternoon. And we spoke with one of the pastors that Governor DeSantis and his wife will be speaking with later tonight at this church in suburban Des Moines. And they plan to speak with a group of pastors as well as evangelical voters in this church behind me. Take a listen to part of my conversation with that pastor who will be speaking with Governor DeSantis and why he thinks it is so important, that these culture war issues are just so important. Take a listen, Kristen.
DeSantis is framing the issue for evangelicals the right way. We don't see this as, a battle between DeSantis and Disney. It's a battle for children. It's a battle for protecting children from an ideology that the majority of parents in the United States do not want to be thrust upon their children, period. That's it. That's why Target is experiencing the backlash that it's experiencing right now.
And Kristen, this pastor also says it's not just Target, it's also Bud Light and now Kohl's, these companies that are now seen as, quote, woke corporations. And he sees, as you just heard, that Governor DeSantis is framing this the right way to appeal to those conservative evangelical voters here in Iowa, the first caucus state.
Yeah,
Kristen?
It is ramping up there. Gabe Gutierrez, thank you, and thank you for bringing us that great interview. Really appreciate it. We want to turn now to another story we've been following out of Iowa. Davenport city officials announced this afternoon 5 people remain unaccounted for after an apartment building collapsed Sunday evening. Although no deaths have officially been confirmed by local officials, the remains of 2 of those people are believed to be inside. The news comes after officials said yesterday they believe the building was empty following a K-9 unit search. Meanwhile, plans to demolish the building have been put on hold after first responders rescued another resident from the building. Overnight, the crowd of protesters gathered at the site of the collapse this morning, urging the city to wait. In a press conference this afternoon, local officials called the structure volatile and said they're working with structural engineers to continue search and recovery efforts while also planning a controlled demolition. Up next, debt, DeSantis, and Decision 2024, what the Republican field's newest candidate said about the developing debt deal, plus how a third-party vote could shake up the race for the White House. The panel's next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Prior to this deal, Kaylee, our country was careening towards bankruptcy. And after this deal, our country will still be careening towards bankruptcy. Look, in Florida, we run big budget surpluses. We have a $1.2 trillion economy, but our debt is only $17 billion. Well, obviously, in Washington, D.C., they do these cycles to just get them through the next election. And that's ultimately one of the reasons why they continue to fail.
Welcome back. That was Florida Governor and Republican presidential candidate Ron DeSantis criticizing the debt ceiling agreement while touting his own budget record back at home, although we should note Florida law requires the state to balance its budget. It comes after earlier this month, Donald Trump urged Republicans to let the nation default if Democrats did not agree to their demands. Joining me now on set is Leanne Caldwell, Washington Post live anchor and co-author of the Early 202 newsletter. Savante Myrick, former Democratic mayor of Ithaca, New York, and president of People for the American Way, and Stephen Hayes, editor and CEO of The Dispatch and an NBC News political analyst. Thanks to all of you for joining me this afternoon. So, Leanne, not a surprise what we heard from Ron DeSantis, that he would be opposed to anything that includes not lowering spending. But what do you make of what he said as it relates to what we're hearing from the Hill?
Well, not surprising. As you mentioned, he's a former member of the House Freedom Caucus. So the members of the far-right Freedom Caucus have come out, most of them against this bill. The question I have is, will that have any sort of impact on members outside of the Freedom Caucus? Kevin McCarthy is working really hard to keep his members in line. And while you noted that Donald Trump said that default is okay a while ago, Donald Trump also has not said anything since there has been an agreement. We know Kevin McCarthy has been in constant contact with him, I suspect to try to keep him silent on coming out from saying anything. But it does create some sort of a little bit of a contrast between DeSantis and Trump. We'll see how it translates on the Hill. I'm not sure if it's going to have too much impact.
Yeah. Stephen, what do you make of what we're hearing from DeSantis, what we're not hearing from Trump? And do you think it will have an impact?
Yeah, look, I mean, analytically, Ron DeSantis is right. This is not going to alter the trajectory of our debt. What he didn't say is that even if you passed the Republican-only bill that passed in the House of Representatives, it wouldn't alter the trajectory of our debt because they're not dealing with entitlements, and entitlements are the drivers of our debt. So he's right. but there's an asterisk there. Look, I mean, it's not hard to understand why he's doing what he's doing. You make the play in a primary, Republican primary, where the base of the party is going to be sort of supportive of the most right-leaning position you can have. Yeah. That's what he's doing here. I don't think it's terribly complicated.
Savante, let's talk about what we're actually seeing on Capitol Hill. I mean, you have a lot of Democrats who feel like President Biden gave away too much in this deal, in part because he initially said he wasn't going to negotiate over raising the debt ceiling. He ultimately wound up negotiating. He says, look, it was over the budget, not the debt ceiling. But bottom line, taking place at the same time.
Yeah, that's true. And I think the timing is what President Biden and the White House are putting their hat on. They say, look, this is the deal we would have gotten later this fall anyway. We just got it earlier, and we a little bit pulled one over on the Republicans, which is typical President Biden, very low-key. You almost underestimate him. You think, does he know what he's doing? And it turns out he's a master congressional negotiator. I will just say the one thing on the DeSantis thing. It's become very, I noticed the date that DeSantis picked for when the budget got out of control. It wasn't when Barack Obama took office. It wasn't when Joe Biden took office. He made a point of saying March 2020, which President Trump was in office then. It's pretty clear that he is trying to stake out a position that Donald Trump is a tax and spend liberal and can't be trusted. It's a bold move.
It's pretty good argument. I mean, he added $7.8 trillion to the debt in 4 years. It's a pretty good argument. But you would expect if DeSantis is going to be true to his word, he should be rolling out his entitlement reform program at some point in the near future. I'm not holding my breath for it.
I do want to get to 2024 in just a minute, but staying on the debt ceiling for just a moment, Stephen, you basically, to the point that Savante was making, I mean, Kevin McCarthy got the president to negotiate. Should the Freedom Caucus, I mean, yes, they've been very clear they were never really going to support whatever deal was reached, but should they take the win here to some extent? I mean, are they, you know, politically speaking, could it potentially backfire?
I mean, look, I think a lot of their power derives from their willingness to always say, this isn't good enough, this isn't good enough. And again, in the context of the modern Republican Party, that works for a lot of base Republican voters. It helps them raise money, helps give them power. I think it helped give them leverage, frankly, in the speaker's race. So from their perspective, they would say, no, of course not. They'll be able to pass it. We're not on the hook for this. It'll work. But we can maintain our position.
Leah, based on what you're hearing, do you think this ultimately will pass? I mean, how Americans sitting at home watching this all unfold, should they be worried?
I think it will ultimately pass. You know, the first test is right now in the Rules Committee that's happening, if it can get out of that committee. I'm going to get a little wonky here, but one thing that I'm watching is that rule that they pass out of Rules Committee today also has to pass the House floor tomorrow before they do final passage on the bill. And traditionally, Democrats oppose the Republican rule. And so McCarthy is going to have to find the votes to pass that rule. And it's probably not going to come from the members who are going to oppose this legislation. I've started asking Freedom Caucus members, are you going to support the rule to get onto the bill? And they're saying no. So McCarthy's going to have to make another ask of Democrats for Democratic votes.
So yet another hurdle for McCarthy coming up. All right, let's talk about 2024. Stephen, what are you expecting from DeSantis? Can he turn around his campaign? He obviously had a very rocky rollout. And if you look at the polls, he's really still trailing Trump.
Yeah, look, I'm looking for two things. One, can he right the ship, as it were? I mean, we saw he had pretty good fundraising numbers, even after his botched rollout. The DeSantis people who are telling you that they don't really care about the botched rollout, doesn't really matter, that's not true. There's a reason that they put so much time and effort into a good announcement, and that's like the opposite of what you want. But look, he's had a rough couple months. He's had a bad rollout. People are underestimating him. I think their view is, yeah, we can overperform now, and even if we do okay, adequate's going to look pretty good. So I think that's what they're kind of banking on at this point.
Savante, what's your take? And look, you have Chris Christie circling the wagons, Sununu circling the wagons. In 2016, candidate Trump won the nomination because there were so many candidates in the race.
Yeah, I think there are still really, truly only two candidates in this race, and it's Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump. And Trump is, as we said, DeSantis, he's taking a very interesting tact here by going to the right of Trump and hoping that there's space there. But I think already he's given the game away a little bit. By announcing on Twitter, It wasn't the technical difficulties that rubbed us all a little odd. What rubbed us all strange is why choose to do it there in the first place? Why not come on Meet the Press, on camera, a rally, something that you know will work? I think we all know what the answer is. He's trying to cozy up to Elon Musk, the richest person in the world. Now, if you launch your campaign by trying to cozy up to a billionaire, who himself, Musk, is trying to cozy up to Donald Trump, where does that leave the 300 million plus Americans who are wondering, who's a champion for us? So far, Ron DeSantis has not made the case to people outside of his bubble that he cares about them.
There is no doubt it is a risky strategy. We'll have to see if he has time to turn around. I want to talk to you guys about a potential third-party candidate. Our Mark Murray did this wonderful analysis. He crunched the numbers from 2016 and 2020. When Trump won in 2016, you had a high number of votes for a third-party candidates. In 2020, the tally was much lower. You see it there, 6% versus 2%. Leanne, how concerned do you think Democrats are? And I'm going to put this to Savante to get the reality check, too. Right now, as No Labels, a potential third party, it seems to be signaling they're very serious about putting a candidate forward.
Well, I love Mark Murray's numbers because it actually goes against what conventional wisdom has been. It had been Democrats who had been concerned about a third-party candidate. And so perhaps a third-party candidate will actually help Joe Biden. But, you know, I know No Labels has been working on this for quite some time, but there doesn't really seem yet to be a serious candidate and a serious contender who's going to step in. Of course, maybe Joe Manchin is a possibility, but they have a lot of steps to go before there's someone who can perhaps make a real difference in this race.
Savante, how do you see it? How do you see a potential third party?
Well, I hope you can show me where Mark Murray's desk is, because he ruined my coffee this morning when I read it. It's a great report, but it had me stressed out. Because he's right, look, because Jill Stein was in that race in 2016, Donald Trump won. The numbers just show that out. Because there wasn't a serious third-party candidate in 2020, Joe Biden won. If No Labels run somebody, they will be helping, they won't be starting a third party in this country. They will be helping Donald Trump win, period. So No Labels has to get really serious with themselves and ask, is that the point of that organization or not? I would support, I think we would be better off if we had multiple parties in this country. But the way to do that is to build a party from the ground up. To start a couple months before a presidential election and become a spoiler is, well, it ruined my coffee this morning.
Stephen, I'll give you the final word. How do you see a potential third party?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think if we've learned anything over the past eight years, it's be cautious and humble, making straight line projections about what we think we know based on what we've seen. If you look at the NBC poll from the end of April, 95% of Americans said that they were not enthusiastic about a Joe Biden versus Donald Trump race. I think this is sort of speaking to them. And there are all sorts of ballot access questions, there's also fundraising questions, a lot of questions before this could become a reality. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's a reality that it's much closer to something like a Ross Perot bid, where people have just had it with what's going on in Washington.
All right, we'll have to see. Savante, I will introduce you to Mark right after the show. Thank you all for being here. Great conversation, Leanne, Savante, and Stephen. And after the break, attack on the capitals. Russia says Ukrainian forces are behind a rare strike on a residential area of Moscow as Kyiv suffers another night of airstrikes. We'll have the very latest developments and what they mean for the war. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. For the first time since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine, residential areas in Moscow were targeted by a drone attack. This video appears to show a drone flying over western Moscow. According to Russia's defense ministry, 8 drones were used in the attack, all of which they say were downed. While there was some damage to residential buildings, a Kremlin spokesperson says no one was injured. Ukraine, meanwhile, has denied any involvement with the attack. But an advisor to President Zelensky said he was pleased to see the drone attack. The White House says it is still gathering information about exactly what happened, while noting that the U.S. does not support attacks inside Russia. The attack on Moscow comes as Kyiv continues to be pummeled by Russian bombardments, with even more today, the third attack in just 24 hours. Ukrainian officials say they successfully destroyed more than 20 drones launched by Russia overnight. NBC News correspondent Molly Hunter filed this report from Kyiv.
Yeah, Kristen, and part of what U.S. officials are saying, in addition to they are still gathering information and gathering evidence, is part of that State Department and NSC statement also says we have been focused on providing Ukraine with the equipment and training they need to retake their sovereign territory. And that's exactly what we've done. And that really squares when you talk to Ukrainian officials about their goals for the counteroffensive. It is not to start any kind of offensive, they say, across the border with Russia into Russia proper. They say it is exclusively focused on retaking their territory that Russia currently occupies. About those drone attacks in Moscow, all of the information that I'm getting here in Kyiv, of course, is really from official sources. So Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesperson, said he briefed Putin very early this morning, that Putin was briefed. And there is a statement from President Putin. He says the Kyiv regime chose the path of intimidation of Russian citizens and strikes on residential buildings. This, of course, is a clear sign of terrorist activity. Kristen, I got to say, though, it is absolutely nothing, of course, compared to what Kyiv residents, to what Ukrainian citizens have been dealing with the last 4 days. 3 major waves of attacks just in the last day or so, at least 1 person killed, many people injured. And even though the air defenses here in the capital city are working well, and of course that arsenal includes U.S. Patriot air defense missiles, it can still be dangerous. Not only can be fatal, of course, in at least 1 case in the last day, but what happens in those interceptions, of course, is that debris and fragments then fall down. They land on roofs, they land on cars, of course, they land on civilians as well. We visited a multi-story apartment building earlier today, and it was absolutely wrecked, really gutted. I haven't seen that kind of damage outside of buildings that have actually been hit by missiles. It was unclear to us, and the Ukrainian government officials hadn't told any of the residents whether it sustained a direct hit or whether all of that damage was from a very powerful interception and then the debris hit that building. But we talked to a man who had been in his apartment at the time of the explosion around 3 a.m. and he said it was a very powerful pressurized explosion, really, really terrifying. He said his wife was already in the shelter. He ran down, he escaped. But really, this is the kind of thing that this capital city hasn't seen in months. Chris and I do just want to share one other brief image, is that thousands and thousands of people are now going down in the subway system of this city, just like they were about 6 months ago. And that is also new. I think people here are really, really nervous, and it's really getting to kind of the psychology of living through this constant bombardment and this city under siege. Kristen?
Really devastating images there. Molly Hunter, as always, thank you for your reporting. Please stay safe. We now want to bring in retired Lieutenant General Steph Twitty, former Deputy Commander, U.S. European Command, and an NBC News military analyst. Thank you so much for joining me. Really appreciate it.
Good to be here, Chris.
So Ukraine has said they have nothing to do with these strikes on Moscow, but I wonder what you make of these strikes. Do you think this could be Ukraine starting its counteroffensive?
I don't think it's them starting their counteroffensive. I think it's them reacting to 17 attacks on their country, particularly the seat of government, Kyiv, within the last month. That is a lot for that city to take. And we cannot expect for Ukraine just to sit back and continue to take this. And so I welcome them attacking. although I do not welcome them going after civilian target. They should be military targets, so they cannot step or stoop to the same level as Russia. Go after military targets if you're going to do this.
And just to follow up on that very point, what do you make of how the U.S. has responded so far, effectively saying we do not support attacks inside of Moscow? And what kinds of conversations do you think are happening between the Pentagon, between U.S. officials in Kyiv?
Yeah, I think we gave them weapons with the premise that they would not attack deep inside Russia. So I'm sure those conversations are happening between the Pentagon and the military folks in Ukraine, as well as over in the White House and with their counterparts. They're probably not happy with it. One of the reasons, as you know, we want to make sure that this war stay confined within Ukraine and not spill over into NATO or into Russia. Then the war will start to spread. So that's the rationale behind that.
I know you say you don't think these specific attacks inside Moscow are a sign of the counteroffensive, but do you get the sense that the counteroffensive has begun, and do you have confidence in it, given that the U.S. and its allies in the region have sent more weaponry, more tanks, more aircraft to Ukraine? Are they ready?
I do believe that they're ready. What's been occurring over the last few weeks is what we call setting the conditions. That means the reconnaissance to find out where the vulnerabilities are in the Russian defenses, ensuring that all the equipment comes in that the West have given the Ukrainian, ensuring that soldiers are trained on that equipment, and ensuring that the weather is correct. It's starting to get summer over there now, so I anticipate the offense will start in earnest here within days, maybe a week. There have been some reconnaissance going on. There's been some prepping of some targets. So you've seen a little bit of it, but not the full-scale counteroffensive, as we would call in the U.S. military.
Oh, that's interesting. I want to also get your take on this news that we're getting of this Russia-Belarusian deal to transfer tactical nuclear weapons. Do you think this is saber-rattling on the part of Moscow, or should the U.S. be really concerned here?
It's more saber-rattling. We have to understand that Lukashenko, the president of Belarus, he's a puppet of Putin. He is extremely unpopular in Belarus. Many say that he lost the last election, and he probably did. What this really does, it puts tactical nukes on NATO's border now. Belarus borders Poland, Latvia, and Lithuania. So tactical nukes will be pushed up towards that border, which signifies nukes along the border, which we haven't seen in quite some time in that area.
Very quickly, how should the U.S. respond to that, Lieutenant General?
Well, I think we have various means of monitoring. And that's what we should do, continue to monitor. And I will tell you, having been the deputy commander of U.S. European Command, they're watching this closely. There's no significant impact in terms of alert posture that needs to be changed, anything like that. We just need to monitor the situation and make sure that our NATO allies fully understand now that things will change now that we have nukes along that border.
All right. We always appreciate your joining us and learn a lot. Lieutenant General Steph Twitty, really appreciate it. Good to see you.
Thank you, Chris.
Still to come, my one-on-one interview with Republican Congressman Ken Buck, the House lawmaker who floated to colleagues a move that could potentially oust Speaker McCarthy. That's right after a quick break. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Welcome back. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is apparently unconcerned that frustrations within his caucus could boil over. In a somewhat chaotic scrum in the Capitol Rotunda earlier today, McCarthy was asked about the potential for a vote of no confidence in his leadership after one Republican House member publicly signaled his support for a vote to vacate or oust the Speaker. Take a look.
Mr. Speaker, Bishop is openly saying that he wants to do a motion to vacate if this bill goes.
You can't stop him. Let him keep walking.
Let him keep walking. Are you worried at all?
No, that's his choice.
No, that's his choice, he said there. Joining me now is Colorado Republican Ken Buck, who has said he is a no on the debt limit deal. Congressman, thanks so much for joining me. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So let me just ask you about our reporting. We have reported that on a House Freedom Caucus call last night, you actually floated the idea of using the motion to vacate, which would basically force a vote to remove the Speaker. Can you tell us what specifically did you say to your colleagues? Are you calling for a motion to vacate?
No, I did not. What I said was that Speaker McCarthy had promised spending limits at the 2022 level. This deal calls for spending limits above the 2022 level. And I was asking my colleagues in the House Freedom Caucus whether they were considering a motion to vacate as a result of a broken promise. Scott Perry, the chairman of the House Freedom Caucus, told me it's premature. Let's get through this battle and decide if we want another battle.
So just to be very clear, you did raise the question, is anyone considering a motion to vacate?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Under what circumstances, Congressman, would you take further action?
Well, look, I think that this bill is a horrible bill. We're talking about $4 trillion of additional debt in the next 20 months. That's just unsustainable for this country. Kevin McCarthy has the obligation now to come forward and explain how he is going to do better than this bill, how he is going to improve on the situation. We have 12 appropriations bills coming up in the next 3 months. We can get through those appropriations bills and recover some of this money. But he's got to make sure that he does that. And I think that motion to vacate, he may not be concerned about it because he has a plan on how to recover from this horrible negotiation he's had with President Biden.
So just to be clear, between now and next week on June 5th, that date that the Treasury Secretary has identified for potential default, would you take any action toward a motion to vacate?
Oh, no, I don't think anybody is talking about a motion to vacate before this bill, the debt ceiling bill, has passed. I don't believe that's in the cards.
Well, what is your, I heard what you said there, but Speaker McCarthy says he's not worried about it. You seem to be suggesting he should be. What's your message to him?
Well, my message is that we have to make sure we get to those 2022 spending limits in the appropriations bills and not use the debt ceiling negotiation as the baseline. We can do a lot better than where we are right now.
I guess the question is, and we saw this during the votes for the speakership, if not McCarthy, then who? Who would you, if you got to that point of frustration, who would you support instead of Speaker McCarthy? Have you thought through that?
Yeah, I have. I think during the speaker vote, no one was stepping forward because they believed Kevin was going to win, number one. And number two, Kevin had earned it because he had done a lot of the campaigning to raise the money to get in the majority. And number three, no one wanted to put their head up and get their head chopped off. I think that dynamic changes drastically if there is another motion to vacate. And I'm not saying there will be, but if there is another motion to vacate, or if there's a motion to vacate, I think that people will be bold and they will make statements about how we need to reduce spending in the federal government. And I think the person that does that is likely going to be the next speaker.
Do you have a name in your head?
I have a lot of names in my head. I know
Can you
one
give us
that's
the
not,
top name? Who's the top
Sure,
name in your head?
The top name that's not going to do it is Ken Buck. Other than that, I don't know who is going to step forward and do that.
And just give us a sense before I ask you about the broader deal. What was the response from your fellow Freedom Caucus members, broadly speaking? Did you get the sense that if these appropriations bills don't go in the direction that you support, that there would be a groundswell of support for a motion to vacate?
I don't have a sense that. I just got off a plane, just got into town, so I don't have a sense of what other people are talking about. I can tell you that I think from the Freedom Caucus, the vote for the debt ceiling bill will probably be 80 against, 20 in favor, 80%, 20%.
80%?
Opposed to the deal that Kevin McCarthy and Joe Biden cut.
So do you think this bill can pass?
Oh, I think it will pass with Democrat votes.
Okay.
Democrats have 4 trillion reasons to vote for this bill.
So you don't think that the nation is going to default?
Oh, no. The nation's, and the June 5th date is just a made-up date anyway. It is not, the nation will not default.
Well, the Treasury Secretary says it's a very serious date and that there could be an economic disaster if this deal is not reached by June 5th. You reject that analysis by the Treasury Secretary?
The Treasury Secretary said we wouldn't have inflation that lasted more than a few months. I reject the analysis by the Treasury Secretary.
Would you be willing to see the country default to vote no on this deal?
No, that's not an option. I will vote no. This bill will pass, and the country will not default.
Do you think that? So you do not think that you have the numbers to kill the bill?
We do
in other
not.
words. Okay.
I do not believe that. No.
Okay. I guess. Big picture here, this is a divided Congressman. You know that. Is it realistic to think that a bill can pass with only Republican support?
No, I think this bill will pass with bipartisan support.
But my point is, didn't Speaker McCarthy need a compromise here in order to get this done?
Sure, but you can't compromise the status, the financial state of America. You can't. We're moving to $35 trillion of debt under this bill. It is a terrible deal. We can't compromise in that way.
Well, but Congressman, just to go back very quickly, President Biden said he wasn't going to negotiate at all. Speaker McCarthy got him to the negotiating table over the budget. Some people are looking at this and saying, why not take the win? Why add more uncertainty and churn in this moment when the nation's credit rating is at stake?
You know, for anybody to suggest that this bill is a win is pure folly. This bill is not a win. The American public understands that $35 trillion of debt is not sustainable. And so to call this a win because, Republicans got a couple of billion here, a couple billion there, is just nonsense. We can't keep adding $1 trillion, $2 trillion to our national debt every year without defaulting, a serious default, a default that we can't come back from.
All right, Congressman Ken Buck, we are out of time, but I really appreciate your joining us this hour. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chuck is back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
So here's a question as we're coming on the air. If somebody is still alive inside a building, should you tear it down? Because that literally almost happened in Davenport, Iowa, with officials at almost the last minute calling off plans to demolish a partially collapsed apartment. Now, huge questions about accountability. Our team asking those tough questions on the ground and what they're hearing from family members who still cannot find their loved ones. Also tonight, the sales pitch and the test ahead for President Biden and Speaker McCarthy on their deal to stop a potential global economic meltdown. Do they have the votes? We're not quite sure, but we're going to take you inside the key meeting happening about 2 blocks from where I'm standing right now. Plus, in tonight's original, why a U.S. aid group may pull money out of Uganda after the country passed a new law sentencing gay people to death. Here at home, why the star pitcher for the L.A. Dodgers is slamming his own team for giving an award to a pro-LGBTQ+ group that he says insults Christians. And the new comments from an American tennis star, why she says the racist abuse she's faced has only gotten worse, what the French Open is trying to do to help. That's later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we're starting in Davenport, Iowa, where in just a second, you're going to see the new drone video of that partially collapsed apartment building. The city's mayor saying in just the last couple of hours that 5 people are still unaccounted for, and 2 of those people may be inside this building. And listen, this is a community that is angry right now. They are furious. Why? You see some of the protests here because of a plan that would have torn down that building, even though late last night a 52-year-old woman was found alive inside, even after the city had called off the search mission. The family of Lisa Brooks, who they say is disabled, apparently hid under pillows in her bathtub for more than a full day. So let us spell that out even more clearly. Even with the family of at least one person saying their loved one was still missing, the city had still planned to demolish the building. The city's fire marshal getting choked up, talking about how this whole process has played out.
You can't run up to a pile of bricks and rocks and just start throwing things off. As much as we want to get everybody out, and we want to do it right now.
So here's what we're learning tonight. Pretty much every official who's spoken to members of the media says this building is in imminent danger. I'm quoting, imminent danger of falling down. One of them was like, we could walk out of this news conference and it could already be on the ground. But how did this collapse itself happen? That is TBD, no cause just yet. And right now, the door is still open to a criminal investigation into the building's owner, per the city. Nothing's been set in stone just yet, but that is still on the table. Shaq Brewster is live for us in Davenport, Iowa. Help us understand this question, Shaq, because I think it's one that a lot of people have right now. We covered this story live on the air 24 hours ago, right? And at that point, the city was getting ready to tear this building down. Here we are 24 hours later. It's all of a sudden finding people like Lisa Brooks alive, potentially restarting their search. How did that happen?
Yeah, you know, the mayor started his press conference by addressing that obvious question. Why didn't search rescue teams, why weren't they able to find Lisa before today and before she essentially had herself discovered by calling her family member? And he said he did not know and said the city is committed to finding that answer. But we did hear from other officials explain a little bit of the rush to tear this building down. And you mentioned it there. They say it's at risk of collapsing essentially at any point, that it's structurally unsound. And the concern is if you send in more rescue folks, if you continue that search and rescue, then you're putting other people's lives at risk. I want you to listen to how the fire marshal explained this dynamic and this real balance that they have to face.
When we originally had evaluated the scene, we didn't have the indications, even from the state teams, from the canine dogs in there, that would make us proceed. The fire department pulled Lisa Brooks out of that apartment last night. That right there is an indicator that we need to go up there.
But I'll tell you, Hallie, the frustration among members in the community is that this is what they were warning about when they were protesting the idea of this building coming down. They were convinced. Lisa's nephew was convinced. He told me that she was still inside. He didn't want to lose any hope yet, and then she was rescued. So that is the frustration that you're dealing with. Right now, the demolition is on pause temporarily, but you'll continue to see. They say they're reassessing each and every day, and they're seeing as the dynamics change, but you really get a sense of that tension and that balance they have to deal with.
Talk to me about some of the other tension here, right? The tension in the community, because we've seen more of these protests today in Davenport. It feels like, and you would know this, there is real anger there. You talked with the teenage son of one man who's missing, right? Tell us more.
Yeah, real anger there, real questions over how this collapse even happened in the first place. And yeah, I want to let you hear a little bit of that conversation because he was supposed to be graduating this week. His graduation is on Friday. He was supposed to be taking finals today. His dad was supposed to be there at his graduation. Now he's left with all these questions. And then not only the questions and potential grief of dealing with his father, who is unaccounted for and who officials say is likely still in the building, but he's dealing with the idea that he can't get answers, specific answers to the many questions that he faces. Listen to a little bit of our conversation.
They said they had 2 rescue teams, I guess, but they're nowhere to be found. They're not out here. So I don't really know what's going on. It's been a new story every hour.
Is that frustrating?
Yeah. I just want to know where my dad's at. That's about it.
the concern from members of the family is that if their loved ones are inside this building and there's that demolition process, then they don't know if they can ever retrieve their loved one. The mayor and city officials have said if they go forward with the demolition, they will treat this process with dignity. But you see that tension on full display here in Davenport.
And still, I think a lot of questions and a lot of uncertainty about where this process goes next. Shaq Brewster live for us in Davenport on this important story. Thank you, Shaq. Appreciate it. Let's bring it back now to another big story here in Washington and a new signal in literally the last 7 minutes that this deal to make sure that the United States government pays its bills on time will actually make it to the House floor. There had been this big test in a committee meeting happening as we speak. I think you're actually looking live at that, not to get in the weeds, Rules Committee meeting, and we've just gotten an indication that, in fact, this thing will move forward, that it will not end up blocked. Remember, this is all to avoid, essentially, a global economic meltdown, with the sales pitch happening as we speak. Both President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy trying to lock up support from lawmakers. Because remember, just because they've come to an agreement to make sure the U.S. doesn't default, they still got to get everybody to agree for it, or at least enough people to actually pass Congress here, right? But there is skepticism on both sides of the aisle. Some conservative hardliners floating the idea of even trying to topple the speaker himself over all of this, according to two sources familiar talking to NBC News. And then there is that derailment threat in the Rules Committee we just mentioned.
If you're out there watching this, every one of my colleagues, be very clear. Not one Republican should vote for this deal. It is a bad deal. That is why this group will oppose it. We will continue to fight it today, tomorrow, and no matter what happens, there's going to be a reckoning.
Now, some Republicans are going to vote for this deal, right? That is something that we do know. It looks like a full House vote will happen as early as tomorrow night. After that, the Senate goes. That's TBD on timing. All ahead of that, hopefully, key deadline, June 5th. That's when the U.S. runs out of money to pay the debts that it owes. Keep in mind that this is a deal, right? This is an agreement that would have real impacts on real people. It would tighten up federal money. It would increase work requirements for some older Americans on the SNAP food assistance program. And it would make people start paying their federal student loans again later this summer. I want to bring in Ryan Nobles on Capitol Hill. So there was this big meeting, not to get weedsy about it, Ryan, but there was this big meeting of the Rules Committee, very procedural, very processy. We would not talk about it on the national news, except for in an instance like this, right, where it was sort of make or break for this agreement moving forward. It looks as though in the last couple of minutes we've heard from a key member on the Republican side who will, in fact, vote to move this forward. How is it looking? Give us the landscape for the next 24 hours here.
Yeah, and I'll try not to get too into the weeds in this, Hallie, but you're right. The Rules Committee is an important gatekeeper when it comes to all the legislation that makes it to the House of Representatives. It has to go through the Rules Committee. It's heavily weighted in favor of the majority. And one of the deals that Kevin McCarthy made when he became Speaker was to put 3 members of the Freedom Caucus on that Rules Committee for a moment just like this, that it would need to pass the muster of those 3 Freedom Caucus members for something to even get to the House floor. And there was some thought that perhaps it wouldn't get past that barrier, but it looks as though, as you're alluding to, Thomas Massie, who's one of those members from Kentucky, who's been somebody that's been very skeptical of these negotiations, but has had somewhat of an open mind to this deal when it finally came to fruition, has said that while he doesn't like the deal, he is going to give the full House of Representatives the opportunity to vote on that deal. So that was a very important step. Now, they haven't voted yet, but it looks as though they're heading in that direction. And now the real test for Kevin McCarthy is going to be that number of votes that he's got to get on the House floor. And, we've known from the beginning that this was going to have to be some sort of combination between Republicans and Democrats that gets it over the finish line. This is how McCarthy told our Ali Vitale earlier about how he's working to get that vote number in the column that will get it over the finish line.
Have you had any conversations with members of the Freedom Caucus that have been against this bill and now are saying they might vote motion to vacate?
I've talked to many about whether they're for or against the bill. I'm not sure what in the bill people are concerned about. It is the largest savings of $2.1 trillion we've ever had.
And so that motion to vacate, that's the option that members have. Just a couple of members to call up Kevin McCarthy's speakership and make him go through that whole process that he went through at the beginning of the year to hold on to his speakership. That's an option that members have at their disposal. They're not taking it off the table right now, Hallie, but it doesn't look as though this is ultimately going to come to that. But it is just something that's always in the background of these negotiations in the House of Representatives.
Okay, so to lay this out, I think, Ryan, it's fair to say, right, there's this agreement on the table. It looks as though, with all the caveats you just laid out, it's going to potentially move forward. We'll know when this vote happens. Fine. On the left, you've got some progressives who say, hey, we don't like some of the work requirements in here for, like, the SNAP program. They're upset about that. On the far right, you've got conservative hardliners who say, we don't actually think that there were enough cuts on this. Now, apparently, based on our reporting, some of those conservative hardliners are floating the idea to perhaps maybe think about ousting Kevin McCarthy as Speaker altogether, because it only takes one of them now to bring that to the floor. We just heard Congressman Ken Buck kind of back away from that with our colleague Kristen Welker here. Where does that stand? Like, is McCarthy's job in jeopardy because of this, or is that kind of a sideshow?
I do think that that's something that's in the background. It's something people are always thinking about. But you're right, Hallie. Congressman Buck, other Freedom Caucus members that we talked to today, they're not taking it off the table. But it doesn't look like something that they're going to push, at least not at this stage. Now, come back to me in 24, 48 hours, and we'll see what the lay of the land is. But at this point, it's really just about getting this bill passed. And conservatives are still attempting to try and make tweaks to it right up until the last minute.
Well, we may be coming back to you well before then, Ryan, like in the next 30 minutes if this vote goes down. I will let you go gaggle with your colleagues who just walked behind you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Lots to watch on that front. Lots to watch, too, down in Florida tonight, where police have another suspect in custody connected to a shooting near a Florida beach on Memorial Day that left 9 people hurt. Police say as of this morning, they've recovered 5 guns from the suspects, 2 of which were stolen. They want help IDing 3 other people who they think were involved in this whole thing. The city's mayor saying not too long ago he is confident they'll find them. Watch.
When you do something like this in broad daylight with CCTV cameras up and down our Broadwalk, you will be identified and you will be caught and brought to justice.
What was supposed to be a relaxing day off turned violent when police say 2 groups of people got into a fight. You're looking at some video that seems to show the moment right after shots were fired, people running, right? People taking off, people trying to find shelter and safety. This shooting, just one instance of violence over the last few days. At least 16 people have been killed, dozens more hurt in shootings across the country this Memorial Day weekend. Guad Venegas has been covering this story. He joins us live now. And Guad, the beach where this happened is pretty popular. There was already a pretty big police presence out there because they expected it to be crowded. Tell us more about the details we're learning today about this.
Hallie, they did. Authorities say there was thousands of people on the beach when this happened late Monday afternoon on this holiday. And, you know, as we speak to the witnesses, one of the things they keep saying is that there was a large number of families and children. And we now know that of the 9 that were struck by gunfire, 4 are minors. Now, police have informed, as you mentioned, that they have recovered a number of handguns. We also know that 2 individuals were arrested. So what we know from police is that they had initially detained 1 individual, which was named as a person of interest. That was as of yesterday. Today, they informed that right after this happened, authorities were able to arrive and speak to a group of individuals. Now, that group of individuals, then 2 of them were those that were arrested on gun-related charges, Hallie. So they do inform that they have not yet been identified as the shooters, but they are detained on these gun-related charges. You mentioned the handguns. So they recovered 5 of those 5 handguns. We are being told that 2 are stolen. 1 reported stolen in Texas, another one in Florida. But as we speak to more and more witnesses here who saw what happened, you know, the fact that there were so many families when this took place and they saw kids running away is something that also created some trauma with some of the people that were witnesses. Here's one of the witnesses speaking about what happened.
Really, the scariest part was really just seeing parents dragging their children almost like across the floor to get behind the small wall barrier that was literally the only protection that anyone had from just trying to stay clear of all the chaos that was going on.
I mean, and the youngest child to be struck by a bullet was 1-year-old. You know, and 3 others are also minors, Hallie.
Yeah, how are they doing?
So as of this morning, local hospital officials gave us an update. So of the 9 people, we know that three of the adults have been discharged from the hospital, according to the hospital officials, and 2 adults remain in the hospital, as well as the 4 minors. Now, the good news is that all 6 that remain in the hospital, the 4 minors and the 2 adults, are all in stable condition as of this morning, Hallie.
Guad Venegas live for us there in Hollywood, Florida. Guad, thank you so much. Some of the biggest names in AI are out with a very serious siren tonight, warning that the risks of the tech that they built are on par with maybe the next pandemic or even nuclear war. The just 22-word statement from nearly 400 experts says, quote, that I'm reading it, the quote here, you can see it on screen, mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority alongside other societal scale risks like pandemics and nuclear war. It's not just anybody saying this stuff, right? These are top leaders, researchers, engineers, people from OpenAI. By the way, OpenAI makes ChatGPT. There's Google's AI arm that's there, another big company in this space. The letter is even getting signed by 2 of the so-called godfathers of AI who won the annual computing prize, the Turing Award, for the work that they did. NBC's Ken Delanian is covering this for us. Can I start with the key question here, right? Because this is like a DEFCON 1 siren from these people saying, like, we got to be careful about this thing. From the people who developed the technology in the first place, right? Like, how is the mathing on that?
That is a key question, Hallie. I saw one tweet about this that likened it to a car manufacturer telling the public the sports car they're selling is dangerously fast and you may not be able to handle it. It really does seem like these people are caught between, sort of capitalism and their own ethics. They're all rushing to compete to dominate what promises to be an incredibly lucrative market, even as they're sort of begging the government or the public or somebody to put up some guardrails to protect against the scary dangers. And those scary dangers, as we know, include everything from misinformation and manipulation of public opinion to, in the short term, to, machines seizing control in the long term. I mean, the fear here is that AI is improving so fast, it's already surpassed human performance in some areas and has shown signs of advanced abilities and understanding. And look, if machines are smarter than us and start to think on their own, why wouldn't they put their own interests over ours? That's the fear.
What do they want to see done, right? So they're sounding this alarm. What do they want people to do about it? Because I understand that there is, and you lay this out, right? There is some nuance to this, that this technology was like probably going to come anyway. You got to try to put some guardrails around it. What do those guardrails actually look like?
Well, back in March, another group of technology leaders proposed a pause on AI development for 6 months. So that was one idea. A lot of these same leaders are also calling for some sort of federal regulations. We have regulations that ban human cloning for ethical reasons. And even though doing that could push science forward, nobody thinks regulating AI would be easy. But for starters, there are proposals, for example, that AI developers should be required to obtain a government license. And, there are efforts inside the government already underway. Hallie, the Commerce Department in April began soliciting public comment on potential rules for AI.
Ken Delanian, fascinating stuff. Thank you very much for walking us through it. In the first day of a trial for the man charged in that 2018 mass shooting at a Pittsburgh synagogue, federal prosecutors say the shooter moved to, I'm quoting here, methodically find the Jews he hated so much. Shooting killed 11 people, the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in American history. The alleged shooter's attorney didn't deny the defendant actually did it, actually was behind this attack, but instead chose to focus on why he did this, saying there's more to the story than just a hatred for Jewish people. The alleged shooter faces 63 charges, including 11 hate crimes related to those who died. You see their faces, their names on screen here. Federal prosecutors want the death penalty. The defendants pleaded not guilty. The White House, not too long ago, saying that they're gathering information about who may have been responsible for that extraordinary drone strike that hit Moscow today, with the administration holding firm that it does not support attacks inside Russia. Listen.
We have been focused on providing Ukraine, as you've heard from the president, as you've heard from National Security Advisor and many colleagues from the NSC, my colleagues from the NSC, with the equipment and training they need to retake their own sovereign territory.
Let me show you some of the damage here. You had buildings in Moscow attacked for the first time since this invasion of Ukraine began. With Ukraine, if you're wondering, well, was Ukraine behind it? Ukraine says it had nothing directly to do with the attack, but was happy to see it. The attack in Moscow follows another overnight barrage in the capital city of Kyiv, with drones attacking there. One person was killed. Ali Arouzi is joining us now. Big question, Ali, right? If Ukraine says it wasn't them, who was it that did this drone attack on Moscow?
Well, I mean, that's the $64,000 question. But Ukraine traditionally have never taken any responsibility for attacks that have happened in Russia. They said they don't know who's behind it. It could be Russian separatists. I guess it's part of their policy not to, but they were certainly very happy about it, Hallie. President Zelensky's advisor said that, you know, we were watching with much happiness these drones hitting Moscow, and he anticipated that there was more to come. So who did it? We're not sure, but the Ukrainians are certainly very happy about it. And it certainly rattled Muscovites. And don't forget, since the beginning of this war, Vladimir Putin has been telling Russians that you're safe from any Ukrainian attacks. They can't strike this deep into Russia. You have nothing to worry about. And there you are this morning at the crack of dawn being attacked by drones. Now, the damage wasn't very significant, as you pointed out, some broken windows and blackened facades. But psychologically, the damage is quite serious. It's basically telling the Russians that the Ukrainians can penetrate their defenses, can hit the capital, which is so well guarded. And this is all coming before this very much anticipated offensive by the Ukrainians. So not a good day for the Kremlin.
In Ukraine, right, we talked about that barrage in Kyiv. That's like the second time in 24 hours we've talked about a major barrage in Ukraine. It is actually the 17th round of airstrikes in that city this month alone. It is a renewed stress, it seems, on people there a year plus into this war.
Definitely, Hallie. I mean, look, it happens so often there. There have been 17 attacks in Kyiv in the month of May alone. And, you know, although it happens to the Ukrainians almost on a daily basis, you can't really say they get used to it, because it is an extremely stressful event. As soon as those bombs or drones come towards Kyiv or any other city in Ukraine, the air raid sirens go. People have to scramble to get to a basement somewhere. They have to, you know, tuck their kids underneath their arms and run for cover somewhere, and it's extraordinarily stressful. And this month in particular, it's been happening almost every day. So even though it happens so often, people don't get used to it. And I think people in Moscow got a taste of what people in Kyiv have been experiencing.
Ali Arouzi, thank you so much. I appreciate your reporting there for us. Coming up here on the show, officials are looking for a woman who's been missing for weeks after allegedly going on a road trip with her boyfriend. What a new police report just out is telling us tonight. Plus, the disgraced Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes finally reporting to prison today after a bunch of delays. What we know about where she's serving time, next. Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Within just the last few hours, the Theranos founder, Elizabeth Holmes, walked into an all-female minimum security federal prison in Texas to start her 11-year sentence after several attempts to try to delay going in the first place. Remember, in January of last year, a jury found her guilty of defrauding investors of about $145 million. She founded Theranos 20 years ago, roughly, to diagnose medical conditions through a blood test, but a lot of the claims that the company made turned out to not be true. So now, what's life going to look like for Elizabeth Holmes? She'll have to wake up at 6 a.m. She'll work a job that pays as little as 12 cents an hour. She'll share bathing space, right? Bathrooms with other inmates. The hundreds of female inmates there are convicted of mainly white-collar crimes. Even Real Housewives of Salt Lake City star Jennifer Shaw is serving her own sentence there for a fraud scheme. I want to bring in NBC's legal analyst, Danny Savalas. The day is here for Elizabeth Holmes. We have reported now for months, I believe, weeks if not months, that she's been trying to push back this day. She was pregnant. She has a newborn. She was trying to, of course, delay the time when she'd have to actually report. How did we get here? Will she have to serve the whole sentence? How does this work?
The federal system has abolished parole, so there's no half of the time served and then she'll go before a parole board. That's in state court. That hasn't been the case in federal court in a long time. So federal prisoners generally serve almost all of their sentence. You do get a 54-day reduction for each year, which comes out to about 15%, or you'll end up serving 85% of your sentence if you are qualified for good time served. But that is the only applicable reduction in prison time. There's some others for drug and alcohol addicts, but that doesn't appear to apply in the case of Elizabeth Holmes. Other than that, all federal prisoners serve at least 85% of their total sentences.
Danny Savalos, interesting stuff. Big, obviously, moment for Elizabeth Holmes and for her former company. Appreciate it. Right now, police are searching for a 33-year-old woman now missing for weeks after disappearing during a cross-country trip with her boyfriend. Nikki Michelle Alcaraz was last seen in early May in New Mexico with her boyfriend, Steven Tyler Stratton. And we are just now seeing a police report of an alleged altercation between Alcaraz and her boyfriend from May 4th, just days before she disappeared. Take a look. Police are now posting missing person posters for her. You can see one of them right here. A couple of them, actually. Her brother telling our team that a truck driver saw Stratton beating Alcaraz in New Mexico and called the police just days before she disappeared.
He gets aggressive. I didn't know the extent of it until recently, but, you know, I know that none of us really liked him to begin with. But you can't tell Nikki anything.
The case drawing some eerie similarities to that of Gabby Petito, the 22-year-old woman who was killed by her fiancé when they went on a cross-country road trip. She had been seen on body cam video telling police about an altercation she'd had with Brian Laundrie in what's believed to be just the days before she was killed. Stephen Romo is following all of this for us and joining us now. We don't know, right? Like, we don't want to overstate any potential similarities between the Gabby Petito case and this one here. But again, the cross-country road trip, the potential of some sort of an altercation with the person she had been with. We're now seeing this police report from the Alcaraz incident on May 4th, which is just days before she went missing. Tell us more.
Yeah, Hallie, a lot of coincidences, similarities to the Gabby Petito case, but it is important to point out that in this situation, the boyfriend, Steven Tyler Stratton, is not considered a suspect or person of interest at all right now. In fact, this is still considered a missing persons case. It is not considered a kidnapping. Important to point that out, but concern is definitely growing. You mentioned that domestic violence incident that happened back on May 4th. 4 days later was the last time that the family actually heard from Alcaraz. And we've actually talked to that family. We've talked to the family of Mr. Stratton, not addressing the domestic violence situation, but both families saying they desperately want their loved one home. Here's more of what Alcaraz's family had to say.
She's very consistent on contacting family and friends, no more than a day or two. She don't want to go without some kind of contact, and they haven't heard from her for now going on almost 3 weeks. Yeah, we're just very concerned as to what's going on and where she is.
All right, and Hallie, some late breaking news in this case. We actually know the couple was spotted on surveillance video in a Walmart in Northern California. That information is from the Redding Police Department. They say that it appears that Alcaraz was selling her phone, which may be one of the likely reasons her family has not been able to get in contact with her. But they also say that she is still considered missing. Her whereabouts are unknown right now. And there is a lot of concern due to the domestic situation. Of course, that's what authorities want to point out. They do believe Alcaraz may be in danger due to that situation, Hallie.
Stephen Romo, thank you very much. Lots to follow on that one. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, former First Lady Rosalind Carter has been diagnosed with dementia, according to the Carter Center. She's 95 years old. She's at home with her husband, former President Jimmy Carter, who's been getting hospice care since February. The Carter family, writing Rosalind spent much of her life as one of the country's leading mental health advocates, and that it was making this announcement, revealing this diagnosis publicly to try to reduce the stigma. Number 2, officials in Nova Scotia declaring a state of emergency, warning that wildfires there, look at this, are out of control. Something like 18,000 people now have to evacuate, with these fires burning 25,000 acres, damaging 200+ buildings. Number 3, a new report from the CDC says that 40% of the sicknesses we get from food in restaurants can be traced directly from a sick employee. According to the study, a lot of restaurants don't have really good sick leave policies, meaning workers are more likely to show up if they don't feel good and maybe handle food, even if they're symptomatic. Interesting stuff. Number 4, the market value of computer chip maker NVIDIA passed $1 trillion today. Why is that so significant? Why is that so newsy? Not many companies have that kind of value. There's a very small club. Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, Amazon, the biggies. NVIDIA's stock has tripled in value, mostly because it makes 80% of the chips that are used to run AI tech. Number 5, a pitcher for the Chicago White Sox making his return in an incredibly emotional way to the major leagues after beating stage 4 cancer. Liam Hendriks, look at this, getting a standing ovation when he took the mound through a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Listen to that. You hear the crowd just going bananas. Incredible moment for him, for so many people looking up to him tonight. When we come back, new backlash over a new anti-gay law in Uganda, which includes the death penalty in some cases. How the U.S. is now responding in our original tonight. Stay with us.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
To tonight's original now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight, the United States is threatening to punish Uganda after its president signed an anti-gay law that threatens life sentences or even the death penalty for gay relationships. Secretary of State Tony Blinken says the U.S. is going to put in place some new travel guidance to people in America about the dangers of going to Uganda. And there's also a question mark now around how much money, how much help financially Uganda gets. NBC's Josh Letterman has more.
Life in prison, even the death penalty for being gay? In Uganda tonight, that's reality after President Yoweri Museveni signed one of the world's most draconian anti-gay laws, triggering an international backlash, threats of punishment from the U.S., and fears of other African nations following Uganda into an LGBT crackdown.
This is not where I would like to be.
This Ugandan LGBT activist had to flee their country, now living in exile.
You are arresting us for literally doing nothing, for simply existing, but where are we supposed to go? How did we become refugees in our own countries?
The new law punishes gay sex with a life sentence for the crime of promoting homosexuality, 20 years. It was watered down from an earlier version that criminalized merely identifying as LGBTQ. But this version imposes even harsher penalties for what it calls aggravated homosexuality, same-sex relations involving children, people with HIV, or other vulnerable people.
When you commit aggravated homosexuality, the law says you shall be liable to suffer death. Museveni!
Across the globe, outrage. President Biden calling it shameful. The U.S. saying it will directly impede American aid to Uganda, including in fighting HIV/AIDS.
The enactment of Uganda's Anti-Homosexuality Act is a tragic violation of human rights, of universal human rights.
Even Republican Senator Ted Cruz, not known as a champion of LGBT rights, calling it grotesque, an abomination, while Secretary of State Antony Blinken threatens visa bans on Ugandan officials. But in Uganda, the law's chief backer brushing off U.S. threats.
Let all of us be subjected. In fact, let all Ugandans be denied visas to America, Canada, and the European Union.
As Ugandan lawyers challenge the law in constitutional court, other African nations may follow Uganda's example. Already, 32 of Africa's 54 nations criminalize homosexuality. Those countries make up nearly half of the 67 countries globally where being gay is a crime. In Kenya, Tanzania, and Ghana, there are campaigns underway to replicate the new Ugandan law.
We are delighted to know that Uganda has been able to set the pace. It's a good thing that other countries are also taking up this issue.
Josh Letterman is joining us now, and it's such important reporting, Josh. I'm struck by the person who said, I'm a refugee now in my own country here. You talk about how more than half of African nations criminalize same-sex relationships here. Obviously, death penalty, extreme end of this. But talk about the comparison to punishments that people face in other African nations who are LGBTQ+.
Yeah, it really varies across the continent, Hallie. There are a handful of other countries in addition to this one that do have Sharia law as part of their criminal systems and therefore do have the death penalty on the books as a potential punishment for homosexuality. Then there are other countries like Tanzania and Sudan where they have a life sentence as the maximum punishment available under the law for gay sex acts. But then there are countries that have more limited measures, such as Tanzania, where it is illegal to provide condoms and lube to centers that deal, for example, with HIV/AIDS infection. But it's not just about the formal laws on the books, Hallie, because even in countries in Africa where there are not laws that explicitly outlaw homosexuality, there are very high rates of homophobic crime and even violence targeting LGBTQ people. And on the flip side of this, only one country in the entire continent has legalized same-sex marriage. That country is South Africa. Hallie?
Josh Letterman, thank you very much. Coming up here on the show, Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis officially kicking off his 2024 campaign at a rally in Iowa tonight. Let's call it his first formal rally since his formal kickoff, as you probably remember, took a few twists and turns. What new polls out just today are showing as far as the matchup between him and Donald Trump? Plus, a U.S. tennis star says racist abuse online is getting worse. What the French Open's doing to try to stop it, coming up.
So familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Just about an hour from now, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis will officially kick off his 2024 campaign with his first rally in Iowa, hoping to get back some of his balance after a bit of a stumble in last week's messy, glitchy Twitter Spaces launch. Of course, his people don't see it that way. They think he broke the internet, right? But here we are, rally number one, the first official trip of his as a candidate in the presidential race in that key early caucusing state. Take a look at where DeSantis is going to be spending some of his time here. New Hampshire, Iowa, South Carolina. He's launching a multi-million-dollar ground game in those states. His team says is among the biggest, or could be, in presidential campaign history. The ramping up of this campaign comes as the governor has seen himself slip in polling with his biggest rival, former President Donald Trump. Had a 3-point lead, depending on the polling, back in February, to now trailing by more than 20% in a head-to-head matchup, hypothetically, in a poll out today. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is with the governor in Des Moines, Iowa. So vibe check, right? He's meeting with 15 local pastors tonight before this speech, which I think tells us something about what we are going to hear tonight as the governor has leaned into these so-called sort of culture war issues, quote unquote, traditional values, et cetera.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. Look, the governor has been hammering at these culture war issues for some time now, but he is escalating those attacks against former President Trump, and we're expecting to hear from him here in just a short time at this church just west of Des Moines. And as you said, he's meeting with more than a dozen local pastors right before this speech, and we expect him to lean heavily on those culture wars and also to establish a sort of contrast between him and the former president. And as you know, Hallie, he had not engaged former President Trump quite a bit before he jumped into this race, but within the last few days, he has really been trying to establish that contrast. And I spoke with a pastor earlier this afternoon. I talked to him about that ongoing feud with Disney and why it might actually play well here in Iowa among evangelical voters. Take a listen to what that pastor told me.
DeSantis is framing the issue for evangelicals the right way. We don't see this as, a battle between DeSantis and Disney. It's a battle for children. It's a battle for protecting children from an ideology that the majority of parents in the United States do not want to be thrust upon their children.
And again, Hallie, this is not just about Disney, but DeSantis and his team see this as a larger battle. You recall, of course, those brands such as Bud Light, Kohl's, and Target now facing backlash for those marketing campaigns aimed at LGBTQ shoppers and customers. The DeSantis campaign sees this overall, quote, war on woke as playing very well here in Iowa. And, of course, evangelical voters critical to the GOP primary here, Hallie.
You know, one thing that I've heard from people in the DeSantis orbit has been that, yeah, there is a bit of it, as we talk about some of this new polling, Gabe, like an altitude descent, right? And they say, well, that's not unexpected. Like, these things happen. It is still a long campaign. And yes, fact check, it is still a long campaign, right? But the bottom line is, I think they'd love to see better numbers. Like, I mean, anybody would, right? At this point, Donald Trump still has a grip on the Republican Party. You have seen DeSantis start to ramp up his attacks on Mr. Trump. Still subtle, but there is a ramping up on that. Donald Trump's been very clear about his feelings on Ron DeSantis. He doesn't like him. He doesn't want him to beat him.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. And look, the new poll says that the majority of Republicans do think that Trump is the strongest nominee against Biden. But, Hallie, something to watch for tonight. We have been seeing just in the last day or so this back and forth between Governor DeSantis trying to paint Donald Trump as to his left on Disney, saying that he is siding with Disney, that DeSantis saying Trump is, and Trump immediately firing back and saying that is not the case and trying to then move to DeSantis's right. So this is now an ongoing battle between these two frontrunners. But yes, as you point out, Donald Trump way ahead in the national polling. DeSantis' team thinks that it is the state-by-state polling that will now tighten now that he's formally in this race, Hallie.
Gabe Gutierrez live for us there in Des Moines, Iowa, the first of many stops for you this campaign season, my friend. Thank you. Good to see you. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Southern Bureau, you know those blobs of seaweed on the coast in South Florida? A new study shows they have high amounts of a rare flesh-eating bacteria, and when that stuff interacts with like plastic, like trash, it can create what's being called a perfect pathogen storm. It can make people really sick from things like eating seafood or coming into contact if that stuff comes into contact with a cut or a wound, so stay away from it, please. Out of our Midwest Bureau, horse racing officials are holding an emergency summit today after 12 horses died at Churchill Downs over the past month. The Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority Board saying in a statement that each death will be investigated and that there will be a review of Churchill Downs racing and training surfaces. All of it coming right before the Belmont Stakes, which starts June 10th. And out of our Southern Bureau, the Miami Heat headed to the NBA Finals after beating the Boston Celtics. Remember, like on this show 24 hours ago, we talked about that historic run by Boston, the only team to ever go from down 0-3 basically in a series to like a Game 7. Turns out Boston could not make history, right? They lost to the Heat. Now the Heat's going to go play the #1 seeded Denver Nuggets on Thursday. Miami could make history itself, though. They're just the second #8 seed to make it to the finals. Could become the first #8 seed to win it all. We shall see. A U.S. tennis star tonight is opening up about how racist abuse online is getting worse as she makes it into the next round of the French Open. Now, tournament officials are rolling out some new tech to try to filter out some of those hateful comments online. Sloane Stevens is telling reporters that she's constantly found herself a target of racist attacks on the internet. Listen.
It's obviously been a problem my entire career. It has never stopped. People online have the free reign to say and do whatever they want behind fake pages, which is obviously very troublesome.
She's not the only one. We know that big tennis stars like Serena and Venus Williams and Naomi Osaka have all talked about their own struggles on how to deal with online hate. And it's gotten to a point now where tournament officials are bringing in some of this new tech to try to help, with the French Tennis Federation giving all players a software called Bodyguard AI. It's meant to filter out stuff like racist and homophobic comments online during the French Open. Ron Allen is joining us now to talk about it. Ron, it is an unfortunate reality that some of this horrific abuse for celebrities, for major athletes, is something that they have to contend with now. What is new here is what the French Open is doing about it, trying to give some tools, at least to the players, to filter out some of what they're seeing, even if they can't stop the underlying stuff in the first place.
Right. And what's also new is that more athletes and others in the society generally are talking about mental health and talking about trying to do things to have a better performance at their competitions and so forth. You know, it's one thing if somebody's hurling insults at you from the stands. It's another thing if they're doing it online. So this Bodyguard AI, as it's called, is a software that the players can download, and it essentially tries to create a safe space around social media accounts, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, everything else. And the Tennis Federation, tournament organizers, others also can load it on their pages, and it blocks out hateful content. It supposedly does it in real time. It does it in numerous languages, which is helpful. And it also does daily reports and identifies sites that are posting this stuff, which all sounds miraculous, but they say it's going to work and it's going to help. Sloane Stephens said that she was aware of this, that she hadn't tried it just yet. But she was skeptical, saying that, you know, there are so many ways to evade this with asterisks or with other kinds of ways to devise to get around things being blocked online. But perhaps she's going to try it. Others are going to try it. The French Open runs for a couple of weeks, so we'll see if this works. But this is the first Grand Slam tournament. And it's the first major sport that I've heard of that's trying to do something. And you have to give them credit for that.
Pull on the thread, because you mentioned the performance aspect here, right? There was sort of pressure from some of this hate that they have to face, this abuse that these players have to face, and how that translates to what they're able to do on the court.
Yeah, it can be debilitating, and it seems to be getting worse in terms of racist attacks. Here's someone from the Tennis Channel, Andrew Krasny, talking about how he sees more stars talking about this sort of stuff. Take a listen.
The fact that Sloane is talking about it, it's about time, and it's not new. Sloane's been talking about it for years. Naomi Osaka's been talking about it for years. Richard Williams, Venus and Serena's father, has been talking about it for years before social media has even come out. But racism is rampant.
It is, and again, there's this new tool out. The French Open runs for a couple of weeks. We'll see how many players try to use it, how helpful it is. But again, it's really saying something, that this tournament is stepping up and saying, we have to deal with this. And again, it's very different from trying to stop unruly fans who you can see and you can police and you can throw out of the stadium. This is something different, and ultimately it could lead to tracking down the perpetrators and legal action, who knows what. But hopefully it'll just help players have more peace of mind and perform better, which is what we all want to see, of course.
Ron Allen, thank you very much for that reporting. Appreciate it. Still to come here on the show, a new twist in the LA Dodgers Pride Night controversy. Its superstar pitcher says he does not agree with the team's decision to honor an LGBTQ+ group, and that he pushed for the announcement of a different theme day because of it. We've got that next.